Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another amazing audiobook. Today, I want to take a moment to thank the amazing author of this novel. Their creativity, imagination, and hard work have brought us this incredible story that we all love and enjoy. Truly, their talent is inspiring, and we owe them so much for creating this wonderful world. If you love this novel as much as I do and want to support the author, please check out the link in the description. Supporting them helps ensure that they can continue to create more amazing stories for us to enjoy. And if you enjoy the audiobooks I create and want to support me, you can become a Patreon member. As a Patreon member, you'll not only support my work, but also get the chance to request novels that are freely available on the internet. Depending on your Patreon tier, I will work on creating an audiobook for your requested novel. So let's show our appreciation to the author and keep this amazing community growing. All the details you need are in the description below. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you in the next video. Take care.
Chapter 101 Teaming Up with Chun. After leaving the base camp of Hephaestus's family, Chenxing went to the Tianqing shop. After ordering a large number of recovery potions from Mai and Naza, Chenxing agreed to come to pick them up 2 days later in the morning and then return to the library. During this period, Lucifer, the thought body of Chenxing, also completed the judgment of the gods in the guild. It was no different from what Hephaestus said, that is, the gods used their divine power to communicate with the world, let the world judge whether the gods lied, and then the gods asked questions. The gods of Orario are worthy of being the gods of fun. At the beginning of the contract, the gods asked a lot of messy questions, but they were all ignored by Chenxing. Chenxing only answered the key question, that is, whether there was any divine method on Chenxing. The result is imaginable. Not to mention that Chenxing didn't, even if Chenxing said it, it would not be judged as a lie, because Chenxing had the cover of the world's grace. This matter was left unresolved. However, passing the judgment of the gods also determined the demonic talent of Morning Star. Now Morning Star is fully worthy of being called the most demonic adventurer in Orario. Once this matter was publicized, the whole of Orario was shocked again. But these have nothing to do with Morning Star. In the next 2 days, Morning Star stayed in the library with Hestia and did not go out. During this period, Hephaestus would come to eat almost every time he went to the restaurant, and so did Chun. In these 2 days, Morning Star also understood why Chun was in such a hurry. He upgraded his weapons at 26 o'clock in the evening, and then forged some spare magic swords without stopping. He only took a break when eating. Because the Hephaestus family and the Loki family agreed to a joint expedition. In 10 days or so, they will follow Loki on the expedition. And they are going to the deep layer next, and it will take a lot of time to go back and forth. So now time is against the clock, and Chun will naturally not waste it. However, Chenxing was a little confused. Because it was just a few magic swords, it didn't take too much time for Chun. Why was Chun in such a hurry? Although he was confused, Chenxing didn't ask. On the 3rd day, Chenxing came to the Babel Tower and joined Chun. At this time, Chun was carrying a huge backpack with a few magic swords on it, which seemed to be made in the past 2 days. And there was a person standing next to Chun. It was Aegina. After knowing that Chenxing was going on an expedition today and might be gone for several days, Aegina came here early in the morning to wait, to remind Chenxing and say goodbye. Chenxing, remember what I said, don't take risks. Aegina didn't say much, but just reminded her of her famous saying. Well, don't worry. Then, Aegina, we're leaving. Chenxing smiled and nodded, then said goodbye, waving and saying, I wish you good luck in martial arts. Aegina nodded slightly and blessed. Advertisement. Thank you. After saying goodbye to Aegina, Chenxing followed Chun into the Tower of Babel and entered the underground city along the spiral staircase. Sister Aegina is the one who gave you this set of equipment. You look so nauseous. Chun looked at Chenxing with a smile in the dim passage, and said in a joking tone. Well, this set of equipment on me was originally given by Aegina. Chenxing nodded and did not refute. As for Chun's teasing tone, Chenxing completely pretended not to hear it. That's great. Sister Aegina is very popular in the guild. If other people knew how Sister Aegina treated you, you would definitely be attacked by everyone. Chun raised her eyebrows and continued to tease. In response, Chenxing was a little speechless. He ignored Chun and continued on his way. However, Chenxing ignored Chun, but Chun wanted to pay attention to Chenxing. Chun was one body behind Chenxing, and then he jumped up and jumped directly onto Chenxing's back. His hands and feet were tightly clamped around Nongxing's neck and waist. The weight of one person is not a big deal, but Chun was carrying a large backpack with unknown contents on his back. It was very heavy, and Chenxing was almost pulled to the ground by the sudden weight. Fortunately, Chenxing stabilized his body in time. "What are you doing?" Turning back, Chenxing looked at Chun, who was hugging his back, in confusion. Chun giggled and hugged him tighter, and a soft touch came instantly. "Hee, aren't we going to the deep layer? According to the current way of traveling, I don't know how long it will take. Chenxing, you can fly, so carry me on your back and fly," Chun said with a smile. "Ah." Chenxing couldn't refute this, because Chenxing did this before to hurry. "Then hug me closer, don't fall down." After a moment of silence, Chenxing warned. "No problem." Chun responded loudly, hugging me tighter with both hands, and the soft touch came again. After 2 consecutive wonderful touches, Chenxing was speechless. The next second, Chenxing entered the Samsara Eye mode. Wow, no matter how you look at it, it feels so cool to be in this state. Looking at the blue flame so close, Chun couldn't help but let out a sound of joy in his heart. "Hold on tight." Chenxing ignored him and reminded him again, then he opened up his horsepower and turned into a stream of light and flew out. Wow! So fast! Even though he had expected it, Chun almost didn't hug Chenxing when Chenxing started flying, but he still stabilized at the last moment. The whole person leaned back like a brake, and then slammed into Chenxing's back. The touch that attacked again made Chenxing's head black, but he didn't say anything. Chenxing felt that this guy was teasing him on purpose. On Chenxing's back, Chun noticed the subtle expression on Chenxing's face and smiled in his heart. Morningsing's little brother is really fun to tease, let's continue. Thinking like this, Chun never stopped teasing Chenxing all the way down, chattering in Chenxing's ears, and they were all different. I don't know how many people this guy has teased. Chenxing couldn't help but want to throw this guy down. But thinking about it, Chenxing still endured it. Advertisement. Now Chenxing's strength has reached IV.4 when he doesn't open the Samsara Eye mode. He has enough physical strength. When he opens the Samsara Eye mode and doesn't fight, Chenxing doesn't feel heavy all day. And the 2 forces of gravity and repulsion are just to maintain flight and don't consume too much physical strength. When Chenxing carried Chun to the 28th floor, it was just around noon. "Let's camp here tonight. Come and eat something to recover." After getting off Chenxing's back, Chun put the huge backpack on the ground, then opened the backpack, took out a carefully packaged lunchbox and handed it to him. Chenxing was not polite, he directly reached out to take it, opened it and started eating. "Hee, it doesn't taste as good as yours, but it's okay." Chun also took a portion and sat next to Chenxing, and started eating together. "Well, it's pretty good." Chenxing replied with a smile. "It should be noon now. After lunch, we'll take a break and then head to the next level. Stay in the lower level for about a day and a half, set up camp on the 39th level tomorrow night, and start attacking the lower level the day after tomorrow. What do you think?" While eating, Chun discussed the strategy of this expedition with Chenxing. "I have no objection. I don't have as much experience as you in the lower and middle levels, so you can make the arrangements." Morningstar smiled and shook his head, leaving the strategy plan to Chun. Chun often went on expeditions with other clansmen to test weapons and equipment in the dungeon and collect various metal ores. He had been to the deep layer several times and came to the lower layer more often. His experience here was definitely richer than Morningstar, so Morningstar naturally followed her lead. His current approach was to learn how to survive in the deep layer from Chun. In the deep layer, even if Morningstar was IV.6, he had to be careful, otherwise it would be easy to get into trouble. The upper, middle, and lower layers, these areas, can be galloped by any first-level adventurer. But when it comes to the lower layer, you need to have a companion by your side, and a companion with strong strength. This is also what Finn and others did after S said she wanted to stay alone in the original book. The reason why people directly opposed it. Because the deep layer is very dangerous, it is not possible for one person to walk around casually. Of course, except for a certain panel. That guy went to the 49th floor alone to fight Barol. Although he lost, he came back with injuries all over his body and was not left in the dungeon. The two of them had a quick lunch, sat down and rested for half an hour, and then rushed to the next floor. The next floor was the floor to start the attack, so Chenxing and Chun did not do the same as before. The two walked side by side, crossed the long road, and soon came to the passage leading to the next floor and stepped into the passage. In the dim passage, the two talked while walking. Speaking of which, Chenxing, which floor did you attack in the lower floor? 33rd floor. I reached 33rd floor alone when I came here last time. I originally wanted to reach 39th floor, stay in the new safe floor for one night, and then return to the ground. As a result, when I returned to the 28th floor, I happened to meet AIC and the others, so I followed them to 18 Kong to rest. He answered with a burst of laughter. 33rd floor, pretty good. Chun was a little surprised to hear that Chenxing actually reached the 33rd floor by himself. Then let's go straight to the deep level in one breath. Yes. The two of them quickly walked to the end of the dim passage and came to the 29th floor. Not long after entering the 29th floor, the two of them welcomed the welcome ceremony of the dungeon. Monsters were born in front of them and rushed towards them. Let's start, little brother Chenxing. Chun drew out his usual weapon, carrying a huge backpack, and yelled excitedly and rushed out. Seeing that Chenxing did not respond, he also drew the weapon on his waist and followed. The two of them directly slaughtered the monsters inhumanely. Chapter 102, Tsubaki's Invitation and Teasing, Hephaestus's Advice. Oh. Deck. This is a very precious bone, which can be used to forge second-level weapons. Oh, there are so many precious metal ores at this time. Ah. There are even special stones for tempering weapons. What a great harvest. This is the first time I have obtained so many precious materials in one day. Morning Star, please continue to team up with me next time. Chun's mouth has never been heard all the way down. No way, the luck is really good. The two of them worked from the 29th floor to the 32nd floor, and all the way down, the materials were like they were specially delivered to the door. A wave of monsters will definitely drop 2 or 3 precious materials, and you will definitely encounter a small metal or birthplace after turning 2 or 3 corners, and you will make a lot of money from mining. If it weren't for Morningstar's space-type magic, they wouldn't be able to fit it now. System space, in his eyes it is space magic. Let's talk about next time. Morningstar replied with a faint smile. He couldn't say for sure about this kind of thing, and couldn't give a definite answer. Come on, Morningstar, why don't you join me in the expedition of the Loki clan? Chun nodded, and then made a suggestion. Expedition. Let me think about it. Hearing Chun's suggestion, Morningstar was slightly stunned, and then replied. Going on an expedition with the Loki clan seems to be a good choice. As Morningstar's strength increases, now if Morningstar wants to improve his ability value, he needs to deal with monsters above level IV.4 in the deep layer. In terms of magic, it is not necessary, just need to release magic tools continuously, but the other 4 basic abilities can only be improved by fighting with monsters of equal strength or even stronger. And monsters above LV4 are all in the deep layer. Yeah, think about it these days, if you are willing, you can go directly to Finn and the others after you go back. I believe they will not refuse the joining of you, a master. Chun nodded in response. Immediately, the two continued to move towards the next floor. After staying on the 33rd floor for more than an hour, the two began to return to the 28th floor. As for the remaining floors, we will continue tomorrow. Tomorrow we will go directly to the 33rd floor, and then start the strategy from the 34th floor, and fight to the 39th floor in one go. After returning to the 28th floor, the two ate the last lunchbox that Chun prepared when they came today. The next meal will need to be made by Chenxing and Chun themselves. After all, the prepared meals cannot be preserved for too long. Before going down to the dungeon, Chenxing and Chun brought some ingredients that can be kept for a long time. After dinner, Chun couldn't wait to take out some of the spoils of today from his big backpack, and took this small stove and began to process the metal ore with bare arms. Ding ding dong dong, Chenxing didn't care, and returned to his tent and started the daily grace update. In today's battle, Chenxing hardly engaged in hand-to-hand combat, but only fought 2 waves at the beginning. The rest of the time, the monsters encountered were directly bombed with magic. When the magic power is exhausted, use potions to recover, and repeat over and over again. Chenxing doesn't know how much his magic power can be improved. However, Chenxing knew it after the update. The other 4 ability values did not change much, each increased by more than 10 points, and the magic power increased by nearly 100, and the ability value increased from D to C. After updating the grace, Chenxing did not leave the tent, but stayed in the tent to continue to create dark magic. These 2 days, Chenxing was almost with Hestia, and Chenxing's dark magic did not move. In 2 hours, Chenxing created the dark detection magic he wanted, and also created 2 other dark magics. Chenxing named the detection magic Shadow. As long as it is a dark place, the shadow can extend infinitely, showing everything in the darkness in Chenxing's mind. However, there were some small accidents during the test. Well, Chun is actually taking a bath. Chenxing murmured in a low voice, covering his nose. Chun's figure is really good, even bigger than Hestia. Shaking his head violently, Chenxing shook off the scene in his mind and continued to test the other 2 magics. The first magic is called Touch of Darkness, which is an auxiliary binding magic based on the extension of Shadow. As long as it is dark, Morning Star can control the darkness, turn it into tentacles, and bind the enemy. The second one is Shadow Strengthening. Wrapping the power of darkness around the weapon can enhance the power of the weapon and effectively protect the weapon itself. The power depends on how strong the darkness controlled by Morning Star is. Originally, Morning Star wanted to create a magic of resurrection of the dead. As a result, there was no raw material, so Morning Star had to give up. Swish. Just when Morning Star was testing the magic, Morning Star's tent was suddenly opened, and Chun's head sighed in. Chun's face was full of smirks at this time, which made Morning Star confused, but Chun confused Morning Star as soon as he opened his mouth. Hee hee, little brother Morning Star, my sister has a good figure. Hearing this, Chenxing stared at Chun in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. His mind was full of this guy noticed. You just used dark magic, right? I have one too, so I felt it. The magic wave just now came from you, don't quibble. Chun looked at Chenxing with a cunning look on his face. Sorry, I was testing magic just now, I didn't want to spy on you. Hearing Chun say this, Nongxing couldn't deny it. Who knew that this guy went to take a shower while hammering ore, and he also had a dark type of magic, and most importantly, this guy actually felt his own detection. If you want to see it, just come to me directly, I like you very much. Chun said with a smile, and sat down in Chenxing's tent. Chun, don't forget my relationship with Hestia now, don't always tease me. Seeing Chun's appearance, Chenxing was a little helpless and reminded her. I know, but it doesn't stop me from looking at you differently. It's okay, I don't need you to be responsible. Chun said with a smile. What the hell is going on? Chenxing was speechless and simply didn't plan to pay attention to this guy. Okay, it's late at night, I have to rest, and you should go back too. Chenxing drove the guest away directly. Hearing this, Chun didn't stay any longer, stood up and left the tent. However, after leaving the tent, he sighed again. Really don't try it. I really don't need you to be responsible. Get out. Haha. No words all night. The next morning, Chenxing and Chun wanted to come early. Chenxing made a breakfast, and the 2 of them set off directly after enjoying a delicious meal. Chun lay on Chenxing's back, and Chenxing turned on the reincarnation eye mode and headed towards the 33rd floor at the fastest speed. Hey, little brother Morning Star, don't you really want to try my beautiful body? Lying on Morning Star's back, Chun leaned close to Morning Star's ear and continued yesterday's teasing. Morning Star, W. If you tease me again, I will throw you down. Haha, little brother Morning Star really can't stand teasing. Although it was still a teasing remark, Chun didn't continue to tease Morning Star. She was really afraid that Morning Star would throw her down halfway. Morning Star. It took nearly an hour for the 2 to quickly reach the 33rd floor and head directly to the 34th floor. After entering the 34th floor, the 2 soon encountered monsters. Morning Star started bombing directly. The intense light illuminated the entire passage, and the passage completely turned into daylight. No matter how you look at it, your magic is so strong, little brother Morning Star. Not enough, it's light attribute magic, dark attribute magic, and space attribute magic. It's only been an adventurer for about a month, and you have already developed all three magics, little brother Morning Star. Well, I think they have all been developed. Morning Star nodded and replied. There are now 3 magics on his magic column, and he doesn't know if he will be limited to 3 like other adventurers. However, Morning Star has a feeling that his magic should not be limited to 3 like the owners of God's grace, and he should be able to continue to obtain new magic. And this feeling is very strong. Then, the two began to sweep the 34th floor. On the other side, on the ground, in the library, Sto was advising Hestia. I just can't help it, I'm worried that Morning Star will be snatched away by other women. Hestia curled her lips and said, listening to Hephaestus, Qian Li's advice not to watch Morning Star too closely, which would be counterproductive. I didn't say that I didn't want you to be alert, I just asked you not to be too alert. With the way you looked yesterday, even Sister Aina, Morning Star's adventurer consultant, was so alert. You will make Morning Star very embarrassed. Sitting in front of Hestia, Hephaestus persuaded in a gentle tone. Then what do you think I should do? Open your horizons. You have seen the potential of Morning Star. In the future, he will definitely complete the long steps to godhood and become a god. You will have time to spend together then. During the time when Morning Star is a human, give Morning Star some freedom as much as possible. Don't restrict Morning Star. You can't drive away all the women around Morning Star. Don't forget that I am also a woman, and Chun is also a woman. You are right. I know. I will change it. After listening to Hephaestus' words, Hestia frowned tightly. Because Hephaestus was right. She couldn't exclude all the women who appeared in Morning Star's life. This would make her look very intolerant and would seriously affect Morning Star's life. It is hard to guarantee that Morning Star will not express dissatisfaction because of this. Yeah, the child is teachable. Hestia, relax. Chapter 103, Deep, Upgraded Favor. After spending 6 hours in the lower level, Chenxing and Chun arrived at the 37th floor, which is the first level of the deep level, after collecting a lot of goods. Chenxing was the one who took action most of the time. Chenxing used magic to bomb, while Chun rarely took action. However, if materials were dropped, Chun would rush over to pick them up and throw them into her backpack. Chenxing didn't care about this. After all, she didn't give any reward when her weapon was upgraded to the first level. What's more, Chenxing asked Chun not to do it. Otherwise, Chenxing would not have the opportunity to take all the monsters. Moreover, Chenxing had already made an agreement with Chun. Chun's purpose of this trip was materials. The materials belonged to her, and the magic stones belonged to Chenxing. The 37th floor was already a deep level. The monsters in the deep level were all above IV.4, and there were very few IV.3 monsters. Chenxing and others were attacked by Earthborn people as soon as they came down. A large group of Earthborn people, at least more than 30 heads. It must be said that the deeper the floor, the more monsters are born at one time. With so many monsters, and they are all IV.4 level, it is no wonder that the people of the Hermes family said that the 37th floor is not something they can conquer. It is already very good to be able to save their lives. It is simply a dream for their team formation to conquer. However, it is a good thing for Morning Star. Morning Star waved the long sword in his hand, wrapped the shadow enhancement around the long sword, and rushed out directly. Morning Star went to the dungeon this time to find IV.4 level monsters in the deep layer to fight, so it is naturally impossible to use the Rebirth Eye in other modes. The strength of the Earthborn people is just right for Morning Star now. Chun did not continue to watch this time, and rushed out waving the red rain. The two did not need the Earthborn people to actively surround them, and they rushed directly into the monster pile and started a fierce battle. Single or single-digit Earthborns are nothing to Chenxing, but double-digit or even 30 Earthborns are a training effect for Chenxing. With this strength and number of monsters, Chenxing can no longer kill them instantly. When attacking one Earthborn, he often needs to pay attention to the siege of other Earthborns, which can just give Chenxing some training. However, even so, with the combined efforts of Chenxing and Chun, this wave of monsters was solved by the two within 10 minutes. The ground was full of magic stones that were twice the size of a fist. Although I saw you fighting Alan before, it was only after I joined forces with you to fight monsters that I realized how terrifying your fighting skills are. He said to Chenxing while picking up magic stones. Only by fighting with Chenxing can you really feel the control of Chenxing's powerful fighting skills on the battlefield. Even as an IV.5, she would be injured under the siege of so many monsters, which she had encountered several times in previous expeditions. But Chenxing was able to detect this in the fierce battle. When Mimi was in danger, Chenxing was able to protect herself in time and block the attacks that were about to fall on her. After a battle, Chun couldn't count how many times Chenxing blocked her attacks. This also made Chenxing very grateful, and Chenxing's eyes were a little warm. If she was teasing Chenxing before and had a little heartbeat for Chenxing, then now this heartbeat has been spread countless times. Who doesn't like a man who can protect her when adventuring in the dungeon? Although she has a bold personality, she can't get rid of this. Well, thank you for the compliment. Chenxing smiled and replied. Advertisement. CGFG, well, how about you spar with me and guide me when you rest on the 39th floor later? Chun nodded, and then suddenly asked. Well. That's no problem, let's fight when we get to the safe floor later. Chenxing didn't hesitate at all and responded directly to Chun's words. When the members of Loki's family raised this matter before, Chenxing would consider it, but it was different when it came to Chun. Chun is the exclusive forger who has signed a contract with him, and he is also an adventurer under Hephaestus, Hestia's best friend. How could Chenxing refuse? Moreover, after signing the exclusive contract, he can ask Chun to go into the dungeon with him when he goes to the dungeon in the future, and stay by his side to provide him with logistical assistance in various weapons and equipment. For example, he can maintain weapons, or forge some necessary new weapons and magic swords to deal with monsters, etc., and if the defensive equipment is damaged, he can also ask Chun to help him prepare. This is also the reason why the new round of expedition of the Loki family will ask the senior forger of the Hephaestus family to go with them. Well, it's settled. Hearing Chenxing's words, Chun nodded heavily and smiled. Duh. The two quickly picked up all the magic stones, and all the magic stones went into Chenxing's pocket. It was agreed before that this time when going to the dungeon, Chun only wanted various drop materials and materials born in the deep, and the magic stones were the spoils of Chenxing. The two of them followed the map all the way and headed for the 38th floor. Along the way, the two encountered more than a dozen waves of monster attacks, including earthborn people, barbarians, lizard elites, obsidian soldiers, skeleton sheep, werewolves, peruta, big snake whales, and monsters on the 37th floor. They experienced them all. Although they were attacked more than a dozen times, neither Chenxing nor Chun felt any fatigue, but were extremely excited. Chun was excited about the materials dropped by these monsters. The luck of the two was still as good as rainbows, and the materials dropped by Tianjibu's monsters were not few. What Chenxing cared about was the fierce battle. The more than a dozen waves of battles along the way were extremely fierce, and the grace on Chenxing's back was always hot. It is conceivable that when Chenxing renews grace again after reaching the safe floor, how much his ability value will increase. It's already the 37th floor, and I don't know if I can meet Eudeos. If I do, I will definitely try out the power of the newly forged magic sword. He said with a smile while walking in the spacious passage with a huge backpack on his back. Who knows? Chenxing smiled faintly. To be honest, Chenxing also hopes to meet Eudeos. Unfortunately, the two did not meet Eudeos even after clearing the 37th floor. After leaving the 37th floor, the two spent more than 2 hours to clear the 38th floor and successfully reached the 39th floor, a new safe floor. The two surveyed the high ground and found a suitable place to set up camp. As soon as the camp was set up, Chenxing could not help but enter his tent and began to renew his grace. Of course, Chenxing did not forget to release the veins of light to guard against Chun. After all, renewing grace cannot be seen by others. Morning Star. IV.2. Strength, SSS 1702 SSS 1999. Durability, SSS 1798 SSS 1999. Dexterity, SSS 1868 SSS 1999. Agility, SSS 1899 SSS 1999. Magic, C613 SS1087. Upgrade. Optional development ability, Berserker, Swordsman. Luck. Development ability, Magic H. Magic. Thought Body. Son of Light. Son of Darkness. Skills. Reincarnation Eye. Blessing of the God of War. Flame of the Sky. Looking at the changes in ability values, Morningstar said inwardly, as expected. His ability values have indeed been raised to the limit of SSS, and the ability value of Magic, which has lagged behind, has also reached SS. It seems that I can focus on improving Magic next. Then, Morningstar's eyes fell on the optional development ability. Unlike before, this time there is an additional development ability of Luck in the optional development ability. In the original book, only Bell had this ability, but I didn't expect that I also got it. After thinking for a while, Chenxing figured out why he got this ability. Ever since he started to attack the lower level, his luck seems to have been very good. When he was alone in the lower level before, he had a lot of gains. This time, he took Chun to the deep level together. All the way down, his luck was still as good as a rainbow. Every wave of monsters would drop several kinds of materials, and he would often encounter the birthplace of materials in the deep level. This luck, what is it if not luck? It's so lucky. This situation is much better than Bell's luck in the original book. It's strange that the development ability of luck can't appear in this situation. Presumably, Inhui captured what happened to him, so this time this development ability appeared directly. Without any hesitation, Chenxing directly decided on the development ability to choose when upgrading next. It's decided to be you, Lucky. After completing the update, Chenxing left the tent and walked outside. At this time, Chun was sorting out today's gains in front of the tent opposite, and various types of materials were sorted together. Ah, Chenxing, you're done. Help me collect all these. After seeing Chenxing come out, Chun waved at Chenxing and greeted Chenxing. Chenxing didn't hesitate, walked over, and threw the materials that Chun had sorted into the system space with a wave of his hand. It's really convenient. If it weren't for your space magic, it would be impossible to collect so many. It wouldn't fit. It wouldn't fit at all. Looking at the materials disappearing on the ground, Chun was full of emotion. Then, he looked at Chenxing. Chenxing, there are too many materials, and the distribution has been unbalanced. Redistribute them when you go back, and you can also take some materials. Or if you don't like it, I can help you sell it and exchange it for magic stones. Well, okay. Morningstar has no meaning for Chun's proposal. The deep-level birth materials and drop materials are extremely precious, and each piece is worth millions of Wallace. If the quantity is small, Chun takes the materials and Morningstar takes the magic stone. There is indeed no objection, but the key is that there are too many drop materials and birth materials, which are completely unbalanced. Naturally, they need to be redistributed. Del. Okay, now it's okay, teach me combat skills. Okay, let's go. Chapter 104 Upgrade, Morningstar's Thoughts, Changes on the Ground. In the next 2 days, Chenxing and Chun only conquered 2 floors, the 40th and 41st floors. With each deeper level, the strength of the monsters will increase, and the number of monsters born will also increase, but these have nothing to do with Chenxing. Even if the strength of the monsters increases, the number of monsters increases, Chenxing and his situation is completely fine, as long as they are careful. In order to increase the magic value in the past 2 days, Chenxing directly used magic to bombard monsters. Chenxing's magic power has reached IV.5, and bombing LV4 monsters is really nothing. However, when performing magic bombing, Chenxing will also control it a little bit, so as not to hurt Chun. After all, for Chun, the number of IV.4 monsters can also play a training effect. In addition, he had been sparring with Chenxing these past 2 nights and had learned a lot of fighting skills from Chenxing. Chun was now eager to fight, and was more active than acquiring materials. After a whole day of fighting, Chenxing and Chun, who was still very excited, returned to the 39th floor. I've been fighting all day, and my body is sticky. I'm going to take a shower first. After setting up the camp, Chun said hello to Chenxing, and then walked directly towards the direction of the lake. Yeah. Chenxing nodded in response. The place where the 2 camped was near a lake, which was quite convenient. After watching Chun's back disappear, Chenxing stepped back into his tent. In the past 2 days, Chenxing had been using magic bombing, and there was almost no close combat. In one day, he gained more than 500 magic ability points. If nothing unexpected happens, the magic power should be able to reach the limit of SSS after another update tonight. Sure enough, as the update was completed, Chenxing saw a bright string of values SSS 1999 on the ability value. Upgrade. Without any hesitation, Chenxing immediately chose to upgrade, and chose the ability of luck. With the increase in level, Chenxing clearly felt that his physique had increased several times in an instant. IV.5, and it was still the level of the best. Chenxing, who had used the reincarnation I mode to increase his strength many times, can now feel his current strength by his own senses. His current strength is similar to the situation when the Freya family and the Loki family used the reincarnation I mode to kill the 4 flame gold warriors in one shot. This also means that even if he does not use the reincarnation I mode now, his strength has reached the same level as before. After upgrading from 4.1 to 4.2, his strength reached the limit of IV.3. Now after upgrading from IV.2 to 4.3, the upgrade has made the span of his strength even more terrifying. This is all due to his good foundation. Originally, I had the strength of IV.2 when I was IV.1. After that, he upgraded twice after his ability value reached SSS 1999. The impact of this numerical upgrade can be imagined. Now that I have upgraded from 4.2 to 4.3, my strength has directly jumped 2 levels. Moreover, not only has my physical strength improved, but my development ability magic has also been upgraded by 1 level, and I feel that my magic power has also become much stronger. It is an all-round upgrade, only I can defeat it. Others can't do this at all. Even Bell in the original book, who broke the boundaries, has strengths and weaknesses in the 5 ability values, only I don't have it. Then, Chenxing thought of his reincarnation I mode again. Turning on the reincarnation I mode, Chenxing obviously felt that his strength has become stronger, and he is as strong as when he fought Alan before. You know, Chenxing hasn't used the super death mode and ignited the flame of death, but it has reached this level with just a reincarnation I mode. After thinking for a while, Chenxing turned on the super death mode. The strength increased again. It feels much stronger than Alan's strength back then. So, my strength in the Samsara I mode and Super Death mode should have reached the limit of IV.6, which is about the same as when Xiaoguang possessed me. Then, let's go one step further. Buzz. The deep orange flame of the sky kept flashing on the ring on Chenxing's finger. In an instant, Chenxing felt that his strength had changed. It's unpredictable, but it should have exceeded LV6. It's possible to reach the level between the 2 levels like Rui Weiss did back then, or it's possible to have reached IV.7. Morningstar has never fought with an adventurer of IV.7, and has no idea how strong IV.7 is. However, Chenxing feels that in the Samsara I mode plus Super Death mode and the ignition of the flame of the sky, he should not be weaker than an adventurer who has just entered IN.7 in terms of entering the battle. And if it's just about strength, he is not afraid of V.7. After all, he still has 2 big moves in the Samsara I mode. Previously, I was limited by my own strength and could not bring out the true power of Brother Liang's ultimate move. I guess I can't do it now. However, my strength has been improved again, and I should be able to bring out more powerful Silver Will Rebirth Explosion and Golden Will Rebirth Explosion. At least, I can threaten IV.7. I just don't know if I can threaten Fel Weiss. With my current strength, I can completely stop Fel Weiss, and there will be no one else around Dionysus who can protect him. I only need to separate the thought body, and then let Xiaoguang or Xiaoan possess the thought body, and I can completely attack Dionysus. However, this thing called Shenwei is a big trouble. The most troublesome thing for me now is that unlike other gods, I can't use the power of gods for the time being. No, I can let Hestia go with me, and send Dionysus back to heaven without anyone knowing. Hestia shouldn't refuse. Okay, let's do it. After returning, I will go to Hestia for business. Next, consider the possibility of following the Loki family on an expedition. With my current strength, if I want to continue to improve my ability value, I can only find people like AC and Tsubaki to spar with them. In addition, I can fight with more powerful monsters. Now my strength has been raised to IV.5, and even IV.4 monsters will not have much effect on me. Maybe it is useful for Tsubaki, but it will not have much effect on me who is at the top of Orario in terms of combat skills. Only IV.5 monsters can be effective against me now. And LV5 monsters are almost all on the floors after the 51st floor. This is a very deep floor, and I can't rush in alone. It may be the best choice to act with the Loki family and first explore the situation after the 51st floor. I believe that my strength will definitely be greatly improved after returning from the expedition, which should be enough to deal with all troubles. At that time, I will start to deal with the artificial maze and Dionysus. Well, I'll tell Hestia about this when I get back. After thinking it through, Morning Star dispersed the two modes and extinguished the flame of the sky. Then, Morning Star left the tent and began to prepare dinner. What Morning Star didn't know was that a lot of things happened on the ground during the few days he and Chun were in the deep. The guild announced that Morning Star's situation was normal, which made the Lucifer family a hot commodity in the eyes of adventurers without families. Many adventurers without families tried every means to find the residence of the Lucifer family in the past few days, and finally found the location of the library on the third day. But it's a pity that Morning Star is no longer in the library, and only Hestia is in the library. And there is no trace of Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star, which also caused many adventurers who wanted to join the Lucifer family to be very disappointed. However, even so, many adventurers without families did not give up, and they were still watching, waiting for Lucifer and Morning Star to appear. 0. In addition, there is another thing. Freya, who was temporarily unable to take down Morning Star, temporarily shifted her target and used Bell to kill time. Seeing Bell's soul becoming more and more dazzling, but still with a trace of shadow, Freya investigated the situation and asked Oda to train the Minotaur. Except for the slightly different encounter, other things about Bell can be said to follow the plot of the original book. First she met Lily, and then she was targeted by Freya, and Freya arranged a Minotaur. If nothing unexpected happens, when the time is right, Oda will follow Freya's instructions and drive the Minotaur to Bell so that Bell cannot erase the shadow of the Minotaur herself. In addition, there is the Ishtar clan. The main god of the Ishtar clan, Ishtar, saw the qualifications of Morning Star on the day of the gods' assembly and immediately targeted Morning Star. However, unlike Freya's recklessness, Ishtar did not dare to mess around on the ground, so she asked the members of her family to keep an eye on Morning Star's actions and prepare to take action against Morning Star in the underground city, wanting to bring Morning Star back to the Night City, and then use her charm ability to charm Morning Star. As a result, Morning Star was gone for several days, and the team she arranged did not see a single hair of Morning Star, which made Ishtar very crazy, but Ishtar still did not give up. And the most explosive thing was another thing. That is, Dionysus left Orario, and no one knew where he went. According to the gods who had experienced the gods' conference before, Dionysus, who had a conflict with Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star, should have chosen to give in after seeing the strength of Morning Star, and left Orario with Dionysus' family. Of course, this is just the gods' speculation. Dionysus did not leave Orario, but because he was afraid of Morning Star's situation, he began to hide himself in the darkness, and making the whole family leave Orario was just a superficial appearance. In addition, Ace, Dion, Diana, and Lafia were also entrusted to deal with the rampage of the monsters on the 24th floor, just like in the original work. They also saved Belle, who was deceived by Lily. Chenxing didn't know about these. If Chenxing knew, I wonder what he would think. Chapter 105, Encountering Lu, Tsubaki's Amazing Actions. There was no conversation overnight. The next day, Chenxing and Chun started their return journey. This time, the two did not rely on Chenxing's reincarnation eye mode to hurry on the way as they did when they came, but walked back at a normal speed. Wow, it's really great to team up with you. Chun sighed for the 30th time today in the connecting corridor of the Blue Cave in the Water Mystery City. As for the reason, she encountered a material birthplace. After sighing, this guy started collecting with swift hands and feet. A large area of metal ore was easily harvested by Chun into his backpack. This trip, not counting the magic stones you obtained, these materials alone are worth 400 to 500 million. Morning Star, you are really lucky. Please think more about the expedition. Chun came to Chenxing with a backpack on his back and said with a smile, and once again invited Chenxing to follow the Loki clan on the expedition. Just going down to the 41st floor has made such a big gain, so wouldn't the gain be greater if he went down to the deeper floors? Even if we have to share it equally with Loki's family, it will definitely be more than what we gained this time. Well, I will think about it carefully. Chenxing nodded and said. Please give me an answer within 3 days so that I can tell Loki's family. Chun nodded, and then came to the side of Chenxing's 687 and walked side by side with Chenxing. Along the way, the two encountered many monsters, but they were all solved by Chenxing's magic. The monsters in the water mystery are useless to Chenxing and Chun. It is best to kill them directly, otherwise it will only delay and waste time. When they walked halfway, Chenxing stopped slightly. What's wrong? Chun, who walked a few more steps because of Chenxing's pause, turned around and asked in confusion. Nothing. Chenxing shook his head and continued to walk. The two stood side by side again and left the passage. Not long after the two left, a green head emerged from the water in the dark river of the passage. It was the mermaid Mary. We met again. Just now he seemed to have noticed me again. I don't know how he noticed me. Fel said that Morningstar doesn't have as deep hatred for monsters as other adventurers, so let me test the attitude of this guy named Morningstar towards monsters, but how can I verify it? If this guy Morningstar hates monsters extremely, then I will die here, and I will die if I try it. What a trouble. Looking at the backs of Morningstar and Chun leaving, the mermaid Mary whispered in a low voice. Because half of her face was underwater, a lot of bubbles appeared on the surface of the water when Mary spoke. Morningstar didn't know Mary's thoughts. Morningstar and Chun moved at a normal pace and soon came to the 18th floor. Let's take a rest on the 18th floor tonight and go back tomorrow. Morningstar and Chun camped in the wild on the 18th floor, Chun said with her hands on her hips. Yeah. Morningstar had no objection to this. After several days of high-intensity fighting, Morningstar also wanted to take a break, so he agreed with Chun's opinion of walking back slowly. After setting up the camp, Chenxing was ready to prepare dinner, but was stopped by Chun. You have been cooking these days. Let me cook tonight. You go to rest. Hearing this, Chenxing was a little surprised, but still nodded. Then I'll leave this to you. I'll go out for a walk. Chenxing stood up and said to Chun, and then left the camp. After Chenxing left, Chun showed a mysterious look and took out a plant that looked a bit strange from her backpack. Hee, I didn't expect to encounter this kind of medicinal material in the tree maze. Look, sister, I will take the initiative today and make it a done deal. Chenxing didn't know the situation here, and after leaving the camp, he wandered around in the wild. To be honest, Chenxing has camped in the safe floor many times, but he has never wandered around in the wild on the safe floor. This is the first time. The situation on the safe floor is no different from that on the ground. What is on the ground, the safe floor basically has. I have to say that the underground city is really magical. It can actually create such a comfortable biosphere underground. However, thinking that the underground city is an existence equal to that of gods, Chenxing does not think it is incredible. Chenxing strolled around while enjoying the beautiful scenery. However, as he walked, Chenxing stopped and looked ahead in surprise. Through the dense vegetation and trees, Chenxing saw a figure standing quietly in front of a small king's bun. There were various broken weapons stuck on the small buns, and the figure standing in front of the small buns was wearing a cloak, with a pair of pointed elf ears, and green shoulder-length hair. Looking at this figure, Chenxing was slightly silent. I didn't expect to meet Lu here. The buns with broken weapons in front of Lu must be the graves that Lu set up for the Australia family in the underground city. Taking a step, Chenxing walked towards Tong with light steps. Lu was very alert, and Chenxing had no intention of hiding, so when Chenxing walked over, Lu immediately noticed it. Who? A harsh shout came over. Lu turned around suddenly, put his hand on the elf light at his waist, and looked ready to fight at any time. See you again, waitress. Chenxing kept walking forward, waving as he walked, and greeted with a smile. It's you. Lu was a little surprised to see that the person coming was Chenxing. As for why Chenxing could recognize him, Lu didn't think there was anything wrong. Although his face was covered with a cloth, anyone who had seen him would recognize his appearance. Lu didn't expect to meet Chenxing here. Are you here to remember your past companions? Chenxing nodded, then smiled and said. Yeah. Lu nodded, then turned around again, and continued to stare at the small mound in front of him quietly. Seeing this, Chenxing didn't continue to speak, but walked over and stood side by side with Lu, looking at the small mound in front of him. To be honest, Chenxing felt very sorry for the Australia family. If it weren't for the fact that they were calculated by the Rudra family and encountered the destroyer Zagnath, the Australia family would definitely have been among the ranks of large families now. Although it may not be comparable to the Ganesha family, it can at least rank fourth. The Hephaestus family and the Ishtar family are simply not comparable. After all, the Australia family at that time already had several V.47. If they hadn't died, they would have definitely upgraded to 4.5 in 5 years, and the remaining IV.3 would have definitely upgraded to 4.4, or even upgraded 2 levels to catch up with Lu and others. Even with Lu's qualifications, IV.6 is not impossible. After all, 5 years ago, he was already on the verge of upgrading. However, these are all in the past. What a pity. At this moment, Chenxing suddenly found that Lu's eyes shifted from the little earth bag to himself. Chenxing turned his head and looked over, and asked in confusion. "Why are you looking at me like this?" Seeing Lu looking at him but not speaking, Chenxing asked in confusion. "My name is Lu Liang." Looking at Chenxing, Lu said. Hearing this, Chenxing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lu to blow up his own name, which meant that Lu had directly told himself his identity. After all, Lu Liang is the name of Jifeng, and Jifeng is now wanted by the guild. Lu told me his name, which is not a good thing, and it is very disadvantageous to Lu. However, Lu told me his name, Chenxing can't just not respond. Chenxing. Chenxing nodded slightly and said his name. Then Chenxing quietly waited for Lu's reaction. After saying his full name, Chenxing didn't believe that Lu would have no thoughts. "I don't know why, when I first saw you, I felt that you had something very important to me. But I don't know what it is. Can you help me solve the puzzle?" Lu looked at Chenxing quietly without saying anything. It was not until Chenxing was about to ask that Lu spoke softly and slowly. Chenxing was stunned when he heard this. "What do you mean?" "I remember the first time I saw him was when he went out to look for Hestia late at night. At that time, I went to the hostess tavern of Fengyu to look for it, but I didn't find it. Did Lu have this feeling about me at that time? What's the reason? Especially this time, seeing Mr. Chenxing again, this feeling is even stronger. I just confirmed that Mr. Chenxing definitely has what I need." Lu's expression was very firm and serious, as if he was completely sure of this feeling without any doubt. Looking at Lu like this, Chenxing glanced at the small mound beside him and seemed to think of something. After hesitating for a moment, Chenxing did not give an answer, but spoke softly. "Take all these things back." After giving such an answer, Chenxing turned around and left here. Hearing this, Lu was slightly startled, his eyes shifted to the weapon stuck on the small earthen mound, and an incredible guess emerged in his heart. Could it be? Chenxing didn't know what Lu was thinking at this time. After leaving Lu, Chenxing returned to the camp. "Ah, Chenxing, you are back. The meal is just ready, come and try it." Seeing Chenxing coming back, Chun was overjoyed and waved to Chenxing. And Chenxing, looking at the pot hanging on the campfire, twitched slightly. "Chun, do you really like me so much?" Looking at Chun, Chenxing asked very seriously. "Really, sister, I like you, Chenxing brother." Seeing Chenxing like this, Chun was slightly stunned, and then said with a smile. "Okay, I'll fulfill your wish." Hearing this answer, Chenxing did not refuse any more, and appeared beside Chun in a flash. Niaoxing directly bent over and picked up Princess Chun. "Wait. Chenxing." Chun was confused by Chenxing's sudden action. "Isn't this what you want? I will satisfy you." Hey! Chapter 106, Hestia, who has figured it out, and Tsubaki, who is both inexperienced and playful, respond. Xiaoguang was protecting Hestia on her hair ornaments. Xiaoguang knew everything that happened around Hestia. Chenxing would be in the dungeon for about a week this time, so he would naturally ask Xiaoguang about Hestia's situation through the contract. The day before yesterday, Xiaoguang told Hestia what happened in the past few days. Chenxing also knew about Hephaestus's tricks, and actually persuaded Hestia to stop being jealous. Moreover, in the next 2 days, Hestia seemed to have figured something out, often muttering that it was wrong to have it all to herself, and that she would not interfere with Chenxing's affairs in the future. Even yesterday, it seemed that she had completely figured it out because of Hephaestus's persuasion, and decided not to interfere with Chenxing's life. She would not interfere with any woman who appeared around Chenxing. For Hestia, even if there were other women around Chenxing, it would only be a few decades. When Chenxing became a god, she would have plenty of time to get along with Chenxing. Moreover, as Hephaestus said, she couldn't really stop Chenxing from contacting other women. It was unrealistic. When she thought that Chenxing was so outstanding, he would definitely attract a large number of women to him. Even if she wanted to stop him, she was powerless. She was tired just thinking about it, so she might as well let him go. Of course, the most important thing was that Chenxing was very fierce, and her 26-year-old body with sealed divine power seemed unable to satisfy Chenxing. In this case, she would not stop Chenxing. Chenxing would not abandon her anyway. As long as I am not dead, you will be my concubines. This was what Hestia thought after she figured it out. And since Hestia didn't care, she didn't have to keep it up. To be honest, Chenxing liked many goddesses in the second dimension in his previous life, and often followed the netizens in the forum to shout such ridiculous words as goddesses. After knowing that he came to the world of Dicuo, Chenxing had this idea for a while, but it was suppressed later. Chenxing did not deny that he was a bit of a scumbag and liked many girls. Especially the anime Dicuo that Chenxing had been following in his previous life and liked very much. Chenxing liked the girls in it very much. This time when he reincarnated into this world, it was hard for Chenxing not to like it. Naturally, he hoped to have some contact with these girls, but he had been suppressing this idea because of Hestia. Now that Hestia doesn't care, Chenxing will not continue to be so arrogant. Moreover, Chun has become his woman, so he will feel more at ease. A sleepless night. The next morning, Chenxing and Chun set off early in the morning. However, this time Chenxing carried Chun on his back and started the return journey. Hee, little brother Chenxing, you are quite powerful. Completely beyond the information I have learned. Holding Chenxing's neck, Chun rested his chin on Chenxing's shoulder and said to Chenxing with a smile. Pa. Don't tease me, be careful, I will take you back to the 18th floor and execute you on the spot again. A slap fell, Chenxing warned. As soon as these words came out, Chun's expression froze, and a trace of fear flashed across her face. She was really afraid that Chenxing would do this. This guy is really powerful. Otherwise, with her IV.5 physique, she wouldn't have to carry Chenxing on her back on the way back. Instantly, Chun was recommended, buried her head in Chenxing's hair, and dared not talk nonsense anymore. But, Chenxing's hair smells so good, what shampoo did you use to wash it? Looking at the quiet Chun, Chenxing curled her lips. This guy, so green and playful. She looked like an old driver before, and I thought she was very experienced, but it turned out to be a rookie. And her combat power is very weak, not much stronger than Hestia. Carrying the quiet Chun on his back, Chenxing moved faster. Along the way, Chenxing met many adventurers. These adventurers were very excited when they saw Chenxing, and they came up to him very enthusiastically. Chenxing did not show a cold face to these enthusiastic adventurers, and talked to them in a gentle tone, but they did not talk for too long. The adventurers also knew that Chenxing was on his way back, so they did not entangle for too long. After a few words, they separated from Chenxing. Chenxing was not surprised at all that these adventurers were so reasonable. After all, the adventurers in this world are very rational, unlike those fans in the previous life. Carrying the stake, Chenxing quickly returned to the ground. When he came out of the Tower of Babel, Chenxing was surrounded by the adventurers who saw him as expected. These adventurers had seen what happened on the night of the gods' assembly a few days ago. They all worshipped Chenxing very much and almost regarded Chenxing as their life goal. It can be said that Chenxing is now well known in the entire Arario adventurer circle. After dealing with a wave of enthusiastic adventurers, Chenxing buried his head in his hair and walked towards the base camp of the Hephaestus family with Chun sleeping soundly. After arriving at the base camp of the Hephaestus family, Chenxing carried Chun directly to her room. After putting the sleeping Chun on the bed and covering her with a quilt, Chenxing took out the materials obtained from the dungeon, this time from the system space, and put them in the corner of Chun's room, then kissed Chun gently on the forehead and left the room. As for the materials, Chun will deal with them after waking up, and no one dares to run into Chun's room casually. Chenxing is not worried about the materials at all. Before leaving the Hephaestus Familia base camp, Morning Star went to say hello to Hephaestus and thanked her. This confused Hephaestus. Because she didn't seem to help Morning Star at all, why did Morning Star thank her? In response, Morning Star didn't answer, but just left a mysterious smile, then said goodbye and left the Hephaestus Familia, leaving Hephaestus alone sitting in the office in a daze, thinking. After leaving the Hephaestus Familia, Morning Star didn't go to the library immediately, but went to the guild headquarters to exchange the magic stones he harvested this time for Wallace. Because his strength had been exposed, Morning Star didn't have to go to the exchange to exchange like before, and exchanged all the magic stones at the guild headquarters. This harvest plus the last harvest, Morning Star exchanged magic stones worth 200 million Wallace. The members of the guild were not surprised at all, because they all knew the strength of Morning Star, and it was normal to get such a harvest. After exchanging for Valis, Morning Star found Aegina who was waiting on the side. In the small compartment of the guild, Morning Star and Aegina sat opposite each other. "It's great that you came back safely." Sitting in front of Morning Star, Aegina said with a smile. "I kept my promise again." Morning Star nodded with a smile, then put his hand on the table and rubbed his little finger at Aegina. Aegina was slightly stunned, then the expression on her face blossomed, and she stretched out her hand to hook it with Morning Star. "Ah, thank you very much for keeping your promise and coming back safely, Morning Star." Morning Star and Aegina did not communicate for too long, and Aegina let Morning Star leave. In Aegina's opinion, Morning Star had been in the dungeon for nearly a week, and must be exhausted, so she didn't want to occupy Morning Star's time for too long, and let Morning Star go back to rest early. However, is it my illusion? I feel that Morning Star is responding to me. Aegina murmured in a low voice as she watched Morning Star's back go away. In fact, Aegina's feeling was not wrong. Morning Star had long noticed Aegina's thoughts, but had not responded because of Hestia. But now, the 500 restraints on Morning Star have disappeared. Morning Star has opened Pandora's box and no longer restrains himself. Morning Star gave a subtle response to Aegina's vague love. It was already evening when he left the guild headquarters, and when Morning Star returned to the library, it was just getting dark. When Morning Star entered the library, Hestia was taking care of the library's closing matters. Morning Star, Hestia noticed it instantly when she stepped into the library. Morning Star. After turning around and seeing Morning Star, Hestia immediately took 2 steps at a time and ran towards Morning Star quickly, and then jumped into Chenxing's arms. "Ah, Hestia, I'm back." Morning Star reached out and gently stroked Hestia's hair, saying softly, "Morning Star, how have you been these days?" Hestia looked at Morning Star and asked with concern, raising her head from Morning Star's arms. "Well, I gained a lot, and I've upgraded again." Morning Star replied with a smile. Upgraded again? Well, I went to that guy to update it when I came back just now. Now I'm IV.3. That's great, congratulations to you, Morning Star." "Yeah, let's congratulate." Morning Star smiled and nodded, then leaned down directly. Looking at the face so close, Hestia's cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes revealed a hint of charm. Soon, the two separated. However, the next second, Morning Star hugged Hestia by the waist in a princess hug. Morning Star. It's just getting dark now. I missed you. Well, that's really irresistible. In that case, close the door first. Yes, it's already closed. That's fine, carry me in. Yes, my goddess. Chapter 107, Conversation, Consideration, and New Message in a Bottle. Dionysus, I felt that guy was a little weird when I was in heaven before. I didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply, and there was an adventurer of level 6 around him, and he even attacked you. What a pity, if you had come back earlier, I would have gone with you to secretly send this guy back to heaven. After hearing from Morning Star about Dionysus and that Morning Star was going to attack Dionysus, Hestia frowned and said viciously. When in heaven, Hestia noticed that something was wrong with Dionysus, but she didn't care at that time. But I didn't expect Dionysus to be so good at hiding after coming to the underworld, and there was an adventurer of level 6 hiding around him, and he even let this adventurer attack Morning Star, which made Hestia very angry. And when she heard that Morning Star was going to After asking her to help resist the divine power and force Dionysus back to heaven, Hestia had no intention of refusing. As for why Morning Star did not let Lucifer help, Hestia did not think too much. Hestia wished that Morning Star would rely on her more, because she seemed to have never helped Morning Star. However, it was a pity that Morning Star came back late. What do you mean? Morning Star was a little puzzled by Hestia's regret. Dionysus left Orario with the members of Dionysus's family 2 days ago. Now I don't know where he is. Hestia explained. Although she didn't care about what was going on outside, she had Hephaestus as her best friend. The news of a family leaving Orario had spread throughout Orario, and Dionysus had also had a conflict with Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star, so Hephaestus came to tell Hestia. Hearing this news, Morning Star frowned immediately. Good boy, let this guy run away. It seems that if you want to do anything to this guy, you can only wait for him to show his hand. Forget it, since he ran away, so let's do it. There is one more thing I want to discuss with you, Hestia. Shaking his head, Morning Star did not continue the topic of Dionysus, and prepared to talk about the expedition with Loki's family. What's the matter? Hestia leaned her head on Morning Star's shoulder and asked with a smile. My strength has reached a bottleneck. If I want to continue to improve my strength, I can only fight with powerful adventurers. Another way is to find monsters above IV.5 to fight. IV.5 monsters are after the 50th floor, so I need to go there. Morning Star nodded and expressed his thoughts. After the 50th floor, Dragon Pot. Hearing this, Hestia was shocked. Even though she didn't know much about the floor information of the dungeon, she knew that Dragon Pot was the main floor for Freya's family and Loki's family, and other families had no ability to get involved. Even the Ganesha family didn't dare to get involved in Dragon Pot too much. Now suddenly hearing that Morning Star was going to Dragon Pot, Hestia was shocked. You should know that Hephaestus's family is going on an expedition with Loki's family. Morning Star nodded and said. Yes, Hephaestus told me about this. Hestia nodded and replied. Tsubaki invited me to go with her. I think it would be safer to go with Loki. Seeing Hestia nod, Morning Star continued. Hearing that Morning Star was going to go with Loki's family, Hestia frowned instinctively. As for the reason, it was Loki without thinking. However, her brows relaxed after just a few seconds. Because Chenxing is right. The Dragon Pot is not as deep as the deep one, it is very dangerous, and Chenxing is absolutely uneasy to go alone. According to Chenxing, one of the ways he wants to continue to improve his strength is to go to the Y to adventure. In addition, he can fight with adventurers of equal strength, but this is unrealistic. You can't catch others to fight, right? Don't they have to do other things? And the only choice seems to be the top of Loki's family. As for Freya's family, don't even think about it. It's still related to Loki's family. She can't stop Chenxing from becoming stronger. She is still waiting for Chenxing to become a god, and live with her in the future. I understand, I won't stop you, be careful then. Hestia smiled and nodded at Chenxing after thinking it through. Yeah. By the way, how is Belle now? Morning Star nodded, and then asked about Belle's situation. Belle's ability values have reached S now, now all she needs is the great deeds. Speaking of Belle, Hestia immediately held her head high and proudly told Belle's situation. Although adventurers will not publish their ability values, it is definitely very rare to be able to raise all 5 ability values to S. Wait. Belle has awakened magic. Hearing Hestia say that Belle's 5 ability values have been raised to S, Morningstar suddenly thought of something and asked. Belle used someone else's magic book by mistake before. Speaking of this, Hestia was a little embarrassed. When she saw the blank magic book in Belle's hand, she felt like the sky was falling. Because any copy of this thing is worth more than 10 million, and it is the kind that is in short supply. Hestia's family can't afford to pay for it. So she simply heard that no one at the tavern where Belle took the magic book said that the magic book was lost, so she simply covered up the matter. Hearing this, Chenxing instantly remembered the situation in the original book. Could it be, Freya is targeting Belle now? Chenxing, don't worry, it's really okay. It's been several days. Belle goes to the tavern every day, and I haven't heard anyone say that the magic book is lost. Seeing Chenxing lost in thought, Hestia thought Chenxing was thinking about the magic book, and quickly spoke up. Ah, no, I didn't think about this. Let's just forget about it. Don't worry, no one will look for you. Morning Star came back to his senses after hearing this, and looked at Hestia's embarrassed look and said with a smile. Yeah. Besides that, Belle found a supporter, experienced some growth, and now the supporter lives with Belle. Hestia talked about everything that happened to Belle in the past few days. After listening, Morning Star immediately exclaimed, "Wow. It's really good." Belle's plot line has been forced back on track, almost exactly the same as in the original book. Belle got the magic book, found a supporter, and then found a contracted exclusive forger. The magic book was given by Freya as expected, and the supporter was Lily, who has completely become a true companion with Belle. As for the forger, it is the same as the guy Welf in Yang City in the original book, don't worry. Everything is on track. Now all that's missing is Oda to train a Minotaur for this guy to erase Belle's shadow of the Minotaur. Hey, Morning Star, this expedition will definitely take 10 days or half a month. Please stay with me more these days. Hestia suddenly said when Chenxing was sorting out the situation. Morning Star turned his head and looked over. Hestia spoke again. I can't accept the thought of not being able to see you for 10 days or half a month and not being able to chat with you. Please stay with me as much as possible these days. Looking at Morning Star, Hestia's eyes were slightly pleading. Well, I'll stay with you these days. Morning Star nodded, and stretched out his hand to gently stroke Hestia's hair. Yeah, that's good. Hestia nodded happily. And, although you can't see me, you can pass on information to me. Just when Hestia was happy, Morning Star spoke again. What do you mean? Hestia was stunned and looked at Chenxing in confusion. Chenxing did not answer, but summoned the little light hidden in Hestia's hair ornament with a thought. Chenxing thought about it and told Hestia about the little light. Hestia is now devoted to him, and the existence of the little light should be known to Hestia. This is. Hestia looked at the little light in a daze. She didn't expect that there was such a cute little guy hidden in her hair ornament. This is an elemental spirit I got. As for how I got it, it's a secret. Chenxing smiled and began to explain the situation of the little light. Xiaoguang and Xiaoan, one light and one dark, both elemental spirits have signed a contract with Chenxing, and they can communicate with Chenxing. Chenxing can communicate with Hestia through Xiaoguang. Even if he goes to the underground city for 10 days or half a month, Chenxing can communicate with Hestia through Xiaoguang. After hearing Morning Star's explanation, Hestia gradually widened her eyes, full of disbelief. After a long time, Hestia came back to her senses. Morning Star, you are so good. Hestia hugged Morning Star tightly, her head drilling in Morning Star's arms, and kept muttering. Hestia really didn't expect that Morning Star would actually send such a little elf with IV.6 combat power to guard her from the beginning. This is the combat power of IV.6. When Morning Star was sent to her, Morning Star didn't have this strength. I don't know how much help Xiaoguang's existence can bring to Morning Star, but Morning Star didn't do this, but let Xiaoguang stay with her. This is completely putting her own safety above his safety. Thinking of this, Hestia's heart is about to melt. By the way, if Morning Star hadn't kept Xiaoguang on himself, wouldn't he have been attacked by Dionysus's followers? Thinking of this, Hestia's happy heart suddenly stagnated, and a trace of guilt rose, and she held Morning Star's hands tighter. What's wrong? Feeling Hestia's reaction, Morning Star asked with concern. Morning Star, if you get any powerful trump cards in the future, just use them yourself, don't use them on me. This time on the expedition, you will take Xiaoguang with you. Hestia raised her head and said. Hestia didn't mean to ask why Morning Star had such a cute and powerful elf like Xiaoguang, she was more concerned about this. Ah, you are worried about this. My current strength is stronger than Xiaoguang, it's better for Xiaoguang to stay by your side. Also, I recently got another elemental elf, Xiaoan. Morning Star smiled and summoned Xiaoan Yi. The two elves waved and greeted each other after meeting each other. Hestia was stunned. Then her expression calmed down. Okay, then Xiaoguang will stay with me. Hestia did not force Chenxing to take Xiaoguang with her. She smiled and said, and then buried her head in Chenxing's arms again. You must accompany me well from tomorrow, Chenxing. Yeah, don't worry, I will accompany you well in the next few days. Chenxing touched Hestia's hair and murmured in a low voice. Soon, Hestia, who was already very tired, fell asleep in Chenxing's arms. Chenxing gently patted Hestia's back, but another thing sounded in his heart. Lu's matter. At first, Chenxing didn't know why Lu felt that there was something very important to her on her body. But after seeing the tomb of Estria's family, Chenxing seemed to understand something. The only thing on her body that was very important to Lu was the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. Perhaps even Lu herself does not know what it is like to feel that she has something very important to her. Lu has always been remembering the members of the Australia clan, and has always missed the Australia clan of the past. For Lu, if the Australia clan can be revived, it is definitely the most important thing. Therefore, Lu, who has the Holy Grail of the Netherworld, feels that she is very important. As for why Lu has this feeling, Chenxing is not sure, and according to Lu, it seems that she felt it when she first saw him, but at that time she did not have the Holy Grail of the Netherworld, and she does not know the reason. It is probably because of something special about the grace of God on her. After all, in the original work, Lu is the only one who has a double-level jump. However, resurrecting the dead is not a trivial matter. Moreover, Lu has no relatives or friends with him, and even if he is willing to help others, it is too big for Xia to live with the dead. He should consider it carefully. However, to be honest, when I watched anime in my previous life, Chenxing felt sorry for what happened to Australia's family. Now that I have come to this world, if it does not cause trouble to me, Chenxing does not mind resurrecting some of these people, which can be regarded as realizing the regret in my heart. Don't tell me that you don't feel sorry for the annihilation of Australia. After all, Chenxing is a Taoist, and if there is no trouble, Chenxing will do what he wants. Even if there is trouble, Chenxing wants to eliminate the trouble before taking action. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Fengxing's mind. Ding! You have a new drift bottle, please check it. Morning Star. Check it, open it. Ding! The drift bottle has been opened, congratulations to the host for obtaining the world contract. World contract, sign a contract with the world, the content is determined by the host, and the signer will subconsciously abide by the content of the contract. Morning Star. Good luck. Chapter 108, World Contract, Demeter, Lily. Looking at the ability he had acquired this time, Chenxing widened his eyes, and then he carefully understood it. Soon Chenxing understood the so-called world contract. It is somewhat similar to the world's grace, both of which are based on the world. You can make a contract, and the content of the contract is determined by yourself. As long as the strength of the person is not greater than that of Chenxing, Chenxing can force him to sign the contract. After signing the contract, the signer will act in accordance with the content of the contract under the subtle influence of the power of the world. However, the signing of the world contract consumes a lot of magic power. As for how much magic power is consumed, it depends on the content of the contract. The more excessive the content, the more magic power is consumed, and the stronger the person who signs the contract, the more magic power is consumed. Looking at this newly acquired ability, Chenxing's eyes twitched suddenly, and he felt that he could say, "I don't eat beef," in Orario. Damn, this ability is really terrifying. In Orario now, except for the gods, the fierce Oda and Fire Wheezy, who is stronger than himself. In other words, he can force everyone in Orario to act according to his will and do whatever he wants. Even more terrifying than Freya's charm. Freya's charm at least only changes a person's cognition. But the world contract can directly change a person's behavior and control a person to do things. However, Chenxing is just thinking about it. Chenxing will not use this ability indiscriminately. Chenxing's ideological education in his previous life will not let Chenxing do such things. It can be used when encountering some special things. For example, if some of your secrets that cannot be known to others are leaked, and the person who knows the secret is weaker than you, then you can use the world contract to prevent it from being leaked. Of course, if you really encounter a last resort, Chenxing doesn't mind doing whatever he wants. In the case of Lu, you can use the world contract. Chenxing's Ghost World Holy Grail can completely resurrect the members of Australia's family. The only trouble is the chain reaction after resurrection. But with the world contract, you can make a contract with them after resurrecting them so that they will not leak the fact that you resurrected them. As for the questions from the gods that need to be faced later, these will be left to Lu and the others to deal with. It has nothing to do with me. Let them revive outside Orario directly, let them find Australia, and let Australia worry about it. However, although there is a world contract, Chenxing is not ready to do it. He decided to think about it for a while. It is not good to act rashly, think about what will happen after doing this. After thinking about it, Chenxing came back to his senses, looked at Hestia who was sleeping soundly, stretched out his hands to hug her, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Chenxing was awakened by Hestia early in the morning. It's too early. Rubbing his eyes, Chenxing looked at Hestia who was fiddling with her clothes in front of the French window and preparing to choose a set of clothes to wear out, and said speechlessly, "You only have a few days to accompany me, I don't want to waste it." Hestia said with a smile while trying on clothes. "Okay." Chenxing heard this and didn't say much. He got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. When Chenxing finished washing up, Hestia had already changed into a new set. A white shirt and hot pants, she looks like a beautiful young girl, full of youthful vitality. "Let's go." Walking to Morning Star's side, Hestia took her arm and said with a smile, "Del." The two left the library directly and started to stroll around Orario. A whole day of events, Morning Star accompanied Hestia to stroll around the entire Orario 8th Street. The two strolled around the 8th Street, clothes and jewelry, as long as it was something a woman could use. Morning Star waved his hand and bought it all. Morning Star is now worth hundreds of millions, and she doesn't use it much. Except for equipment and potions, Morning Star didn't use Wallace. So many Wallace don't need to be used on his woman, why keep them, will they get moldy? The two people's shopping attracted the attention of some adventurers. After all, Morning Star is now very famous in Orario. But Morning Star didn't care about it, because these adventurers are very sensible. Ah, so comfortable. I didn't expect shopping to be so comfortable. Under the setting sun, Hestia stretched her waist with a lazy look on her face. It was the first time she felt comfortable shopping. She used to stay in the library to read books. But it's because I'm with Chenxing that I feel comfortable. Hestia glanced at Chenxing, who was following slowly with his hands in his pockets, and chuckled in her heart. Well, maybe it's because I can buy things at will. After chuckled, Hestia thought of another point. She spent the whole day shopping everywhere today, and gave everything she bought to Chenxing. The reason why Chenxing has nothing in his hands now is entirely because Chenxing put all these things into his space magic. And at this moment, he suddenly found a familiar figure in front of him. Demeter. Hestia, who saw the acquaintance, trotted forward and waved and shouted. Perhaps hearing Hestia's shout, the figure in front turned around. Long curly honey-colored hair, delicate and beautiful face, gentle expression, wearing a pink dress, and a figure even better than Hestia. This is Demeter, the main god of the largest agricultural family in Orario. Seeing the person in front of him, Chenxing was a little surprised. I didn't expect to meet Demeter here. Before, Chenxing was thinking of using Demeter to create an opportunity for himself to beat Dionysus. Now that Dionysus has led into the darkness, I don't know what will happen to Demeter, this special family. After all, it is a family that can enter and leave Orario at will, and Dionysus will never let it go. At this time, Hestia has already communicated with Demeter. Demeter took the time to look at Chenxing, nodded slightly to Chenxing, and then continued to communicate with Hestia. Chenxing did not step forward to interrupt, and quietly followed behind the two. The two did not talk for too long, just 10 minutes, and then Demeter said goodbye to Hestia and left. There is something wrong with Demeter, and there is a look of sadness between his brows. Looking at Demeter's back as he left, Hestia frowned and said, Hearing this, Chenxing, who had just walked over, was slightly stunned. Demeter's brow was full of sorrow. Because he didn't want to disturb the communication between Hestia and Demeter, Chenxing didn't get close, so he didn't notice this. Now hearing Hestia say this, Chenxing thought of something. Has Dionysus already taken action against Demeter's family? If that's the case, Shaoan, follow Demeter. Chenxing summoned Shaoan silently, and then told Shaoan to follow Demeter. Shaoan quickly obeyed the order, and under the cover of the sunset and the sky that was about to enter the night, he used dark magic and quietly sank into the jewelry on Demeter's neck. It would be great if Dionysus could be found through Demeter. When Chenxing and Hestia returned to the library, they saw Belle waiting in front of the library, and a little human girl carrying a huge backpack. It was Lily without thinking. "Morning, Lord Morningstar, hello, I am Lily Luca Erd." After seeing Morningstar, Lily hurriedly half-bowed to Morningstar and said stutteringly. If it weren't for the huge backpack, Morningstar estimated that this guy would directly bow to her at a 90-degree angle. "Hello, Lily, I'm Morningstar." Morningstar nodded and greeted with a smile. Seeing Morningstar's attitude, Lily was relieved immediately. To be honest, after learning about Morningstar's existence from Belle, Lily was very worried. After all, what she did was not a good thing. Belle could put aside the past, but it didn't mean that others would treat her well after knowing it. Now looking at Morningstar's attitude, it should be that he didn't care about the things he had done. This made her feel relieved. She knew about Morningstar, and she didn't want to be hated by such a powerful adventurer as Morningstar. "I told you that Morningstar won't hate you, see?" Hestia on the side looked at Lily and said with a smile. "Yes, Lily, Mr. Morningstar is very gentle and kind." Belle on the side added. "Yeah." Lily nodded repeatedly. However, at this moment, Lily suddenly felt a warm hand on her head, which made Lily stunned. "It's hard, it won't be so hard in the future. If the people of the Soma clan cause trouble for you, you can come to me directly, I will support you." Gently stroking Lily's hair, Morningstar said softly. To be honest, Morningstar felt sorry for Lily's experience. Born in the trash family of Sumo, her parents died early, she grew up alone, had no food to eat, and was bullied by members of her own family and people from other families. Even so, Lily did not give up hope of life, and grew up stumbling, and even wanted to leave the Sumo family through her own efforts. Although the direction of this effort was not good, it was not Lily's fault. The adventurers Lily met were all trash adventurers, who did not regard the supporters as human beings at all, and they deserved to be cheated by Lily. If Lily met a more normal adventurer, Belle would probably not have been in trouble, and she would have been healed. After all, Lily is quite lacking in love. Moreover, Chenxing also hates the Soma clan, not only the members of the Soma clan but also the main god, Sumo Chenxing. Hearing Chenxing's words and feeling the warm touch on her head, Lily didn't know why. The grievances that had been hidden in her heart could no longer be hidden at this moment, and turned into tears and gathered in her eyes, and then it burst out like a flood, and she threw herself into Chenxing's arms and cried. Lily's sudden action made Chenxing slightly stunned. After reacting, Chenxing didn't say much, but just stretched out his hand and gently slapped Lily's back. Hestia and Belle didn't say much after seeing this scene, because they both knew Lily's situation and felt pity for her past. I don't know if it was because she vented her inner grievances, Lily cried and fell asleep in Chenxing's arms. This scene made Chenxing and the other two a little surprised. Then, Chenxing picked up Lily and entered the library. Belle is here to renew her grace. After seeing Chenxing carry Lily in, Hestia looked at Belle and smiled at her. "Yes, Lord God, please renew my grace." Belle nodded repeatedly and replied. "Yes, follow me." Hestia nodded, and then entered the library, and Belle hurriedly followed. Hestia took Belle to her room and began to renew Belle's grace. As for Chenxing, he carried Lily to a room, put her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and then left the room. When passing by Hestia's room, Chenxing saw the light from the crack of the door. He knew that Hestia was renewing the favor for Belle, so he didn't disturb her and went straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner. When Chenxing prepared dinner, Hestia had already renewed the favor for Belle, and the two were waiting for dinner in the outer room of the kitchen. As for Lily, she was still sleeping. The three of them had a delicious dinner, and then Hestia took Belle aside to talk quietly, asking about Belle's situation today. Chenxing still didn't disturb them and returned to his room. On the other side, while Chenxing, Hestia, and Belle were having dinner, on the other side, outside of Orario, in a mountain, in a dark cave, the figure of Demeter slowly walked in here. In the cave, the figure of Fel Weiss stood there quietly. "I will do as you tell me, and please don't hurt my children." Looking at Fel Weiss, Demeter's eyes were full of pain, and he murmured softly. All of this was recorded by Shaoan, the contracted elf of Chenxing. When Chenxing finished his meal and returned to his room, he immediately received Xiaoan's contact. As expected, Dionysus has begun to threaten Demeter's family. However, this guy did not appear, only Fel Weiss was in contact with Demeter. How cunning. Should Xiaoan find a way to possess Fel Weiss's hair accessories? No, forget it. Fel Weiss is different from Demeter. With Fel Weiss's strength, this guy will notice Xiaoan as soon as he appears. Let Xiaoan continue to lurk around Demeter, so that he can know the extent of Demeter's plan in real time. After receiving Xiaoan's message, Chenxing touched his chin and thought silently for a moment, and then made a decision. Chapter 109, The Expedition Begins, Fighting Oda. I don't know if it's because of what Chenxing said to Lily yesterday. Lily seemed a little different after waking up the next day. She seemed to be very dependent on Chenxing, which was something Chenxing didn't expect. But Chenxing didn't care. If she was dependent on him, she would be dependent on him. If she could make Lily feel better, then Chenxing had no objection. Anyway, he wouldn't lose a hair. Early in the morning, Chenxing first went to the Hephaestus family and told Chun that he agreed to go on an expedition with the Loki family. He asked Chun to discuss it with the Loki family, and then returned to the library to read with Hestia. Because they had been shopping all day yesterday, Hestia didn't choose to go shopping again, but asked Chenxing to accompany her to read books together. The two flipped through different books and discussed the contents of the books they read. It seemed like they had returned to the time before Chenxing became an adventurer. Before Morningstar became an adventurer, Hestia would discuss like this every time she came to the library to read. The atmosphere was quite leisurely. It would be even better if we ignored the adventurers who passed by from time to time or entered the library to read books but secretly observed Morningstar. Morningstar knew why these adventurers did this. It was because they wanted to join the Lucifer family he created. Some adventurers approached Morningstar to express their intentions, but Morningstar evaded them all. Chenxing said that he could not make the decision and asked them to find Lucifer themselves. After being asked annoyed, Chenxing simply put up a sign at the door, asking these adventurers not to bother him and to find it themselves. After seeing the sign put up by Chenxing, the adventurers who wanted to join the Lucifer clan really stopped bothering Chenxing. After all, if they really annoyed Chenxing, once Chenxing got angry, they could not withstand the anger of IV.6 Chenxing. However, although they did not annoy Chenxing, these adventurers did not give up. Some adventurers often passed by the library and observed Chenxing, while others ran into the library to read books, as if they wanted to wait and see if they could meet Lucifer and observe Chenxing by the way. For these, Chenxing was embarrassed. After all, the library is open for people to read books, and they didn't do anything out of line. More importantly, Morningstar really didn't care about the eyes of these people. If they wanted to read, they could read. It wouldn't cost them anything. In the next 3 days, Morningstar was with Hestia, and occasionally he would teach Lily, who was pestering him, some fighting skills. The Loki familia also received Chun's notice. As for Morningstar's joining the expedition, Finn and others were very happy. They agreed directly without any discussion. 3 days passed in a flash. Time came to the day when the Loki familia began the expedition. Early in the morning, Morningstar followed Hestia to the base camp of the Hephaestus familia. Hey, Morningstar, you're here. Hestia, long time no see. Hephaestus's family, many senior forgers have gathered. Chun waved and greeted Chenxing and Hestia after seeing them. However, Chenxing could see a hint of embarrassment from Chun's seriousness. This embarrassment was due to the verification, but Hestia didn't notice it. As for why it was embarrassing, Chenxing knew it very well and didn't reveal it. Ah, long time no see, Chun, why didn't you come to our place with Hephaestus to eat these days? Hestia waved her hand in response. Zhou was confused. These days, Hephaestus would come to eat every mealtime, but this guy didn't. Ah. Tsubaki touched the back of her head awkwardly, didn't answer, and laughed it off. Seeing this, Hestia didn't ask any more questions, and turned to Hephaestus. Morningstar and Tsubaki didn't stay here for long. They chatted with Hephaestus and Hestia for a few words, and then set off with the large group of Hephaestus's family. It's really incredible. Morningstar has only been an adventurer for less than 2 months, and he is about to start attacking the dragon pot. Standing on the street, looking at the large group going away, Hephaestus was full of emotion. Well, it's really incredible. But, hee, Morning Star is mine. Hestia nodded and agreed. Have you forgotten what I said? Hearing Hestia's words, Hephaestus shook her head helplessly. No, I'm not stopping other girls from approaching Morning Star now. Hestia smiled and shook her head. On the other side, after leaving the Hephaestus clan base camp, Morning Star and others soon came to the Babel Tower Square. At this time, the people of Loki's clan have gathered here. AC and others are already there. After seeing Morning Star coming, AC and others came directly over. Hey, brother Morning Star, long time no see. Diana is still as lively as ever, and is the first to say hello. Morning Star, long time no see. Tioni also followed to say hello, but compared to the past, this time Tioni did not call brother Morning Star as before, which made Morning Star slightly narrow his eyes, but did not say anything. Morning Star, long time no see. AC's voice is still faint, after all, it's 3 or 5. Mr. Morning Star, long time no see. This is Lafia. Then, Finn and the others came over. Morning Star greeted the 3 people, and then Finn began to swear the expedition oath. After some encouragement, everyone started to move. Chun led the senior forgers of the Hephaestus family and followed Grace and others into the dungeon first. As for Morning Star, he did not join them. Because Dion strongly requested Morning Star to act with them. Chun didn't say anything after knowing this, but just glanced meaningfully at Chenxing and Dion. Then he took the senior forger and followed Grace into the dungeon. After the large army led by Grace had left, half an hour later, Chenxing and others followed. Chenxing didn't know the meaning of doing this, and didn't ask. Anyway, Finn would arrange it. Morning Star, I haven't come to see you for a while. What have you been doing recently? In the dim passage, everyone was marching and chatting. Dion asked Chenxing. Because the expedition was about to start these days, the clan was busy, and even the few idle people like them were assigned tasks, so when they knew that Chenxing came back from the dungeon, they didn't go find Morning Star when you have time. She was curious about what Morning Star was doing these days. As soon as this was said, the other people pricked up their ears. Because they were also curious. Whether it was Ace, Tioni, or Lafia, or even Lavilia and Finn, the top leaders of the Loki clan were very concerned about any information about Morning Star. Because Finn and the others had not given up the intention of recruiting Morning Star. At least Loki often clamored for Lucifer in the clan and negotiated with Lucifer, but Lucifer was nowhere to be seen and no one knew how the Lord God hid. I didn't do anything. I have been resting these days since I came back. Except for the first day when I went shopping, I spent the rest of the time reading in the library. Morning Star explained with a smile. He didn't do anything these days. If there was any action, it would be to monitor the situation over there with Demeter. It's a pity that he didn't get any useful information in these days. Hey yeah, is that so? It's been quite lively here these days, especially Tioni, this guy seems to have become a different person. Tiona. Ah, spare me, I won't say anything to you. What happened to Tioni? Chenxing wants to know. Then I'll tell you later. Well, forget it. The group chatted while marching and soon crossed several floors. When they arrived at the 8th floor, they found that something was wrong. Because in front of them, adventurers from an unknown family were running hard at this time, as if there was a flood and beast behind them. When these adventurers ran to the front, Finn stopped them directly and asked about the situation. We encountered the Minotaur. In response to Finn's inquiry, the leader of the adventurers answered. Hearing this answer, Chenxing had no time to listen to the rest, and rushed out immediately. Because Belle's situation was back on track, Chenxing has been worried about whether Belle would encounter the Minotaur these days. Even the light elf Xiaoguang Chenxing was sent to Belle's side. As for Hestia, this I have been accompanying her for a few days, so I don't have to worry. However, Belle didn't meet the Minotaur for several days in a row, and Morning Star thought that Freya didn't do what was in the original book. But now it seems that it's not the case, it's just that the timing is not right. Please give me flowers. The current situation is almost exactly the same as in the original book. Although Belle in the original book successfully defeated the Minotaur, she was also seriously injured. This is not the original book, who knows if there will be any problems. Belle is Hestia's only family after all, and Lily, who often sticks to her these days, is also with Belle. Naturally, Morningstar can't just sit back and watch. "Wait, brother Morningstar." Seeing Morningstar rushing out, Diana was a little surprised and shouted loudly, but Morningstar did not respond and continued to move forward. "Let's follow him too," Tioni said, and then quickly ran in the direction where Morningstar left. Seeing this, UAO and AIC followed. In a flash, only Finn, Lavilia, and Lafia were left. "Finn, I'll follow with Lafia, you follow as soon as possible," Lavilia said to Finn, and then followed with Lafia. On the other side, Morningstar, who was moving at the fastest speed, soon arrived at the 9th floor. However, not long after arriving at the 9th floor, Morningstar encountered a person. "Ota. You want to stop me?" Looking at the tall man standing in front of him, who was more than 2 meters tall, Morningstar frowned slightly. "I didn't have the chance to fight with you before, and now I want to fight with you." Ota nodded lightly, and then drew the black giant sword from his back. Seeing this, Chenxing was a little speechless, and drew out the long sword named Hestia's sword from his waist. "Oh. Looking at this guy's determined look, if he doesn't fight with him, this guy will not let him go. Coincidentally, I also want to try how strong my current melee combat is." Buzz. In a flash, Chenxing entered the reincarnation eye mode and super death mode, and the ring on his finger began to flash the flame of the sky. "That's it. Let's get started." Seeing Chenxing's appearance, Ota was very satisfied. Chenxing was like this when he fought with Alan before. Ota knew that this was Chenxing's full strength. "My strength has become stronger again, you'd better not underestimate the enemy," Chenxing kindly reminded him, and then his figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Ota. This speed, even Ota was shocked. He didn't expect Chenxing's speed to be so fast, he almost missed it. Although he was surprised, his fighting instinct made Ota quickly raise the giant sword in his hand to block the slash from Morningstar. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the passage and spread far and wide. Ota's feet sank slightly into the ground, and his eyes were full of surprise as he looked at Morningstar through the giant sword. "That's right, M.7. This is the power of IV.7. Looking at Morningstar in front of him, Ota couldn't help but read it out. "Oh. Officially certified, it seems that my current strength has indeed reached IV.7. Hearing Ota's words, Morningstar's eyes suddenly lit up. It was just a guess before, but it was not confirmed. And now, Ota, who is IV.7, personally certified Morningstar. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. How could Lady Freya want you so much?" Ota's eyes gradually calmed down, and he said lightly. The next second, Ota's hands turned into afterimages. Morningstar did the same. The two of them used their strongest strength and launched the most intense confrontation. Bang! 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 The violent collision sound continued to echo in the passage. Not far away, AC and others had already caught up. When Tioni saw that Morningstar was actually fighting with Ota at this time, she was immediately furious. "What are you doing?" Tioni shouted angrily, and was about to rush up to intervene in this battle. But she was stopped by Morningstar in the battle. "Tioni, AC, Tiona, go over and take a look first. I suspect that it was Belle who encountered the Minotaur. You help me watch her." As soon as these words came out, Tioni, who was charging, suddenly stopped. Frowning slightly at Morningstar, Tioni nodded, then passed Morningstar and Ota and ran forward. Ace and Tiona also took a look at the battle and followed. Not long after, Lavilia and Lafia also came here. Advertisement. Chapter 110, Another Shock, an Anticipated Battle. Ota. Seeing the tall figure fighting with Morningstar, Lavilia frowned unconsciously. A few days ago, the Freya clan had a fight with their Loki clan because of Morningstar, and it ended in nothing. Why did they meet the Freya clan here again today? Is the goddess Freya unwilling to give up? It's amazing, Mr. Morningstar's fight with the fierce men is evenly matched. Compared to Lavilia thinking about the positions of the two major clans, Lafia was attracted by the fight between Morningstar and Ota. She is not a melee adventurer, and her eyesight cannot be compared with that of melee adventurers. I don't know if the two have used their full calendar. But Lafia can see that the two are fighting evenly now. After hearing Lafia's words, Lavilia paid attention to the fight between the two. Although Lavilia is not a melee adventurer, she has decades more experience than Lafia, so her eyesight is naturally very high, and she saw it at first sight. The battle between Morning Star and Oda was not evenly matched, but Morning Star was slightly at a disadvantage. Oda's strength was much stronger than Morning Star's, but Morning Star relied on his powerful fighting skills to force the battle between the two to a point where he was only slightly at a disadvantage. For a moment, Lavilia was once again shocked by Morning Star's terrifying growth rate. A few days ago, he was only at IV.6, but after a few days, Morning Star's fighting power was improved again. In terms of strength alone, he was already IV.7. Coupled with his powerful fighting skills, he could fight against Oda, a fierce warrior. Although he didn't want to admit it, Oda was indeed a unique existence in Orario. No one in Orario could not be suppressed by Oda when fighting against Oda alone. 677, even their Loki clan, when preparing to go to war with Freya clan, the tactics against Oda were just to contain him. That's right, in the previous battle, Lavilia and the others never thought that Grace and she could defeat Oda together. The two were only responsible for restraining Oda, and then waited for Finn and others to defeat other members of Freya's family to come to support. And even if Tioni came to help, two LV6 melee adventurers plus her IV.6 magician could not take down Oda. But now, right in front of her, she saw an existence that could be evenly matched with Oda. In an instant, Lavilia's mind rang with the words of Lucifer, the main god of Morning Star, which Loki had told them a few days ago. Morning Star is the one with the greatest potential I have seen since I came to the world. Morning Star's potential is definitely more terrifying than those people 1,000 years ago. These were the original words of the main god Lucifer that Loki conveyed at the time. Lavilia agreed with this very much, especially now, after seeing that Morning Star had become stronger again in just a few days. Lavilia agreed with this even more. Even the heroes of 1,000 years ago grew up after many years of training under the company of the great immortal spirit. And Morning Star, it took only less than 2 months for Morning Star to grow to the point where he could compete with the strongest adventurer in the city. What a remarkable compatriot has appeared. I guess Morning Star has become the object of worship for many compatriots now. Thinking of this, Lavilia looked at Lafia, who was watching the battle with sparkling eyes. And at this time, Finn, who was a step behind, also rushed here. After seeing Morning Star fighting with Oda, Finn was stunned. Obviously Finn was also shocked by the scene in front of him. It's amazing, isn't it? Morning Star has brought us such a shocking scene again. Lavilia, who was standing by, couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Finn's look. Ah, it's incredible. It's only been a few days, and he's completely surpassed. Facing Lavilia's words, Finn smiled bitterly. Anyone who has worked hard for decades, but was surpassed by others in 2 months, will have a problem with his mentality. Even Finn is no exception. However, Finn's mentality is better, and he just smiled bitterly. However, in this situation, it's really a case of comparing goods and throwing them away, and comparing people makes people angry. On the other side, after passing Morning Star and Oda, AC and the other two quickly began to look for the traces of the Minotaur. After asking several fleeing adventurers, the three soon met Lily, who ran out to ask for help. "Adventurer, please save Bell Tooth and Lord Welf." Lily, with blood all over her face, grabbed AC's hand tightly and begged. Lily's injury looked very serious. It was very rare for her to run so far to ask for help. After passing her call for help to AC and the other two, she fainted. Without any hesitation, AC and Dion rushed out directly, and Diana picked up Lily. Not long after, Morning Star and Lavilia, Finn and Lafia arrived here. As for the fight between Morning Star and Oda, the fight between the two did not last too long. A few minutes after Finn arrived there, Oda stopped fighting with Morning Star and left. Before leaving, Oda looked at Morning Star deeply, and then left without saying a word. Although the fight with Oda made Morning Star's grace continue to heat up, Morning Star did not entangle. Together with Lavilia and the other three, he quickly rushed here. Lily. When he got here, Morning Star saw Lily lying in Diana's arms. "You are here. The child is seriously injured. Lavilia, Lafia, please help treat him." Seeing Chenxing and others coming, Diana immediately asked Lavilia and Lafia for help. Lafia. Seeing Lily's face covered with blood and unconscious in Diana's arms, Lavilia opened her mouth and ordered Lafia to treat her. However, before she finished speaking, a white light appeared in Chenxing's hand. The white light spread from Chenxing's hand and directly covered Lily's whole body. Healing magic. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Chenxing to have healing light magic. It only took 2 seconds for Lily's injuries to be completely healed. So fast, so amazing. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely surprised, and Diana blurted out, "Lord Chenxing." As soon as Lily opened her eyes, she saw Chenxing and shouted excitedly, "Lily, show me the way." Chenxing didn't say anything, and took Lily from Diana's arms and said, "Ah, it's Lord Chenxing, this way." Chenxing suddenly picked her up like a princess. Before Lily could be shy, she heard Chenxing's words. She immediately remembered Belle and Welf, who were still fighting the Minotaur. She didn't care about being shy and quickly acted as a guide. The group ran quickly. On the other side, AC and others quickly found the place where the Minotaur, Belle and Welf were. At this time, Belle and Welf were being beaten by the Minotaur. Even though Welf joined Belle's team in advance this time and helped her, Belle was still beaten by the Minotaur. Because of what happened when she just became an adventurer, Belle now has a very strong shadow of the Minotaur in her heart, which makes Belle unable to exert her own strength. However, even so, Belle was still trying hard, not running away, but getting up again and again after being knocked away, and continued to attack the Minotaur. Belle knew very well that if she didn't defeat the Minotaur in front of her with her own hands, the fear in her heart would be infinitely magnified in the future, which would be very unfavorable for her adventure. So, when S and Dion arrived and wanted to help, Belle stopped them immediately. "Please don't do it, Miss S, Miss Dion." Belle often went to the Twilight Pavilion to find Angie, and had seen S and Dion, and recognized their identities. Hearing this, S and Dion, who were just about to take action, were stunned. "I want to defeat her alone." After seeing S and Dion stop and not take action, Belle, who had just gotten up, was relieved and said in a serious tone. Hearing this, S and Dion looked at each other, then nodded and did not take action. The two of them are here, and if anything goes wrong, they can intervene at any time. Since Belle wants to defeat the Minotaur alone, then they should follow Belle's wish. According to Angel, Belle seems to have grown up very fast. When Belle was talking to AC and Tioni, the Minotaur did not take action, as if he was afraid of AC and Tioni. "Welf, leave this to me." Seeing the appearance of the Minotaur, Belle took a deep breath, glanced at Welf opposite, and shouted to Welf. Welf frowned slightly, glanced at AC and Tioni standing not far away, nodded, put away the giant sword, and staggered towards where AC and Tioni were with his injured body. "You're seriously injured. But you didn't abandon Belle, you're a real man." Looking at Welf walking towards him with twisted steps, Tioni praised him. "I'm honored to be praised by the angry snake," Welf said with a twitch of his mouth, but it seemed that the injury on his face was pulled, and Welf took a breath of cold air instantly. Then he sat down and took out a bottle of potion from his pocket and drank it. He had no time to drink the potion in the battle just now, but now he has time to drink the potion. He has been injured so badly, why not drink the potion on his body? It will get moldy. After Welf left the battlefield, Belle took a deep breath again and calmed down the fear in her heart. The next second, Belle rushed out with a roar and fought with the Minotaur. It seems that because of the decision made in her heart, Belle no longer seems to be afraid of the Minotaur, and the movement of her feet is much smoother. AC and Dion, who were watching the battle, were a little surprised. They all saw that Belle's ability value was very high in IV.1. Even they did not have such a strong physical fitness as Belle in IV.1. This speed, strength, and ability to withstand blows seemed to have completely exceeded the IV.1 level. Could it be? After seeing Belle's situation clearly, AC and Dion both had an idea in their hearts and looked at each other. If nothing unexpected happened, Belle might be an adventurer who could fight across levels like Morning Star. As time passed, the battle between Belle and Minotaur became more and more intense. Both Belle and Minotaur had many injuries on their bodies. However, the injuries on the one person and the monster not only did not slow down their fighting movements, but made them more and more intense. Both sides seemed to be desperate and risked everything. At this time, Chenxing and his companions finally arrived here. Chenxing, you are here. After seeing Chenxing's arrival, Tioni shouted excitedly. Yeah. Chenxing nodded and responded. Others were speechless when they saw Tioni's appearance. Good guy, Tioni has completely walked out of Fin's side and has found a new target. However, everyone was speechless and surrounded Tioni. It is a good thing that Tioni has completely walked out, and it is not a good thing to bury herself in Fin's body, which will not produce any results. Little Lizzie, I didn't expect you to bring so many helpers. Welf on the side pulled the sleeve of Lily, who had already come down from Chenxing's arms, swallowed his saliva, and then said softly. He knew that Lily went to ask for help, but he didn't expect Lily to bring so many first-level adventurers at once. Number 100, Lord Chenxing is the benefactor of Belle's beating. Qianlan nodded repeatedly. Welf was a little surprised to hear this, but he didn't say much. Everyone's eyes fell on the battlefield. 5.5 It's amazing. This is the little girl that Morningstar asked Angel to help train before. Looking at Belle fighting hard on the battlefield, Lavilia frowned slightly, and then confirmed with Morningstar. Just as AC and Dion could see, Lavilia could also see Belle's situation. However, she remembered that Jenner seemed to be the newcomer that Morningstar asked for help in training new adventurers. She is. Belle has high potential, only lower than me. Morningstar nodded and said. I remember that she was from the Hestia family, and she became an adventurer just over a week later than Morningstar. I didn't expect that she has been promoted to this level. It's incredible. At this time, Finn's eyes flickered slightly. Belle's current combat power is definitely on the verge of upgrading, and it is possible that her ability value has reached S. The appearance of a morning star is already very shocking, and now another one is going to appear. Finn's eyes unconsciously looked at the morning star. In response, the morning star smiled slightly and did not respond. After seeing that the morning star did not respond, Finn did not say anything and cast his eyes on the battlefield. At this time, Finn and others were very excited, wondering if Belle could cross the level and defeat the Minotaur at the level of V.1, and achieve the same great feat as the Morning Star. Simply Belle did not disappoint Finn and others. After a battle that put life and death aside, Belle, under the gaze of everyone, narrowly killed the Minotaur. The huge upper body of the Minotaur was blasted into slag by Belle's magic. Chapter 111, The Conquered Loki Family. Morning Star, I'll leave the treatment to you. In the desolate wilderness with no grass, in the huge space dyed brown, Finn's voice echoed on the battlefield. The earth was rumbling, and huge monsters with twisted horns like goats, bulging necks, and ugly faces like horses were constantly charging on the ground. In front of them were combat troops composed of dwarves, elves, orcs, dwarves, Amazons, and other races. The dwarves set up two huge shields to resist the attacks of the giant monsters and create opportunities for their companions behind them to attack. The elves and adventurers used arrows and magic to continuously attack the giant monsters blocked by the dwarves. The powerful first-level adventurers shuttled through the gaps and galloped on the battlefield to support their companions. Behind many adventurers, a huge flag was blown by the wind and crackled, and it was printed with a clown badge with a funny smile. This is the flag of the Loki family. This is the 48th floor of the dungeon, only one passage away from the floor where the lonely king of the maze, Balor, is located. 6 days have passed since I witnessed the battle between Belle and the Minotaur on the upper floor. Perhaps because she grew up under the guidance of Angel from the beginning, Belle is stronger than the original. After defeating the Minotaur, she did not faint. She recovered under the healing magic of Morning Star, and then the master dragged his tired body back. As for Morning Star and others, they continued their journey. The name of the giant monster in front of Morning Star and others is Fomer. It is a huge sheep-headed monster with a strength as high as the limit of LV4. It is a monster from the 41st floor of the deep layer. The members of the Loki family are fighting this kind of monster at this time. In normal times, Finn would definitely pay attention to the battle situation while fighting and command the adventurers of the Loki family. But this time, Finn took the lead and rushed to the 26th front, regardless of anything. Because he was behind everyone, Morning Star was radiating light, and the warm ocean of light radiated the entire battlefield. All adventurers were covered with a faint light. As soon as the adventurers were injured, they would be restored to their original state under the cover of light. This was Morningstar's auxiliary magic, the healing magic, the Gate of Heaven. With Morningstar as the source, it released a continuous stream of light attribute magic, radiating everything around it, healing everything, just like the holy light sprinkled by heaven, reviving all things. A large number of IV.4 foamers were useful to Morningstar. But Morningstar couldn't have taken up so many foamers by himself. The second-level members of Loki's family still needed these foamers to train themselves, otherwise why would they go to such great lengths to go on an expedition? But it didn't matter. If they couldn't train in close combat, they would improve their magic power. So starting from the 41st floor, Morningstar took the initiative to volunteer to be a blood bag for everyone, constantly releasing the Gate of Heaven on the battlefield to heal all adventurers. The Gate of Heaven, this is a large-scale healing magic created by Morningstar. As long as Morningstar has enough magic power and mental power, Morningstar can cover unlimited areas and wirelessly heal. Anyone who has come into contact with Morningstar will be healed within the healing range. However, Morningstar had never used it before, but this expedition was a start. The power of Morningstar's light magic can be imagined. Lily was seriously injured before, and Morningstar only released a light-attributed healing magic, which healed Lily's injuries and awakened her in 2 seconds. The healing effect of the Gate of Heaven this time is not worse than the healing magic that healed Lily. This also led to a sudden change in the style of the expedition of the Loki clan this time. In the past, when attacking the deep layer, Finn was extremely cautious. When fighting with monsters, he would take the role of commander and command his companions to fight. But this time, they all took the lead and charged to the front, launching the most intense fight, without caring about command at all. Others were also full of fighting spirit and excitement like Finn. Except for the dwarf warriors who had to arrange defense for the magicians and archers, other adventurers continued to charge at the monsters one by one, regardless of everything. All this was because of the Gate of Heaven released by Morningstar. The existence of the Gate of Heaven allowed Finn to fight with confidence without worrying about command. Everyone's face was filled with an unprecedented joyful look. It was the first time that the members of the Loki clan fought so rampantly and unscrupulously in the deep layer. Even the senior forgers led by Chun did the same at this time and joined the battle. Your magic is really terrible, much stronger than a mid and hay size. You can be called the number 1 in Orario in terms of healing magic. Standing next to Morningstar, Lavilia, who did not chant attack magic as usual, looked at Morningstar, who was radiating light, and said with a smile. Only Lavilia and Morningstar were not fighting on the battlefield now. Others, including Lafia, were constantly bombing with magic at this time. Lavilia was not joking when she said this. Aurelio has 2 powerful healing magicians, one is a mid, who is called the Saint of the Battlefield. Her magic Diafraddle is a high-level healing magic and a large-scale magic that can cover an area. It also has the characteristics of healing wounds, restoring physical strength, expelling toxins, and erasing curses, and can use the 3 effects of recovery, detoxification, and dispelling separately. Hasai, who is called the Golden Witch, is similar. But in Lavilia's opinion, these 2 are not as good as Morningstar. Both of their magics require chanting spells, and the spells are very long. However, Morningstar's magic, the Gate of Heaven, is an instant and continuous magic. It can not only be cast instantly, but also output continuously, covering the entire battlefield. Moreover, the effects of the 2 people's healing magic are all available in Morningstar's Gate of Heaven. Morningstar is completely a high-end version, while a mid and Heisei are low-end versions. Thank you for the compliment. But are you really not going to do it? Morningstar smiled and nodded, then said curiously. No, I will intervene. If it was before, I would chant magic to help them share the burden. But now, such a good opportunity, let them fight 10 more times. Speaking of which, do you have enough magic and mental strength? I'll open a skill for you. Lavilia heard the words, shook her head slightly, and said softly. Her magic was a wide-area attack magic. Once it was fired, dozens of foamers would be burned to slag in an instant. How could others fight and exercise grace? Before using magic, she was worried that the large army could not withstand the impact of the foamers, and she had to solve it as soon as possible to avoid casualties. But now with Morningstar's Gate to Heaven, there is no need to worry about casualties, and she naturally has no need to interfere with her companion's battle. Then, she asked about Morningstar's situation, worried that Morningstar's magic and mental power were consumed too much. Don't worry about this, I can last for several hours at a time in this state. Morningstar heard this, smiled and shook his head, indicating that Lavilia didn't need to worry. Hearing this, Lavilia frowned slightly. I'd better use my skills to help you recover your mental power. Although Morningstar said not to worry, Lavilia still used her skill Fairy King Seal. Lavilia had no way to consume magic power, but she still had a way to help Morningstar recover his mental power, and it was much more useful than the high-level recovery potion. Fairy King Seal, this is Lavilia's magic, which can absorb the magic consumed in the magic circle of the same race and convert it into mental power and absorb it. Lavilia can control these mental power absorbers, and can absorb them for herself or for the person she designates. Well, thank you very much. Feeling that his mental power was recovering quickly, Chenxing was slightly stunned, and then thanked him. To be honest, I'm very curious, Chenxing, is your magic the same as mine? After opening the Fairy King Seal, Lavilia chatted with Chenxing. She was very curious about Chenxing's magic. Because Chenxing used far more than 3 kinds of magic. She suspected that Chenxing was in the same situation as her, 3 kinds of magic, 9 levels and 9 magic. To be honest, she shouldn't ask about this kind of thing, after all, it was related to Chenxing's magic information. But Lavilia felt that after getting along with Chenxing for a few days, she and Chenxing should be considered friends. It should be okay to ask about the surface information of Chenxing's magic. Are you curious about my magic? Looking at Lavilia with curiosity in her eyes, Chenxing smiled and asked back. Ah, very curious. After all, the magic you have shown along the way has exceeded 3. Lavilia nodded, not hiding her desire to explore. My magic is light control. As long as my attainments in magic are deep enough, I can create light attribute magic at will. Chenxing smiled, raised his hand, gathered some of the light on his body into his palm, forming a white light ball, and said to Lavilia. Chenxing was not worried about the leakage of his magic information, because if it was leaked, the other party would not be able to find the weakness. Moreover, as Lavilia thought, Chenxing often communicated with Lavilia and Lafia about magic during the rest days. After a few days, Chenxing and Lavilia had a very good relationship, and Lavilia was regarded as a friend by Chenxing. Chenxing did not care about his friend's curiosity, and the exploration that would not cross the line. Hearing Chenxing's words, Lavilia's pupils suddenly trembled. No wonder your attainments in light attribute magic are so terrible. After coming back to her senses, Lavilia smiled and said softly. Hey, the use of magic we discussed before. Then, Lavilia began to communicate with Chenxing about magic again. Chenxing did not refuse and began to discuss with Lavilia. There was a fierce battle in the front, while Chenxing and Lavilia were leisurely discussing magic in the rear. The two scenes formed a very sharp contrast, and the place where Chenxing and Lavilia were located formed a unique landscape on the battlefield. And soon, this wave of 6 or 7 stone foamers was quickly wiped out by the fearless attack of the members of the Loki family. Many members of the Loki clan began to clean up the battlefield. After the battlefield was cleaned up, Finn led everyone to gather around Morningstar and Lavilia. 013 Thank you, Morningstar. After arriving in front of Morningstar, Finn smiled and thanked Morningstar. Ace and others also thanked him. Thank you very much, Mr. Morningstar. Not only Finn and others, but also other members of the Loki clan bowed to Morningstar one by one, in unison, with great momentum. The members of the Loki clan are truly grateful to Morningstar. Because of Morningstar, they can let go of the fight. In the past, they had to be cautious, and cautious again, and fought with Foamer under the command of the Captain Finn. But such a fight is far from comparable to the battles of the past few days. In the past expeditions, they could feel the heat of grace when fighting, that is, the situation of ability value improvement was not much. Because they could not fight wantonly. This is also a helpless situation. After all, the deep layer is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die in the hands of monsters. In the past few days, because of the existence of Morningstar, they can fight monsters without scruples, which often makes the grace behind them become paralyzed. They all know what this situation means. Therefore, the current members of the Loki family respect Morningstar very much. In the eyes of many adventurers of the Loki family, Morning Star can be said to be the parents of food and clothing. The senior forger of the Hephaestus family is the same. You're welcome. Facing the gratitude of everyone, Morning Star smiled and said, Haha, your prestige is almost catching up with me. Finn smiled and said, Are you afraid that I will replace you? Morning Star smiled and teased. You can do it anytime. As long as you are willing to come to the Loki family, I will give you the position of the leader directly. Finn raised his eyebrows and replied with a smile. Haha. After the group finished packing, they started to move again and rushed towards the direction of the passage. Next, everyone experienced 2 more battles with monsters. Facing the monsters' attacks, everyone was still as excited as before. When they saw the monsters, they rushed out directly without waiting for the monsters to attack. After 2 waves of monsters passed, everyone finally reached the entrance of the passage and successfully entered the passage and entered the 49th floor. The 49th floor was where the floor master Barol was. The space on the 49th floor was very large, and Barol would not stay in a fixed place. He had been wandering around the 49th floor. Chenxing and others did not encounter Barol and entered the 50th floor smoothly, a safe floor. After entering the 50th floor, everyone went straight to the entrance of the passage from the 50th floor to the 51st floor and set up camp on the high platform in front of the entrance. Chapter 112, Warming Up Before the Battle and Officially Marching Forward. After setting up camp and having dinner, everyone started to clearly divide the work. The senior forger of Hephaestus family only needs to be responsible for maintaining and forging weapons. As for the rest, they are all handed over to the members of Loki family. After fighting many battles along the way, everyone is tired. After the members of Loki family prepared dinner, everyone gathered in 3 circles in front of the campfire to eat dinner. Chatting while eating. Sure enough, I still prefer the food cooked by Morning Star, that is the real delicacy. Eating the dinner in his hand, he suddenly sighed. Brother Morning Star can cook. Diana was very surprised. And it's delicious. Dion said, his eyes sparkling. Mr. Morning Star is so amazing. The elf Lafia is now infinitely admiring. Brother Morning Star cooks. If you can, please let us taste it. Finn said with a smile. Yes, I will treat you when I go back. Morning Star replied with a smile. Everyone nodded when they heard it, and did not continue the topic. Soon, everyone finished dinner. After everyone had dealt with the pots and pans, the group gathered around the campfire again. As I told you before, starting from the 51st floor, a selected team will attack, and the rest of the people will stay in the camp with the members of the Hephaestus family. The team members are me, Lavilia, Grace, Dion, Diana, Ace, and Bert. The supporters are Raoul, Yashia, and Lafia. For those who stay in the camp, if you encounter the new type of monsters before, just use magic and magic swords, and don't use melee unless necessary. Angie, the command is left to you. Finn glanced at everyone and arranged softly. Yes, leave it to me. Angel nodded and responded. Others also had no objection to Finn's arrangement. The next floor was a real hell. They had no ability to enter it. If they really insisted on entering the new floor together, it would only be a burden. They might die there. That was an area that only first-level adventurers could explore. And the 3 supporters designated by Finn, Raoul, Alicia, and Lafia, were already the biggest burden that Finn and others could bear. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Finn nodded, and then began to gradually arrange other matters in the camp. Finally, Finn looked at Morning Star and Chun. Morning Star, there is no need to say, your goal is the dragon pot. As for Chun, please be sure to act with us and serve as a backup for the blacksmith. The next battle will be against monsters of level 4.5, which will cause great wear and tear on weapons. In addition, there is the possibility of encountering a new type of worm monster. Finn needs 10 powerful forgers to follow him to ensure that the weapons can always remain in peak condition. Morning Star did not speak, but nodded slightly. And Chun stood up. No problem. Then it's time to give you your customized weapons. Well, follow me. Finn nodded and said, and then the group came to the camp's main tent. Chun took out a large bundle of white cloth tied in the backpack and spread it out. This is the weapon you customized, with indestructible properties. The Roland series is made according to your requirements. After spreading the white cloth, Chun pointed at the weapons that could not be put on the table and said to Finn and others. What appeared in front of everyone was a silver light that was polished to an extremely sharp edge. Everyone stared at the weapons on the ground, and then picked up their own weapons. Finn had a spear, Grace had a battle axe, Bert had 2 short swords, and Diana had a big sword, which looked a bit like Urga, but only had one side. And Dion had an axe gun. As for AC already had the indestructible attribute of the Sword of Despair. AC's Sword of Despair had been used for a long time. Among the first-level adventurers of the Loki family, only AC was using an indestructible weapon before. Because the power of AC's skill, the Princess of Revenge, was too strong, it had a very strong destructive power on weapons, and it was easy to cause complete damage to the weapons. So AC used the indestructible weapon very early, from the beginning to now the Sword of Despair. The weapons in everyone's hands are all indestructible weapons emitting sharp brilliance, all made by Chun. Before going to the dungeon with Chenxing, Chun worked hard for 2 consecutive nights to forge these. After everyone looked at the weapons in their hands and confirmed them, they began to praise Chun generously. Thank you, it's the same as we ordered. But the weight is lighter than expected, an indestructible weapon. Finn carried the spear on his shoulder, felt the weight of the weapon and said with a smile. You're welcome, I'm collecting money to help people get rid of disasters. Chun said with a smile. Your words sound ambiguous. Finn heard this and shook his head helplessly. On the other side, Ona and others started chatting with each other. You didn't order that idiotic weapon. Bert waved the double swords in his hands and said contemptuously to Dion. No way, I also want to order a large double blade, but that thing is too time-consuming. Chun said no. Diana curled her lips and said helplessly. Dion, why did you specify the axe gun? Dion looked at her sister Dion beside her and asked curiously. Yes, I want to deal with those guys below the 51st floor, it is better to use large weapons. Dion waved the axe gun, and the large long-handled weapon immediately made a high-speed wind-cutting sound. But it's really light. After waving, Guao and I narrowed his eyes. After saying that, Dion ran to Chenxing with the weapon. Hee, Chenxing, let's spar later. I'm not very good at the axe gun. Standing in front of Chenxing, Dion said shyly like a little girl. Ah, you don't suit you like this, you should change back, Dion. Looking at the shy little woman, Chenxing smiled awkwardly, and moved. Yeah, I don't think it's suitable for me either. Hey, Morning Star, how about going out with me to fight later? Morning Star. I want it too, I've been to Urga, I'm not used to this kind of big sword, let me join in too. Tiona raised her hand and shouted. Morning Star, fight with me too. Even Bert looked over and said in a begging tone. Everyone present knew the situation of Morning Star very well, and knew that Morning Star had very strong attainments in various weapons, so they wanted to get familiar with these weapons before actually using them in battle. Of course, it's not that they won't use these weapons, but compared to the weapons they used in the past, they are definitely not as good as before with the new weapons. That's why they want to fight with Morning Star and get used to it. Okay, let's go and spar now, it's a warm-up before the battle. Morning Star didn't refuse and said with a smile. After that, Morning Star left the tent and walked outside. Tioni and the other 2 hurriedly followed, and so did Ace. Ah, your warm-up is too early for the war, it's already the night before the war. Looking at the few people who ran out, Finn complained speechlessly. Why, Finn, don't you want to fight with Morning Star? Grace walked past Morning Star with 2 huge axes in his hands. After saying that, Grace also walked out, and wanted him to get involved. Just kidding, I'll come right away. Finn heard the words, raised his eyebrows, and followed with 2 long spears. What are they talking about? Chun was confused by the scene in front of her, and looked at Lavilia on the side in a daze. Don't you know? Morning Star has very powerful attainments in various weapons. Lavilia smiled and said, and then walked out. Obviously, Lavilia also wanted to take a look. The elf Lafia followed Lavilia out. Damn, is Chenxing that strong? Seeing Lavilia and Lafia leave, Chun raised her eyebrows and followed them. She also wanted to fight Chenxing. Soon, the sound of fierce fighting came from not far away. On the eve of the real expedition, everyone spent the night in a fierce battle. Late at night, except for the night watchman, everyone returned to their tents to rest. Chenxing's tent was separate. In the tent, Chenxing released a magic called Night Shroud, covering the entire tent, and then began to renew his grace with confidence. Morning Star. IV.3. Strength, F326569. Durability, F345D578. Dexterity, F312D598. Agility, F316D589. Magic, SSS1356 SSS1674. Developmental abilities, Magic F, Luck. Magic. Thought Body. Son of Light. Son of Darkness. Skills. Renzheng Eye. Blessing of the God of War. Flame of the Sky. Morning Star has not been in close combat for the past few days, and his ability values have increased very slowly. In a week, his abilities have only increased from 0 to more than 300. In terms of magic, he has been using the Gate of Heaven to heal everyone for the past few days, so he has improved very quickly. This time, fighting with all the first-level melee adventurers of Loki's family has improved Morning Star a lot. Don't ask why they didn't spar before. In the dungeon, no one will waste their physical strength casually, even on the safe floor. This time, it was because Dion wanted to get familiar with the new weapon that he proposed the competition. Otherwise, there would not be this competition. After burning the grace paper, Chenxing extinguished the magic stone lamp and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Chenxing woke up early. As everyone woke up, the camp gradually became lively. Chenxing and others finished breakfast and then gathered together. Let's go. In front of the camp, Finn looked at everyone with a serious expression and spoke loudly. 2. After the calm command was given, everyone set out from the camp and rushed towards the entrance of the passage. The members who stayed behind in the base cheered loudly and saw off Morning Star and others. Morning Star's team consisted of 8 combatants, 3 supporters, and 1 iron sword, a total of 12 people. On the way, Finn arranged the formation for everyone. The floors after the 50th floor are almost 2 different worlds from the floors before the 50th floor. Even with Morning Star's healing magic, Finn dared not mess around, so he needed to act cautiously, and the formation was absolutely necessary. The vanguards were Bert and Tiona, the midfielders were Ace, Finn, and Grace, and the defenders were Morning Star, Tioni, and Lavilia. This formation can be said to be the golden formation of adventurers of the first level. As for Raoul and Alicia as supporters, and Lafia and Tsubaki as a blacksmith, they were protected in the middle by the crowd and followed Finn and Grace. In fact, Morning Star would rather charge as a vanguard. After all, Morning Star came here to fight. But after thinking about it, Morning Star did not object. Although he wanted to fight, this was a new area, and it was easy to get into trouble if he messed around. Maybe he would not get into trouble, but others might not. So he should act according to the arrangement of Finn, who has rich command experience. The group soon arrived at the entrance to the 51st floor, which was also a very large copper buckle. Revilia. After arriving at the entrance of the cave, Finn immediately looked at Revilia. As a partner for many years, Revilia Finn didn't need any detailed instructions, and immediately released his magic. Gauze Breath. This is Lavilia's magic, which adds a layer of almost invisible magic gauze to the adventurer's body, which can effectively resist attacks and can also resist magic of various elemental attributes. After Lavilia's magic was completed, Finn's face immediately condensed. Go, Bert, Gunna. As soon as the voice fell, the ferocious werewolf and the ferocious Amazon turned into a gust of wind and rushed down. Others followed closely behind. For many adventurers, this is the unknown area in the unknown area. At this moment, the strategy began. The crowd did not even pass through the passage, and they were attacked by monsters from the new area. However, there were not many, and Bert's silver boots and Diana's sword easily dealt with them. Although they were all IV.5 monsters, they were monsters after all, and Bert and Diana, one was the best in IV.5 and the other was IV.6, were no problem facing these IV.5 monsters with fewer numbers. From the 51st floor to the deeper 57th floor, it was a very rare maze structure. The lead black dungeon was covered with flat ceilings and murals, and intricate passages connected various caves. The result was very similar to the top floor, but the scale was much larger than that of the top floor. Under Finn's command, everyone moved forward quickly at a swift pace. Soon everyone encountered new monsters. Even though they had not been completely born, everyone found that there were many monsters. However, the monsters born this time were not in the front, but on both sides of the passage where everyone was running. Don't worry about the vanguard, AC, Grace, I'll leave it to you. Finn gave the instructions, and as the voice fell, the battle in the new area officially began at this moment. Because new monsters will appear continuously in the future. Chapter 113, Battle, Dragon Pot, Sniper. Without any surprise, after the monsters appeared on both sides of the passage, there was also movement on the ground of the passage that Chenxing and others had just passed. Everyone noticed it at the first time. Chenxing, Tioni, leave it to you. Finn asked Chenxing without looking back. The reason why the rear guard was given to Chenxing and Tioni is because Chenxing's strength is the strongest here. With Chenxing sitting in the back and Tioni assisting on the side, the back can almost be said to be safe and worry-free. If there is no Chenxing, then this position will be Grace's. Because Grace focuses on defense, he can effectively defend and counterattack. As for Lavilia is a magician. Although she is already IV.6, her physique is not bad, but facing the attack of IV.5 monsters, Lavilia can't stand it. Let Chenxing guard the back, and also want Chenxing to protect Lavilia. Of course, it doesn't mean that Lavilia can't play any role. As long as Morningstar and Dion can resist the first wave of monsters, Lavilia will complete the parallel chanting and kill all the monsters that appear in the back with one magic. Don't underestimate the value of IV.6 magicians. To a certain extent, Vaya is the one with the strongest firepower output in this team. And if Morningstar Dion cannot defend the attack from the back in the first time, giving Lavilia enough time to chant, Lavilia can also enter the position of central defender in the first time, and Finn will take over the second wave of defense and counterattack in the first time to kill the monsters that Morningstar missed. This is also the reason why Finn, as a central defender, did not take action when monsters appeared on both sides of the passage, but only let Ace and Grace take charge. The safety of the rear of the team is crucial. If it is not handled properly, it will easily lead to a situation where the head and the tail cannot take care of each other. However, Finn is really worried too much. How could Morningstar not be able to defend the rear, and there is also Dion. As soon as the monster appeared, Morningstar and Dion disappeared at the same time. Morningstar didn't even use the Samsara Eye mode. He turned into two afterimages with Dion and cut the monsters into pieces. Pieces of magic stones fell from the air to the ground with a clang. At this time, Lavilia's parallel chanting had just begun. Lavilia also found that the monster had been destroyed by Morningstar, but Lavilia did not stop the parallel chanting. The parallel chanting continued. The deeper the dungeon floor, the more monsters are born and the faster the frequency. The monsters in the back cannot appear in only one wave. Moreover, even if the monsters in the back do not need her to deal with them, her magic can also hit the passage in front and kill the enemies in front in seconds. Hee, I finally fight side by side with you. Running beside Morningstar, Dion said excitedly. To be honest, Dion was looking forward to fighting side by side with Morningstar. But from the beginning of this expedition to yesterday, Morningstar had almost fought several times. Because Morningstar said that fighting those monsters would not have any effect on his favor, and his goal was the world after the 50th floor, so he had been doing logistics work. And now, Morningstar finally joined the battle. She also fought side by side with Morningstar as she wished. To be honest, she is now very grateful to Finn for arranging her and Morningstar together. Hearing Dion's words, Morningstar smiled slightly and clenched his fist at Dion. Dion was slightly stunned when she saw this, and then she handed over the hand holding the kukri and bumped it with Morningstar's fist. A faint smile appeared on the faces of both of them. After a few seconds, there was movement behind them again, and another wave of monsters appeared. And the number of monsters that appeared this time was much more than before, soaring from single digits to more than 20. Without saying anything, Morningstar and Dion turned into a remnant again and went out. In front, Diana, who had not encountered new monsters for a long time, that is, those worm-type monsters, had begun to change weapons. Although she had a sparring match with Morningstar yesterday and improved the skills of using these new weapons a little, they were not as good as the original weapons after all. And Diana's big double blade could not be carried on her back, so it was always on Alicia's body. "Alicia, give me the big double blade." Diana threw back her indestructible greatsword that she had used since entering the 51st floor and shouted loudly. Without any hesitation, Alicia threw the big double blade directly. Tiona caught it casually, waved it for a while, and then started to charge, rushing past Bert and rushing into the Black Rhino army of at least 20 heads. The big double blade Urga's Euro-like swing quickly cut all the monsters along the way into two parts, setting off a bloody storm, and the monsters' shrill screams echoed in the dark passage. And just at this time, Tiona noticed the movement coming from the front. The yellow-green mass almost submerged the entire wide passage. These are the new worm monsters. The failure of the Loki family's last expedition and the corrosion of Tiona's big double blades are all good things for these guys. Here they come, it's a new species. "Alicia, change your weapons," Tiona said loudly, and then immediately threw Urga back. Alicia threw the weapon at the first opportunity. The indestructible greatsword fell into Diana's hands again. "Diana, retreat." Seeing the appearance of these new monsters, Finn immediately issued a battle instruction. As soon as Finn spoke, AC and Diana exchanged positions very tacitly. AC rushed to the vanguard and walked side by side with Bert. "Wake up." The emerald green wind magic wrapped around AC's sword of despair. "AC, give me the wind," Bert shouted loudly. "Wind." AC did not hesitate at all and placed the power of the wind spirit on Bert's silver metal boots. Bert pulled out the two indestructible daggers at his waist, and rushed into the sky army of worm monsters with AC, wrapped in the power of wind attributes. Corrosive liquids gushed out of the mouths of the worm monsters, spraying towards S and Bert, but they were blocked and defeated by Bert's metal boots and the wind power on S's sword of despair. The two stood in the front, killing the worm monsters while not forgetting to block all the sprayed liquids in the front, not letting any drop of liquid fall on their companions and threaten their companions behind. What a tacit understanding. In the center back, Chun just picked up a piece of rhino horn and saw such a tacit battle, and couldn't help but sigh. At this time, a large number of worm monsters appeared in the back, Chenxing and others. At the fork in the road that everyone just passed, the worm monsters of Tai continued to surge towards everyone like a tide. "Chenxing, can you do it?" Seeing that there were worm monsters in the back, Finn couldn't help but frowned, and then shouted. "Ah, it's okay, just pay attention to the front." Morningstar replied with a chuckle. "Don't worry about Morningstar, Morningstar has a very powerful instantaneous wide-area annihilation magic." After Morningstar responded, Dion also said. "Okay, leave it to you." Hearing what Morningstar and Dion said, Finn nodded and stopped worrying. In this regard, Lavilia agreed, and the spell chanting in her mouth did not stop at all, and it has come to the end. Enclosed light, frozen earth. Blowing snow all over the sky, 3 severe winters, my name is Alf. Everyone, retreat. As Finn's voice fell, everyone in front of Lavilia retreated to the left and right, and the troops instantly turned into a cannon-like formation. The emerald magic circle spread under Lavilia's feet. Lavilia raised the silver magic wand in her hand, and the first-level magic weapon, Great Elf, burst out with ice and snow. Behind Lavilia, Morningstar responded to Finn's question and quickly launched magic. A huge magic circle emerged from under the feet of Morningstar and flew above everyone's head. A faint light kept flickering on the magic circle. The next second, the voices of Morningstar and Lavilia sounded at the same time. Ecstasy, Fimble Winter. Rain of light. In front of everyone, the pale blue snow bombardment, together with the maze, froze all the monsters in front and extended in a straight line to the end of the passage. And behind everyone, the overwhelming stream of light flooded the entire passage, completely covering all the new worm monsters and other IV.5 monsters. After penetrating the monsters, the stream of light bombarded the earth. The violent roar kept echoing in the wide passage, deafening. In just a moment, all the monsters completely lost their breath of life under the magic of Lavilia and Morningstar. The passage ahead completely turned into a world of ice and snow, and behind everyone, the powerful light magic made the wide passage become dilapidated and almost a ruin. It's amazing, the whole passage was frozen in an instant. New monsters can't be born like this. Besides, Morning Star, your magic power has become stronger again, almost comparable to Lavilia. Rubbing his arms, Chun sighed at the scene in front of him, then looked behind him, looking at the passage that was almost like a sieve, full of huge potholes, and smiled excitedly. Well, the power has become stronger again. Lavilia came over and nodded in agreement. The 5 people refuted Chun's words, because the magic power of Morning Star was indeed very powerful, not worse than the power of Lavilia's release of the advanced Sword of Victory. Thank you for the compliment. Morning Star smiled and nodded, and replied. Then, the group walked forward along the frozen passage and soon came to the end of the passage. Next is the real new area. Looking at the dark passage leading to the 52nd floor, Raoul swallowed his saliva and said, What do you mean? Hearing Raoul's words, Chun was a little suspicious. From the 52nd floor to the 57th floor, it was named the Dragon Pot by the Zeus family and the Hera family. After entering the 52nd floor, it is a new area. The monsters below will not give you any chance to replenish supplies. The Balkan Dragon, Cannon Dragon, from the 58th floor will ignore the floor and send a roar from the 58th floor all the way to the 52nd floor. They can sense our actions and snipe us. Morning Star smiled and explained to Chun. I didn't expect that you know so much, Morning Star. Finn looked at Morning Star with some surprise. Only their Loki clan, Freya clan and Ganesha clan know this information now, and other clans don't know this information. And Morning Star knows it so clearly. This makes Finn wonder if Morning Star has had a deep contact with the guild. After all, their information was also obtained from the guild. Is that so? Hearing this, Chun was shocked. Yes, that's it. So there will be no chance to resupply next. Finn nodded and confirmed. The implication is that if you want to replenish, you can only take this opportunity. Everyone's expression is very serious, but no one is replenishing. Obviously, the battle just now did not cause too much consumption to the people present, and there is no need for replenishment. Let's go. Seeing this scene, Finn did not hesitate, waved his hand, and took the lead in stepping into the passage leading to the 52nd floor. Everyone quickly followed. Soon everyone passed the passage and entered the 52nd floor. The 52nd floor is no different from the 51st floor. Ignoring that everyone's pace is much happier than before on the 51st floor, it can almost be said to be galloping, and no one is slow. The surrounding monsters popped up one after another, but no one stopped to fight. Try to avoid fighting, just knock all the monsters away. Finn gave instructions while running quickly. Everyone followed Finn's instructions. However, even so, some monsters still died in the hands of everyone and dropped weapon materials. After seeing the weapon materials, Chun couldn't walk anymore, his eyes lit up, and he was about to pick them up. However, he was picked up the next second. Did you forget what I said just now? We are being sniped now, and we can't waste time. Morning Star, while running, he rolled his eyes at Chun speechlessly. This is Chun's character. Once he sees the weapon materials, he will do anything. Ahaha, I forgot. Tsubaki was embarrassed when she heard this. As the group went deeper, more and more monsters appeared, and there was even a large group of at least hundreds of monsters following behind them. However, the next moment, an ominous roar reached everyone's ears, and the roar seemed to come from underground. Then, behind the group, a violent explosion sounded, and a red column of fire shot up into the sky and hit the ceiling. The army of monsters chasing behind them all turned into ashes in the flames. Tsubaki stared at this scene in a daze, full of astonishment. Is this sniping? Chapter 114 Proposal, Shortcut, Landing. The roar of the Balkan Dragon King. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. When they came back to their senses, Finn, who saw so many monsters being killed by a roar, spoke with a serious face. Balkan dragons are all IV.5 monsters, which are the top existence among IV.5 monsters. The Balkan Dragon King is above this, and is already IV.6. Moreover, the power of its roar is much stronger than the roar of other Balkan dragons. Just like the scene in front of them, as long as you know the information about the Balkan Dragon King, you can be sure. Don't stop, keep moving forward. After saying this, Finn urged everyone to move forward. After all, staying in the same place will be targeted. Hearing this, everyone did not dare to stop and ran quickly. Everyone ran quickly. Everyone ran quickly in front, while the Balkan dragon on the 58th floor below was constantly sniping at everyone. In addition, various monsters were constantly born on the ground on both sides and in front, attacking Chenxing and others, and the birth frequency was very fast. Monsters were born almost all the way. Chenxing, who had only seen some clips in the anime, now truly realized why adventurers said that the floors after the 52nd floor were two different worlds from the previous floors. This birth frequency, as well as the strength of the monsters, plus the Balkan dragons that were always aiming at this place. Except for the Loki family and the Freya family who could move here, even the members of the Ganesha family would have a hard time here. Everyone's expression was very serious and solemn, and they kept running, not daring to stop for a moment. Everyone ran directly from the initial passage to the passage of the next floor. According to this situation, my idea of fighting after the 51st floor is impossible to achieve. Originally, Chenxing was still thinking about fighting all the way on the floors of the dragon pot. But in this situation, it is very unrealistic for Chenxing to fight here. The frequency of the birth of monsters here is too fast, and there are a lot of them, plus there are also bombardments and sniping by the Balkan dragon. Even Morning Star is very dangerous in the face of these three situations. And the people of Loki's family can't fight here at all, they can only fight all the way at the fastest speed to reach the dragon's nest on the 58th floor. Finn, go directly to the 58th floor through the Balkan dragon's bombardment channel. Morning Star suggested to Finn while running in the channel. Since the floors before the 58th floor are not suitable for fighting, go directly to the 58th floor and don't waste time here. Hearing this, not only Finn looked over, but the eyes of others also fell on Morning Star. Morning Star, you should know that this situation is impossible. We may be able to deal with it, but Raoul, Alicia and Lafia can't deal with it. It's easy to have accidents. Finn said solemnly, even if Morning Star opened the gate to heaven, it would still be very dangerous. Since you have brought it up, you must be sure, right? Lavilia said at this time. Finn was stunned when he heard this. The first thing he thought of was the safety of his companions, and he didn't think about why Morning Star would make this suggestion. But now that Lavilia mentioned this, Finn reacted instantly. Finn knew very well that Morning Star was not a reckless person after spending the past few days together. On the contrary, Morning Star was very cautious in taking risks, and seemed to have the shadow of Miss Aina. Since Morning Star made this proposal, he must have a way to deal with it. Others also reacted one after another. I have a large-scale defense magic that is enough to cover everyone, resist attacks and rebound, even if it is the bombardment just now, there is no need to worry. I think, instead of wasting time here, it is better to take a shortcut and enter it, which can also save some physical strength and energy. Morning Star nodded, and then expressed his thoughts. Morning Star has the magic of light barrier. At the beginning, this magic can only defend, and then Morning Star added the thorn effect to this magic, that is, rebound. With the current magic power of Morning Star, it is completely possible to withstand the light barrier and take everyone directly to the 58th floor along the bombardment of the Balkan dragon. Really? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and Finn immediately spoke to confirm. If Morning Star can really guarantee a perfect defense against the bombardment of the Balkan dragon, then this is indeed the best way. He had this idea before. After all, going from the 52nd floor to the 58th floor is very physically and mentally exhausting, and if you can directly enter the 58th floor through the Balkan dragon's bombardment channel, then you can save physical strength to the greatest extent. However, this idea was abandoned by him not long after it appeared. Because he must consider the safety of his supporters. These first-level adventurers can certainly move freely in this shortcut without any fear. But Raoul and others do not have the ability to protect themselves. And taking this shortcut, even if they themselves can only protect themselves, they dare not guarantee the safety of their supporters 100%. And if Morning Star can guarantee the safety of everyone, then taking this shortcut is the best choice at the moment. Buzz. Morning Star did not answer, but directly released the barrier of light, and the protective shield formed by the light instantly enveloped the star. Grace, Finn, use your strongest attack to attack this shield. Morning Star said to Finn and Grace. Hearing this, Finn and Grace did not hesitate. Finn raised his weapon and attacked the shield. Buzz. Facing the strongest attack of Grace and Finn without using skills, the shield just rippled slightly, and then directly bounced back the power of the two people's attack. However, it did not bounce back all the power, only part of it. Finn and Grace retreated under this force, and stopped after leaving a distance of more than 10 meters on the ground. Such a strong defense, it can probably be compared with Lavilia's dimension interdiction. Looking up, Finn looked at Morningstar in some surprise and said. The joint attack of him and Grace was blocked so easily. He had only encountered this situation before in the highest defense magic dimension interdiction used by Lavilia. However, Lavilia's dimension interception did not have a rebound effect, and could only resist the attack. It's amazing, the attacks of Uncle Grace and the captain were actually blocked and rebounded. Looking at this scene in front of her, Diana couldn't help but exclaimed. If it were her, she would not be able to withstand the full-strength attack of either of them. After all, she had just upgraded to 4.6, and she was no match for the two who had upgraded for several years. Morningstar, I agree with your proposal. Do you have any objections? After personally testing Morningstar's defensive magic, Finn approved of Morningstar's magic and proposal, and then looked at the others and asked for their opinions. Although he was the leader, he still needed to discuss such life and death matters with others. I have no objection, follow Brother Morningstar's advice. Tiona was the first to raise her hand in agreement. I have no objection either. Tioni followed closely behind. This guy's heart and eyes were full of Morningstar, and his eyes were still flashing when he spoke. I don't need to say anything. Grace said lightly. Others also expressed their no objection. Okay, in that case, after we get out of the passage, we will act according to Morningstar's proposal after encountering the bombardment of the Balkan dragon. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Finn decided immediately. Then, Finn looked at Morningstar. Morningstar, I'll leave it to you later, please don't let me down. Finn said in a serious tone. Morningstar. Come on, when have I ever failed to deliver? Morningstar rolled his eyes speechlessly. He has always been very reliable. Well, very reliable refers to himself. The group continued to move forward, and soon passed through the passage and entered the 53rd floor. The Balkan dragon's bombardment was not late, and everyone soon reappeared after coming out of the passage. As everyone ran, the ground shook violently. Get out of the way. Finn reminded loudly, and then quickly pulled Raoul beside him to the side. Morningstar also quickly pulled Lafia and Alicia out of the way as quickly as possible, and Dion pulled Lavilia. Please give me flowers 0. Others did the same. The red-hot flame column broke through the ground and blasted on the ceiling as soon as everyone got out of the way. Then, everyone came to the edge of the vertical cave blasted out by the Balkan dragon and looked down. At this glance, everyone saw the red figure at the lowest end of the cave, which was the Balkan dragon. The red dragon named by Zeus's family, this is a big red dragon with 2 legs and a huge body length of more than 10 meters. At this time, the Balkan dragon seemed to have begun to prepare a new bombardment. At this time, a 3-meter-long 2-legged flying dragon flew out from each floor that was blasted through. It started. Barrier of light. Looking at the situation below, Chenxing did not hesitate, and after calling out, he directly released the barrier of light. The huge magic shield wrapped everyone in it. Chenxing jumped lightly, driving the shield and the people inside the shield to rush down. It's amazing, we actually move with the shield. Diana, who was floating in the shield because of an unknown force, said in surprise. Others were also surprised at this time. This is normal. We are now in a closed space. When the Morningstar moves, the protective shield will move with it, and the air pressure will push us along. Lavilia saw the current situation at a glance and began to explain. 0. It's incredible. Morningstar, you seem to always be able to surprise us. During the rapid descent, everyone felt their current situation and spoke one after another. Thank you for the compliment. Morningstar smiled and accepted the compliment. The group descended very quickly and soon passed through several floors and arrived at the 56th floor. At this time, the bombardment of the Balkan dragon on the 58th floor had just been completed and bombarded along the vertical hole. Seeing this scene, everyone was on high alert and ready to take action at any time. Although the strength of Morningstar's light barrier had been tested. This did not mean that they could be careless, and everything had unexpected times. However, Finn and others' worries were obviously unnecessary. The bombardment of the Balkan dragon not only did not damage the light barrier, but the thorn effect of the light barrier directly dispersed the bombardment and hit the two-legged dragons flying out from each floor on both sides, turning them into ashes. Not only can it defend, but it can also rebound. It's really a convenient magic. Seeing that the dragons flying out from the 56th and 57th floors were killed by just rebounding, Finn couldn't help but sigh again. With this feeling, Finn hoped that Morning Star could become a member of the Loki family. If Morning Star joins, the Loki family will definitely become the first family in Orario. Immediately, Finn secretly glanced at Dion and others. It seems that there is time to hint to Dion and others, so that they can take the initiative. In Finn's mind, if there is a chance to pull Morning Star into the Loki family, tribe, then they can only start with Tioni and others. This is not that Finn betrayed his companions to achieve his goal, but Finn had already noticed that after getting to know Morning Star, AC and others seemed to have developed a liking for Morning Star unconsciously. Regarding this situation, Finn did not stop it, but was ready to go with the flow. Let AC and others try hard to see if they can lure Morning Star over. While Finn was stunned, the people who were descending at a high speed had already reached a position close to the 58th floor and were about to land. Morning Star, Tioni, Lafia and Lavilia are in your hands. Looking at the nearby ground, Finn asked Morning Star and Dion for help. Except for Lafia and Lavilia, everyone else's physique can withstand such a high-distance landing, even Raoul and Alicia. Only Lafia and Lavilia, because they are magicians, can't compare with everyone else in terms of physique and can't withstand such a long-distance landing, so Finn asked Morning Star and Dion for help. The two were the farthest away from Lavilia and Lafia. Morning Star and Dion didn't hesitate and hugged the people around them. Boom. A violent roar sounded on the 58th floor, raising a thick dust. Chapter 115, Fight, Rest, and Advance. It's the first time we've arrived here so quickly. A voice came from the dust. We haven't been here before, okay. The last time we arrived here, we ran out of weapons and supplies, so we went back home. Stop nagging, Diana. Okay, don't dawdle, the attack is coming, start fighting. As Finn's voice fell, several figures rushed out of the dust, rushed towards the monsters in all directions, and started a fierce battle. Thank you, Morning Star. In the dust, Lavilia jumped down from Morning Star's arms and thanked Morning Star. When they landed just now, Lavilia happened to be next to Morning Star, so Morning Star picked her up, and as for Lafia, she was held by Dion when she landed. You're welcome. Morning Star nodded slightly, and then turned into a residual shadow and rushed out. Wow, this is the dragon pot. Chun, who was carrying a backpack, looked at the desolate environment around her and was slightly excited. This was her first time here. Well, it's somewhat similar to the situation in the Great Wilderness. We retreated because we didn't have enough supplies when we came here last time. Lavilia nodded and said. Then, Lavilia looked at Lafia on the side. Lafia, get ready for battle. Ah, yes, Lady Lavilia. The two elf magicians, one big and one small, quickly chanted magic. And Raoul and Alicia were on guard and guarding with magic swords. Seeing this, Chun also drew out her weapon, Hongshiyu, to help guard. As for the other people in 530's, Chenxing and others had already entered the wolf pack and started a fierce fight with the Balkan dragon and other monsters. The dragon pod is the habitat of the Balkan dragon, but there are not only Balkan dragons, but also other monsters, but the Balkan dragon accounts for the largest proportion. In addition, there were other flying dragons that ignored the floor, flying out of the vertical wood fired by the Balkan dragon and followed the breath of Chenxing and others to fly into the 58th floor. At this time, the 58th floor was a monster cave, with at least hundreds of monsters. And they were all IV.5 level monsters. These were exactly what Chenxing wanted to see. Didn't Chenxing come to the dragon pot to fight here? Before, he couldn't fight on the top because of the Balkan dragon's sniping. Now that he came to the 58th floor, he naturally didn't have that worry. The Balkan dragon is worthy of being the best among the IV.5 monsters. Chenxing attracted the firepower of more than a dozen Balkan dragons, several two-legged flying dragons and more than a dozen other monsters, and then used all his strength except the normal state to fight with this group of monsters. I have to say that this trip was really right. With so many monsters, even Chenxing would find it very difficult to fight. But Chenxing was happy to do so. Moreover, Chenxing had also told others not to interfere with his battle. Everyone also knew that Chenxing followed them on the expedition to fight. They had no chance when they were up there before, and now that they were here, no one disturbed Chenxing. In the vast desert, violent roars continued to sound, blazing pillars of fire raged across the entire huge space, and the flapping wings of the two-legged dragon caused gusts of wind. Flames, winter, fire spears, and various magic swords and magics continued to wreak havoc on the land, causing extremely severe damage to the entire wilderness. The ground was pitted and bumpy, as if it had been bombed by missiles, and magma and frozen soil were everywhere. These were caused by Lavilia, Lafia, and Tsubaki. If it were the middle layer, such severe damage would have caused the dungeon to send out the destroyer Zagnath long ago. Unfortunately, this is the dragon pot, the deepest layer of the deep layer. The Balkan dragon likes to roar a few times when he has nothing to do. He penetrated 7 or 8 floors, but there was no reaction from the dungeon. Although the battle between the crowd is more intense than the bombardment of the Balkan dragon, it did not cause an overreaction in the dungeon. And soon, the new worm monster also appeared in front of everyone. Everyone switched to indestructible weapons and continued to fight, and easily eliminated the worm monsters that surrounded them. The battle lasted for more than 3 hours before it ended. The monsters on the 58th floor were cleared out by everyone, leaving only a large number of worm monsters converging towards the passage leading to the 59th floor. Everyone did not stop them. After 3 hours of high-intensity fighting, everyone had already felt very tired. Since the worm monsters had retreated on their own initiative, everyone would not chase them. It was more important to rest and recover first. As the worm monsters retreated, the 58th floor ushered in a period of calm, and no more monsters were born. The many vertical caves blasted out by the Balkan dragon were also repaired by the dungeon. The flying dragons on other floors could not ignore the floors and continued to the 58th floor. Everyone sat down anywhere and took out advanced recovery potions from their respective supply packs and drank them. The 58th floor is really scary. I was hit several times by the Balkan dragon's bombardment just now. If it weren't for Brother Morningstar's heavenly gate being open, the situation would be really terrible. Diana drank a bottle of potion and said with lingering fear. When they came to the 58th floor before, they didn't stay here for a long time, so they didn't experience the current situation. Today, they have experienced it. Even if she upgraded to 4.6, she was still powerless in the face of almost endless monsters and fell into a dilemma several times. If it weren't for Morningstar's heavenly gate covering her body, she would probably be seriously injured now. The battle just now was so fierce that she didn't even have time to take out the potion in the supply bag to recover. She relied on Morningstar's heavenly gate to help restore her physical strength. Everyone agreed with Diana's words. The battle just now was indeed relying on Morningstar's heavenly gate, so they would be safe and sound, and even if they were injured, they would be cured in the first time. Otherwise, everyone would have some small injuries. Everyone was very grateful to Chenxing. Then, everyone's eyes fell on Chenxing. Chenxing, are you okay? How are you? Dion looked at Chenxing and asked with concern. I'm fine. Finally, I've experienced a good battle. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at him, Chenxing, who was stretching, was slightly stunned, and then said with a smile. Seeing that Chenxing still had the mind to stretch, everyone knew that Chenxing was fine, so they all smiled and didn't say much. Everyone sat quietly, waiting for the potion to take effect and restore their physical and mental strength. However, one person could not sit still. While everyone was resting, Chun was running here and there, constantly picking up various materials dropped by monsters on the battlefield. Chun, take these things when you come back later. It will be a hindrance if you take them now. Looking at Chun jumping here and there like a monkey, Lavilia could not help but remind her. It's okay, I'll pick them up and let Chenxing help me carry them later. Chun waved her hand indifferently. Chenxing can't do that either. You will only cause trouble for Chenxing. Hearing Chun's words, Lavilia was immediately full of black lines. After saying this, Chun seemed to have thought of something. I almost forgot to tell you. Chenxing has a space magic that can store various materials, and these materials will not become a burden. Tsubaki turned around and said to Lavilia and the others. When these words came out, everyone was startled, and then turned to look at Chenxing. Why are you looking at me? You didn't ask. Chenxing didn't feel uncomfortable being stared at by everyone, and blinked and said. Everyone. After hearing Chenxing's words, everyone instantly understood that Tsubaki was not lying. Then, everyone quickly stood up and began to sweep the magic stones on the ground. Since Chenxing has space magic that can store items, these magic stones can be collected directly. It was a last resort not to pick them up before, because they still have to go to the 59th floor next, and picking them up would only be a burden. But now that Chenxing has space storage magic, he must pick them up. Who knows, when they go to the 59th floor, there will be monsters on the 58th floor again, and whether a strengthened species that swallows magic stones will be born and swallow all the magic stones. In just 10 minutes, the magic stones scattered across the vast wilderness were cleared away by everyone. Thank you, Morning Star. Finn piled several bags as tall as a person in front of Morning Star and asked with a smile. Morning Star nodded, and with a wave of his hand, all the magic stones were thrown into the system space. Seeing this scene, although everyone knew it, they were still a little surprised, and they all started to discuss it. After cleaning the 58th floor, everyone came to the entrance to the 59th floor to rest. Raoul, Alicia, and Lafia took out some dried meat and handed it to everyone, so that everyone could further replenish their physical strength. While chewing the dried meat, everyone talked about the situation on the next floor. Chun was repairing the weapons for everyone on the side. After 3 hours of high-intensity fighting, everyone's weapons had a lot of wear and tear, even the undamaged weapons were the same, and the sharpness was greatly reduced. However, while everyone was chatting, Morning Star and Finn looked at the entrance of the passage without saying a word. What's wrong? Lavilia asked Chenxing and Finn, and the others looked over curiously. According to the records left by Zeus's family, the 59th floor is the glacial area. It is said that there are glacial lakes everywhere, making it difficult to move forward. The extremely cold environment will make the body dull. So we prepared the fire spirit cloth when we came here. Finn frowned and said. And now, we are in front of the passage leading to the 59th floor, but there is no cold air coming from the passage. Morning Star said. When this was said, everyone was stunned. Yes, why is there no cold air? The Zeus family said that the 59th floor's glacial field will affect even the first-level adventurers. You can imagine the temperature there. In this case, there should be cold air coming from this side of the passage. Everyone couldn't help but hold their weapons tightly and stood up, staring at the dark passage one by one. If nothing unexpected happens, the environment on the 59th floor should have changed dramatically. At this time, Morning Star spoke again. Is it because of those guys? AIC and others remembered Revis and the white-haired ghost who had died a long time ago but resurrected and became a weirdo with magic stones in his body when they were handling the guild's commission on the 24th floor a few days ago, and couldn't help but whisper to themselves. Before Revis died, she asked AC to go to the 59th floor, and the white-haired ghost kept shouting before he died that he wanted to clean up everything for the fallen fairy. The 59th floor might have undergone huge changes, and the first thing AC and others thought of was that these unknown weirdos caused it. Rest for another 10 minutes, and then we will set off. After everyone was silent for a long time, Finn issued an order in a calm voice. Everyone had no objection. 10 minutes was enough for Chun to repair the remaining weapons. 10 minutes passed quickly, and everyone started to set off and stepped into the dark passage. What everyone didn't know was that after everyone entered the passage, a crystal hanging around AC's waist quietly lit up a dim light. This crystal was given to AC by Fels through Luoyun. It was a magic tool that allowed Fels to record and transmit everything observed by the crystal. On the ground, in the underground altar of the guild, Uranus and Fels quietly watched the picture projected back from the crystal ball. Uranus, the 59th floor seems to have undergone a huge change. Looking at the situation of the people moving in the picture, Fels said. The guild's intelligence said that the 59th floor was a glacier area, but now none of S and others were wearing fire elf cloths. Fels didn't think Finn and others would be so careless. The only possibility was that the environment on the 59th floor had undergone a huge change, and this change made Finn judge that they could move forward without the fire elf cloth. It was not so cold in the passage, but rather very hot and humid, just like the tropical rainforest. Uranus nodded slightly, and then asked Fels. Fels, can you control the crystal? What do you want to do, Uranus? Jengers asked back. Send back the picture of Morning Star as much as possible. I have a hunch that there seems to be some huge changes in Morning Star. Uranus replied. Premonition. God's premonition. I understand. Fels did not refuse and nodded to indicate that he could. While Uranus and Fels were talking, in the passage from the 58th floor to the 59th floor, Chenxing and others finally walked through the passage and entered the 9th floor. The vision quickly spread out, and the scene on the 59th floor entered everyone's eyes, making everyone stunned. Chapter 116, Fallen Fairy, Fel Weiss. What caught everyone's eyes was not the glacier field. There were no towering icebergs, no ice-blue water, only dense vegetation. This was a floor that was overgrown with vegetation and made people shudder. Compared with the information provided by Zeus's family, the current 59th floor could be said to be completely unrecognizable. Dense forest. Diana frowned and read it out. The 59th floor was larger than the wilderness on the 58th floor. In front of everyone's eyes were huge trees, dense vegetation covered the two sections, and the ground was green and full of colorful flowers. Although the floor area was very large, everyone could see the end at a glance. Because the walls of the entire floor were emerald green, the walls were covered with thick vines, and flower buds of different sizes hung on them. Everyone who had experienced the 24th floor grain warehouse incident recognized the scene in front of them. This is the 24th floor. Lafia's pupils shrank slightly and she said aloud. Let's go. Finn was silent for a moment, then waved his hand and led everyone forward. Along the way, everyone did not encounter any monsters, but they could hear that there were a lot of monsters in front of them, because the roar of the monsters had been transmitted through a long distance. That was in the center of this floor. Chenxing and others walked all the way there. Chenxing, what do you think is waiting for us ahead? Everyone was silent along the way, but at this moment, Finn, who was walking side by side with Chenxing, suddenly spoke. It should be related to the previous gem. Chenxing replied lightly. Chenxing naturally knew what was waiting for everyone. That was the complete form of the fallen fairy clone, the fallen fairy clone that swallowed a lot of magic stones to grow up, not the defective product encountered in 18 Kong before. In the original book, everyone in Loki's family was almost wiped out by the fallen fairy clone. It was Lafia who released the magic she learned from Fel Weiss at the critical moment to defeat the super short ice attribute magic of the fallen fairy clone, creating the most favorable conditions for Ace to kill, and the people of Loki's family destroyed the fallen fairy clone 26 on the 59th floor. This time, Lafia did not have any contact with Fel Weiss. Because of Dionysus, Fel Weiss had already disappeared into the darkness early, and Lafia did not have the opportunity to learn Fel Weiss's super short thunder attribute chanting magic. However, it didn't matter if I didn't learn Fel Weiss's magic this time. Chenxing didn't think that he and others couldn't defeat a mere fallen fairy clone with their current formation. You know, in the original book, neither Dion nor Diana had reached IV.6, but this time they had already reached V.6. In addition, with me here, wouldn't the fallen fairy be in a good position? Maybe he can advance to the 60th floor after killing the fallen fairy clone. The 60th floor, in addition to Zeus's family and Hera's family, there is only Fel Weiss. I don't know what the 60th floor is like. Yes, these environments are exactly the same as the information reported to me by Diana and others before. I don't believe it if it's not the work of those beings. Finn sighed and nodded. He felt that many things were beyond his expectations. However, it doesn't matter. Even if there is an IV.8 monster, he and others can fight it 1 or 2, and even if they can't beat it, they can retreat unscathed. Soon, everyone approached the central area. At this time, there was an extremely huge carnivorous plant in this area. That was the Death Queen flower, a very powerful plant-type monster. Surrounding it were a large number of worm monsters. The Death Queen flower kept waving its tentacles, killing the worm monsters one by one, taking out the new magic stone and swallowing it into the bloody mouth on its head. This situation shocked everyone at first sight. Because in the few seconds they saw the Death Queen flower had swallowed several colorful magic stones. Think about the time they had spent on the way here, How many magic stones the Death Queen flower must have swallowed, making itself stronger. However, everyone's attention was attracted by another thing. Why are there humans here? Finn's pupils condensed slightly, looking at the figure standing next to the Death Queen flower, wearing a black hooded cloak and a mask, and said solemnly. Others were also serious. This is the 59th floor, even for them, such a large first-level adventurer team, it took a lot of effort to get here. But now there is a person in front of them, a person who was handed here just like them. It seems that Finn and you need to deal with that monster. Finn and others don't know the identity of the person in front of them, but Chenxing knows it very well. It is precisely because of this that Chenxing knows that he can't intervene in the battle with the fallen fairy clone this time. When Chenxing saw this figure, he knew her identity. Fel Weiss, the most powerful person around Dionysus. This guy would appear here at this time, definitely coming for him. Because he had previously controlled the thought body Lucifer to beat Dionysus, Fel Weiss, who worshipped Dionysus so much and regarded him as his salvation, would definitely ignore him. And if he wanted to deal with himself, then Fel Weiss's body would have to do it. The clone had tried it before, and it couldn't deal with him at all. But before that, Dionysus didn't hide in the darkness, so she had to stay by Dionysus' side and couldn't do anything to herself. Now, Dionysus has disappeared into the darkness. No one knows where Dionysus is. She can safely use her real body to deal with herself. The reason why she chose this time and this place is because she has always been accompanied by the Loki family. With the existence of the Loki family, even if she has the strength of IV.7, she can't act rashly. If she really takes action when the members of the Loki family are around her, let alone killing herself, the probability of being killed is absolutely 100%, and there is no chance to escape. And now, here, Fel Weiss has the opportunity to take action. Because of the fallen fairy clone beside her. This guy is your enemy. Hearing Chenxing's words, Finn reacted immediately and said. Well, he came to seek revenge on me, and his strength is very strong, at least LV7. Chenxing nodded and said. When this came out, everyone was shocked. It turned out to be IV.7 strength, which is a field that only Oda has reached. Do you need help? Finn said immediately. Morning Star, let's deal with this guy together later. Dion said immediately. Others also agreed. No. I'll take this guy to another place. I want to fight this guy alone. Just deal with this mutated monster in front of you. Chenxing shook his head and declined everyone's kindness. Hearing this, everyone wanted to say something but was stopped by Finn. You want to improve yourself by fighting with this guy. No problem, but if there is any danger, ask for support from us at any time. Finn looked at Chenxing and said with a smile. You really understand me. Chenxing smiled and said. Immediately, Chenxing walked towards the left. Without any surprise, the black-robed figure standing next to the Death Queen flower also followed Chenxing to this side. Then, Chenxing started to run, and the black-robed figure followed closely. The two left the central area one after the other. Say, let's start. After watching Chenxing and the others leave, Finn's eyes shifted to the Death Queen flower in front. The others did the same. Under everyone's gaze, the Death Queen suddenly swelled violently. After swelling to a certain extent, the Death Queen exploded directly, purple blood gushed out, and then the upper body turned into a woman with a good figure as if it had feathered. Elf. Seeing the woman appear, everyone couldn't help shouting. The tender arms, chest and waist were in golden proportions, the upper body was covered with colorful clothes, green skin, green hair, green upper body, almost everything was green, only the pupils were not, because there was no pupil and iris, it showed a lack of figure. Not only the upper body was reborn, but the lower body also underwent a huge change, growing countless huge petals and shots. This is the completely formed fallen fairy clone. As soon as the fallen fairy clone was formed, it looked up at the sky and roared violently. The roar was so violent that it seemed to destroy everyone's estimate, causing Finn and others to cover their ears unconsciously. After seeing this scene, AIC was stunned. The blood in her body boiled at this moment, circulating at a high speed, and a severe tinnitus sounded in the depths of her brain, and her mouth trembled slightly. At this moment, AIC was very unbelievable in her heart, and her face was full of disbelief. Arya. Arya. After roaring, the fallen fairy clone lowered his head and looked at everyone. His eyes fell on AIC, and he called out with joy. AIC was shocked and murmured in a low voice. Fairy. As AIC said this, on the ground, in the underground altar of the guild, Fel suddenly looked at Uranus and shouted out the name of Uranus. Uranus. Hearing Fel's shout, Uranus, who was looking at the crystal, slowly narrowed his eyes and murmured in a low voice. Sure enough. Although I don't want to believe it. In ancient times, the immortals who received the will of our gods provided assistance to the growth of heroes and fought together. It seems that it is one of the fallen immortals who died in the dungeon in that era. Uranus looked at the fallen immortal clone that appeared in the crystal and said softly. Before the advent of the gods until ancient times, immortals were receivers of divine will. The immortals in the past and the grace of God now play almost the same role. They are sent by the gods to the lower world to solve the disaster of monsters in the lower world, guide the existence of the human race, and are also weapons. In the past, under the guidance of immortals, a great hero appeared among the human race. He grew up and was destroyed under the protection of immortals. This is the origin of heroes. And as the culprit of the whole dungeon, the number of immortals sent by the gods is the largest. Many heroes and immortals weave the sacred story of the labyrinth here. In other words, this guy is an immortal who entered the dungeon, was devoured by a monster, had his will twisted, and has survived from ancient times to the present. That's right. Because she was devoured by a monster, her will was twisted. To some extent, she has become a monster, a fallen immortal. Uranus nodded imperceptibly. When Uranus and Fels were talking about the fallen immortal, the battle between Loki's family and the fallen immortal Fengxing had already begun. I was originally thinking about seeing the growth of Morning Star. I didn't expect this to happen. Looking at the picture of the battle from the crystal, Uranus sighed slightly. Morning Star has always been very cautious, and it seems that he has always fulfilled the agreement with the half-elf in the guild. Since Morning Star dares to fight against the existence that he calls with the combat power of IV.7 alone, then Morning Star's combat power should have reached this level. Fels. Hearing this, he also sighed and said. He also wanted to see what was happening to Morning Star, but now that Morning Star had left Ace's side, he couldn't see it no matter how powerful he was. The Morning Star that the two were talking about had brought Fel Weiss to another place, not far from where Finn and the others were. To be honest, I've always been curious about why Dionysus asked you to attack me. After running here, Morning Star stopped running and then asked Fel Weiss, who had also stopped. Sure enough, do you know the situation of Lord Dionysus? In that case, I can't keep you. Your Lord God Lucifer caused trouble back then, and now you have to atone for it. Fel Weiss didn't answer Morning Star's meaning, and stared at Morning Star with eyes under the mask fiercely. As soon as the voice fell, Fel Weiss's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, Morning Star instantly activated the Reincarnation Eye mode, the Super Death Chi mode, and ignited the flame of the sky. Buzz. Bang. The two swords, one long and one short, collided with each other, and a visible wave spread out from the collision point of the weapons. After spreading out for a few meters, it suddenly exploded and turned into a violent shock wave that swept in all directions. Boom. Chapter 117, Battle Situation, Shaoan Takes Action. Powerful force was released from where Chenxing and Fel Weiss were standing. In just a moment, the place where the two fought sank several dozen centimeters, and everything around them was crushed under the powerful impact. Whether it was Chenxing or Fel Weiss, they launched their full strength in the first attack, and no one showed mercy. Sure enough, your existence, no, a monster like you should not exist. Seeing that her attack was blocked, Fel Weiss's scarlet eyes under the mask became more bloodshot. She came here with the intention of killing Chenxing. The previous time, it was a clone who didn't kill Chenxing. This time, she came directly with her body, and she used her full strength at the beginning of the attack. But her full strength attack was blocked by Chenxing. This means that Chenxing's strength has reached the same level as her. If they don't kill Chenxing, the destined enemy, in time, it will definitely cause them great trouble in the future. In just half a month, Chenxing's strength has increased from IV.6, which defeated the goddess Chariot after a hard fight, to IV.7, and it is comparable to her. This speed of improvement made her feel frightened. If this continues, Chenxing will be stronger than her in a few days. Even though she had decided to kill Chenxing here, Fel Weiss was more determined. I must kill you here and not let you hinder Lord Dionysus's plan. With a low roar, Fel Weiss launched a fierce offensive, and the short sword in her hand turned into a residual image, attacking Chenxing like a storm, and each attack was aimed at Chenxing's vital points. Facing Fel Weiss's stormy attack, Chenxing did not panic at all, waving the long sword in his hand to calmly block all of Fel Weiss's attacks. Before, on the 9th floor, Chenxing had fought against Oda. Even if Chenxing used all his skills at that time and brought his combat skills to the extreme, he was still suppressed when facing Oda. But when facing Fel Weiss, he was no longer suppressed as before. The improvement of Chenxing's ability value is no joke. From the beginning of the expedition to now, except for magic, Chenxing's other 4 ability values have reached more than D500. The ability values except magic have increased by more than 2,000. This has greatly improved Chenxing's strength. With such a great improvement in strength, facing Fel Weiss, who is almost the same as Oda again, Chenxing naturally cannot be the same as before. At this time, Chenxing is only slightly inferior to Fel Weiss in terms of strength. Such a small gap is enough to be made up by Chenxing's combat skills. The two can now be said to be evenly matched, and neither can win. The battle between the two was extremely horrific. The aftermath alone destroyed all the surrounding vegetation. The ground continued to crack under the battle between the two, and then was constantly blown away by the aftermath of the collision. The earth was shaking, the air was roaring, and the powerful impact swept across the entire battlefield, destroying everything. As the battle became more intense, the position where the two were located continued to collapse downwards, and powerful impacts hit the edge of the deep pit wave after wave, constantly expanding the results of the two people's battle. In just a few minutes, a deep pit several hundred meters wide and several meters deep has appeared on the ground. I am really worried that if the situation continues, the two will break through the floor and fall to the next floor. While the powerful force is constantly destroying the earth, the power of the dungeon is constantly trying to repair the damage caused by the two people's fight, but the repair speed of the dungeon is simply not as fast as the destructive power generated by the two people's fight. In other words, the 59th floor is deep enough, and the dungeon has a high tolerance limit. Otherwise, the destructive power brought by the two people's fight would have caused the dungeon to release the corresponding level of Zagrat. Advertisement. My strength is obviously above his, but I can't suppress him with my strength at all. This guy's fighting skills are too terrible. The fierce attack in his hand did not stop at all, and Fel Weiss's killing intention towards Chenxing became even more fierce. As Fel Weiss's opponent, Chenxing's killing intention towards Fel Weiss was no weaker than Fel Weiss's killing intention towards him. After Fel Weiss attacked him for the first time, Chenxing swore in his heart that when he was strong enough, he would definitely kill Fel Weiss. This time encountering Fel Weiss here, and starting a battle with Fel Weiss, Chenxing is planning to try his best to keep Fel Weiss here completely. From the beginning of the battle until now, the two have been fighting hand to hand, without using any skills or magic at all. Morning Star doesn't know what Fel Weiss is thinking, but Morning Star is waiting for the best opportunity. Morning Star's most powerful attacks now are the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion and the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. As Morning Star's strength increases, the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion and the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion of Morning Star can definitely threaten Fel Weiss, and threaten Oda. However, the situation where the power of these two special moves is increased to the point where they can threaten the two is very exhausting. Once they are dodged, Chenxing will never have a second chance. So Chenxing has been waiting for a suitable opportunity. At the same time, while fighting, Chenxing has been releasing invisible light veins and paying attention to the battle of AC and others on the other side. The intensity of the battle on AC and others' side is not weaker than that on Chenxing's side. The magic power of the Fallen Fairy's clone is very strong, and the magic chanting speed is also very fast. At the same time, in addition to magic, the Fallen Fairy also has powerful tentacles for attack and defense, plus there are a large number of worm monsters. Even though Dion and Diana have reached IV.6 in the Loki family this time, it is already very difficult to fight in this situation. Looking at the scene in the light veins where Lavilia maintained the dimension to resist the magic attack of the Fallen Fairy's clone, Chenxing frowned slightly. Xiaoan, go over and help. During the battle, Chenxing moved his mind and gave an order to Xiaoan, who was attached to his scabbard. Buzz. A black stream of light flashed by, and Xiaoan flew to the other side of the battlefield at the fastest speed wearing Chenxing's scabbard. Originally, Chenxing thought that after Dion and Diana were upgraded, the combat power of the Loki clan this time would be much stronger than in the original book, and it should not be as difficult as in the original book, so Chenxing did not expose Xiaoan, and Xiaoan's intention to help. But now it seems that it is better to let Xiaoan go. It would be safer to help over there. Anyway, I don't need Xiaoan's help here. Xiaoan's strength is definitely top-notch in IV.6, and no one in IV.6 can compare to him. Moreover, Xiaoan is not an ordinary IV.6 combat force. As an upper-level elemental elf, Xiaoan masters a lot of dark magic, and the role he can play is far more than the surface. On the other side, Fel Weiss frowned slightly after seeing Xiaoan's transformation into a stream of light, and then let go. She noticed that Xiaoan was flying towards the battlefield over there. But she didn't care. Whether the battle over there was won or not had nothing to do with her. Her only purpose this time was to kill Morning Star here. On the other side, the magic of the fallen fairy's clone came one after another, and the first wave of earth magic alone made it very difficult for Velia to resist. As a result, the second wave of fire magic followed. This second wave of fire magic came at once, and Lavilia's defense magic could not resist it at all. In just a few seconds, cracks appeared in the protective shield of dimension interception. Gray. After realizing that she might not be able to withstand this wave of fire magic, Lavilia prepared to call Grace to come for physical defense. However, before Grace's name was called out, Lavilia was stunned. Not only Lavilia, but also the others in dimension interception magic. Because just now, they witnessed with their own eyes that a dark curtain fell outside Lavilia's dimension block, separating the purple flame magic from dimension block. The black curtain replaced Lavilia's dimension block and blocked the magic of the fallen fairy's clone. Before everyone came to their senses, a crisp little girl's voice came into everyone's ears. "I come to support you on the order of Lord Chenxing." Wearing a dark feathered robe, Xiaoan's figure slowly floated in front of everyone and said with a gentle face. Looking at Xiaoan, who was only the size of a palm, everyone's faces were full of question marks, but they quickly reacted and caught what Xiaoan said. Although they didn't know what kind of existence Xiaoan was, he could actually block the magic that dimension block was about to block, but Xiaoan said that he came to help on the order of Chenxing, so he was one of them. With Xiaoan's joining, the next battle against the monster in front of them should be easier. As for why Fin and others directly believed that Xiaoan was sent by Chenxing, it was because of the scabbard floating next to Xiaoan. That was Chenxing's scabbard. If Chenxing hadn't let it go, who could have taken the scabbard away from Chenxing's hand? Okay, don't waste time, start fighting back. Seeing that everyone had come back to their senses, Xiaoan was very satisfied and nodded. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaoan waved his hand and directly attached a dark light to everyone's body. Xiaoan didn't need to explain at all. The moment the black light wrapped around everyone understood what the dark light wrapped around them was. The dark clothes have the ability to absorb attacks, which can absorb more than half of the power of the attack that falls on itself and reduce half of the damage. So powerful. After receiving the information, Tioni couldn't help but exclaimed. "Don't waste time, fight back." Others also spoke up, but Fin didn't give them time. He waved the command spear in his hand and gave instructions loudly. After hearing Fin's words, everyone didn't hesitate. Fin ran and rushed towards the direction of the fallen fairy clone. Even Lafia followed behind everyone and launched a charge, running and chanting in parallel. Lafia's parallel chanting, I have learned it during this period of time. Tsubaki also rushed out waving red Shiyu. Only Raoul, Alicia, and Lavilia did not charge. Lavilia was attacking as a rearguard magician and did not need to charge at all, while Raoul and Alicia needed to protect Lavilia. After all, there were still a lot of worm monsters around. Xiaoan did not rush out, but flew directly to Lavilia's shoulder and sat down. "I didn't expect that there would be someone like you next to Morning Star." Looking at Xiaoan sitting on her shoulder, Lavilia said softly with a smile on her face. She had never heard of Xiaoan's existence. She had read countless biographies over the years, but had never heard of a creature like Xiaoan appearing in history. Moreover, Xiaoan exuded a very huge magical power, which was much greater than hers. Good money is good, there was such a little elf beside Chenxing, and she was getting more and more curious about Chenxing. I possess you, which can enhance your control of magic power and allow you to enter. Do you want to possess me by chanting a short text? Xiaoan did not answer Lavilia, but turned to look at Lavilia and said, Really? Lavilia was stunned when she heard this, and her eyes revealed disbelief. Her magic is very strong, but it is a super long text chant. Only by chanting the entire text can the magic be released. This is also one of her weaknesses. Of course, this is a weakness of many magicians. She can't overcome this weakness. Her magic is fixed, and she really didn't think that she could chant a short text. Try it and you will know. Want to try? Xiaoan smiled and replied. Hearing this answer, Lavilia fell into contemplation for a while, but the image of Morning Star appeared in her mind. After taking a deep breath, Lavilia nodded. Come on, possess me. Lavilia believed in Morning Star, and since Xiaoan was on Morning Star's side, she was willing to believe him too. Without any hesitation, Xiaoan sank directly into Lavilia's forehead, and the floating scabbard fell to the ground. Lavilia quickly reached out to catch it. However, the next moment, Lavilia was stunned, and a strange color gradually appeared in her eyes. Then, Lavilia put the scabbard on her waist, and in the stunned eyes of Raoul and Alicia, Lavilia ran towards the direction of the fallen fairy. Wait, Lavilia people. Alicia hurriedly followed with the magic sword in her arms after a short break. Wait for me. Raoul followed closely behind. Chapter 118, Main Force Lavilia, Golden Beams Cutting Through Space. Fels, have you seen this kind of creature? In the underground altar space, Uranus looked at the picture in the crystal and was silent for a while, then spoke to Fels under the altar. No, Uranus. I think it might be a heretic. Fels shook his head and then expressed his guess. In this world, except for monsters, all other creatures have been explored, and there is no existence like Xiaoan. So he thought that Xiaoan should be a monster in the underground city, a monster with intelligence like the heretic, who was encountered by Chenxing and followed Chenxing. Otherwise, he couldn't figure out why Xiaoan had such a strong power, and even the magic that Lavilia couldn't stop, Xiaoan blocked it. In this world, except for monsters, only adventurers have magic, and Xiaoan's appearance is not an adventurer, let alone an extinct fairy. There is no other possibility except monsters. Hearing this, Uranus did not respond and fell silent again. Fels did not speak either, but stared at the crystal quietly, but thought about another thing in his heart. Speed up the contact between the heretic and the Morning Star. Since there is a similar existence to the heretic around the Morning Star should accept the existence of the heretic. Let Ray and Mary continue to look for opportunities to test the Morning Star's attitude towards the heretic. At the same time, on the 59th floor, on the battlefield where Finn and others are. Lavilia looked at Lavilia, who appeared beside her in some surprise. Lady Lavilia. Lavilia, why are you running up here? Tiona and others who were waving their big double blades to chop the tentacles of the fallen fairy heard Lavilia's voice and turned their heads to look over. When they saw Lavilia actually running from the rear to the vicinity of themselves, they were stunned. However, this moment of distraction was caught by the fallen fairy, and a large number of tentacles shot towards Tiona and Tioni. Tiona and Tioni noticed this at the first time. However, the speed of the fallen fairy was too fast, and even if the two noticed it, they could not dodge it all at once. At this moment, Lavilia's voice reached the ears of the two. Burn everything, Sword of Surtur 387, Famous Alf. Advanced Victory Sword. Plus at HHH. As the voice fell, pillars of fire rose from the ground and rushed into the sky, burning a large number of tentacles. Lady Lavilia, what are you doing? Lavilia was stunned. She remembered that Lavilia's magic was chanted in super long texts. How come it can be released directly now just by chanting the last sentence? And Diana and Dion, who were rescued by Lavilia, also fell in front of Lavilia and Lavilia. Lavilia, what are you doing? Diana looked at Lavilia in surprise and asked. The ability of Xiaoan sent by Morning Star, she is now attached to me, which allows me to chant super short texts and release magic at the fastest speed. Moreover, the magic power in my body is almost inexhaustible now, and I can release magic without any scruples. Lavilia explained. After Lavilia said this, they realized that Xiaoan had disappeared. It turned out that he was possessed. Everyone was surprised when they heard this, and then they were excited. If Lavilia was not lying, then Lavilia would be stronger than anyone else in the next round. A magician who could release infinite short magic, and the magic power was very terrible, and it was wide area magic. This was the biggest nightmare on the battlefield. And it is the enemy's nightmare. Finn, Grace, Ace, Bert, Tsubaki, get out of the way. Lavilia shouted loudly without wasting time with them. Tiona and Tioni heard the words and immediately moved aside. The next second, Lavilia's short text chanting began again. Snow blowing all over the sky, 3 severe winters, my name is Alf. Ecstasy, Fimble winter. The violent blizzard blew out in an instant and swept forward. And Finn and others who were fighting at the front also heard Lavilia's shouts, without any hesitation, and quickly dodged to both sides. As soon as the 5 people moved aside, 3 fierce winter snowstorms swept past them, turning all the monsters and tentacles along the way into ice sculptures, and rushed towards the direction of the fallen fairy's clone without losing momentum. Advertisement. The fallen fairy clone naturally couldn't let Lavilia's magic attack itself. Countless tree roots broke out of the ground, forming a tough and upright wooden wall, blocking Lavilia's magic. Fimblewinter blasted the wooden wall and destroyed it completely, but after destroying the wooden wall, the power of Fimblewinter also disappeared directly. However, after the wooden wall was destroyed, a large number of tree roots soon emerged from the ground again. Is Lavilia's chanting speed faster again? Finn, who was still in the air, looked at this scene in surprise. After the voice fell, Finn also landed on the ground, and so did the others, and then they all looked behind them. After seeing the situation behind, everyone was stunned, because Lavilia actually ran to the front line, and at this time she was holding the great elf in her hand and sitting in the posture of releasing magic. Seeing this scene, Finn frowned slightly, and then quickly ran back to the position where Lavilia and the others were. Finn noticed something was wrong. Although Lavilia could chant in parallel, it would definitely take more time to chant. It hadn't been long since he and his men launched the attack, and it was impossible for Vaya to finish chanting and release magic so quickly using the method of parallel chanting. And, most importantly, Finn found that Shaoan was gone. When the others saw Finn like this, they also noticed something different and retreated. Lavilia, what happened? After arriving behind Lavilia, Finn asked without hesitation. Lavilia also didn't hesitate and told the whole situation. After hearing this, AIC and the others were all stunned. It turned out to be like this. If that's the case, then we must change our strategy. Lavilia, you take the lead and we assist. We deal with those monsters and tentacles. Lavilia, you deal with the main body of the monster. Finn made a decision immediately. Since Lavilia can chant short texts and has almost unlimited magic power, the people present may not be able to deal more damage than Lavilia together. Just based on the destructive power caused by Lavilia's magic, it would take them at least 1 or 2 minutes to complete the attack. Before, it took Lavilia at least 1 minute to release a spell. Now, Lavilia only needs a dozen seconds. In this case, let Lavilia be the main attacker. Leave it to me. Lavilia nodded and took the task. Others nodded one after another and understood the next strategy. And just then, the chanting of the fallen fairy clone sounded again. Lavilia, please. Hearing the voice of the fallen fairy clone, Finn said to Lavilia, and then rushed out waving his double guns. The same was true for others. As Finn and others launched another attack, a new round of battle began again. On the other side, the battle on Morningstar's side also had some slightly different places. At this time, a cute little cute thing was standing on Morningstar's shoulder, CGCD. The Sky Lion Natsu was released by Morningstar. But he was just released, and Natsu did not do anything, just staring fiercely at Fel Weiss who was fighting with Morningstar. As for why Morningstar released Natsu without giving any instructions, it was because Morningstar wanted to find a suitable opportunity for Natsu to release the Sky Flame. The nature of the Great Sky Flame is to reconcile, and the released Great Sky Flame can petrify anything. However, Morningstar is not sure that Natsu's Great Sky Flame can have an effect on Fel Weiss. After all, Fel Weiss has used a very special power to resist the destructive power of the Seeking Dao Jade before. Although he is not sure that Natsu's Great Sky Flame can petrify Fel Weiss, it is still possible to slightly interfere with Fel Weiss. And Fel Weiss on the opposite side is also on guard against Natsu on Morningstar's shoulder. Although Natsu has not made any move, Fel Weiss feels a threat from Natsu. So Fel Weiss has never taken Natsu lightly. However, it is precisely because of the distraction to pay attention to Natsu that Morningstar soon found a flaw in Fel Weiss for this reason. Natsu. During the battle, Morningstar called Natsu's name softly. As soon as these words came out, Fel Weiss on the opposite side suddenly shrank her pupils. Advertisement. Sure enough, the next second, Natsu on Morningstar's shoulder suddenly opened his mouth, and a dazzling light burst out from it. Wow! The cute roar burst out with the most terrible power, and the flame of the sky burst out from Natsu's mouth and swept towards Fel Weiss's front. Fel Weiss reacted immediately, forcibly changed her attack posture, blocked Morningstar's attack, and quickly retreated. Raise the cup as a shield, the cup of evil destruction. God's holy grail of salvation. As the short article fell, a transparent magic barrier appeared in front of Fel Weiss. However, the next second, the flame of the sky directly petrified the magic barrier. Seeing this scene, Fel Weiss was slightly shocked. She didn't expect that her magic was petrified and turned into a stone slab. However, Fel Weiss was shocked but not panicked. The magic just now had bought her enough time. When the flames of the sky were about to hit her, a special power emerged from Fel Weiss's body, covering her whole body, and the flames of the sky instantly penetrated from both sides. Originally, Fel Weiss thought that this crisis was over. But the next moment, Fel Weiss's pupils shrank again. Because at this moment, in front of her, Chenxing held a golden beam in his hand, and that beam made Fel Weiss feel a strong sense of crisis. Fel Weiss wanted to dodge at the first time, but Chenxing would never give her any chance. As soon as Fel Weiss's thought came up, Chenxing held the golden beam and slashed it at her, so fast that Fel Weiss could not escape at all. The golden beam enlarged in Fel Weiss's pupils, and then swish! Cut it in two. The golden beam cut the space, as if it split the entire 59th floor into two, the ground collapsed directly, and the entire floor shook violently. Faintly, Chenxing seemed to hear the roar of the monster. However, Chenxing didn't care about these. At this time, Chenxing was most concerned about his enemies. Chenxing didn't expect that even though he had used Natsu to create the right time to attack, Fel Weiss could still dodge the cutting power of the Golden Will reincarnation explosion at the critical moment. Originally, Chenxing predicted that his Golden Will reincarnation explosion could directly split Fel Weiss in half from head to tail. But Fel Weiss dodged it abruptly, without paying the price of her life, but at the cost of half her body. At this time, half of Fel Weiss's upper body was lying quietly on the ground. Looking at this scene, Chenxing secretly said that LV7 was really hard to kill. He had finally created an opportunity, but it was dodged. However, in order to kill you while you are sick, Chenxing quickly released a magic to smash the half of Fel Weiss's body that was cut off into pieces. What a terrible power! If I hadn't dodged in time, I would have been split in half by you. But you have also provoked a terrifying existence. Fel Weiss, whose half of her body was cut off, was not angry at this time. Instead, she was very calm and looked at Chenxing and said lightly. However, Chenxing didn't want to listen to this guy's nonsense. He flashed and attacked Fel Weiss again. But this time, Fel Weiss had no intention of fighting with Chenxing at all. Under Chenxing's dry watch, her figure quickly merged into the green land on the ground. Chenxing's attack fell directly. The long sword slashed on the ground, directly cutting a deep pit on the ground, but Fel Weiss's figure had completely disappeared. Looking at this scene, Chenxing frowned slightly, but didn't say much. Then, Chenxing looked at a pan. There was half a colorful magic stone lying there at this time. It was the magic stone of a new monster and also the magic stone of a weirdo. This half of the magic stone was from the half of Fel Weiss's body that was cut off by Chenxing's Golden Will reincarnation. Chenxing used magic to blast half of her body into slag, but this half of the magic stone remained. Centuring down, Chenxing picked up the half of the magic stone, took a look at it, and threw it into the system space. At this moment, Chenxing suddenly heard a roar that was different from any other monster, which made Chenxing frown slightly. Chapter 119, Zagnut the Destroyer, Uranus's Lost Control. The shaking of the dungeon and the roar of unknown monsters made Chenxing feel a little uneasy. However, Chenxing didn't have time to think about it for the time being. Through the veins of light, Chenxing flew towards the direction where Finn and others were. The battle on Finn's side was still very fierce, but not as tragic as in the original book. With the addition of Lavilia, who was possessed by Shaoan, Finn and others didn't need to worry about the rich magic of the fallen fairy. They only needed to deal with the physical attack of the fallen fairy clone, that is, the attack of the tree roots and the siege of the worm monster. As for the magic of the fallen fairy clone, Lavilia could deal with it alone. Lavilia's own magic power could not be compared with that of the fallen fairy clone. But after being possessed by Shaoan, Lavilia's control over magic power was greatly enhanced, and she also had almost unlimited magic power to squander, which greatly enhanced Lavilia's magic power and could completely fight against the magic of the fallen fairy clone. Since Lavilia joined the battlefield, Lavilia and the fallen fairy clone have fought against each other several times. Even because Lavilia can now chant super short texts, the fallen fairy clone has fallen into a passive position several times and was almost hit by Lavilia's magic. If the fallen fairy clone had not pulled out a large number of tree roots in time for defense, it would have been severely damaged by Lavilia's magic. Although the fallen fairy clone can chant at super high speed and even chant continuously, chanting new magic as soon as the previous magic is released, it is ultimately not faster than Lavilia's super short text chanting. Several times, Lavilia's magic has been released before the magic has been released. And because there is no need to worry about the magic of the fallen fairy clone, Finn and others' attack speed is also very fast. In just over a minute, Finn and others have approached the fallen fairy clone a few dozen meters in front of him. However, after approaching here, Finn and others slowed down. "All of you go to hell." Waving the axe in her hand, she turned the three-headed worm monster into the Dust King in an instant. "Tioni, did you hear the strange sound?" On the other side of Tioni, Tiona also waved the indestructible sword to cut the worm monster in half, then retreated to Tioni's side and asked Tioni, "Did you hear it too?" Tioni asked back after hearing this. Since the golden beam of light just now shot up into the sky and fell, the entire 59th floor has been shaking. Although the shaking did not last long, after the shaking stopped, she heard a barely detectable roar of a monster. Because the sound was too small, she thought she had heard it wrong. Unexpectedly, Tiona also heard it. "Ah, I heard it." Tiona nodded, and then joined the battle again. Tioni also followed and launched another attack. Ace, Tsubaki, Bert, Finn, Grace, Lavilia, Lafia, Yashia, Raoul, did you hear a strange sound? After launching the attack again, Tioni shouted loudly while attacking. Tioni-san heard it too. Yashia, who was protecting Lavilia, said immediately after hearing this. "My thumb is in pain, something is wrong, everyone be careful." At this time, Finn's voice also rang out and reached everyone's ears. Advertisement. Hearing Finn's words, everyone's hearts suddenly became extremely alert. Everyone present, except Tsubaki, knew the situation of Finn's thumb. Finn has a special ability. Every time he encounters a bad situation or a possible strong crisis to himself, Finn's thumb will unconsciously feel pain. The stronger the pain, the stronger the crisis. But Finn's thumb is now in pain, which means that they are about to encounter danger, and the danger is very serious. And just at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly reached everyone's ears. Almost at the same time, a white light spread rapidly from afar at an incredible speed. In just a moment, this light covered the battlefield and everyone. Before everyone could figure out the situation, two screams were heard in their ears. For some reason, Tioni and Tiona flew up, and a deep wound appeared on their bodies. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils shrank immediately. No one thought that someone could seriously injure Tioni and Tiona under their noses. You know, both of them are IV.6, and they were attacked silently, and the injuries were so serious. This newly appeared enemy is very terrifying, even more terrifying than the fallen fairy clone. At least the fallen fairy clone does not have the ability to do this. Everyone did not care about anything else, and carefully explored the surrounding situation. Lavilia immediately released the gauze breath and put it on everyone. Just as Lavilia's gauze breath was released, everyone heard a barely perceptible sound again. Buzz. Clang. Bang. A huge collision sound came, and everyone's attention was quickly attracted. In front of Lavilia, a monster they had never seen before was holding a sharp claw to grab Lavilia. In front of Lavilia, the figure of Morning Star had appeared there at some point, and the long sword in his hand blocked the sharp claw. Morning Star. Lavilia was still a little frightened, staring at the back of Morningstar in a daze. Just now, she felt the creepy sense of life and death crisis for the first time in a long time. Since the last conflict between Loki's family and Freya's family, she has never felt this sense of crisis again. At that moment, her heart slowed down. I didn't expect you to be born on this level. Morningstar did not answer Lavilia, but looked at the monster in front of him in shock, and murmured unconsciously. Advertisement. The monster that appeared in front of Morningstar had a pair of scarlet eyes, and was completely black, without a trace of flesh and blood, nor any magic stone. The entire body was composed of only a black skeleton like a metal ore, with a pair of bone wings on its back, and two sharp claws emitting a deep glow. The one that appeared in front of Morningstar was the destroyer Zagnet, a monster that would only be born when the dungeon suffered irreparable damage. There was only one purpose for its birth, that is, to clear all adventurers and repair the dungeon. Impossible, why did this guy appear? On the ground, in the underground altar, Uranus rarely lost his composure and stood up from the throne. What's wrong, Uranus? Although Fels was also frightened by the sudden appearance of the monster, he really didn't expect that seeing this monster bed Uranus would lose his composure and stand up from the throne. You know, Uranus has been sitting on it all the time, motionlessly maintaining his divine power to suppress the entire dungeon. This monster has appeared. Uranus said solemnly with a gloomy look. Do you know this monster? Fels was a little surprised when he heard it. Ah, the monster that killed Australia's family 5 years ago. Uranus nodded and said. As soon as these words came out, Air was shocked. He is the embodiment of disaster. Adventurers causing excessive damage to the dungeon will trigger the dungeon's defensive instinct, which is the dungeon's cry that even my prayers cannot reach. Each floor has a fixed damage limit. 0. The deeper the floor, the higher the limit. For a floor as deep as the 59th floor, the upper limit it can withstand is very terrifying. Although the battle between the Loki family and the fallen fairy spirits was very fierce, it was not enough for the dungeon to deploy its defensive instincts. The only possibility is the battle between the Morning Star and the unknown adventurer. What did the Morning Star do? Uranus said in a low voice. Is it the golden light just now? Hearing Uranus' words, Fels immediately remembered the golden light that flashed just now. It was unknown where the light came from. Fels only saw that when Ace and others were fighting, the light flashed behind them, and then the dungeon seemed to begin to shake. Not long after that, the monster that Uranus called a disaster appeared. And as soon as it appeared, it severely injured the sisters Dion and Diana. Fels's guess was right. The appearance of the destroyer Zagnath was indeed due to the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. This time, against Fel Weiss, Morningstar did not hold back at all, and used the most powerful Golden Will reincarnation explosion that he could use now. The golden giant sword of light not only cut off half of Fel Weiss's body, but also penetrated several floors in a row, causing irreparable damage to the dungeon. This also caused the dungeon to scream, and began the clearing operation, and Zagnath was born to clear the adventurers on the 59th floor. Moreover, due to the relationship between the floors this time, the Zagnath born in the dungeon has reached the level of LV7. In addition to the special nature of Zagnath, its strength is only stronger than Fel Weiss. It should be. Uranus did not refute Fel Weiss's guess, because he also guessed this. Uranus, do you think Morningstar and the others can deal with the disaster? Felis spoke again, a little worried. I don't know, this disaster is much stronger than the one 5 years ago. Even the angry snake and the great Severing were severely injured in an instant. Now we can only pray for them. Uranus shook his head slightly, sat back on the throne, and whispered softly. Chapter 120, Dividing the Battlefield Again. Lavilia, don't use magic. After blocking Lavilia's attack on Lavilia, Chenxing quickly reminded Lavilia and Lafia. Chenxing knew very well that Zagnet's body was insulated from magic and would even bounce back magic. It would be fine if the power of magic far exceeded that of Zagnet, because it could indeed cause damage to Zagnet. Just like the holy fire heroic slash used by Bell in the original book, it could cause damage to Zagnet, because the power of the holy fire heroic slash exceeded the limit that Zagnet could rebound. And the Zagnet in front of him was obviously not comparable to the Zagnet in the original book. Its strength exceeded that of everyone present at the moment, reaching IV.7 or above. Chenxing didn't know whether Lavilia's magic could cause damage to Zagnet, but Lafia definitely didn't have that ability. If Lafia used magic on Zagnet, it would definitely be rebounded and seriously injured herself. Morningstar only had time to say this sentence, and then he had no time to continue speaking. Because Zagnet moved again. Zagnet's speed was very fast, so fast that even Tioni and Tiona could not react. But Morningstar was able to keep up with Zagnet's speed in 3s and 3s. After seeing that his attack was blocked, this guy did not linger in the fight at all, and quickly changed his target, leaving Lavilia and rushing towards Lafia not far away. Be careful. Finn didn't know the existence of the enemy before, so he naturally didn't see it clearly. Now Zagnet has appeared, and disappeared in full view of everyone, so everyone present can naturally see Zagnet's figure clearly. However, although they can see it clearly, no one present can rush over in time, and Finn can only remind Lafia in time. One sentence. However, Morningstar has already locked onto Zagnet, so it is impossible for Zagnet to harm anyone at the scene. Before, I had not arrived yet, so I only had time to use the Gate of Heaven, so I gave Zagnet the opportunity to severely injure Dion and Diana. But now that Morningstar has arrived here, it is absolutely impossible for Zagnet to harm anyone at the scene. Bang. The figures of Morningstar and Zagnet, one person and one demon, appeared in front of Lafia. The attacks of both sides collided, and a powerful impact broke out in front of Lafia, and Lafia was directly blown away. So Lafia was caught and did not fall from the air. As early as when Zagnet rushed towards Lafia, everyone present rushed over at the first time. AC was the fastest. As soon as Lafia flew up, AC had already caught her. Who is this guy? After catching Lafia, AC fell to the ground and looked at the position of Morningstar and Zagnet in front of her, muttering in a low voice. The next second, Morningstar disappeared from AC's sight. AC's eyes quickly shifted and chased Zagnet. This time, Zagnet set his target on Tioni and Tiona again. Advertisement. Morningstar. When Xing came over just now, he sensed the existence of Zagnet through the veins of light, but Morningstar didn't have time to get here. Seeing that Zagnet was about to appear next to Dion and Diana, Morningstar cast the fastest spell and covered the Gate of Heaven. At this time, the two had recovered under the healing of the Gate of Heaven, and the deep injuries that could be seen to the bone had disappeared, but the faces of both of them were a little pale at this time. That was caused by the injury just now. Although Morningstar's Gate of Heaven treated the two people in the first time, their bodies were still greatly affected. Are you okay, Dion, Diana? Appearing in front of Dion and Diana, Morningstar cared without turning his head. Ah, it's okay, thank you, Morningstar. If your magic hadn't covered it in time, if you hadn't sent Shaoan here, the two of us would have been in danger just now. Diogen thanked with a pale face. Ah, thank you, Brother Morningstar. Tiona also thanked him palely. The two of them were covered with the dark cloth released by Shaoan, which could absorb half of the attack power, but even so, they were still severely injured by one blow. If there were no dark cloth, the situation of the two could be imagined. Even if they were not killed instantly, they would definitely not be able to fight again, even with the treatment of the Gate of Heaven. Morningstar nodded and said nothing, because Zagnet was moving again. Morningstar had to stop this guy, so he followed suit. We must take this guy away from here, otherwise the situation here will be very troublesome. While quickly catching up with Zagnet, Morningstar muttered in his heart. Zagneth's speed is too fast. It was almost there, Finn and the others couldn't keep up at all, and could only defend themselves at best, and couldn't start a normal battle with it. And now it wasn't just Zagnet who was here, there was also a fallen fairy clone. However, Zagnet had been picking on the weak, and had no intention of confronting Morningstar head-on, and had been attacking Finn and the others. The two figures kept flashing on the battlefield, and the fierce collision sound kept echoing on the battlefield. When Morningstar stopped Zagnet, the fallen fairy clone didn't just stand there, and the people's ears remembered the chanting text of the fallen fairy clone, and the thick tree roots were also under the control of the fallen fairy clone and continued to attack Finn and the others. Finn and the others also dealt with the fallen fairy's clone again, but this time no one dared to focus all their attention on the fallen fairy's clone, and they were always on guard against the existence of Zagnet. There was no way, Zagnet was too fast, and his strength was also very terrifying. Dion and Diana were both seriously injured just now. Even if they believed in Morning Star, they could not be without a little defense. After all, there is only one life, and if it is really gone, it is gone. Morning Star dealt with Zagneth, and Finn and the others attacked the fallen fairy's clone. The situation on the battlefield was very strange. Not long after, Morning Star caught an opportunity and kicked Zagneth away. The powerful force turned Zagneth into a missile and shot out, and in an instant it flew hundreds of meters away. Advertisement. Finn, this is up to you. After finally finding an opportunity to let Zagneth move the battlefield, Morning Star breathed a sigh of relief, and then shouted to Finn 10 times and turned into a stream of light to chase after him. He's finally gone. That guy is here, and no one can concentrate on fighting. After seeing Morning Star take Zagneth away, Finn breathed a sigh of relief. Zagneth's existence was too threatening to them, so they couldn't fight seriously. The reason why they couldn't take down the fallen fairy clone after attacking it for so long was because of Zagneth's existence. They didn't dare to use their full strength at all. But now that Zagneth was taken away by Morning Star, they could use their full strength. Everyone, go all out, don't hold back, and get rid of this guy as quickly as possible. Waving the spear in his hand, Finn roared to the sky, then jumped up and rushed towards the fallen fairy clone, pressing his thumb on his forehead. Magic spear, pierce my head, drink blood. As Finn's voice fell, Finn's eyes instantly turned red. This is Finn's magic, the fierce magic spear, a berserk magic. Using this magic can greatly enhance Finn's full power. However, with the surge in fighting spirit, Finn's rationality will gradually fade, and he will become bloodthirsty and frantic, and his judgment will decrease. Finn will not use this magic unless it is absolutely necessary. Because Finn is a commander, he needs a clear mind to command his companions to fight. But now it is obviously not the time for him to command. Without the threat of Zagneth, others can go all out to deal with the fallen fairy clone. Wake up. AC and others also used their own magic and skills to launch a general attack on the fallen fairy clone. All the people of Loki's family, including Luo Chun, are very excited at this time, and they all seem to be in a state of anger. On the other side, Morning Star. After finding an opportunity to see Zagneth kicked away, Morning Star followed after leaving a word. In order to send Zagneth out of the battlefield where Finn and others were, Morning Star used all his strength in that kick. Even though Zagneth's strength was IV.7, he flew thousands of meters before he stopped under Morning Star's kick, and his whole body slammed into the ground under the powerful force. 5.8 A pit several meters deep was smashed into the ground. At the moment Zagneth fell, Morning Star's figure also arrived and landed. Standing on the edge of the deep pit, Morning Star looked down at the dust below. Whoosh! Zagneth is indeed an IV.7 monster. He didn't seem to be seriously injured after being kicked by Morning Star with all his strength. He attacked Morning Star just a few seconds after landing. A gap suddenly appeared in the thick dust, and then Zagneth's figure appeared in front of Morning Star. However, Zagneth was very fast, and Morning Star was not a pushover. Morning Star noticed it as soon as this guy moved. The sharp claws grabbed from top to bottom, emitting a cold light. Morning Star did not swing the sword of Hestia to cut it as before, but stretched out his fist to meet it. The deep orange flame of strength kept flashing, and Morning Star, wearing the Vongala gloves, punched it. Bang! Wow! On Morning Star's shoulder, Natsu had already opened his mouth at the moment when Morning Star's fist punched out, and he fired a large sky flame at Zagneth. Buzz. Crack. Chapter 121, Flame of Death, The Power of Idealism. Morning Star had never used the Vongala gloves since he got them. This time, however, Morning Star took them out and used them. As for the reason, it was because in this battle with Zagneth, Morning Star needed to fully exert the power of the Flame of Death. The previous battle with Fel Weiss consumed too much of Morning Star's physical strength. Although he drank 2 bottles of recovery potions after rushing to Finn and the others, and also used the Gate of Heaven on himself, Morning Star's physical strength did not recover much. In this battle, Morning Star had to rely on the power of the Flame of Death. The Flame of Death relied on consciousness to exert its power. The higher the consciousness, the stronger the power of the Flame of Death. Morning Star felt that his consciousness had never been firmer than it was now. If he could not stop Zagneth here, then Zagneth would definitely kill back to the battlefield of Finn and the others as soon as possible. With the speed Zagneth had just shown, plus the existence of the fallen fairy spirit clone, none of Finn and the others could stop him, and they would only be defeated one by one. AC and the others are Morningstar's friends, and Morningstar doesn't want AC and the others to die here. Zagneth, the destroyer, must die in his own hands, or at least he must be stopped. With this thought, the flame on Morningstar's forehead began to flicker, and the great sky ring on his finger also flickered continuously. Looking at Zagneth who appeared in front of him, Morningstar clenched his fist and punched him. Natsu's roar broke out. Bang. Shocking. The terrifying impact swept through his body and also spread to Zagneth. At this moment, the men and the beast burst out at the same time. The flame of death is really a special power, it feels a bit idealistic. Morningstar thought silently in his heart while flying backwards. Zagneth's strength is not weaker than that of Fel Weiss. And Morningstar had just been consumed by Fel Weiss, and even released the full power of the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. Although he was still in the Samsara I mode and the Super Death Chi mode, and had also ignited the Death Chi flame, his power had become somewhat weaker. However, in the previous battle with Zagneth, the power that Morningstar had exploded was not weaker than that of Zagneth. Morningstar knew very well that this was the power of the Death Chi flame. His awareness had become stronger, and the increase in the power of the Death Chi talk had also become stronger. Before, although he had some awareness, because he did not feel any threat, even if he had some awareness, his awareness was not strong. But now, facing the threat of Zagneth, in order to prevent Zagneth's existence from bringing life and death crisis to AC and others, his awareness could be said to be increasing rapidly. The increase in power brought by the increase in awareness was also visible to the naked eye. With this thought, Morningstar put his hands behind his back, and a powerful flame of strength instantly erupted. Morningstar's body suddenly stopped, and then turned into a residual image and rushed forward. Advertisement. Natsu, change your form, defensive form. During the flight, Morningstar whispered to Natsu who was standing steadily on his shoulder. Wow. Natsu roared, and then began to change his form. The orange flame wrapped his whole body, bursting with intense light. Natsu gradually changed his form in the light, covering Morningstar's left hand, and turned the Vongala glove on Morningstar's left hand into the defensive glove of the first-generation Vongala. Buzz. With the defensive glove appearing in his hand, the flame in Morningstar's palm became more intense, and the propulsion was stronger than before. Looking at Zagneth who was still flying backwards in front of him, Morningstar raised his fist, and the powerful death flame quickly gathered, causing the space around the three gloves to be slightly distorted. At a certain moment, Morningstar's pupils trembled slightly, and then punched out. Supernova explosion. The death flame burning with Morningstar's enlightenment turned into a huge fireball and shot out at a very fast speed. Zagneth seemed to sense something wrong with the fireball. Originally not afraid of magic attacks, it actually stabilized its body while flying backwards, preparing to dodge the attack. However, Morningstar's supernova explosion was very fast. As soon as Zagneth stabilized his body, the supernova explosion appeared in front of it. Although Zagneth dodged in time, his tail was hit by the supernova explosion, which petrified it and then turned into ashes. Although his tail was turned into ashes, Zagneth was a destroyer and did not feel any pain. He did not care about it at all. After dodging the supernova explosion, Zagneth flapped his bone wings and turned into a residual shadow and rushed towards Morningstar. Morningstar was not afraid at all and also went forward. The defensive gloves punched out and collided with Zagneth's claws. As the two sides collided, a violent shock wave swept out again. Green balls of light appeared around Chenxing. As soon as the balls of light appeared, they bombarded Jagnat. However, Jagnat was very fast. Chenxing seemed to sense something when the balls of light appeared, and quickly dodged. It seems that both the death flame and the beads activated by the reincarnation I mode can cause damage to Jagnat. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't dodge. Chenxing said silently as he watched Jagnat dodge his attacks twice in a row. Yes, Jagnat is just the nemesis of magicians after all, but Chenxing's reincarnation I mode and death flame have nothing to do with magic. The attacks released by the reincarnation I mode are all energy converted from physical strength, not magic, and the death flame is even more different. It relies entirely on one's own consciousness, igniting one's own consciousness and turning it into flames. These two energies are not magic, and both can attack Jagnat. The next second, Chenxing's figure disappeared instantly and chased after him. A man and a beast started a fierce battle in midair. Emerald green beads constantly emerged from Morningstar's body, turning into streams of light that had already reached and shot towards Jagnat. From time to time, there would be supernova explosions gathered by the flames of death. The destroyer Jagnat, known as the nemesis of magicians, could not take any advantage of Morningstar. With the blessing of the flames of death, Morningstar was not inferior to Jagnat in terms of strength and speed, and Morningstar also had two powers that were different from magic and could be used to hurt him. Moreover, Morningstar also had extremely powerful fighting skills, while the only thing Jagnat had was speed and strength. As for fighting skills, that was nothing. As the battle continued, Morningstar felt that his strength was getting stronger and stronger, and gradually suppressed Jagnat. Morningstar could feel that his consciousness seemed to be getting more and more firm. Jagnat's body had been damaged a lot under his attack. The metal-like skeleton body was missing a piece here and there were cracks there. This made Chenxing sigh again. The death flame was really a power of idealism. It seemed that as long as the consciousness was strong enough, the power of the death flame would continue to grow stronger, provided that the ring could withstand the burning of the death flame. However, it was obvious that the upper limit of the Vangala ring, as one of the powers of 73, was really high, and it completely withstood its own death flame. And the increase brought by the strengthening of the death flame was also getting stronger. Moreover, Chenxing did not feel any signs of weakening of his death flame. His consciousness at this moment was really terrifying. Before, Chenxing was very worried about Zagnath. After all, the name of a person is the shadow of a tree, and the existence of Zagnath was very special. In addition, the strength he just showed was so strong that he severely injured Dion and Diana with one blow, and Chenxing himself had another fierce battle with Fel Weiss, and even used the Golden Will reincarnation explosion, which consumed a lot of physical strength. Morningstar was really worried that he could not stop Zagnat. And it was precisely because of this worry that Morningstar's heart became more determined and his consciousness became stronger, so that his powerful consciousness made his strength so much stronger. However, what made Morningstar happiest was not the favor of 283 behind him. In the battle with Zagnat, the favor behind Morningstar was always hot, and the qualifications of the evildoer were constantly playing a terrible role. While Morningstar was suppressing Zagnat step by step and destroying Zagnat's body step by step, on the other side, the battle of Finn and others was also coming to an end. Finn and others had cleared all the worm monsters around, and everyone's attack target had been completely transferred to the body of the fallen fairy clone. Without the worm monsters to share the combat power of Finn and others, they were still suppressed by Lavilia in terms of magic. The fallen fairy clone has completely entered a desperate situation. The fallen fairy clone kept controlling the thick tree roots to try to resist the advance of Finn and others. However, these tree roots could still resist one or two members of the Loki clan, but now that everyone was attacking, these tree roots were of little use. They just controlled them to break out of the ground, and the next second they were all torn to pieces by Finn and others. In terms of magic, they were also suppressed by Lavilia. Under the step-by-step pressure of the Loki clan, finally, under the microforce of AIC, the fallen fairy clone, whose body was not strong, was completely torn to pieces under the violent wind. At the moment when the fallen fairy clone was destroyed by AIC's microforce, a black stream of light shot out from Lavilia's body and instantly passed through the body of the collapsed fallen fairy clone. Everyone noticed this, but didn't say anything. Finn lifted the magic, and the whole person became visibly tired. It's over. Everyone, let's go and support Morningstar after a break. Finn glanced at everyone and then spoke. Yeah. Everyone had no objection to Finn's decision. On the other side, Morningstar, who was suppressing Zagnat, was stunned when Finn and others killed the fallen fairy's clone, and whispered two words. Magic Stone. Chapter 122, Shaoan who devoured the magic stone and grew up, LV.4. Crack. Bang. With the final blow of Morningstar, Zagnat, whose bones were already covered with dense cracks, was finally blown to pieces by the bombardment of the supernova explosion. Ha! With a heavy breath, Morningstar fell to the ground and sat down on the ground. He withdrew from the Samsara I mode and Super Death Chi mode. The Vangala ring on his finger no longer flashed the Death Chi flame, and his face was visibly tired. After fighting against Fel Weiss and Zagnat, two enemies with strengths as high as IV.7 and also very powerful at V.7. Even Morningstar couldn't bear it at this time. He wanted to sit up straight, but found that his back felt soft and he couldn't use any strength at all. His back became hunched. However, although he was very tired, Morningstar couldn't stop being happy in his heart, and a smile gradually appeared on his tired face. Well, we finally killed Zagnath. The battle over there seems to be over. Things have come to an end for the time being. I was originally thinking of going to the 60th floor to see the situation. But now it seems that this is the only way to go. Looking at the side where Finn and others were, Morningstar murmured in a low voice. Immediately, Morningstar spread out the veins of light and spread out in the direction of Finn. Looking at the scene where everyone looked tired and had already started to rush over here. As if worried about the situation on Morningstar's side, Finn and others were very fast. In less than a minute, Finn and others rushed to Morningstar's side. Seeing that the ground was completely unrecognizable due to the battle between the two people, as if it had been washed by magic, Finn and others immediately looked for Morningstar's figure. Seeing Morningstar sitting on a relatively intact ground and waving to himself and others, Finn and others felt relieved and then quickly ran towards Morningstar. "Thank you for your hard work, Morningstar." Finn thanked him with emotion when he came to Morningstar. Everyone thanked him one after another. Everyone present knew how hard Morningstar had worked today. First, he dealt with an adventurer who came out of nowhere and was as strong as IV.7, and then rushed back to save the situation after defeating the adventurer. If Morningstar had not arrived in time, there would definitely be a loss of people among them. That was inevitable. "Ah, I'm glad you're all right." Morningstar nodded slightly and chuckled. The group rested for a few hours on the 59th floor, which was mostly destroyed, and then began their return journey. As for Morningstar's original idea of advancing to the 60th floor, it was shelved by Morningstar. The current situation is not suitable for continuing to advance. It is necessary to recuperate. Whether it is Morningstar or the members of the Loki family, they are already very tired at this time, both physically and mentally. Moreover, they can't stay here for too long. If they stay too long, who knows what will happen on the 50th floor. This time the return trip was not so simple. Chenxing wanted to lead everyone to the 57th floor, and then use the Balkan Dragon's bombardment to create a vertical hole, and use the light barrier and the reincarnation eye mode to take everyone up, but the idea was impossible. Because the 58th floor was eroded too much by Chenxing and others before, Chenxing and others went to the 59th floor, and the Balkan Dragon had not yet reborn on the 58th floor. So everyone could only run back floor by floor, bitterly. All the way up, everyone ran, fighting for several hours before returning from the 59th floor to the safe floor of the 50th floor. On the way back, everyone was in the underground altar of the Orario Ground Guild. After seeing the figure of Morningstar in the crystal and seeing that Morningstar was not in serious trouble, both Uranus and Fels breathed a sigh of relief. No matter which one of the first-level adventurers of Orario was lost, it would be a huge loss for Orario. Especially those like Morningstar who have reached level 7 are rare treasures in the whole Orario. In the past few years, only Oda has reached level 7 in Orario, and the others are still hovering at level 6. The more first-level adventurers there are in Orario, the happier Uranus and Fels are. After all, these first-level adventurers are the potential combat power to deal with the last one entrusted by the three major adventurers. Fels, let Royman upgrade the level of Lucifer's family to S level. After relaxing, Uranus looked at Fels and gave the order. Upgrade directly to S level. There is only one person in Lucifer's family. Is this really possible? Fels was slightly stunned, and then blurted out. I can see that Lucifer seems to have come to the lower world just for Morningstar. Besides that guy doesn't seem to plan to find other family members. Are there not enough adventurers and gods looking for this guy in Orario now? As a result, this guy has never appeared, and he is like a dragon that can't be seen from head to tail. Except for not wanting to recruit family members, I can't figure out why that guy would hide in this situation. Lucifer's family will probably only have Morningstar in the future. But, with only Morningstar, can't we raise the level of Lucifer's clan? Impossible. After Morningstar showed such a powerful force, its level must be raised, and it must be the highest level. Uranus explained lightly. Hearing this, Fels also reacted, nodded slightly, and then set off to do business. Not long after, Royman, the guild president, shouted in disbelief in his office. S-level. In the dungeon, after returning from the 59th floor to the 50th floor, Morningstar returned to his tent to rest, and Finn and others did the same. This time, after going down to the 59th floor, experiencing such a battle, and then running back, everyone's fatigue value has reached the peak. After returning to the camp, they returned to their tents to rest. As the leader of this expedition, Finn returned to his tent and lay down after confirming with Angel and other members who stayed behind that nothing serious had happened in the camp. Finn and others were really lying down, but Morningstar did not rest so quickly. At this time, Morningstar was looking at the scabbard in front of him. Shaoan had returned to Morningstar's side and was now possessed by the scabbard. I didn't expect that the magic stone of the Fallen Fairy's clone would have such an effect. When Shaoan wakes up, his strength will definitely be greatly improved. By then, Shaoan's strength will definitely reach IV.7. Looking at the scabbard, Morningstar murmured in his heart. Just now, when the Fallen Fairy's clone was killed by AIC, Shaoan instantly contacted the possession and rushed out of Lavilia's body. At the fastest speed, he got the magic stone in his hand before AIC saw the magic stone in the Fallen Fairy's clone destroyed, and swallowed it. Shaoan is now sleeping in the scabbard. Through the contract, Chenxing can feel that Shaoan is digesting the special magic stone of the Fallen Immortal Essence clone that he swallowed and becoming stronger. And Shaoan also revealed one thing to Chenxing. That is, the magic stone of the quality in the body of the Fallen Fairy spirit is of great help to their elemental elves. This reminded Chenxing of the half of the magic stone that he had cut off before, which was now thrown into the system space by him. Let Xiaoguang swallow that half of the magic stone after returning. Thinking of that half of the magic stone, Chenxing made a decision in his heart. The quality of the magic stone of Fel Weiss is definitely not worse than that of the Fallen Fairy spirit clone, and it should be able to have an effect on Xiaoguang. It seems that I have to be more careful when dealing with the Fallen Fairy spirit clone in the future, and I can't directly destroy the magic stone of the Fallen Fairy spirit clone. These are all the growth resources of Xiaoguang and Shaoan. After talking to himself for a few words, Chenxing took off his shirt and renewed his grace. Chenxing now really wants to know how much his grace ability value will be improved after experiencing a series of battles. Will it reach the upper limit directly? After all, each of the 3 battles was very intense. And 2 of them were battles with monsters of level 4.7. Morningstar. LV3. Strength, D569 SSS 1999. Durability, D578 SSS 1999. Dexterity, D598 SSS 1999. Agility, D589 SSS 1999. Magic, SSS 1674 SSS 1999. Upgrade. Advertisement. Optional development ability, healing, rejuvenation, continuous attack. Development ability, Magic F, Luck Eye. Magic. Thought Body. Son of Light. Son of Darkness. Skills. Reincarnation Eye. Blessing of the God of War. Flame of the Sky. Sure enough, the ability values have reached the limit, and the great deeds are also enough. Looking at the grace ability value, the corners of Morningstar's mouth unconsciously raised an arc, and the joy in his eyes was not concealed at all. Immediately, Morningstar's eyes fell on the choice of development ability. Healing, this thing does not need it, and his own gate of heaven is the best healing magic. Continuous attack, this thing does not need it either. In terms of combat skills, I am not inferior to anyone, and I don't need to add combos to enhance my skills. Then the best choice is Jingyu. Jingyu is about the spirit, and it can restore the spirit by itself. The higher the ability value, the faster the recovery speed of the spirit. This ability is the most useful to me among the 3 abilities. P.S. I personally think Jingyu. After thinking it through, Chenxing did not hesitate and started upgrading directly. As soon as the upgrade was completed, Chenxing felt warm all over, as if he was soaked in a hot spring, and his whole body seemed to have been reborn. My current strength, in normal state, is at least LV6 limit, no, even more, it should be between IV.6 and IV.7. Feeling the change in his own strength after the upgrade, Chenxing defined his own strength according to the feeling when he opened the Samsara Eye mode before. Immediately, Chenxing directly opened the Samsara Eye mode. With the opening of the Samsara Eye mode, Chenxing's strength instantly soared to the level of IV.7, and it was the strength after the Samsara Eye mode, the Super Death Chi mode and the Death Chi flame were ignited. Such a powerful force. Feeling the change in his own strength, Chenxing felt a little floating, and had a feeling of expansion. Although the strength has become stronger, the Samsara Eye mode consumes more physical strength. But it doesn't matter, with my current physical strength, I can keep the Samsara Eye mode open without using high-consuming tricks for at least one day. After muttering to himself, Chenxing opened the Super Death Chi mode again and ignited the Death Chi flame. Strength surged again without any surprise. However, Chenxing was unable to define his current strength level. It should be possible to reach IV.8. Even if it can't be reached, it should be between IV.7 and IV.8. With my combat skills, adventurers who have just upgraded to 4.8 should have no problem. However, this is just a guess. After all, there are no adventurers with IV.8 in Orario now. Feeling his own almost inflated power, Chenxing said to himself. Compared with before, my strength improvement seems not as good as the previous improvement from IV.2 to 4.3. Okay, but the situation really can't be judged by the surface. The higher the level of the adventurer, the greater the span of strength improvement each time he upgrades. My current strength level is only IV.4. It is a rare thing to be able to maintain the same span of strength improvement as before after upgrading one level. After dispersing the Samsara Eye mode, Chenxing lay down heavily on the bed and prepared to rest. However, Chenxing was very tired just now. After the level was raised, Chenxing became energetic and couldn't sleep at all. He closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep, but half an hour later, Chenxing still didn't fall asleep. He suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the top of the tent, not knowing what he was thinking. However, at this moment, Chenxing suddenly felt someone approaching his tent. Chenxing looked towards the door of the tent. Within 2 seconds, a head poked in from outside the tent. Tioni. Looking at the head poking in, Chenxing was a little surprised. He didn't know why Tioni didn't go to rest now and ran to him. Isn't he tired? Looking at Chenxing's unexpected look, Tioni didn't answer, but his eyes flashed with a fiery light, as if he was looking at a prey. Noticing Tioni's eyes, Chenxing's heart skipped a beat. This guy, can't he? Sure enough, the next second, Dion's whole body had already entered the tent, and then he rushed towards Chenxing. Chenxing, I'm here to repay you, just obey me. Haa. Joe. Looking at the beautiful figure so close, Chenxing only had time to rearrange a dark barrier on the tent, and then he was completely out of control. Chapter 123, Lily and others trapped in the middle level. It took Chenxing and the others a week to return to the ground from the 50th floor. During this period, there were no unexpected incidents like in the original novel. In the original novel, the Loki family was attacked by poisonous demon maggots when they returned from the expedition, and they had no choice but to temporarily settle down on the 18th floor and let Bert go back to get the antidote. But this time, with Chenxing following, although the large army was still attacked by poisonous demon maggots, Chenxing went down through the gate of heaven and all the poison people recovered. So the journey of the people was not affected at all. They returned to the ground very smoothly. The return of the Loki family naturally attracted the attention of many adventurers. Adventurers and residents stood on both sides of the street, whispering and discussing people related to the Loki family. Chenxing was also in the large army, so he naturally attracted strong attention. Many adventurers and residents discussed Chenxing's situation without concealing it. However, whether it was the Loki family, Chenxing, or Chun and others, they did not care when facing the discussion of these people, and they ignored them one by one. When the main force came to an intersection, Chenxing separated from Finn and others, as well as Chun and others. As for the harvest of the expedition, everyone agreed to go to the Twilight Hall tomorrow to discuss the division of the harvest. After leaving the main force, Chenxing rushed straight to the library. However, after returning to the library, Chenxing was slightly stunned. Because a group of people were gathered in the library at this time. In addition to Hestia, Hephaestus was also there, as well as Mai and Naza, Jian Yulei and his family members, in addition to a troublemaker and his leader. You are here. gathering. Seeing that everyone was actually here, Chenxing didn't remember anything for a while, and said with some surprise. Chenxing, you 423 are finally back. Great, Chenxing, help me bring Belle and the others back. Hestia threw herself into Chenxing's arms excitedly, looking at Chenxing with tears in her eyes, and said loudly. Hearing this, Chenxing was stunned, and then his eyes swept over the others, and one thing emerged in his mind. Belle, trapped in the middle room. Chenxing tentatively confirmed. Yes, Belle and Lily started to attack the middle level yesterday morning, but... Hestia nodded repeatedly and explained. After listening to Hestia's words, Chenxing put his hand on his forehead. Why can't this butterfly of his blow away Belle? I don't know how far the plot has gone. Belle was still given to the monster by the people of Jian Yulei's family. I'm very sorry, it's all my fault for not disciplining her. Jian Yulei apologized with a shameful look, and behind him, Ming and others were also ashamed as Jian Yulei. Chenxing didn't answer, but walked to Kashima Sakura with a calm face and looked at Kashima Sakura quietly. Kashima Sakura was stared at by Chenxing, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead, but she didn't avoid Chenxing's eyes and looked at Chenxing. Seeing Chenxing's actions, the others present dared not speak or make any moves, and their hearts were in their throats. Morning Star, Lord Kashima. Ming, who was beside Kashima Sakura, looked at this scene and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Chenxing halfway through. Shut up. As soon as these words came out, Ming's expression froze, and he dared not make a sound again with his mouth open. The next second, Kashima Sakura suddenly flew backwards, flew out of the library gate, and turned over several times on the heavy street before stopping. The whole person lay on the ground and vomited blood. The people around were frightened after seeing this scene, and they hid far away one by one, not daring to get close at all, fearing to cause trouble. In the library, everyone was shocked after seeing this scene, and the members of Jian Yulei's family were all panicked. Only Jian Yulei didn't, although he couldn't bear it, but he didn't say anything. Hestia has forgiven you, but I haven't. I watched Belle grow up. But since Hestia has forgiven you, I won't do anything. This blow is a lesson for you. Chenxing said lightly, looking at Kashima Sakura lying on the street and vomiting blood. Hestia obviously didn't want the two families to become enemies because of this incident, so Chenxing wouldn't interfere with Hestia's approach. However, although he didn't interfere, Chenxing wouldn't do nothing. Belle was recommended to Hestia by Chenxing, and Chenxing went to the Twilight Pavilion to find a mentor to help her become stronger. It can be said that Chenxing spent a lot of energy on Belle. Kashima Sakura gave Belle a monster, so Chenxing naturally wouldn't say nothing. To be honest, if it weren't for Hestia, Chenxing would probably kill Kashima Sakura directly. Jian Yulei obviously didn't have any opinion on Chenxing's approach, and he didn't say anything when he saw Kashima Sakura being beaten. Okay, I'll bring Belle back later. After teaching Kashima Sakura a lesson, Morningstar smiled and promised Hestia. Even if Belle and the others died in the dungeon now, Morningstar could save them. Of course, if possible, Morningstar still didn't want them to get into trouble. Just like before on the 59th floor, even though he knew he had the ability to revive Ace and the others, Morningstar still tried his best to stop Zagneth and kill him. Who would want the people around them to die? Even if they can be resurrected, they have already died once. Sorry, I'm causing you trouble. Hearing Chenxing's words, Jian Yulei spoke again and thanked him. No need. Chenxing shook his head slightly. Hermes, I have Chenxing now, I don't need your help, go away. When Hestia heard Chenxing's agreement, she burst into tears of joy, then turned around and looked at Hermes unhappily, waved at Hermes, and drove him away with disdain. Don't say that, Hestia. Hermes was also a little embarrassed at this time, and said with a dry laugh. By the way, Chenxing, can you take me with you? I haven't seen what the underground city is like yet. Well, yes, I'll take you down if you want to go. Chenxing thought for a moment after hearing this, looked at Hermes and nodded, and agreed. To be honest, Chenxing was thinking about setting off directly now and bringing the three back as quickly as possible. However, thinking of the plan of Hermes in the original book, Chenxing simply chose to go with the flow. Anyway, he was by Hestia's side, so he didn't have to worry about Hestia getting hurt when using the power of God. 0144111126 Philo 1322241421 And since he wanted to take Hestia down, he had to wait until late at night. At that time, there would be no guards in front of the Tower of Babel. However, Chenxing would not really wait like this. Time soon came to late at night, and Chenxing and his party appeared in front of the Tower of Babel. Advertisement. Although Hestia said that Hermes didn't need to follow, Hermes didn't insist on acting together. Chenxing also knew that this guy wanted to test Belle's heroic potential. So Chenxing didn't refuse Hermes's companionship. Chenxing remembered that in the original book, Belle obtained the skill of Hero's Wish because of Hermes's reckless behavior this time. This skill is a very powerful skill for Belle. Morning Star didn't mind letting Belle get this skill. Of course, Hermes wanted to use Hestia to carry out the plan like in the original book, which was absolutely impossible. If this guy had any such idea, Morning Star would beat him up and make him a pighead. In addition, Jian Yulei also let Kashima Sakura and Ming and Chikusa, 3 people from Jian Yulei's family, follow him to atone for his sins, just like in the original book. Chenxing did not refuse Jian Yulei's approach. If you want to go, go. It doesn't matter. When Chenxing and others set out, on the other side, Chenxing's thought body had already set out. And in just a few hours, he found the location of Belle and others. However, Chenxing did not let the thought body appear in front of Belle and others, and kept hiding and paying attention to the situation of several people. Only when several people were in danger did he secretly help. Moreover, this time Chenxing also asked Lu to act together. Lu agreed to Chenxing's call without thinking and followed along. The relationship between Belle and Lu was very good because of Sierra during this period. After hearing that Belle was in trouble, Lu also expressed his desire to help and went to the dungeon to find Belle. As soon as the group entered the dungeon, they went straight to the middle level. On the other side, in the 16th floor of the middle level, Belle and others chose to move towards the 18th floor as in the original book. Morning Star transferred half of its strength and turned on the dark magic at this time, hiding in the shadows between the floor passages, hanging behind the 3 people, and did not make a move. However, when Belle and others ran out of supplies, Morning Star controlled the supplies brought by the thought body to drop on the road that the 3 people had to pass. Although he wanted Hermes to make trouble and let Belle obtain the powerful Hero Wish skill, this does not mean that Morning Star will sit idly by and let Belle and the other 2 arrive at the 18th floor in despair. Belle was recommended to Hestia by herself, and Lily had been sticking to him and calling him Morning Star during that time, so Morning Star naturally would not let the 2 fall into crisis. As for wealth, well, by the way. Soon, the supplies were exhausted, and Belle and the other 2, who were already in despair, saw a bag full of supplies in the passage. Master Belle, is Lily hallucinating? Lily seemed to see a bag of supplies in front of her. Looking at the pile of bottles and jars in front of her, Lily murmured in a low voice. Belle did not answer, staring at the front, as if talking to herself. Wealth. My eyes are fine, those in front seem to be potions and food. Wealth swallowed and said. That is to say. Hearing Wealth's words, Lily and Belle's eyes suddenly lit up. The next second, the 3 of them rushed out at the same time. Even Wealth, who had a leg injury, limped forward. Saved. Chapter 124, The Lonely King of the Labyrinth in the Eyes of the First-Class Adventurer, Reunion. Ugh. Bang. 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 Saved. Wealth, who ate too fast because of the food, pounded his chest hard. After finally letting the food go down, he exhaled heavily and shouted that he had survived. That's great. I don't know which family member accidentally dropped it, but it solved the urgent problem. Belle, who was standing by, was also eating heartily without any image, and said gratefully while eating. Only Lily, although she was also eating heartily, had deep doubts in her heart. When she saw the food and potion just now, Lily was overwhelmed by joy, so she didn't think of this, but now that she calmed down, Lily thought about the wrong situation just now. Whose things are thrown so neatly, in the middle of the passage, and they are specially opened, as if they are afraid that you don't know that there are food and potions inside. However, although she was confused, Lily couldn't figure it out, and her eyes kept scanning around. Morning Star, who was hiding in the dark, also saw Lily's thoughts and secretly said that Lily was really the intellectual leader of this team. Belle and Wealth had never thought of this, and only Lily noticed something wrong at the first time. Soon, the three of them finished their food and drank the potion to restore their injuries, physical strength and mental strength. Do you want to continue going down? Looking at the dark passage, Welf turned to Lily and Belle and asked. Go on, we have already come here. Besides, there are not many potions, and they are not enough to support us to go back. Let's go to the 18th floor to find a team to go back to the ground together. Lily shook her head, then looked at the small bag on her time and said. We just got a lot of things, but not many potions. After they drank the potion to recover, there were not many potions left, not enough for them to go back the way they came. It would be better to go directly to the 18th floor, find adventurers from other clans to act together, and go back to the ground, so that they can have someone to take care of them. Well, let's do it according to Lily's words. Belle had no objection to this. Okay, let's do it. Belle and Lily both had this idea, and Welf naturally had no objection. Then the three of them started to move again, holding the map to find the entrance to the 17th floor. Morningstar's thought body followed closely behind. Because of the supplement, this time the trio was not as difficult as in the original book. After the 17th floor, they even relied on Belle to lead two people to move, and they almost couldn't pass through the sighing wall. This time the three worked together. Belle was the main force, and Welf and Lily assisted on the side. The journey was very smooth, and there was no special event. The abnormal events in the dungeon seemed to have ended after the three were replenished. This was also normal. The reason why the dungeon pursued the three was because the three were exhausted by the monsters, and the dungeon felt that there was an opportunity, so it did so. After being replenished, the three were back to their normal state, so they were naturally not afraid of these, and the dungeon would not waste energy on targeting Belle and the other two. Morningstar's thought body followed the three leisurely, watching the three enter the passage leading to the 18th floor under the pursuit of Goliath. Goliath, it's been a long time since we last met. Standing in front of the sighing wall, Morningstar's thought body looked at Goliath's huge body, smiled faintly, and whispered softly. Morningstar didn't think about killing Goliath. Belle had been driven to the 18th floor to cooperate with Hermes' plan. If Goliath is killed now, what if the dungeon can't figure it out and doesn't give birth to a new Goliath and strengthen it? Advertisement. Wouldn't his cooperation be ruined? Looking at Goliath rushing over, Morningstar's thought body waved his hand, and then completely dissipated under Goliath's gaze, turning into a light spot and disappearing. Anyway, Belle and the other two have already entered the 18th floor, and it is a little safer. On the other side, after Morningstar's thought body disappeared, Morningstar's body. Morningstar and others have reached the middle level. The group quickly began to search, following the map and searching one floor at a time. Soon, they found the supplies that Belle and the others accidentally lost after being attacked in a collapsed passage on the 14th floor. Moreover, the supplies did not fall in one place, but continued to fall, and the destination was directly pointed to a new floor. Everyone also guessed the movements of Belle and the others, guessing that Belle and the others might be preparing to go to the 18th floor. The group then continued to go deeper and began to search in new floors. In this way, Chenxing accompanied Hestia and the others to search all the way down, and it took 7 or 8 hours to find the 17th floor from the 14th floor. I didn't find them at all, and I didn't find their bodies. I think they should have gone to the 18th floor. Liu judged this and said to Hestia. All the way down, they searched all the known places in the middle layer according to the map, but did not find any traces of Belle and others. They only saw the supplies that Belle and others kept losing. This made Liu guess that Seer and others should have successfully reached the 18th floor. As for Belle and others being eaten by monsters, Liu felt that this possibility was very small. Because even if they were eaten, some traces would be left. But the traces they found did not have these. It's good that nothing happened, since Belle and the others may go to the 18th floor. Then let's go to the 18th floor now. Hestia breathed a sigh of relief and said thankfully. Without any hesitation, everyone continued to move and headed towards the 18th floor. Soon, everyone arrived at the Wall of Sighs. As expected, as soon as everyone entered the space of the Wall of Sighs, Goliath appeared again. Do you want to kill this guy? Looking at the birth of Goliath, Liu turned to look at Chenxing and asked Chenxing. If Chenxing was not there, she would only choose to cover everyone and leave here as soon as possible. After all, she is the only LV4 here, and the strongest of the others is only Yasvi, IV.3, hidden level, and the other two IV.2 and 1 V.1. Except for Yasvi, the rest are burdens. Fighting will only make her very passive, after all, she can't just sit back and watch. And now that Chenxing is with her, Lu will naturally ask Chenxing for his opinion. Is this guy Goliath? He's really tall. Hermes looked at Goliath, who was rushing towards them with big strides and bangs, with curiosity on his face. No, let's leave this guy to those who need him to refresh his great deeds. Let's not touch him. After all, the refresh cycle is not short. Morningstar shook his head and rejected it. As soon as these words came out, the three people, Kashima Sakura, who had been on high alert and ready to fight at any time after seeing Goliath appear, were immediately ashamed. Even Yasvi was the same. Is this the attitude of the first-level adventurers towards the lonely king of the maze Goliath? I can't afford to offend him. This is the boss. As Morningstar's voice fell, the shadow under the feet of the running Goliath began to twist, and shadow tentacles rushed out from the shadow, binding Goliath firmly in place, unable to move. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, obviously not knowing what was going on in front of them. Let's go, don't waste time. It wasn't until Morningstar spoke that everyone realized that the dark tentacles were the work of Morningstar. Everyone looked at Morningstar, who was holding Hestia's hand and walking towards the passage, and followed without hesitation. Although I have known about the strength of Lord Morningstar before, my heart is still surging when I saw Lord Morningstar easily tying up Goliath. Is this the strength of a first-level adventurer? Ming looked at the back of Morningstar in front of her, feeling very excited, and murmured in a low voice. She also hoped that she could be like Morningstar in the future, and be calm when facing the lonely king of the maze Goliath, and not take it to heart at all, and tie him up with a magic, making him unable to move and at the mercy of others. Ah, this is the strength of a first-level adventurer. Kashima Sakura nodded and responded a little absent-mindedly. It was because she knew the strength of Morningstar that Kashima Sakura did not resist when Morningstar taught her a lesson on the ground before. Because Kashima Sakura knew that if she resisted, the consequence would most likely be death. After all, what she did was immoral, and it was related to Morningstar. Everyone successfully entered the passage leading to the 18th floor and followed the passage to the 18th floor. After everyone disappeared, the shadow tentacles on the body of the Labyrinth King Goliath gradually disappeared. As soon as he got out of trouble, the Labyrinth King roared to the sky, and the voice was full of frustration. Let's go to Rivera Town to inquire first. After arriving at the 18th floor, Lu turned his head and looked at Morningstar, and suggested to Morningstar. In Lu's mind, if Belle and others arrived at the 18th floor, they would definitely go to Rivera Town as soon as possible to buy some recovery potions there for recovery. So going there to look for it is the best choice. No, I've found it. In response to Lu's suggestion, Morningstar shook his head slightly and said with a smile. As soon as he arrived here, Morningstar's light veins had already found the figures of Belle and others. Several people did not go to the Rivera formation, but camped in the wild. I guess they knew that the town of Rivera was too bad, so they didn't dare to live there. They just bought camping equipment and went camping in the wild. Morningstar led everyone directly to the direction where Belle and the other two were camping. Everyone looked at each other, and they were a little surprised that Morningstar had found Belle as soon as he arrived. However, although they were surprised, they didn't question it and followed him directly. Soon, everyone found Belle and the other two in an open space in the wild. At this time, the three of them were sitting around a bonfire and eating. Belle, Lily. Seeing Belle and the other two, Hestia was very excited and rushed over quickly. Belle and the others who were cooking heard the sound and turned around quickly. Lord God. Why are you here? Door. Chapter 125, Divine Power, Ignites the Fire of Hope. Indiana Ryu. Hestia and Belle ran towards each other, grabbed each other's hands, and shook them happily. Belle even had tears in her eyes, and she complained to Hestia. Who knew how dangerous they were this time? If they hadn't obtained the supplies dropped by others at the critical moment, they might not have been able to reach the 18th floor alive. Morningstar. While Belle was complaining to Hestia, Lily saw Morningstar at a glance, ran towards Morningstar at the first time, threw herself into Morningstar's arms regardless of anything, and burst into tears. Morningstar was not surprised by Lily's reaction. Since she said those words last time, Lily has regarded herself as a support. This time, she encountered this kind of danger. Even if Lily didn't collapse after seeing herself, she would definitely want to find support to vent. Morning Star didn't speak, but just stretched out her hand and gently stroked Lily's hair, silently comforting her. The others just looked at Chenxing and the other four quietly, without saying anything. Soon, Belle and Lily's emotions gradually stabilized. Once they stabilized, they noticed Kashima Sakura and Ming who came with them, and their faces suddenly changed. Morning Star, it's these two who made us like this. Lily accused 860 of the two people to Chenxing, and Belle also stared at the two people with a bad face. I'm deeply sorry for the monster's gift before. No matter how you want to punish me, Miss Belle, I have no complaints. Kashima Sakura took a few steps forward, and then knelt down directly in front of Belle and the other two, and apologized sincerely. Ming was the same. Looking at Kashima Sakura and Ming in front of her, Belle's expression was very complicated. Belle also had a deep resentment and hatred for Kashima Sakura's previous actions. But Belle is not stupid. Seeing that Kashima Sakura and Ming appeared here with their own god, Seer could guess a little. Their god must have some relationship with the main god of the clan where the two people were, otherwise they would not appear here. Belle did not want to make things difficult for her god, and the two of them came to find her and others. Belle, who was kind by nature, did not want to pursue the country. I forgive you, but I can't make the decision for Lily and Welf. Belle sighed deeply and said softly. Thank you very much. Hearing Belle's answer, Kashima Sakura and Ming were both stunned, and then hurriedly thanked them. Then, they looked at Lily and Welf. Lily and Welf saw that the two people's eyes fell on them. Lily looked up at Chenxing and found that Chenxing did not say anything. After thinking for a while, she shook her head. Since Belle has forgiven you for beating people, I have nothing to say. But you need to compensate for our losses. Lily looked at the two and said. It's my duty. Thank you very much, Lord Lily. Ming heard this and hurriedly thanked him. Now only Welf was left. Both companions chose to forgive, and Welf did not intend to continue to investigate, but... Let me punch you 3 times. Welf gritted his teeth and said. Thank you, Lord Welf. Kashima Sakura was stunned, then thanked, obviously accepting it. Bang. 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 With 3 muffled sounds, Kashima Sakura was beaten black and blue. Lord God, who are they? The monster's gift was over, and Belle's eyes fell on Hermes and Yasvi. They were the only 2 Belle hadn't seen at the scene. As for Lu, although Lu was wearing a mask, Belle recognized Lu's identity at a glance. Hey, Belle, nice to meet you. I'm Hermes. Please guide me in the future. Before Hestia could introduce Belle, Hermes took the initiative to come forward and introduced himself. Ha, ha. Hermes' sudden approach made Belle feel uncomfortable. After a brief reminiscence, Morning Star was dragged by Hestia to look out. Because Hestia had sweated a lot along the way, she wanted to find a lake to wash herself. Morning Star had no objection to this and let Hestia drag her away. Lu and others were the same, wanting to wash themselves. Several women, except Belle who was dragged by Hermes to stroll in the forest, went over. As for Kashima Sakura and Welf, they stayed in the camp. Sitting next to a big tree, Morning Star directly unfolded a large range of light barriers, covering the area of several hundred meters near the lake. In this way, there is no need to worry about someone breaking in. As for the fact that Belle was taken away by Hermes, Chenxing didn't care at all. Hermes should be understanding Belle's situation and preparing to launch his own plan. Just when Chenxing was doing nothing, the long-lost system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! You have a new drift bottle, please check it. Hearing the voice in his mind, Chenxing was slightly startled. Good guy, the system has been working for more than half a month, and finally there is movement. There has been no movement for more than half a month, and Chenxing almost forgot about the system. Check it, open it. After a brief surprise, Chenxing checked it directly and opened it. Ding! The message in the bottle has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine power. Chenxing was confused. How much? Ah, no. Did I hear it right? Divine power, is it the divine power that I understand? The pressure of the gods. Divine power, the pressure of the gods can directly suppress all lives under the gods by relying on the pressure, and it will be offset when encountering the same level of pressure. After reading it 3 times in a row, he was sure that he had not seen it wrong, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, now my only flaw has been made up. When I used the thought body to pretend to be my family god, Chenxing was always worried that I would encounter some young gods who used the divine power to suppress my thought body. Now it's good, I have the divine power, and I don't have to be afraid of the divine power of other gods. Dionysus, don't let me find you, I will send you back to heaven as soon as I find you. Chenxing said silently in his heart. As for killing Dionysus, I can't do it now, and I can only do it after I become a god. I don't have that ability now. However, although I have divine power and can use it to suppress any creature below the gods, Chenxing will not use divine power to do whatever he wants. First, Chenxing's character is not one that does whatever he wants. Second, Chenxing's own strength is enough, and he doesn't need this thing to deal with the enemy. Third, Chenxing's favor needs to be improved by fighting. To use divine power to deal with the enemy, doesn't Chenxing need to fight? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Of course, if he really encounters a life and death crisis, Chenxing will not be stingy with divine power. Transferring his thoughts from his mind, Chenxing saw a wet figure walking towards him. It was Lu. At this time, Lu's hair was wet and there were some water stains on his face. Only Lu was there, and it was obvious that there was something that needed to be discussed with him alone. Mr. Chenxing, can we chat? As expected, Lu came to Chenxing, hesitated for a while, and then spoke softly. Let's go, let's talk while walking. Chenxing nodded slightly, stood up and walked behind him, and Lu followed him. In the forest, the two walked side by side. Chenxing didn't say anything, and Lu hesitated for a while, and finally asked what was on his mind. It was about the Australia family. Since Chenxing asked him to take back the equipment of Elish and others last time, Lu had high expectations for Chenxing. However, Chenxing suddenly joined the expedition of the Loki family, and he was away for more than half a month. Even if Chenxing didn't look for him this time, Lu would find an opportunity to find Chenxing and ask what Chenxing meant by what he said at the beginning. Hearing this, Chenxing did not answer directly, but activated the power of the world contract in his heart, forcing Lu to sign a contract in silence that would not leak his words. Then, Chenxing slowly spoke. I have the ability to resurrect members of the Australia family. However, the subsequent impact after resurrection needs you to deal with it yourself. Chenxing said lightly. As soon as this happened, Lu's pupils suddenly shrank, and the whole person froze in place, and his heart stopped in an instant. After a long while, Lu came back to his senses and looked at Chenxing with some timidity. Lu just stared at Chenxing blankly, and did not speak. Before, when Chenxing asked Lu to take the remains of the weapons of the Australia family back, Lu had this guess. But now that he heard Chenxing say such a news with his own ears, Lu still cried unconvinced, and the tears gathered in his pupils, and then slowly flowed down. Mr. Chenxing, did I really hear it right? Lu, with tears in his eyes, confirmed in disbelief. Well, after this, you will go out with me to Orario, and I will revive them outside Orario. Your lord is in the Sword City. When the time comes, you can take your resurrected companions to the Sword City to find Australia. Morning Star nodded, lit up the extinguishing of hope in 1.0 Zhu's heart. Thank you very much, Mr. Morning Star. If you need anything in the future, you can always find me. Even if it is my life, I can risk it. After getting confirmation from Morning Star, Lu's heart was in a trance again, but he soon recovered. He quickly bowed to Morning Star at a 90-degree angle, and then promised Morning Star with a serious look. For Lu, the destruction of Australia's family has always been a pain in her heart. For so many years, she has not been able to let it go. How many times in the middle of the night, she dreamed that Elish and others were still by her side, and everyone, including the Lord God Australia, smiled together. However, after waking up from the dream, Lu was left alone to face the mess after the beautiful dream was shattered, and cried alone in the dark night. Now my dream finally has a chance to come true. For this dream, I can give everything. No need to thank me. Seeing Lu's appearance, Chenxing smiled slightly, and then unconsciously put his hand on Lu's head and gently stroked it. Lu did not resist at all, but was stunned, then quickly lowered his head, and his cheeks flushed slightly. Chenxing also reacted, his face was a little embarrassed, and quickly withdrew his hand. Let's go, walk with me. Yes, use it first. Chapter 126 Interaction with Lu, Conversation with Hermes. After walking around for a while, Chenxing and Lu returned to sit under the big tree where Chenxing had just stayed. During the few minutes they stayed under the tree, Lu's eyes never left Chenxing. Why are you looking at me like that? Although Chenxing didn't care much about other people's eyes, he was still a little uncomfortable after being stared at by Lu for so long, and couldn't help asking. Although this is very rude, I am very curious about how special Mr. Chenxing's situation is. He can actually improve his strength to the level of V.6 in just 2 months, and it is a leap of 4 levels of strength. After being asked by Chenxing, Lu did not hide his curiosity and asked out his inner curiosity. To be honest, after Chenxing promised to revive the members of Hestia's family, Lu no longer regarded Chenxing as an outsider, but as someone who could live and die together. As long as Chenxing can revive Alice and the others, Chenxing will not hesitate even if he wants his own life. If Chenxing really resurrected Alice and the others, then Chenxing and her and the resurrected Alice and the others could be said to be in the same boat. So Lu gradually opened his heart to Chenxing. Along the way, the two of them walked through the forest together, and Lu's heart was completely open to Chenxing. That's why Lu stared at Chenxing so openly just now, and after Chenxing asked, he did not hesitate to say what he thought in his heart. I don't know how to say it. To be honest, my talent is very evil, to the point of being outrageous. When I first received the grace, I already had the strength of IV.2, and then the grace quickly increased by 26, and my strength is also constantly improving. In response to Lu's inquiry, Chenxing, who had nothing to do now, did not hide it, and began to tell a half-truth to kill time. Chenxing was not afraid that these things would be known by Lu, because when Chenxing signed the world contract with Lu before, Lu could not disclose any information that was unfavorable to Chenxing. So even if Lu knew, he would not pose any threat to Chenxing. Awesome. After listening to Chenxing's story, Lu's eyes widened and his face was full of shock. This expression on Lu's face made Lu look very cute at this moment. So cute that Chenxing couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch Lu's cheek. This was completely Chenxing's subconscious reaction. After all, Lu at this moment was completely different from the information Chenxing knew about Lu, which was very cute, so Chenxing's hand moved unconsciously. Chenxing didn't react until he finished pinching. During this period, Lu was stunned. After reacting, he didn't dodge, but his cheeks quickly turned red. Chenxing saw this and quickly took his hand back. Sorry, my hand moved unconsciously just now. After taking back his hand, Chenxing apologized embarrassedly. It's okay, Mr. Chenxing, you can pinch it if you want, it's okay. Lu shook his head slightly and said softly. Morningstar will revive Elise and the others later. This favor is greater than the sky. It doesn't matter if Morningstar pinches her face. It's totally fine. She can give everything for Elise and the others to be resurrected. She is not joking. Although Lu said so, Morningstar did not really do what Lu said. Because of the situation just now, the atmosphere between the two of them became a little awkward. It was not until Hestia and the others finished their bath and walked over that the awkward atmosphere eased. Morningstar, I haven't eaten the food cooked by Morningstar for a long time. Lily wants to eat the food cooked by Morningstar. Lily, who was walking in the front, trotted towards Morningstar and shouted. I want it too. Hestia followed closely. Because of the safety of Belle, Lily, and the others, Hestia did not eat last night. Now that Lily mentioned it, she was also greedy. Morningstar has participated in the expedition for more than half a month, and she has not eaten the food cooked by Morningstar for more than half a month. Well, okay. Morningstar replied with a smile. The group returned to the camp. Hermes and Belle had also returned to the camp, and together with Welf and Kashima Sakura who stayed behind in the camp, the four of them were sitting together chatting. When they saw Morningstar and the others coming back, the four of them stood up and greeted them. Master Belle, where are the ingredients we just bought? Hurry up and take them out. Mr. Morningstar wants to cook. As soon as they returned to the camp, Lily urged Belle to take out the ingredients they had bought in Rivera Town. Really? Mr. Morningstar. Hearing Lily's words, Belle was immediately excited, and her eyes quickly shifted to Morningstar to confirm. Yeah. Morningstar nodded slightly. Swoosh. As soon as Morningstar finished speaking, Belle flashed into the tent neatly. Ah, is it so exaggerated? Looking at Belle's behavior, Welf was a little speechless. Others were full of curiosity, curious about how good Morningstar's cooking skills were, and how Belle lost her composure. However, soon, they knew why Belle was like this. Half an hour later, a simple big pot of stew was born in the hands of Morningstar. Because of limited conditions, this is the only way to do it. However, everyone was eating with relish at this time, wolfing down their food one by one, without any image at all. I think I know, Belle and Xiaolisi, why you have that reaction. Well, this is the first time I have eaten such delicious food. Welf kept shoveling dinner into his mouth, while shoveling, hesitating. Well, very delicious. The life on the side was full of mouth, and did not forget to praise. Lu, Yasvii, Kashima Sakura, and Hermes were also eating the food cooked by Morningstar for the first time. At this time, they all praised Morningstar without hesitation, and praised Morningstar in their mouths, but did not forget to eat. As Hestia and Lily, who had eaten the food cooked by Morningstar a long time ago and could control their own image, looked at the appearance of several people at this time, and inexplicably felt a sense of superiority in their hearts. Belle, who was standing by, was ashamed when she saw the two people at that moment. Forget about Hestia, lady, Lily, you were no different from them when you ate there. Hey, Hestia, Morningstar, can I go to your place to eat for free sometimes? At this time, Hermes raised his head, looked at Hestia and Morningstar with shining eyes, and said. As soon as this was said, the other people looked up instantly, each with a different look. Yasvi was full of approval, but there was a bit of embarrassment in his eyes, but this embarrassment was suppressed by his expectation for the food made by Morningstar, and he couldn't resist it at all. Kashima Sakura and Ming, who were standing by, were also very moved, but thinking about their situation, neither of them spoke. Mr. Morningstar, can I go to eat for free? On the contrary, Welf ignored these twists and turns, raised his hand directly, and asked Morningstar loudly like a primary school student asking questions. Winky face. Morningstar neither agreed nor refused what Hermes and Welf said. But this already made the three of them very satisfied. If they didn't refuse, it meant they could do it, which was what the three of them were thinking at this moment. The group had a nice dinner. It was natural that Morningstar didn't need to worry about cleaning up the dishes and cutlery. After dinner, Morningstar was called out by Hermes. The two walked in the quiet forest. Hermes didn't speak, so Morningstar naturally wouldn't speak on his own initiative. After walking for a distance, Hermes spoke slowly. I think you also know that Yasvi and I have a purpose in risking being punished by the guild to come down together. My purpose involves Belle, and I may do something a little too much. If possible, please don't interfere. Whatever reward you need, just ask. Hermes said to Morningstar. Hermes has already decided on the next plan, but he must get along with Morningstar. Otherwise, once Chenxing made a move, his plan would be ruined. I won't interfere, but after this incident, make a second-level weapon for Belle as an apology. Chenxing nodded, not wanting to say anything more, and directly gave the conditions. Seeing Chenxing so straightforward, Hermes was slightly stunned, but then he laughed. It's so good to communicate with someone like you, there's no need to waste words at all. I agree to your request, and I will go to customize a weapon for Belle at that time. But aren't you curious why I took action against Belle? Hermes said with a smile, and then asked back. How do you think Belle got connected with Hestia? The reason why Hestia was able to recruit Belle was because of my recommendation. I know very well that Belle is the orphan of Zeus and Hera's family, and I also know that you put your hopes on her because she is Zeus's adopted granddaughter. What you want to do now is to test her heroic potential. I have no objection at all, as long as it is not too much. After hearing this, Chenxing looked at Hermes meaningfully, and then said softly. After that, Chenxing left here directly, leaving Hermes alone in a daze, silent for a long time. After a long time, Hermes came back to his senses, looking at the direction where Chenxing left, his eyes flickered slightly. What an incredible boy, he actually knows so much. Could it be that Lucifer told him? Lucifer has been in the lower world for hundreds of years, maybe he knows something. Well, that should be it. Very good, the brain-filled Hermes is officially online. Chapter 127, Strengthening Goliath, A Hero's Strike. Goodbye, Lord God, Mr. Morningstar. Goodbye, Lord Morningstar, Lord Hestia. At the entrance of the passage from the 18th floor to the 19th floor, Belle and Lily waved goodbye to Morningstar and Hestia, who walked into the passage. We'll be back soon. In the passage, Hestia waved to the two of them. Morningstar also nodded, and then the two turned around and left. Since it was a test of potential, Morningstar would naturally not give Belle hope. On the 18th floor, it was impossible for the Black Goliath to force out her potential. So Morningstar suggested taking Hestia to a deeper floor. Hestia was also very interested in this, and she also wanted to know more about the situation in the underground city, so she agreed without thinking. Of course, Morningstar still separated a thought body and hid it on the 18th floor. If Belle cannot force out her potential as in the original book and let the already budding hero desire skill be fully nurtured, Morningstar will control the thought body to wipe out the Black Goliath. As expected, not long after Hestia and Morningstar left the 18th floor, Hikai took action. On a big tree, Hermes looked at Belle and Lily walking back from the entrance of the passage, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After Belle and Lily returned to the camp, Hermes, who was hiding somewhere, waited for more than 10 minutes again and then released the divine power silently. With the blooming of the divine power, the entire dungeon seemed to wake up instantly. The 18th floor began to vibrate violently. All the adventurers on the 18th floor were frightened by the sudden movement. What happened? In the camp, everyone who had no idea of Hermes' plan tried to stabilize their bodies and observed the surrounding situation. At this moment, a roar of a monster came from the entrance of the passage leading to the Great Wall of Sighs on the 18th floor, and instantly spread throughout the entire floor. No way. In the town of Rivera, the manager Boris heard the roar, and his one-eyed eye twitched. As the manager of the town of Rivera on the 18th floor, Boris often gathered a large group of adventurers to eliminate the Goliaths that were not cleared by the first-level adventurers after they were born and brought inconvenience to other low-level adventurers, and provide low-level adventurers with a safe passage to enter the 18th floor. So he was very familiar with the roar of Goliath. He also often heard the roar of Goliath coming from the Great Wall of Sighs on the 17th floor, but he had never heard such a clear roar, as if it was nearby. In addition, the entire 18th floor was shaking now, which made Russ feel bad. Could it be that something abnormal happened? Boris murmured in a low voice. As expected, just as Boris's murmurs fell, the roars stopped, and the vibrations also stopped. Then, under Boris's gaze, the ceiling vibrated more violently, and then a huge black figure broke through the wall from the ceiling and fell to the ground. The next second, Boris, standing on a high place, noticed that the passages leading to the 17th and 19th floors had completely collapsed under some force. In other words, at this moment, everyone on the 18th floor was trapped. It's over. Boris' heart twitched as he looked at the falling figure, and he murmured in a low voice. As an adventurer of IV.3, and who has been dealing with Goliath for many years, he naturally recognized the falling figure at first sight. Although the size is much larger than Goliath, and the color has changed from gray to black, it is indeed Goliath. Once the monsters in the dungeon have undergone changes that are different from usual, there is no doubt that they are definitely enhanced. Moreover, the passages leading to the upper and lower levels of adventurers collapsed, and the only choice for everyone was to defeat this enhanced species. As for waiting for outside rescue, Boris didn't think they could wait until then. What happened? Boris scratched his hair fiercely and shouted loudly, and then he couldn't sit still anymore, ran out, and began to organize a team to prepare to fight against the enhanced species Goliath. Boris's reputation in Rivera town is still quite high, and many adventurers are not stupid, and they also see that the falling figure is very special, so the crusade team was quickly formed. During this period, the fallen Goliath had stood up, and his huge body was heading towards the adventurer town of Rivera town. However, Goliath was soon blocked. As a member of the family of the goddess of justice Australia, Lou's character has always been just and kind. Now seeing Goliath appear on the 18th floor and preparing to attack Rivera town, Lou naturally would not sit idly by and rushed up at the first time. Under the instruction of Hermes, Yasfi and Lou fought against Goliath together, and Belle and Ming, Lu Wakashima and other adventurers who were camping in the wild attacked. Unfortunately, The enhanced species specially born in the Black Goliath dungeon had a strength of LV5, and was also very strong in IV.5. The attacks of everyone, including Lu and Yasvi, could not have much effect. Things developed as in the original book. Hermes, this guy. In the underground altar of the guild, Uranus, who had been praying for the dungeon and using divine power to suppress the entire dungeon, felt the divine power released by Hermes at the first time. Uranus really couldn't scold Hermes. Because this guy's personality is like this, no matter how much he scolds, it's useless. When it's time to make trouble, this guy will continue to make trouble. He is a troublemaker. The main point is that you say yours, I do mine. Moreover, he knew that Hermes was a man of measure, so he just sighed slightly and then ignored him. On the other side, Morningstar was strolling around the 19th floor with Hestia. Perhaps because the dungeon focused on the 18th floor, there were not many monsters on the 19th floor. However, it didn't matter to Morningstar whether there were more or less monsters. Morningstar directly used the rain of light to sweep the floor, sweeping away a wave of monsters as they appeared. In this case, Morningstar took Hestia to stroll around the dungeon leisurely. She looked so leisurely, as if she was strolling in her own back garden. My Morningstar is so amazing. Seeing that the monsters appeared without causing any trouble to her and were eliminated by Morningstar, Hestia was very happy, hugged Morningstar's arm and said with a smile, and even gave Morningstar a kiss. Then, Hestia ran away and began to observe various plants. Hey, Morningstar, I've seen this kind of flower in a book. It's called saffron. It seems to stop bleeding. Hestia walked in front of Morningstar and observed the plants. After walking for a long time, Hestia found something. She trotted to a red flower and observed it carefully. Finally, she seemed to have confirmed the information of the flower, turned around and said happily to Sheng. Well, it can stop bleeding, and it is also a medicinal material for treating injuries. Morningstar smiled and nodded. Hestia was even happier, and then she trotted again, and Morningstar quickly followed. Morningstar, Morningstar, this is orchid grass. I heard that it is a kind of herb that can be used to make a potion to restore mental strength. Morningstar, Morningstar, this is bird flower. I heard that many birds like it. Many businessmen like this flower. I heard that it ranks among the top in the commissions of the guild. Morningstar, Morningstar. Morningstar, Morningstar. Along the way, Hestia described all the plants she had seen and understood, and Morningstar followed behind her slowly, responding gently, and the two of them wandered around in the uncle's maze. On the other side, on the 18th floor, things were going according to the ideas of Morningstar and Hermes. Many adventurers gathered together, but they could not defeat the strengthened Goliath, the lonely king of the maze, and could only stop him at most. Moreover, the strengthened Goliath could also eject shock waves from his mouth to the ground. Many people were injured by the shock wave attack of Goliath, the lone king of the maze, and some were even seriously injured. In addition, two monsters continued to emerge on the entire floor, attacking many adventurers with their fangs and claws, which made the adventurers even worse. For a time, the entire 18th floor fell into an atmosphere of despair. And in this desperate atmosphere, Belle's skill of the hero's wish, which she had long nurtured but not fully nurtured, was born as expected. Standing in front of Goliath, Belle held a double-edged sword in her hand, and in front of the adventurers under the cover of the guards, Belle began to accumulate power, and white light emerged on her body, constantly flowing towards the giant sword, Zhao Li, in Belle's hand, and the giant sword became more and more dazzling. At the same time, the sound of bells continued to echo in the air, getting louder and louder, and finally turned directly into the rumbling sound of the bell tower. The solemn bell rang loudly and spread throughout the battlefield, attracting everyone's attention, and the white and slender figure was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Everyone, get out of the way. Looking at the huge figure in front of her, Belle raised the giant sword in her hand and shouted loudly. The adventurers on the road in front of Belle all shuddered at the same time, and then dodged to both sides nimbly. Belle rushed out suddenly, sprinting all the way at a very fast speed, rushing towards the enhanced Goliath, and appeared in front of Goliath in an instant. Without any hesitation, with a powerful charge, Belle made a decisive blow in full view of the public. The white light instantly covered Goliath's whole body, drowning everyone's sight. The next second, a terrifying roar resounded throughout the floor. Sure enough, Belle has the potential to be a hero. At the moment the roar sounded, Hermes, who was hiding behind the tree, with his hands on his chest and one foot against the tree, closed his eyes and whispered. It succeeded. On the other side, the thought body of Morningstar quietly watched this scene, whispering in a low voice, and the next second, the light of the white gate of heaven quickly spread out. Chapter 128 Demeter's Request, Morningstar's Plan. The matter of the enhanced Goliath came to an end. After Hermes and Hestia returned to the ground, they were directly visited by the guild and fined the family assets. Hestia's family was fined 1/10, and as for Hermes, this guy released divine power in the dungeon, and Yasfi concealed his level and was discovered by the adventurers, so half of the family assets were directly confiscated. And Morningstar also took this opportunity to go to the guild to find Aegina and directly raised his adventurer level from 4.2 to 4.4. Unsurprisingly, after this matter was announced by the guild, the whole of Orario was shocked again. Of course, this is a later story. But Morningstar didn't care about it. After reporting all the adventure experiences to the guild, Morningstar went to Hephaestus's family to find Chun, and went to the Dusk Pavilion to distribute the gains of this expedition together. The distribution is very simple. When the Hephaestus family agreed to participate in the expedition, they agreed with Loki that the materials dropped from the deep layer on the 6th floor would belong to the Hephaestus family, and the remaining 4 floors would be divided equally between the Morningstar and the Loki family. The rest were magic stones. Morningstar alone took 2/5 of the magic stones obtained after entering the deep layer during this expedition. The Loki family had no objection to this situation. The biggest gain of this expedition for the Loki family was that they could fight with all their might. In the previous expeditions, Finn was the one who commanded the battles because he was afraid of being seriously injured. Although it could serve as a training, the effect was not ideal. This time, with the assistance of Morningstar, Morningstar has been using the healing magic of the Gate of Heaven to assist the large army in treatment after entering the deep layer, allowing the entire large army to fight without restraint. This situation is much better for the training of the Loki family's expeditionary force than in the previous times. These are much more important than just some magic stones. Therefore, the adventurers of the Loki clan who participated in the expedition had no objection to this distribution, and many adventurers even raised their hands 560 in agreement, hoping that Finn and other senior leaders could continue to invite Morningstar to participate in the next expedition. As for the reason, it was because the adventurers of the Loki clan who participated in the expedition pestered Loki on the night they returned from the expedition and forced Loki to update their favors. Because they had experienced life and death battles for several consecutive days, the favors of the adventurers of the Loki clan had increased a lot. Anchi and Alicia had upgraded to 4.5, and Bert had upgraded to 4.6. Even Lafia could upgrade, but she was stopped by Loki, who asked Lafia to continue to settle for a while and improve her ability value before upgrading. In this case, Morningstar was very popular in the Loki clan. Everyone looked at Morningstar with a very hot gaze, almost the same as when Freya looked at Morningstar at the beginning. Morningstar did not stay in the Dusk Pavilion for too long. After dividing the harvest, he talked with Finn and others for a few words and then left. This afternoon, Morningstar and Hestia agreed to go shopping with Hestia. In the afternoon, Morningstar took Hestia to several streets. However, in the evening, when Morningstar and Hestia were about to go back, they met someone again. "Demeter, we meet again. What's wrong with you? You look more haggard." Hestia looked at Demeter, who appeared in front of her, waved and greeted, and then asked with concern. Hestia knew that Demeter had always been a gentle goddess with a gentle smile on her face, tolerant of everything. But in the past half-month, every time she met Demeter, Demeter's face became paler and more haggard, and now there were traces of staying up late at night under the corners of her eyes. "Thanks for your concern, Hestia. But, can I talk to Mr. Morningstar alone? I have something I want to ask Morningstar to help me survive." After thanking Hestia for her concern, Demeter said gently. "Advertisement." Hearing this, Hestia was stunned, then turned to look at Morningstar, and then turned back to look at Demeter. Hestia knew that Morningstar's circle of friends was very small, and he had almost no contact with Demeter. Morningstar only met Demeter once during the previous date. Why did Demeter suddenly find Morningstar? Morningstar was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Demeter to take the initiative to find him. However, after thinking about it, Morningstar guessed something. Because his thought body Lucifer had a conflict with Dionysus, Demeter would find him. Hestia, you go back first, I'll go back later. After thinking it through, Morningstar smiled at Hestia and said, well, okay, I'll go back first. Chenxing, you should come back early too. Demeter, you two should have a good chat. Hestia didn't care about Demeter's desire to have a casual chat with Chenxing. She nodded, said hello to the two of them, and then trotted away. May I invite Goddess Demeter to have a cup of coffee together? After Hestia left, Chenxing made a slight ceremonial gesture, stretched out her hand to Demeter and said gently, well, it's an honor. Demeter was slightly stunned, then gently placed her hand on the palm of Chenxing's hand, and said in a gentle tone. Soon, the two appeared in a coffee shop box. On both sides of the table, Chenxing and Demeter sat opposite each other, with a cup of steaming coffee in front of them. Demeter sat opposite Chenxing, staring at the coffee with a blank look in his eyes, motionless and silent. Chenxing didn't speak either, waiting quietly. After a long time, Demeter spoke softly. Mr. Morningstar, can you contact your Lord God Lucifer? If God Demeter has something to tell me, I will tell him. Chenxing smiled and replied. Hearing this, Demeter was silent again. After a long while, he spoke again slowly. Mr. Chenxing, did you find out that Dionysus was problematic? Hearing this, Chenxing was not surprised at all, because just now Chenxing had guessed the purpose of Demeter looking for him. Now that Demeter said it, it only confirmed Chenxing's guess. Well, I found out a long time ago. CGFC, before I grew up, I was attacked by the elf next to him. However, I have no evidence, so I didn't publicize it. And Lucifer was so angry that he beat that guy 10 times in the great gold of the gods. This time, I went on an expedition with Loki's family. The elf next to Dionysus attacked us again on the 59th floor, but I hit him hard and he ran away. Chenxing nodded and said. Morningstar is now invincible in the whole of Orario, except for the gods. So he will not be restrained when doing things. But Morningstar will not be too high profile. This time Demeter came to him and told him about Dionysus. It is obvious that he is cooperating with the Lucifer family to deal with Dionysus together. However, Morningstar likes to understand the current situation as Demeter asking for help from the Lucifer family again. After all, cooperation is only considered when both parties have equal or similar strength. And the Demeter family, to be honest, except for its agricultural strength, is not worthy of carrying Morningstar's shoes. Really. Hearing this, Demeter's haggard face was stunned, and his eyes lit up instantly. Well, tell me all your situation. Morningstar nodded slightly, and then said. Demeter's eyes flickered slightly, and then slowly told the experience of Demeter's family during this period. Mr. Morningstar, I hope to get your help. I hope Mr. Morningstar can rescue my children. As long as Mr. Morningstar can help, I will give you any reward you want. After telling the story of what Demeter's family had experienced these days, Demeter's expression became serious and he asked solemnly. Do you know where your children are imprisoned? Morningstar nodded and asked. As soon as these words came out, Demeter's face suddenly froze, and then his face became visibly lost. During this period, you should try to investigate when you meet that elf. Seeing this, Morningstar shook his head slightly and said. I understand. Demeter nodded and accepted Morningstar's order. Shaoan. Morningstar nodded slightly and then called softly. The next second, Shaoan's figure flew out from the necklace on Morningstar's neck. What a strange life. Seeing Shaoan's appearance, Demeter was a little surprised. Shaoan is very powerful. I will let Shaoan stay with you to protect your safety during this period. Chenxing nodded and said. As soon as the voice fell, Shaoan rushed directly to Demeter and instantly disappeared into the jewelry on Demeter's neck. Thank you. Demeter blinked, then smiled and thanked. Well, that's it for now. Then I'll go back first. Chenxing nodded slightly, then stood up and said goodbye. I'll see you off. The two left the cafe and then parted ways. After Demeter and Chenxing separated, they walked directly to their residence in Orario. And Chenxing also walked towards the library. Chenxing let Shaoan follow Demeter again, naturally not just to protect Demeter's safety. Although there are reasons to protect Demeter, it is more for the purpose of positioning. After swallowing the magic stone of the fallen fairy spirit clone, Xiaoan slept for a day and raised his strength to IV.7. Chenxing was going to let Xiaoan attack Fel Weiss when Demeter and Fel Weiss were in contact. Fel Weiss was severely injured by him before, and he cut off half of the magic stone. He fed that half of the magic stone to Xiaoguang on the day he came back. After a day of digestion, Xiaoguang also improved his strength to V.7 like Xiaoan. Fel Weiss's strength will definitely be affected now. Even if Xiaoan can't take Fel Weiss, he can hold Fel Weiss tightly and prevent her from leaving. At that time, he can rush over as soon as possible with the connection with Xiaoan and completely kill Fel Weiss who attacked him twice. Before, his strength was not enough, so Fel Weiss escaped. But this time, as long as Fel Weiss's real body appears, he will be sure to kill her. Chapter 129, The Resurrection of Astria's Familia. The next morning, Morningstar said goodbye to Hestia and left the library, heading towards the gate of Orario. When he was in the dungeon, he had agreed with Lu that they would meet outside Orario today to revive the Australia family. As for the documents for leaving the city, Morningstar did not have them. With a shadow magic, he could directly change his form and move from inside Orario to outside. Applying for documents for leaving the city was troublesome. It took more than 10 minutes for Morningstar to arrive outside Orario. The place where Morningstar and Lu agreed to meet was a valley, where there were many beasts, and almost no one would come here specifically. When Morningstar arrived here, Lu was sitting quietly on a big stone. After seeing Morningstar appear, Lu quickly got down from the stone and ran towards Morningstar. Mr. Morningstar. Mr. Morningstar, these are all the information I have compiled about Elise and the others. You took out a bound book from his arms and handed it over. Chenxing took it and then walked to the stone where Lu had sat before and read it. Lu sat down immediately and stayed quietly beside Chenxing without saying a word. Even if Chenxing's Ghost World Holy Grail was completely destroyed, as long as he knew enough about the person's situation, he could revive the person in the long river of time. So Chenxing specifically asked Lu to write down the information about Elish and others. Lu and Elish and others grew up together and have been together for several years. Although he didn't know Elish and others 100%, he knew about 7 or 8 layers of information. This information was enough for Chenxing to revive them. This reading took more than 2 hours. After reading this information, Chenxing activated the Ghost World Holy Grail in his body, and his mind moved slightly. Soon, Chenxing felt the response of the Ghost World Holy Grail. No problem, this information is enough for Chenxing to use the Ghost World Holy Grail to revive Elish and others. Closing his eyes, Chenxing took a deep breath, and then opened his eyes. After looking at Lu, who was full of expectations, Chenxing smiled and nodded. Instantly, Lu's pupils shrank, and a happy smile appeared on his face, which had always been 3-point free. Chenxing ignored Lu and summoned the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. This was the first time that Chenxing summoned the Holy Grail of the Netherworld from his body. It was a cup that was meticulously carved and looked very luxurious. I didn't find its description, so I'll just write it casually. With a thought, the magic power in Chenxing's body quickly flowed into the Minister of the Netherworld Holy Grail. The intense light instantly enveloped Chenxing and Lu, covering the surrounding area of dozens of meters. The dazzling light made Lu close his eyes unconsciously. Chenxing, on the other hand, did not react to the dazzling light, and quietly stared at the Holy Grail emitting light. In Chenxing's mind, he kept thinking about the appearance of Elish and others that he had seen in his previous life, and recalled the many pieces of information he had just seen. The white light continued to condense, forming 10 light balls in front of Chenxing, which gradually changed into human figures of different heights. Looking at these human figures, Chenxing understood that these light figures were Elise and others from the Australia family, who were now condensing their bodies under the power of the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. Chenxing could feel that the power of the Holy Grail of the Netherworld was traveling through time, completely copying the body information of the members of the Australia family before they died, including the grace of God, and then resurrecting all their bodies under the power of the Holy Grail, and capturing their souls as soon as Elise and others died in the past period of time. In other words, Elise and others had just died in the hands of Zagnath, and were resurrected by the Holy Grail of the Netherworld in the next second. Feeling the process of resurrection, Chenxing was slightly enlightened. No wonder special intelligence information was needed. It turned out that the Holy Grail of the Netherworld needed this intelligence information to locate the location of the dead, and then use power to bring them back to this world. After understanding the power of the Holy Grail of the Underworld, Chenxing was slightly dazed, and then he watched quietly, waiting for the resurrection of Alish and others. However, resurrecting so many people at once really consumes a lot of magic power. If Chenxing had not reached IV.4, the magic power would not be enough. As the bodies of Alish and others gradually condensed, Chenxing's pupils gradually enlarged. The next second, Chenxing suddenly turned around, took out a pile of his own robes from the system space, and then shook Lu. Being shaken by Chenxing, Lu opened his eyes slightly even though the light was dazzling. After seeing Alish and others being resurrected in front of him, Lu's pupils also enlarged. However, the next second, Lu reacted and looked around suddenly. After seeing Chenxing had turned around, Lu breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, Lu suddenly thought of something, looked at Chenxing, and then looked at Alish and others in front of him, his cheeks slightly flushed, and then he took the clothes from Chenxing. These clothes were obviously Chenxing's own clothes, and Tong didn't say anything. Sorry, I didn't know it would be like this after resurrection. After feeling that the clothes in his hand were taken away, Chenxing turned around and apologized. No, it doesn't matter. You can revive Alish and others. It's a great favor to us. Lu hurriedly shook his head, and then quickly put on Alish and others whose bodies were almost complete. What Chenxing and Lu didn't know was that at this time, the souls of Alish and others had already entered their bodies, and they had consciousness, and could feel everything in the outside world and know the cause and effect. However, because the body was not completely completed, their bodies and souls were not completely matched, so they could not really wake up. Alish and others were very clear about everything that had just happened, and their moods were very complicated. However, no matter how complicated their moods were, they did not feel any anger because of this matter. Instead, they were full of goodwill towards Chenxing. In addition, they also knew that they and others were now resurrected by Chenxing with some kind of power, so it was naturally impossible for them to be angry because of such a small matter. Chenxing also knew this, because just now when the Holy Grail of the Netherworld began to resurrect Alish and others, Chenxing received the information that the Holy Grail of the Netherworld conveyed to him. Because it was Alish and others who were resurrected by Chenxing, they would unconsciously have a strong good impression of Chenxing after resurrection. However, although he knew it, Chenxing still did not act recklessly because of it. He still had the courtesy and integrity that he should have. Chenxing took advantage of this time to sign a world contract with Alish and others who had already started to revive, so that they would not leak their information. Soon, Lu dealt with the clothes of Alish and others. When Lu dealt with it, the bodies of Alish and others were also completely completed, and the light covering a radius of hundreds of meters gradually faded. Thank you very much. After opening her eyes, Alish's eyes fell on Chenxing at the first time, with a gentle smile on her face, thanking Chenxing. Thank you, Mr. Elf. The other 9 people also spoke. Please give flowers 0. Alish and others really didn't expect that they would be able to return to this world after dying at the hands of that monster. And the person who let them return to this world was the elf boy in front of them. Everyone was very grateful to Chenxing. You're welcome. After hearing what they said, Chenxing turned around and looked at the people of Astria's family, smiling and replied. Elise and the others nodded slightly, and did not say much, but silently put this life-saving grace deep in their hearts. Then, everyone looked at Lu, who had tears in his eyes and looked like he might cry at any time. With a slight smile, the 10 people gathered around Lu in the middle. This time, Lu did not resist at all, but hugged Elise's waist with both hands and burst into tears. Great, Elise, you are back. Thank you for your hard work, Lu. Elise said gently while hugging Lu. As soon as these words came out, Lu, who was already crying, burst into tears like a flood, and the sound of crying became louder, echoing in the valley. Chenxing did not speak, sat on the stone for a while, and watched the reunion of Australia's family quietly. Chenxing waited for more than 10 minutes before Lu gradually calmed down. The group sat near the stone where Chenxing sat. Ryu, introduce us. Alixi glanced at Lu and said, then her eyes fell on Chenxing, and the others did the same. Because Chenxing was resurrected, Alixi and others were full of good feelings for Chenxing, and they all wanted to know about Chenxing's situation. Lu nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and then briefly described the situation in recent years, the development of Orario, and Chenxing's situation. I really didn't expect that 5 years have passed since that incident. After hearing Lu's words, Alexei was full of emotion. Morning Star, you are really amazing. I have never seen anyone as amazing as you. Layla's eyes reflected the appearance of Chenxing, and now her eyes were full of farmers. As for Finn, he was completely abandoned by him at the moment of resurrection. Ah, that's right, it's really a monster. Kaguya nodded in agreement. In Kaguya's opinion, everything that happened to Chenxing can only be described as a monster, and other words cannot describe what happened to Chenxing at all. The other people also spoke one after another, sighing, praising, and so on. Thank you for the compliment. Liu has already said, please don't leak the matter. You will set out to find God Astrea later, and then return to Orario together. Chenxing nodded slightly, thanking everyone for the compliments, and then talked about the plan he had made with Liu before. Well, don't worry, I will never leak your affairs. However, by then, the Astrea family will definitely follow you, and your Lucifer family will be close, and then the gods may see some clues. We can't control this. Alice nodded slightly and promised, and then also proposed the possible existence of the other party. It doesn't matter, as long as you don't say it, the gods can doubt it, it doesn't matter. And I'm not afraid of the gods. Chenxing smiled and waved his hand, saying indifferently. Well, okay. While it's still early, let's set off first. See you in a month. Alyssa nodded and said vigorously. Okay, have a good trip. P.S. Sorry, my friend is back, and I was called out by my friend to chat for several hours, so there are only 2 updates today. Chapter 130, Port City Melon, the heart-beating Loki family. After bidding farewell to the people of Astrea's family, Chenxing hurried back. However, when he came to the vicinity of Orario, Chenxing met a group of people. Ah, I found brother Chenxing. They were people from Loki's family, and Loki, the main god. The most lively one was still Diana. As soon as she saw Chenxing, she stood on tiptoe and waved excitedly at Chenxing and shouted. Chenxing was a little surprised to meet Loki's family here, and then walked over. Why are you out here, and a large group of people are traveling together? Chenxing asked curiously. Hee, come to Hongilin to investigate the new monster. Chenxing boy, come with me, there will be great benefits later. Loki smiled and said, then he leaned close to Chenxing's ear and whispered. Hearing this, Chenxing was slightly stunned, and an impression instantly appeared in his mind. It seems that in the original book, after Loki's family returned from the expedition, Loki brought the female members of his family to the port city of Melon for investigation, and also prepared a large bag of swimsuits for everyone, so that everyone could swim on the beach and she could feast her eyes. Should I go in this situation? Should I go? Chenxing asked in a low voice. Hee, come on, there are benefits. Loki laughed. She has never given up poaching. Before leaving today, she went to find Chenxing and planned to use the beauty trap, but Hestia said that Chenxing went out early in the morning, which forced her to give up the idea of the beauty trap. Now that she met, she naturally continued the plan. She didn't believe that there were so many beauties in 953, and Chenxing would not be moved, hee. Chenxing, let's go together. Dion came over, took Chenxing's hand and walked towards the port city of Melon first. Oh. Seeing this, Chenxing did not resist and let Dion pull him away. The others were stunned when they saw this scene. When did these two get so close? For a moment, Rocky and Lavilia looked at each other. The next second, Rocky smiled excitedly. Isn't she using the beauty trap now? If Dion can take down Chenxing, it will be great. Hee, let's go. After thinking it through, Rocky waved his hands excitedly with a huge backpack on his back, and followed at a trot. Seeing this, the others looked at each other and followed. Soon everyone arrived at the port city of Melon. The port city of Melon is a port town in the southwest of Orario. It is located on the shore of a huge semi-salty lake called Lake Rolog. It is a prosperous town. Its status is like the door to the ocean in Orario. It is about 3,000 meters away, which can be said to be very close. Because Lake Rolog is connected to the sea, many ships heading to Orario will enter here, unload a large amount of goods here, and import them to Orario. Goods will be stored here before entering the Orario exchange. And Orario transports the world-renowned magic stones from here to the whole world, alternating with each other. This is an important base for Orario to develop overseas markets. Therefore, there is also a guild branch here. Wow, it's been a long time since I last saw you. It's still as prosperous as ever. Diana was as lively as ever and shouted loudly as soon as she arrived. Others were also shocked by the prosperity in front of them and sighed with emotion. However, Chenxing ignored the prosperity in front of him, but silently thought about the situation in the original work. I remember that after the Loki family returned from the expedition in the original work, the Loki family brought the female members of the Loki family to the port city of Melon in order to investigate the new monsters in the underground waterway. Because the underground waterway of Orario is connected to this side, and there is another entrance to the underground city in the port city of Melon, which is in Lake Rolog. The aquatic monsters that appeared on the ground entered the ground through this entrance, but 15 years ago, this entrance was sealed by the Zeus family, the Hera family and the Poseidon family. New monsters are most likely to be sent into Orario from here. This time, the Loki family came here to see if there was a problem with the sealed entrance. And this time when they came here to investigate the sealed entrance, the Loki family happened to meet the elite troops of the Ida tribe of the Ivrea tribe and the Kali family of the Dean Duzzelskura, who were preparing to fight against the Ivrea tribe. Tioni and Tiona came out from Tirskara and were released by the main god Kali. This time, after seeing Tioni and Tiona's growth, the main god Kali wanted to let Tioni and Tiona fight to the death with the two IV.6 Algana and Beiji of the Kali family, which triggered a battle between two families, no, three families. Because the Ishtar family also got involved. If things really develop the same as in the original book, he will have to stay here for a day or two. In this case, Morningstar used the contract to contact Xiao Guang, and told Hestia through Xiao Guang that he was going to investigate the new monster in the port city of Melon, so that she didn't have to worry about him. Hestia was straightforward, and after a few words of concern, she didn't say anything. Hestia had absolute confidence in Morningstar, so she didn't worry about Morningstar's safety at all. On the 59th floor, which was so dangerous, Morningstar was able to escape unscathed after encountering two V.7 enemies in a row. How could these crooked melons and cracked dates on the ground let Morningstar? She was worried about Morningstar's safety, but it was useless. She might as well read more books. Morningstar had just contacted Hestia when Loki called her. Morningstar, we're leaving, come on. Oh, here we come. Morningstar responded and walked over. Soon, everyone left the town under Loki's leadership and came to a remote place. It was a beach, a pure white beach. After walking out of the tall trees and dense vegetation, what caught everyone's eyes was a pure white beach. This place was remote and surrounded by high towers. Surrounded by trees, dense vegetation, and white rocks, it is quite open and quite hidden, no one will come here at all. Everyone was attracted by the pure white beach at first sight and ran over quickly one by one. The subtle waves hit the beach, making a quiet sound of water. The beautiful sea view that seemed to be isolated from the world made everyone feel relaxed and happy, and they couldn't help but smile. However, soon, this good mood was broken by Loki's noise. Isaton, you should wear this. This is definitely beautiful, don't you think, Morningstar boy? Hearing this, everyone's attention quickly shifted from Hainan to here. The huge backpack that Loki had been carrying had been opened, revealing all kinds of swimsuits. Loki was holding a swimsuit that could almost be called a piece of cloth and trying it on Ace's body. While trying it, he cast an inquiring look at Chenxing beside him. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes twitched, and they were all helpless. But one person was very happy. Loki, you did a great job. Dion rushed over and began to search through the pile of swimsuits. While searching, she did not forget to praise Loki. This confused everyone and also made Loki unable to do anything. She came with a swimsuit and was ready to deal with everyone's condemnation. She didn't expect Dion to praise herself. However, the next second, everyone understood why Dion said that. I saw Dion find a swimsuit that was even more exaggerated than the one in Loki's hand, and tried it on her body facing Chenxing. Morningstar, what do you think of this one? It looks good, but I hope you don't wear it in crowded places. Morningstar smiled and gave a positive evaluation. Okay, then this one, don't worry, other men won't see it. Hearing what Morningstar said, Dion happily took the swimsuit and ran to the rocks not far away to change. The conversation between the two made everyone present stunned again, as if they understood something. After reacting, except for AC and Lavilia, who had different reactions and looked at Morningstar in surprise, everyone else, including Loki, had bright eyes. Loki's eyes were bright because she saw the hope of digging Morningstar to the Loki clan. As for the others, it was a joke, because Morningstar was very popular among the female members of the Loki clan. Advertisement. With strong strength, gentle and considerate personality, and the ability to provide very powerful help during adventures, Morningstar ranks first in their mate selection list. Even the leader Finn can't compare to him. I heard from Loki before that Morningstar seems to have a deep relationship with the main goddess Hestia, and they are suspected to be in a relationship, so the female members of Loki's family are very sorry. But now it seems that something is wrong. This guy Dion seems to have launched an offensive against Morningstar and even captured her. In this case, can they also do it? Each relying on their own abilities. Thinking of this, the people who had just come over with Loki's swimsuits rushed over one by one, searching in the pile of swimsuits, and even pushed Loki aside. When did you have this kind of contact with Dion? Lavilia came to the side of Morningstar and spoke softly. Hearing the conversation between the two and thinking of the possible situation between the two, Lavilia felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She also had a good impression of Chenxing. After all, Chenxing was the only compatriot who did not treat her with such a respectful attitude and could communicate normally. Although she had known for a long time that Dion was interested in Chenxing, she was somewhat unable to adapt to the sudden discovery of the relationship between Dion and Chenxing. AC also came over at this time and stood aside to listen. For some reason, she was also a little uncomfortable, as if her beloved things were taken away. The night when I returned from the 59th floor to the 50th floor. Hearing Lavilia's question, Chenxing's face was slightly speechless and replied softly. After this, Lavilia was speechless. In the Battle of the Dragon Pot, everyone was exhausted after returning, but Dion still had this strength. Could it be that this is the physique of Amazon? Shaking her head slightly, Lavilia looked at the girls who were choosing swimsuits. You have so many admirers, what are you going to do? Lavilia adjusted her mood, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and teased. What should I do? Just leave it alone. It was Tioni who took the initiative to develop with Tioni. What can I do? Chenxing shrugged and replied lightly. What a scumbag's words. Lavilia frowned slightly. Come on, this is also considered a scumbag. It's not my fault that they like me. Is it wrong to be excellent? Chenxing was speechless after hearing this. Lavilia sighed slightly, because what Chenxing said was right. When she got along with Chenxing, she never found that Chenxing took the initiative to flirt with a girl. It was always the girls who approached Chenxing. This matter really couldn't be blamed on Chenxing. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Chenxing for being too excellent. He is so excellent that the girls in the family can't help but want to approach Chenxing. Hee, Morningstar, as long as you come to Loki's family, I will make the decision and let you choose anyone you want. At this time, Loki suddenly appeared with a lewd smile on his face, and laughed. Loki, shut up. Before Morningstar could answer, Lavilia scolded him and pressed Loki on the beach with one hand. Loki, who was pressed on the beach, was still mumbling about asking Morningstar to join Loki's family, which made Lavilia laugh so hard that she let go and stood up and stepped on him. Wow, no, Mama-san. Seeing the cry coming down, Loki's eyes widened, and he rolled out like a donkey, and then ran away quickly, begging for mercy while running. Originally, she didn't want to do anything to Loki, but when she heard the words Mama-san, she became even more angry and chased after him with the great elf in her hand. This scene made both Morningstar and AC stunned. After watching the scene of Lavilia chasing Loki for a few seconds, AC suddenly turned around and asked Chenxing. Chenxing, are you really a scumbag? Hearing this, Chenxing was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a while. Because everything that happened to him now was indeed similar. But forget it, a scumbag is a scumbag, and it seems that he is really a scumbag. Yes, I am. So you'd better not get close to me, be careful that I will scum you. After thinking it through, Chenxing showed a ferocious look to AC and warned her. However, looking at Chenxing's appearance, AC did not feel any disgust, but smiled slightly and spoke softly. It seems that a scumbag like you, Chenxing, is not bad. Chenxing. Ah. Chapter 131, Amazons of the Land of Female Warriors. After everyone put on their swimsuits, they all ran to Chenxing to show off their bodies, which made Chenxing feast his eyes. Then everyone ran to play in the sea. Chenxing and Lavilia were the only two people who did not move. Both of them wore their original clothes and sat on a big rock to exchange magic knowledge. This was something Chenxing had planned long ago. After returning from this expedition, he would not go to the deep layer for the time being. Chenxing's current strength in magic is only IV.6, which is far less than the ability to fight with physical strength, so Chenxing wants to exchange magic knowledge with Lavilia, the first magician of Orario, to improve his magic attainments and improve his magic. To be honest, the two magics that Chenxing obtained, the Son of Light and the Son of Darkness, are really awesome. After obtaining these two magics, Chenxing's magic attainments almost increased, and the power of magic is also constantly increasing. But it is still not as good as Chenxing's melee strength. That's why Chenxing wants to exchange magic knowledge with Lavilia. After all, Lavilia has been immersed in magic for decades. Chenxing doesn't know about people outside of Orario, but in Orario, Lavilia's magic is definitely the best. In the distant sea, AC and others were playing in the sea, and the silver bell-like laughter of the girls came from time to time. But it didn't affect the communication between the two at all. Both Chenxing and Lavilia gained something from the communication between them. Because Chenxing has the Son of Light and the Son of Dark, his magic knowledge is getting stronger and stronger, and he is more outstanding in magic control, while Lavilia simply masters a huge amount of magic knowledge. Lavilia learns stronger magic control from Chenxing, while Chenxing learns more magic knowledge from Lavilia, and then verifies it with the magic knowledge he has mastered to improve his magic prestige. After having fun, the group quickly started to do business. The Loki family came here this time to investigate the entrance to the underground city in Lake Rolog. As for the location of the entrance, Loki also investigated it clearly. It was near the gorge of Lake Rolog. Everyone walked here. Tiona, I'll leave this investigation to you. You have the ability to dive, and you can exert more powerful power in the water. Loki looked at the lake, then turned around and said to Tioni and Tiona. After Tioni and Tiona left the fighting country Tirskura, they stayed in a fishing village for a while and joined a clan there. In that clan, they upgraded to level 3 and gained the ability to dive. Then they left the clan and came to Orario. After hearing Loki's words, everyone suddenly noticed the swimsuits of Tioni and Tiona. They were pale blue. The sisters didn't know when they changed into a new swimsuit. Everyone had good eyesight. After a careful look, they recognized that the sisters' swimsuits were made of water elf cloth. I remember that the ability to dive is rare. It is usually an ability that only sea clans can obtain. Before coming to Orario, I often accepted commissions to eliminate strange fish in fishing villages and some island countries to make a living. You get it after fighting in the water for a long time. Tiona, here. At this time, Loki searched in his backpack, then took out a few short swords and threw them over. What is this? The two reached out to catch it, then looked at Loki in confusion. I found it in the warehouse. I asked the Gubernia family to use labyrinth corals and tusks of walruses to help you find a water-based weapon, the Blade of Kebble. Hearing this, the two swung it a few times, and nodded with satisfaction after feeling that it was very smooth. Then the two were ready to start the action, and they opened their legs and ran towards the lake. Wait. Seeing the two people running, Chenxing hurriedly stopped them. Morning Star. The two looked back, and so did the others. I'll add a magic to each of you. Morning Star smiled and said, then stretched out his hand and waved, and rays of light quickly appeared around the two people, and then wrapped around them. Light feather clothes, defensive magic created by Morning Star. Well, it's just a layer of light magic wrapped around the two people, which can defend against attacks. Moreover, because the light magic wrapped around the body will shake, it looks like a feather coat, so Morning Star called this magic the Feather Coat of Light. Thank you. The two looked at the shaking light magic on their bodies, and then smiled and thanked Morning Star. Then, the two walked to the end of the lake, jumped up, and jumped into the lake in unison. Morning Star, do you think there will be problems with the sea dragon seal? After watching Dion and Diana enter the lake, Loki came to Morning Star and said with a smile. "Sea Dragon Seal, this is the name of the seal in Lake Rolog, named by the guild. The seal material contains the bones of Leviathan, the overlord of the sea, one of the three great adventurers commissioned by Zeus and Hera families 15 years ago. The three great adventurers commissioned Behemoth, the king of the land, Leviathan, the overlord of the sea, and the one-eyed black dragon, the king of the sky. Anything on these three ancient monsters is very threatening to other monsters, making the monsters unconsciously afraid and dare not approach. When the black dragon rushed out of the underground city 1,000 years ago, it dropped several scales all over the world. These scales are still emitting an unknown energy fluctuation, so other monsters dare not approach these places. Some people even built villages around the scales. In the original work, when Hestia was abducted by the god of war Ares during the invasion of the Empire, the scales of the one-eyed black dragon were found in the village where the group was washed into the lake. When AIC saw the scales of the one-eyed black dragon, she almost went berserk and unleashed her revenge princess skills. The sea dragon seal has the bones of Leviathan, and other monsters dare not approach it at all, so the seal can be said to be very safe. However, there may be accidents. Advertisement. This is also the reason why Loki came to investigate. The seal should be fine, but I think there will be some problems with the ship in front. Morning Star shook his head and said lightly, but his eyes fell on a huge galleon on the lake in the distance. Hearing this, everyone looked over and saw a giant sailing ship slowly sailing in from the other side of the lake. Is there anything wrong with that sailing ship? Lavilia retracted her gaze and looked at Morning Star and asked. All Amazons. This is the first time I've seen so many Amazons. Morning Star said calmly. All Amazons, adventurers. Are there any adventurer families of this form outside of Orario? Everyone except Lavilia and Loki was stunned when they heard this. Yes, it's Tirskura, the hometown of Tioni and Tiona. Loki said with a smile. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. It was the first time they knew that Tirskura was the hometown of Tioni and Tiona. You stay here, I'll go and take a look. Morning Star said to everyone, and then a light flashed behind him, and a pair of white wings emitting light emerged, and Morning Star flapped its wings and flew out. It was still the magic created by Morning Star, the angel wings, which was created when Morning Star first obtained the Son of Light. Even if he didn't use the reincarnation eye mode, Morning Star could fly with the power of magic. However, after the creation, Morning Star had never used it except for the one time when it was created. Morning Star knew that the people on this ship they are all members of the Tirskura, that is, the Kali tribe. Moreover, the two LV6 Algana and Beiji on it are very concerned about Tioni and Tiona, because they were Tioni and Tiona's teachers when they were young. In the original book, the two wanted to fight to the death with Tioni and Tiona. Morning Star will not stop them, but he will not just stand by and watch. 170 Although Tioni and Tiona have the ability to dive, it is somewhat inconvenient in the water. Morning Star thinks that the Amazons on that ship are a threat to Tioni and Tiona. Seeing Morning Star flying out, Loki was a little surprised, and then looked at Vilya. It's possible. Although Lavilia was a little surprised, she knew that Morning Star was not someone who would waste time. Morning Star was very fast. In just a dozen seconds, Morning Star had crossed a distance of nearly 2,000 meters and arrived in front of the large galleon. Stop. On the galleon, a group of Amazons were on the deck. Morning Star's arrival naturally attracted the attention of the Amazons. The Amazons all took a defensive posture and shouted loudly. Morning Star ignored these Amazons, but looked at two tall Amazons with long white hair. P.S. The hair of the two in the novel is red, but it seems to be white in the game of Dicuo Encounter. The two people were Beiji and Algana, one of them was covered with a purple scarf, and the other was not. After seeing Morning Star, Beiji's face did not change at all, while Algana narrowed her eyes slightly, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on her face. Elf, I didn't expect to meet an elf here. You look very strong. Algana licked her lips and said excitedly. Her sixth sense told her that the elf boy in front of her was a very powerful adventurer. And what she liked most was to fight with powerful beings. When she saw the Morning Star in front of her for the first time, her fighting spirit suddenly surged. Bang! With a muffled sound, Algana turned into a cannonball and shot towards the Morning Star flying in the sky. Fight with me, elf! Followed by her excited roar. Bang. Chapter 132, Morning Star is targeted. Bang. As expected, as soon as she rushed up, Algana shot down at a faster speed. Algana had upgraded to 4.6 for a long time, and she was considered very strong in IV.6. But she was facing Morning Star, whose strength reached the limit of IV.6, normal state, and whose fighting skills were unrivaled in ancient and modern times. So, as soon as she rushed up, Algana didn't even have time to launch an attack, and was kicked down by Morning Star. Morning Star didn't use too much strength. So Algana just crashed into the deck. If Morning Star really kicked with all his strength, it is estimated that a big hole would have been broken in the sailboat, and the whole ship would have been destroyed. This scene directly stunned the Amazons on the ship. Even another Amazon Beiji of IV.6 was no exception. As a sister, Algana's strength was a little stronger than hers, but now she was kicked down so easily, and she couldn't even attack. After reacting, the Amazons on the boat quickly entered a high-level alert state. As long as Bargy opened her mouth, the Amazons on the boat would take action at any time. The Amazons below were on guard one by one, but Chenxing didn't think of paying attention to them. The reason why Chenxing came here was to watch Dion and Diana. Although he had the ability to dive, it was not as good as taking action on the ground. Who knows whether Algana and Bargy will take action directly after seeing Dion and Diana? In that case, Dion and Diana in the water will be passive. Chenxing will not watch this happen. After all, Dion is his woman. Chenxing's eyes fell on the lake. Bargy and others on the boat noticed this and were a little surprised. Then they glanced at the lake from the corner of their eyes, wanting to see why Chenxing was looking at the lake. The next second, the lake began to move. Then, a giant python-like piranha plant rushed out of the lake and rushed towards the ship. Seeing this scene, Bargy and others on the deck were slightly startled, and then Bargy jumped up without hesitation and slashed at the rushing piranha plant. With a flash of cold light, the piranha plant was directly cut in half and fell to the lake. At this time, two heads appeared on the lake. "Ah, Morning Star, why are you here?" As soon as they emerged from the lake, Tioni and Tiona looked for the piranha plant, but as soon as they raised their heads, they saw the Morning Star floating in the air, and they were a little surprised. The Morning Star nodded slightly, and then controlled the light attribute element to turn into a giant hand and grab Tioni and Tiona. Although the giant hand was very large, Tioni and Tiona did not react at all. The two would not believe that the Morning Star would hurt them. Then, the two were picked up by Morning Star's giant hand of light, standing on the giant hand of light, all wet, and moved towards Morning Star. Morning Star. As soon as he got close to Morning Star, Unnie couldn't help but come over. Morning Star didn't refuse, and was pounced directly, and his whole body immediately became more wet like Dion and Diana. "Hey, Morning Star, why are you here?" Holding Morning Star, Dion pretended to be coquettish, looked up at Morning Star, and said coquettishly, "Well, you'll know if you turn around and look at them." Morning Star pointed his lips in the direction of the galleon. Hearing this, Tioni turned around and looked over. Before she could see the people on the deck clearly, Niona's voice rang out. "Tioni, it's Beiji and Algana." As soon as these words came out, Tioni was immediately shocked and looked over quickly. There were more than 20 Amazons standing on the deck, and she was particularly familiar with two of them, Algana and Beiji, the combat instructors of her and Tioni when they were young. "Algana, why are you here?" Tioni looked serious and shouted to Algana question below. However, Algana, who had just climbed out of the cabin, ignored Dion, but stared at Morning Star with purple eyes. "Hey, elf, what's your name?" Algana shouted loudly, asking Morning Star's name. "Don't ignore me, Algana, why are you here?" Seeing Algana's reaction, Dion was immediately furious and shouted loudly again. The last thing she wanted to see was the Amazons coming out of Tierskara, especially Algana. "Dion, I'm not interested in you now, don't bother me." Algana glanced at Dion and said with a faint smile, then looked at Morning Star again, with a wanton smile on her lips. "Elf, tell me, what is your name?" Algana asked again. "Algana." Before Morning Star spoke, Dion's anger was completely unbearable. He ignored her words again, and even acted like he coveted Morning Star. "Morning Star is mine, and it has been imprinted with my mark. You are absolutely not allowed to touch it. Dion jumped up and rushed to the deck, aiming directly at Olgana. Diana on the side didn't expect things to develop to this point, and hurriedly followed. Bang. As soon as she landed on the deck, Dion rushed towards Olgana. Facing the attacking Dion, Olgana also launched an attack instantly, and the two fought directly together. On the other side, as soon as Tiona landed, Beiji rushed directly towards Tiona. Two pairs of Amazon sisters fought on the deck. Around them, a group of Amazons watched this scene. No one intervened, most of their eyes were on Morning Star, and they were on guard against Star. Morning Star didn't care about the Amazons' vigilance, and had no intention of taking action. As mentioned before, Morning Star didn't mind Tiona and Tiona fighting to the death with Olgana and Beiji, but it needed fair conditions. Just now, Tiona and Tiona were in the water, which was very passive for the two, so he came over. Now in the battle on the deck, the conditions of both sides are fair, and Morning Star naturally has no objection. Moreover, it seems that the four people fighting below are not using their full strength now. Tioni, is that elf up there your partner? That's a pity, I've got my eye on him, too. Wait until I defeat you and snatch him away. On the deck, Olgana was fighting with Tioni and provoking her. Oh, you want to snatch Morning Star, what a daydream, wishful thinking. Tioni was very disdainful of Olgana's provocation, but she was still very angry. The force of her attack was also stronger. On the other side, the battle between Tioni and Beiji was very ordinary. Both sides didn't speak, but kept attacking. The battle between the four was not a fight to the death. Until a figure came out of the cabin, the four stopped attacking at the same time and retreated away from each other. Kali. Seeing the appearance of the short-masked goddess, Tioni frowned fiercely, and her tone became angry again. Advertisement. However, just as she finished speaking, Dion felt a hand on her shoulder, and then a familiar breath came over. Morning Star. Morning Star nodded to Dion, then stepped forward. What are the female warriors of Tirskara doing here? Looking at Kali wearing a mask, Morning Star asked with a smile. Elves. What an incredible elf, it can kick Alna down with its feet. And, Olgana seems to have taken a fancy to you. Oh, by the way, Dion seems to have taken a fancy to you too. It's incredible. Kali did not answer Morning Star, but spoke to herself. Kali, what on earth are you doing here? Seeing Kali ignoring Morning Star, Dion became even more angry and spoke angrily again. It's been so long since we last met, and you're talking in this tone from the beginning, Wunan. Stop talking nonsense, answer me quickly. Dion glared at Kali, not giving Kali a good look at all. Nothing, just sightseeing. Ali shrugged and answered nonchalantly. Stop lying to me and answer me quickly. Really? I'm tired of the monotonous daily life and came here to find excitement. I didn't expect to meet you two sisters just after I came here. I also met such an elf who made Olgana embarrassed. It's really exciting. This trip is not wrong. Kali said with a smile, and then his eyes shifted to Morning Star. Hey, elf, what's your name? Morning Star. Morning Star smiled and replied. Hey, Morning Star, do you want to come to me? As long as you come to me, you can choose any child in the whole family. Even if you want to open a harem, I won't stop you. I guess these children won't refuse. Kali's face under the mask showed a wicked smile. As soon as these words came out, the other Amazons around him all showed their burning eyes. Amazons themselves are a race that worships the strong and likes to fight. It is their nature to pursue strong males, especially those Amazons from Tirskara. And Morning Star has obviously demonstrated his powerful strength just now. If it is an enemy, then of course they need to be vigilant and alert, but if it is their own people, then they must show their strength at all costs. Start pursuing. Having a child with such a powerful being must be very outstanding. Hearing Kali's words and feeling the extremely hot gazes around him, Chenxing's eyes twitched slightly. How come this guy is the same as Loki? Shaking his head slightly, Chenxing didn't want to continue communicating with Kali here. He appeased Dion who was about to run away. Chenxing held Dion and Dion's waists in one hand, left a word, and flew with the two of them towards the lake. Thank you for your invitation, but I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Just leave like that. you have personality. Seeing Chenxing run away like that, Callie was slightly stunned, and then said to himself, Lord Callie, I want Chenxing. At this time, Olgana, who had not spoken since Callie appeared, stepped forward a few steps, bowed slightly to the family, and then said in a fanatical tone, Ah, I don't object, if you have the ability, do it. Callie waved his hand casually, saying indifferently, Yes, Callie Tion. Chapter 133, Conflict between the two clans. Morning Star, who are those Amazons over there? When Morning Star flew over, Loki and others rushed to the direction of the dock. As soon as Morning Star, Tioni, and Tiona landed at the dock, Loki couldn't wait to ask. Tioni and Tiona were pulled aside to check the situation to see if they were injured. Tioni and Tiona are from the same hometown. Morning Star said with a smile. You really came from Tirskara. Isn't that country a closed Amazon country? Only Tioni and Tiona came out from there. Why are there so many coming out now? Loki was surprised after hearing this and said. She learned from Tioni and Tiona that the Amazons in Tirskara all like to fight and kill, and they have never come out. Only the two sisters are different. Tioni doesn't like fighting, so she got permission from the Lord God and brought Tiona out. I don't know, but since they have come to the port, they definitely have plans to march into Orario. They will be here soon, talk to their main god and get some information. Morning Star smiled and shook his head. Yeah, that's right. Soon, Tershananla's galleon arrived at the dock. A group of Amazons walked down from the sailboat under the leadership of Callie, who was wearing a mask. Although they were a fighting race, they were dressed coolly and were very pretty, which immediately attracted the attention of many workers and merchants at the dock. But Callie and others ignored these people and walked straight towards Morning Star and others. Hey, Diana, we meet again. After coming in front of everyone, Callie waved to Dion and Diana. But Dion didn't give this guy a good look at all, but Diana smiled and bumped into him. See you again, Callie. This guy's personality is like this, an optimist, he won't have hatred except for his enemies, not to mention that Callie was once the main god of Diana. You look like you are doing well, and you can even fight with Beiji. I am very pleased, Diana. You are the main god of Dion and Diana now, right? What's your name? Callie first praised Diana with satisfaction, and then his eyes fell on Loki standing in the middle, and said in a light voice. Ah, your name is Loki, please teach me, little goddess. You are different from another little goddess I know, you are not as good as that guy at all. Loki said with a smile, and his eyes fell on Callie's chest. Callie also noticed Loki's words, and his eyes shifted to his chest, and then looked back. After seeing Loki's situation, the face under the mask couldn't help but smile. My name is Callie, and we are the same on this point. Ha! Hearing this, Loki, who was very sensitive to this, reacted immediately and gnashed his teeth in anger. I heard from Dion that you Tirskara were playing by yourself behind closed doors. Why did you run out? After being angry, Loki forced himself to calm down, and then put on a look of contempt on his face and said condescendingly. Ah, I hate the unchanging life, so I took the children out for a walk. This time out really made me discover a new world. Advertisement. Just after coming out, I met such a powerful elf. Callie smiled faintly and said, CGBF, and then his eyes shifted to Morning Star. Although Morning Star only kicked Olgana, it has already revealed its powerful strength. Olgana had fought her way up in the arena of Tirskara. Her fighting skills were naturally not to be mentioned, and her strength was absolutely strong. Without Olgana's strength and fighting skills, it would be impossible to kick her off the bed. Originally, she thought that even if Olgana and Beiji came to Orario, they would be absolutely strong. Unexpectedly, they were hit hard before they even arrived in Orario. While everyone was talking, the Amazon of Tirskara did not forget to apply for entry permits from the management staff at the dock. Morning Star, I like you, become my man. At this moment, Olgana behind Callie couldn't help but speak, stepped forward, and shouted to Morning Star. I refuse. Looking at Olgana's declaration, Morning Star refused without hesitation. You can't just refuse me. Anyway, I have set my sights on you. Even if I have to do anything, I will make you my men and raise the next generation with me. Hearing Morning Star's refusal, Olgana did not feel disappointed, but instead showed a wild and wanton smile and announced loudly again. Algana, you be asterisk 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 D. Morning Star is mine, and you are absolutely not allowed to touch it. Algana said this in front of Dion, which was a complete provocation. She had been provoked once on the deck before, and now Algana said it more bluntly. Dion could no longer bear it and rushed out directly, and even Morning Star could not stop her. Algana did not fear the battle. Seeing Dion rushing out, she also rushed out, and the two of them fought together in an instant. The people present obviously did not expect things to develop to this point. The next second, both sides took action. The Loki family and the Kali family just fought on the dock. How did it develop into this situation? Loki was a little speechless watching the two sides fighting. When Lavilia and Lafia, who did not participate in the battle, heard this, their eyes shifted to Morning Star. Because Morning Star was the culprit of this conflict. It can only be said that the beauty trap can also work on women, especially for outstanding people like Bird Star. Morning Star was also a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he had stopped the conflict between Dion and Algana on the galleon just now, but now coming to the dock has escalated the conflict. Both sides came this time. The elites, except for Algana and Beiji, 2 IV.6, the rest of the Kali clan are IV.3 and IV.4, which are the elite troops of the Kali clan. And Loki's clan is even more so. Ace, Tioni, and Tiona are all at level 6, and there are also Angel and Alicia who have just upgraded to level 5. Although there are not many LV4 left, most of them are at level 2 and level 3, but Angel and Alicia alone are enough to make up for these gaps, not to mention Ace is there. Soon, the Kali clan fell into a disadvantage. Tears Kula and other Tiona Amazons at levels 3 and 4 were taken down one by one with the cooperation of Ace, Angel, and Alicia. After taking down these Amazons, Ace and others did not intervene. Obviously, this was just a small conflict, not a life-and-death fight, so Ace and others did not use heavy hands. The battle soon turned into Algana versus Tioni, and Bart versus Tiona. Unlike the original novel, Tioni and Tiona were upgraded long before the expedition. After the upgrade, they also experienced a battle with the Fallen Fairy's clone, which improved their ability values and learned powerful fighting skills from Morning Star. Therefore, even though Algana and Bartjet had been upgraded for a long time and their fighting skills were very powerful from fighting in the arena, they still couldn't defeat the two. The two sides reached a tie and were evenly matched. Loki and Kali both saw this. The two gods looked at each other through the masks and then spoke. Tioni, Tiona, stop fighting. Algana, Bartjet, retreat. Obviously, in such a formal occasion, Loki's words were still very majestic. Tioni and Tiona stopped fighting instantly and retreated. Algana and Bartjet on the opposite side also obeyed Kali's order and retreated. Although it was not a fight to the death, both sides did not hold back, so Dion, Diana, Algana and Beiji all had some injuries. Morning Star saw this and directly opened the gate of heaven, covering the members of Loki's family. In just 2 seconds, Diogen and others recovered as before. Kali and others on the opposite side saw this scene, and their eyes suddenly lit up. I care about you more, Morning Star, I will definitely make you my men. Algana spoke arrogantly again. Morning Star. You guy. Dion was so angry that her teeth itched. Ahaha, brother Morning Star is really popular. Diana laughed heartlessly on the side, and was glared at by Dion fiercely, and then the smile disappeared instantly, and she made a look of sharing the same hatred. Okay, this conflict ends here, Dion, don't be impulsive. Anyway, the Morning Star kid won't be poached, so you don't need to be so angry. Seeing Dion's powder keg reaction, Loki comforted her. No, I just don't want this guy to covet the Morning Star. Dion curled her lips, still staring fiercely at Algana opposite. Anyone can covet the Morning Star, but Algana can't. I can't help but tear this guy apart. Kali, little one, I don't know why you came here, but don't let your children appear in front of us. After all, you have seen that Dion hates you, and there will be another conflict when we meet again. By then, it won't be as easy to stop as it is now. Loki shook his head, then looked at Kali and reminded him in a light voice. That's hard to say. I can't control them completely. If they act without telling me, I can't do anything. Callie smiled faintly and replied. It's up to you. I've already given you a warning. Everyone, let's go. Loki shook his head indifferently, then turned around and greeted everyone and walked towards the town. The others looked at the people of Callie's family and turned around and followed. Morning Star, wait for me, I will definitely find a way to take you down. Behind everyone, Algana's voice sounded again. Morning Star, W winky face. Tioni. Everyone. Chapter 134, Tioni's Suspicion, Ishtar Familia. After leaving the dock, it was already late, and everyone found a hotel to stay. In the hotel, some members of the Loki family who did not know about Tyrskura's situation began to talk about Tyrskura's situation with the knowledgeable Loki and Lavilia. After Loki and Lavilia explained, everyone finally understood the situation of Tioni and Tiona. Speaking of which, where are Tioni and Tiona? After learning about Tyrskura's situation, someone wanted to ask Tioni and Tiona how they felt at the time, but when they looked for them, they found that Tioni and Tiona were not here. They just went out. Morning Star also went out with them. Someone who noticed the actions of Tioni and Tiona and others answered. It should be because they met Tyrskura's Amazon again, so they were in a bad mood and went out to relax. Don't worry, Morning Star is with you, nothing will happen. Lavilia said. After hearing what Lavilia said, everyone stopped asking. On the other side, Chenxing, Dion and Diana did leave the hotel and went out for a walk. I didn't expect to meet Callie and the others here. I don't know what Callie and the others are doing here. With her hands behind her back, Diana jumped in front of Chenxing and Dion, smiling as she jumped, still looking like a heartless optimist. However, this was just what Dion showed on purpose. In fact, Dion has always been very careful. I don't know, but Callie will never go to a place without disputes. Have you forgotten what those guys forced us to do in those years? If you have forgotten, then you are extremely naive. I have a hunch that something big will definitely happen in the port city of Melon. When mentioning Callie, Dion's brows were furrowed, very tight, and could be completely a fly. Don't worry, I'm here. Even if those guys want to stir up trouble here, they don't have the ability to do so. Seeing Dion's worried look, Chenxing reached out and gently touched her hair, and comforted her in a gentle voice. That is to say, even if Callie and the others want to make trouble, with Brother Chenxing's strength and our help, it is easy to deal with them. Dion, you are just too worried. Diana nodded repeatedly and agreed. It is because Chenxing is here that I am worried. Have you forgotten what Algana said during the day? That guy is targeting Chenxing. Dion heard this and rolled her eyes speechlessly. What is there to worry about? There are many people in our Loki family who are targeting Brother Chenxing. Diana didn't care and was still smiling. That's different. I have no objection to the companions of the Loki family who like Chenxing, but not Tyrskura. Tiona's expression turned vicious when she heard this. When Tiona heard what Tiona said, she stopped jumping in front, turned her head and looked over, blinking at Tiona. Really? What's true or false? It's okay, it's okay. Tiona seemed a little embarrassed, waved her hands, and then continued to jump. So suspicious. Seeing Tiona's appearance, Tiona became suspicious and looked at Tiona. Soon, Tiona found something different from Tiona. Tiona's ears turned red. Is the sky falling? This guy's ears turned red. Aware of this, Tiona suddenly remembered what Tiona said just now, and a light flashed in his mind, and then he quickly scanned Bird Star and Tiona. Could it be? It seems that it is not impossible. After scanning the two of them for a few times, Tiona's heart was slightly subtle. Come, looking ahead, Diana's eyes gradually became complicated. Forget it, if this is really the case, then let's go together. We have always been together anyway. We don't have to separate in the future. Morning Star didn't know what the interaction between the two sisters meant at this time, nor did he know what Dion was thinking at this time. At this time, Morning Star was looking at the things of the Callie Familia and the Ishtar Familia. If nothing unexpected happens, the Callie Familia and the Ishtar Familia should have started to contact each other. Remember, when the fallen fairy elf clone was transported into the artificial maze, the area entering the first floor was the work of the Itai Familia. I just don't know if the Ishtar Familia will attack the Loki Familia this time as in the original book. After all, this time, there are 2 more V.5 members from Loki's family. The fact is, just as Chenxing thought, the Ishtar family is now in contact with the Kali family. It's in the basement of a hidden building in the port city of Melon. The dim magic stone lamp flickered slightly, barely illuminating the hall. All the furniture and supplies in the hall are rouge color, giving people the feeling of a brothel room, with a hint of lewd mood. There is a large group of Amazons in the hall at this time, and these Amazons wearing battle robes are members of the Kali family. Led by Algana, all the members of the Amazon family are more or less tied with some bandages at this time, looking injured. As the main god, Kali is lying on the sofa looking at the ceiling. At this time, she has taken off her mask, with the face of a young girl, and her small mouth yawned slightly. Suddenly, Beiji, who was standing by the pillar, quickly shifted his gaze to the entrance and exit of the hall. Other Amazons also looked over quickly. As if responding to the members of the Kali clan, the only door of the hall was opened, and a group of fighting prostitutes dressed as young men walked in, led by a brown-skinned goddess who was dressed more coolly. The people who came were wearing all kinds of gold and silver ornaments. In addition to the ornaments, the only clothes that could be called clothes were belts and loincloths, and then there were belts to cover the chest. With a stunning face, big breasts, thin waist and hips, everything about this goddess could arouse men's lust. She was the main god of the Ishtar clan, Ishtar, the second goddess of beauty in Orario. However, compared with Freya, Ishtar was not much worse. Even so, the Amazon members of the Kali clan at the scene were still fascinated by her beauty, and their faces were red. To be honest, I feel that Ishtar in the anime is not worthy of the title of goddess of beauty. Many netizens call Ishtar an ant, haha, but I personally think it is still pretty, but it feels a bit tacky. You are here. As soon as she entered the hall, Ishtar greeted Kali, who was lying on the sofa. You are finally here. I have been waiting for a long time. Seeing Ishtar coming in, Kali turned sideways, supported her cheek with her hand, and looked at Ishtar with a wanton and rampant smile on her face. After many members of Ishtar's family came in, the members of Kali's family regained their consciousness one by one, and showed a vigilant posture one by one. Ishtar did not answer Kali, but sat opposite Kali. The families of both sides stood behind their respective main gods, forming a confrontation. It may be too late to say it now, but let's confirm it. Are you Ishtar? I am. Yes, I understand. However, you are crazy to specially entrust me who is at the border. Kali nodded, and then looked at Ishtar meaningfully and said. I have said this several times in the letter. I can use anything I can. I can give everything I can to defeat that woman. When Ishtar mentioned Freya, her eyes seemed to be full of flames. It can be seen how much anger Ishtar has towards Freya. After saying that, Ishtar frowned slightly and looked at the many Amazons behind Kali who were more or less wrapped in bandages. What's wrong with you? You are all injured. Ishtar expressed her inner doubts. This time she invited Kali's family to help her to defeat Freya's family. What she needed was elites, but the people from Kali's family were all wrapped in bandages, which made it difficult for her not to suspect that Kali's family did not take this matter to heart and brought some crooked melons and jujubes. In the morning at the port, I had a conflict with the family named Loki in your city and was beaten up. Kali didn't care about her reputation and told the situation again. Loki's family? Why are those guys here? Hearing that Loki's family was actually in the port city of Melon and had a conflict with Kali's family, Ishtar instinctively felt that things seemed to be developing in a bad direction. Well, they are very strong, and my children are no match for them. So, can you help me? My children like one of the male elves very much and want to take him back. Kali nodded and then said. Conflict with Loki's family? This is not in our trading plan. Ishtar picked up the red tea that the members of Ishtar's family had just brewed, took a sip, and then said. However, she was quite curious. Are there male elves in Loki's family? And they are also favored by the Amazons of Tirskara who worship the strong. What does the elf you are talking about look like and what is his name? A young man with long silver-white hair, named Morning Star. Algana wants him to be her husband, and I like that child very much. Kali did not hide it and said with a smile. Bang. What did you say? Morning Star is now in the port city of Melon. The cup was smashed heavily on the coffee table, and Ishtar lost her composure and confirmed loudly. Huh. Yes, I met him there in the afternoon. Why, from your appearance, Morning Star is very important to you. Callie narrowed her eyes slightly and asked softly. Ah, very important. I have been waiting for that child for a long time, but I have never been able to get him. The transaction with you has delayed some time during this period. I didn't expect to meet that kid here. I must take him down now. No one can stop me. You. Chapter 135, Excited Ishtar, the plans of both parties. When the Loki family and the Freya family went to war, after Morning Star showed the combat power of IV.6, Ishtar was ready to attack Morning Star. She sent Freni to the underground city with other fighting prostitutes and her trump card, preparing to surround Morning Star in the underground city, bring Morning Star to the Night City, the base camp of Ishtar family, and then use her divine power to charm Morning Star. As for why she took action in the underground city, it was because she didn't dare to take action on the ground casually. It would be fine if Morning Star's strength was low, there was nothing to say, but Morning Star's strength was as high as IV.6. The guild would never sit idly by when Ishtar family and an IV.6 conflicted. She didn't have the strength to ignore the guild. So she needed to act in the underground city and secretly capture Morning Star back. As long as she could capture Morning Star back, she would have the ability to make Morning Star her own. However, the people she sent into the underground city to surround Morning Star for many consecutive days, but they were unable to surround Morning Star, and they didn't even see the shadow of Morning Star. After that, Morning Star participated in the expedition of Loki's family, which was even more beyond the ability of her Ishtar family to deal with. In addition, the communication with the Kali family has come to an end recently, so she put her energy on this matter, and planned to consider how to get the 280 Morning Star after solving this matter. Unexpectedly, she met Morning Star in the port city of Melon this time. In the port city of Melon, Ori has no right to manage. Aisha, go investigate the foothold of Loki's family, quickly. Ishtar ignored the reaction of the Kali family members and turned to Aisha. Yes, Lord Ishtar. Aisha responded, and then left here with a few men. Ishtar, what do you mean? After Aisha left, Kali questioned Ishtar with a bad look. She just said that her child Algana had taken a fancy to Morning Star and wanted to take Morning Star, but Ishtar said the next second that she wanted to take Morning Star. Was she provoking her? Behind Kali, Algana's eyes were already extinguished. If Kali hadn't been here, Algana would have attacked Ishtar regardless of her temper. It means exactly what it says. Lady Ishtar has been eyeing that brat for a long time. Before Ishtar spoke, the big toad Furini behind her had already spoken, with a strong tone. Furini, shut up. Ishtar turned around and scolded, then turned to look at Kali, with an apologetic look on her face. Sorry, I have taken a fancy to Morning Star for a long time, and I will not give it up. But if you are willing, I don't mind sharing the child with you. Ishtar looked apologetic and said to Kali and Algana that the last 10 sentences were for Algana. To be honest, she attacked Morning Star not only to make Morning Star her trump card against Ishtar's family, but also to make Morning Star her man. After all, Morning Star was the best choice in terms of strength and appearance. She was very tempted, and even dreamed of being intimate with Morning Star every night. If Algana was willing, she would not mind sharing Morning Star with her, and she could also take this opportunity to win over Algana, or even poach her. Haha, then let's do it on our own. Hearing Ishtar's words, Algana became even more angry, and did not care that Ishtar was a god, and said in a bad tone. You guy, do you want to fight? Ishtar did not think there was anything wrong, but the big toad Furini behind her was unhappy and shouted loudly. Then come on. Algana stepped forward and shouted back loudly, and the Amazons behind her entered the battle state one after another, and the Ishtar family also did the same. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Algana, stop. Freni, back off. The two main gods spoke at the same time as the two sides were on the verge of a fight, which made the impending conflict retreat. Okay, let's talk business. Although your Ishtar family is at a high level in Orario, you only have one LV5 child. I don't think you are qualified to cooperate with me. Kali looked at Ishtar calmly, with a hint of doubt in her tone. She didn't know much about the Ishtar family, but she also knew that there was only one IV.5 in the Ishtar family, which was the ugly guy in front of her who looked like a big toad. Kali knew that Ishtar dared to cooperate with her with such strength, and she definitely had her own trump card, which made her qualified to cooperate with her. Hearing this, Ishtar did not speak, but turned her head to look at a figure wearing a cloak and hiding her face under the cloak. Callie also looked over. She was very curious from the beginning. Among the members of the Ishtar clan, only this guy is wearing a cloak, and he is very well protected. It seems that this guy is the trump card. Don't worry, I have the ability to greatly increase the strength of the members of the Ishtar clan. Give me some time. Ishtar turned around and said with a smile. With Chun-Ji in hand, as long as Hermes finds the 3-life stone and brings it back, then she can hold a sacrifice ceremony to mass-produce Chun-Ji's ability, so that most members of the Ishtar clan can obtain Chun-Ji's Wanbao hammer, which is a magic that increases by 1 level. Just know it in your mind. By the way, since it is a transaction, I will set the reward. You can set any reward you want. I will give you as much gold and silver as you want. Just tell me the amount you want. No, I don't need these. I want other rewards. Question mark. One more thing, I want to get paid first. Tell me about it. As I said before, Loki's family is here now. You don't want to fight Loki's family, do you? What a joke, the donation to deal with Freya has been bought, but that family is not much better. If you provoke Loki, you will cause big trouble before fighting with Freya's family. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to fight the entire Loki family. The Amazons in Loki's family left me. I want to see which side is stronger, Tioni or Tiona, who left me, compared to the 2 sisters who stayed with me, and which side can win. Surpass the limit and successfully sublimate the vessel. I want to see a fight and see blood. Which side is right? I want to see it with my own eyes. So, I want you to hold back the people other than the sisters. The people of Loki's family are very troublesome. What I want is a duel between sisters. Even though things have developed into this situation, Callie still has her eyes on Dion and Diana. She wants to see how Dion and Diana, who have left her side, grow up, and who is stronger than Algana and Bage who have grown up with her side. Callie's goal is the struggle itself, but Ishtar doesn't get this point, so no matter how much Callie says, Ishtar doesn't seem to agree. She doesn't want to provoke Loki. However, Furini behind her suddenly spoke. Lord Ishtar, let them fight. Just treat it as a warm-up battle with Freya. Besides, we are not ready yet. These guys need to stay here for a while. Sooner or later, they will be known by the people of Orario. As long as we let those guys in Orario think that their purpose is to fight against Loki's family, then the guild and Freya will not be too vigilant. 1. As for Sword Princess, I will suppress that guy. The guild has not released the news of Anchi and Alicia's upgrade, just like Morning Star, so the members of Ishtar's family don't know that the 2 have reached the 1st level. If she knew, Freeney would not. No, even if she knew, with Freeney's arrogant personality, she would probably think that she can suppress AIC, Anchi, and Alicia. As for Morning Star, Ishtar will have successfully taken him down by then. Freeney finished her thoughts in one breath. After listening to Freeney's words, Ayuda frowned. After a long time, she slowly sighed. Okay, you have a point, and I don't like Loki and his people. However, if the situation is not favorable, we will retreat immediately, and you will be responsible for all the problems afterwards. Of course. Callie nodded proudly. On the other side, Morning Star took Dion and Diana to stroll on the street for a long time and then returned to the hotel where they stayed. However, what Morning Star and others didn't know was that not long after they returned to the hotel, Aisha and others appeared on the street. Aisha and 4.7 people began to shuttle between various hotels and inquire about the traces of Loki's family. Soon, Aisha and others found out, and then began to return to the underground hall to report the matter to Ishtar. Very good, Aisha, you did a good job on this matter. If you really want Morning Star at that time, I will consider giving you a night of pleasure. Hearing the news brought back by Aisha, Ishtar was very satisfied and said in a gentle tone. Thank you very much, Lady Ishtar. Hearing Ishtar's words, Aisha and others were immediately excited, and all knelt on one knee, looking grateful. It can only be said that Morning Star is now a hot commodity in Orario. Many female adventurers are very jealous of Morning Star, and the Amazon race is no exception. And the members of the more dissolute Ishtar family are even more so. Aisha and others are very eager to have a close relationship with Morning Star, so when they heard Ishtar's words, they were all very excited. Well, go down. Ishtar nodded, and then waved her hand to dismiss several people. Yes, Lady Ishtar. After Aisha and others left, Ishtar put on a black cloak and left the hall quietly. Chapter 136 Ishtar, I'm online, and my account is gone. Ishtar wanted to use the power of charm to turn Morning Star into her own person right now. However, Ishtar did not dare to use this ability in front of Loki. Her power of charm was very strong, but she could not charm Loki. She had tested this when she was in heaven. Therefore, in addition to hating Freya, she also hated Loki. Morning Star was obviously with Loki's family. So she needed to act quietly and not let Loki know. The dark and windy night was the best time. After quietly coming out of the station, she secretly went to the hotel where Loki's family stayed. After arriving at the hotel, Ishtar used the power of charm to charm the front desk staff of the hotel and got the room number of Morning Star. At this time, Morning Star did not know that she was actually being targeted by Ishtar. Morning Star had already fallen asleep and was sleeping soundly. In the haze, Morning Star felt the sound of unlocking in her room. This moment made Morning Star wake up from her deep sleep. The next second, the veins of light spread rapidly. After seeing the people outside, Chenxing was stunned. Goddess of beauty Ishtar, how come this guy appeared at my door? This guy. Chenxing's eyes were fixed on the door, without moving, quietly waiting for Ishtar to use the key to open the door. Soon, the door was gently opened. Ishtar, who came in from outside, obviously didn't expect Chenxing to be awake, and let her open the door from outside and walk in. However, Inuba soon regained his composure. Good evening, Chenxing. With a charming smile on her face, Ishtar greeted Chenxing in a soft tone. Goddess Ishtar appeared in my room so late, what's the matter? Chenxing replied lightly, but he had some guesses in his heart. There was no intersection between him and Ishtar, but this guy appeared here late at night. It was obvious that he was coming for him, and because of Freya. Let me get straight to the point. Morning Star, become my men, and defeat Freya's family with me. Then the Ishtar family will be the most powerful family in Orario. You and I will dominate the entire Orario together, and then you can get any woman you want at will. Ishtar held out her hand to Morning Star with a determined smile. I refuse, I don't want to have anything to do with a bus. Hearing Ishtar's words, Morning Star secretly said, sure enough, and then refused without hesitation. Bus. What do you mean? Ishtar frowned when she heard it, obviously not understanding what the three words bus meant. It means I don't want to have anything to do with a prostitute who can be slept with by anyone. Morning Star explained lightly. As soon as these words came out, Ishtar, who was full of confident smiles, suddenly froze, and then became visibly angry. Morning Star, don't be shameless. I can invite you and promise you that you can rule the whole Orario with me. That is my sincerity. You have to agree to it even if you don't agree. With a slightly distorted face, Ishtar scolded in a low voice. The next second, Ishtar gave up the plan to sincerely invite Chenxing, and a faint purple charm appeared in her eyes. Obviously, Ishtar, who failed to invite Chenxing and was scolded by Chenxing, had lost her patience and began to use the divine power charm. The lavender light spread silently from Ishtar's eyes and fell on Chenxing. After seeing the light fall on Chenxing, Ishtar showed a successful smile and said the words again. Become my men, oh. Then, Ishtar was ready to take off her cloak, as if she was ready to have S*X with Chenxing here. However, the next second, Chenxing's voice was heard. I refuse. The same words made Ishtar's hands freeze, and her face was full of disbelief. Why didn't it work? Ishtar shouted in disbelief. Because of her loss of composure, Ishtar didn't control her voice at all and shouted directly. At this moment, everyone in the hotel was awakened. The people of the Loki family living in the hotel all woke up, quickly put on their clothes, and rushed to Chenxing. When AC and others came, they saw the scene in Chenxing's room where Chenxing pinched Ishtar's neck with one hand and lifted Ishtar up. Ishtar, why are you here? Seeing Ishtar being pinched by the neck by Chenxing, Pei Jiun was surprised. Let go, hands. Ishtar, who was being pinched by the neck, said intermittently. Loki, help suppress this guy's power, I want to send this guy back to heaven. Morning Star ignored Ishtar and begged Loki. Loki and the others came too quickly, otherwise he could send Ishtar back to heaven by himself. But now in the public eye, it is really difficult for Morning Star to do so. Hey! What did this guy do to you that you want to send her back to heaven directly? Hearing what Morning Star said, Loki was shocked. Good guy, the gods who returned to heaven in these years were sent back to heaven because of war games, and the culprit was Ishtar in front of him. But now Morning Star wants to send Ishtar back to heaven directly, what hatred and grudges. This guy just used charm to charm me and become her person. Morning Star did not hide it and said directly. As soon as the voice fell, T.O., who had been silent, suddenly exploded. What did you say? UB asterisk 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 DW asterisk asterisk re, you actually attacked my Morning Star. The hot-tempered Tioni didn't care about Ishtar's identity and rushed out without saying a word. However, the next second, Tioni couldn't move. Ishtar saw that Morning Star didn't let go, so he burst out with divine power. The burst of divine power instantly suppressed everyone present and made them unable to move at all. Only Morning Star and Loki could move. Morning Star found that even if he didn't burst out with divine power, he seemed to be able to resist the power of divine power a little. At least he was not like Tioni and others, who were completely suppressed by the power of divine power. At this time, Loki also reacted and burst out with divine power to suppress Ishtar's divine power. The two divine powers collided and completely offset each other in an instant, completely disappearing into smoke. Damn Loki! Feeling that his divine power was offset, Ida showed a resentful look on his face. She just heard Morning Star say that he wanted to send her back to heaven. Originally, she could still rely on divine power to suppress Morning Star, but now her divine power was suppressed by Loki, and she had lost the ability to check and balance Morning Star. Loki would never miss this opportunity. Ishtar, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for stretching your hand too far. You actually want to get your hands on Morning Star. Neither I nor Freya can let you get what you want. Since you have stretched your hand, be prepared to face the consequences. Loki said with a smile, and the divine power on his body was released without hesitation, firmly suppressing Ishtar's divine power. Just kidding, I have been planning how to lure Morning Star to Loki's family, and I have used the beauty trap for this. As a result, you are ready to use divine power to turn Morning Star into your own person without saying anything, don't even think about it. ****. Hearing Loki's words, Ishtar was immediately desperate. She knew that she would definitely be sent back to heaven this time. She hadn't made a move on Freya yet, but she was blocked here. The plan she had prepared for so long was blocked here because of Morning Star. She was unwilling to accept this. Go ahead, Morning Star. Loki didn't want to waste time talking to Ishtar, so he urged Morning Star. Morning Star didn't respond, but suddenly increased her strength. Without any surprise, Ishtar, who was fatally injured, protected herself on her own, and her divine power burst out, directly triggering the contract signed before she went down to the world. 350 hums. The huge light column of the gods' return broke through the roof and rushed straight into the sky. The powerful divine power fluctuations instantly alarmed the gods in Orario and the nearby gods of Orario, and all the gods looked over here. What is this? In the port city of Melon, the god of fisheries, Njord, quickly came to the window and fell into a trance as he looked at the light column that was soaring into the sky. Waste. On the other side, in the underground hall of the Ishtar clan, Kali looked at the members of the Ishtar clan whose grace was sealed, and immediately understood the identity of the gods who were sent back to heaven this time. Immediately, the brows under the mask frowned fiercely and cursed directly. On the other side, in Orario, many gods were awakened from their dreams, and stood outside or by the window one by one, looking at the pillar of light rising into the sky. The divine power fluctuations over Melon, is it Yoder? Why was that guy sent back by the gods? Could it be the dark faction? Those rats in the dark are still jumping around, so disgusting. Many gods looked at the gods' return rising into the sky, and guessed the identity of the gods who were sent back to heaven this time, and even suspected the dark faction. The dark faction can be said to be sitting at home, and the pot came from the sky. But these are not what Chenxing should care about. Morning Star ignored the gods' return in front of him, and quickly spread the veins of light to find the residence of the Ishtar family in the port city of Melon. Morning Star remembered that this time when the Ishtar family came here to meet with the Kali family, Chun-Ji, the lecherous fox, was brought out. Since he was sending Ishtar back to heaven, then Chun-Ji, the lecherous fox, would naturally take over. Take it back to Hestia. Soon, Morning Star found the residence of the Ishtar family through the veins of light. Members of the Kali family were also there. Loki, I'll leave this to you, I'll go take care of other things. Morning Star said to Loki, then turned on the Samsara Eye mode and flew out of the open window. Chapter 137, Recruiting Haruheim, Kali's Request. In the underground hall of the temporary residence of the Ishtar clan in the port city of Melon, the members of the Ishtar clan were in a mess. Ishtar ascended to heaven, and their grace was completely sealed. In addition to the combat skills that were honed, the ability values that grew up with grace have been sealed because of the loss of the Lord God. 1/10 of their strength remains, and magic, skills, and everything else cannot be used. Is this the consequence of the Lord God's death? Algana frowned as she looked at the many members of the Ishtar clan whose auras suddenly became extremely weak. Ah, that's it. So you must protect me well, otherwise you will become like this. Kali smiled faintly and said. Yes, Lord Kali. Everyone heard the words and spoke in unison. What happened? Why was Lady Ishtar sent back to heaven? At this time, in the underground hall, many members of Ishtar's family fell into panic because of the sudden loss of grace. The big toad Furini was constantly smashing the surrounding furniture because of the fear in her heart. Only Aisha was calm. She didn't understand. It was only more than half an hour since she was separated from Ishtar, and things turned out like this. What did Ishtar do? Why didn't she take them with her? Aisha's people, what should we do next? Chuanji, wearing a white cloak, came to Aisha and asked in a low voice. It's okay, it's just that Lady Ishtar ascended to heaven. Next, I will take you to join other families. Hearing Chuanji's words, Aisha's face eased a little, and she reached out to touch Chuanji's hair and comforted her softly. Yes, Lady Aisha. Chuanji heard the words, and her panicked heart calmed down a little. In Chun-Ji's eyes, Aisha is her sister, who has always been protecting her. Wherever Aisha goes, she follows. Hey, you two, do you want to come to my side? Seeing Aisha's calm look, Kali said with a smile in her eyes. This situation is like the sky falling for the members of Ishtar's family. Aisha is undoubtedly very good for being able to calm down in this situation. Although Chun-Ji beside Aisha doesn't know what the situation is, judging from Ishtar's previous situation, this guy is the trump card in Ishtar's mouth. So Kali wants to recruit the two to his family. Thank you very much for the invitation from Lord Kali, but please give me some time to consider. Hearing Kali's invitation, Aisha was slightly stunned, and then her expression was slightly complicated. She thanked him softly and declined. She knew the situation of Kali's family very well. The whole family was full of fighting and killing. She really couldn't adapt to this family. Even she couldn't adapt, let alone Chun-Ji. Speaking of which, we must find a better clan. Thinking of this, Aisha began to think about the information of each clan. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared in Aisha's mind, and she made a decision in her heart. Hearing Aisha's words, Kali did not force it, but just shook her head slightly. Bang. At this moment, a loud noise came, and the door of the underground hall was smashed to pieces by a white light, and a figure walked in from outside. See you again, Kali clan, and I meet you for the first time, everyone from Ishtar clan. Standing at the gate, Chenxing smiled and greeted the people inside. Chenxing, how come you are here? Seeing Chenxing's appearance, Aisha was shocked and shouted in surprise. Others were also surprised. They didn't expect Chenxing to appear here suddenly. Could it be that Ishtar's ascension is because of you? The big toad Phryne looked at Morning Star, his brain working frantically, and then he seemed to think of something and roared angrily. If Morning Star hadn't appeared here, she wouldn't have suspected Morning Star of Ishtar's ascension. But Morning Star appeared here not long after Ishtar's ascension, which was very suspicious. Phryne had already determined that Morning Star caused Ishtar to ascend and caused her to lose her grace. The angry flames made Phryne completely forget the fact that her grace had been sealed. The next second, Phryne's huge body rushed towards Morning Star. Because of the loss of grace, Phryne's huge body was no longer as light as before when she had IV.5 grace. When she ran, the ground trembled and her speed was very slow. Seeing Phryne's actions, no one present, including Ishtar's family, stopped her. The Kali clan was indifferent to the matter, while the other members of the Ishtar clan did not have a good relationship with Phryne. Now the Ishtar clan has fallen apart after Ishtar ascended to heaven, and Phryne is no longer their leader, so what Phryne wants to do has nothing to do with them. Bang! With a loud bang, Phryne's huge body shot out directly and hit the wall of the underground hall heavily, and the entire underground hall shook a few times. The huge body slid down the wall softly, and it was obvious that there was no breath. I forgot that this guy's favor was sealed. Looking at Phryne, who was kicked to death by himself, Chenxing was slightly startled and said to himself. Chenxing didn't think of taking this guy's life. However, since he is dead, and Chenxing will not feel guilty about it. Chenxing didn't like this guy in the first place, and what Ishtar did just now made Chenxing dislike Ishtar's family even more. And this guy attacked him after he came over, with layers of buff stacked up. If he didn't die, who would die? When the people of Ishtar's family saw this scene, they were all scared. The members of Kali's family did not, but looked at Chenxing with more passion. They wanted these Amazons of Kali's family to still miss Chenxing and turn Chenxing into their men. You are really decisive. As expected, you are very suitable for my family. Chenxing, don't you really consider coming to me? Seeing Chenxing kicking Feline to death, Kali's eyes were full of admiration and he invited her again. Sorry, I have no intention of converting. The purpose of coming here this time is for this child. Chenxing shook his head slightly and declined again, then looked at Chuanji. Chenxing, what do you want to do? Seeing Chenxing's eyes shifted to Chuanji beside her, Aisha reflexively blocked Chuanji behind her. She still remembered the scene of Chenxing kicking Feline to death. She was really worried that Chenxing would deal with Chuanji like he did to Feline just now. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Chunji, come with me, I'll find you a family. Chenxing nodded to Aisha, then looked at Chunji and said with a smile. Chenxing's impression of Aisha was neither good nor bad, but Chenxing was quite fond of her for helping Chunji all the time, so he was quite gentle towards Aisha. Hearing Chenxing's words and seeing the change in Chenxing's expression, Aisha felt a little relieved, then glanced at Chunji, and found that Chunji was looking at her with a face full of bewilderment. Aisha frowned immediately. Chenxing, can Chunji join your Lucifer family? I promise that letting Chunji join your family will definitely be a great thing for your family and for you. Aisha looked at Chenxing and asked seriously. Wanbao Hammer, Chunji, who possesses this magic, will be a hot commodity no matter which family she joins. However, if possible, she hopes that Ji can join the family. The family of Morning Star is the best candidate. Lucifer family only has one member, Morning Star, and no other members, so the growth of Chunji is the responsibility of Morning Star, and Morning Star is so powerful that it can definitely be of great help to Chunji's growth. In the Lucifer family, Chunji is definitely better than going to other families. Sorry, the Lucifer family should not accept other families. I want Chunji to join the family of Hestia. Since Ishtar has taken action against me, I must have investigated my situation and know that I have a close relationship with the Hestia family. Join the Hestia family and you can get my support at any time. Morning Star shook his head slightly and replied in a gentle tone. Hearing this, Aisha fell into deep thought. Lord Morning Star, can I also join the Hestia family? Mr. Morning Star, me too, me too. Mr. Morning Star. The other Amazons of Ishtar clan heard what Morning Star said and asked Morning Star one by one. It was obvious that the conditions that Morning Star just mentioned made them very excited. Although they were not joining the Lucifer clan where Morning Star was, they were joining the Hestia clan. After all, the main god of the Hestia clan had such a good relationship with Morning Star, and Morning Star also said that he would help the Hestia clan grow. This condition was already very good in the whole of Aura. Sorry, you have to ask Hestia about this matter. I am only responsible for getting Haruheim to join the Hestia clan. Faced with the inquiries of other members of the Ishtar family, Chenxing shook his head slightly. Chun-Ji's situation is special, so Chenxing let Chun join the Hestia family. As for the other members of the Ishtar family who want to join the Hestia family, Chenxing does not intend to interfere. Hestia can accept it if she wants, and not if she doesn't want. To be honest, Chenxing can accept Chun-Ji into his own family. After all, there is a world contract, and there is no need to worry that his own affairs will be leaked by Chun-Ji. But Chenxing only likes himself, and besides, there is no difference between being in Hestia's family and being in his own family. It's all the same. Hearing this, many people in the Ishtar family showed disappointment. But they are not ready to give up. Each of them has a firm look in their eyes, as if they are ready to find Hestia later. And Aisha made up her mind after hearing what other companions of the Ishtar family said, and turned to look at Chun-Ji who was looking at her. Chun-Ji, join the Hestia family. Yes, Lady Aisha. Chun-Ji didn't have any opinion, and she agreed directly after hearing what Aisha said. Then Chun-Ji will leave it to you, Chenxing. Aisha nodded, then looked at Chenxing, and asked solemnly. Well, don't worry, I will take good care of Chun-Ji. Chenxing nodded and agreed. Hearing this, Chun-Ji's face under the cloak turned slightly red. Chenxing's words were very lethal to Chun-Ji. After all, Chenxing was a very good man. At this time, the family who had been watching the show without interrupting the conversation between Chenxing and Aisha and others finally spoke. Chenxing, fight with Al and Beiji. As long as you can defeat them, I will no longer bother you in the future. Chapter 138 Kali's Compromise, Acey's Determination. After hearing Kali's words, and looking at Algana who was eager to try, and Beiji who looked calm but betrayed her, Chenxing was a little speechless. These two people had no ill will towards him. No, it should be considered that they had ill will, wanting to take him back as their husband. This ill will could almost be said to be non-existent. After all, a gentleman loves a beautiful lady, and vice versa. Algana fell in love with him, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with pursuing him in the Amazon way. He really couldn't deal with this guy in the same way as he dealt with Phryne just now. It's agreed that if you lose to me, you are not allowed to entangle me. After thinking for a while, Chenxing looked at Kali and said seriously. Let's do it this way. As long as you can defeat Algana and Beiji, we will leave here directly. Kali nodded and replied proudly. Originally, he wanted to cooperate with the Ishtar family to attack the Freya family. He was also prepared to let the Ishtar family help contain the other members of the Loki family to create conditions for Algana and Barge to fight alone. But now with Ishtar's ascension, everything has come to nothing. It is impossible to deal with the Freya family. Without Ishtar's help, they can't sneak into Orario quietly. The only way to enter Orario is to submit an application to the guild and enter Orario openly. In that case, the Kali family will be exposed under the eyes of the guild. The guild will not let the Kali family mess around. And let Algana and Barge die with Tioni and Tiona. The fight is far away. Without the restraint of Ishtar's family, this kind of thing is impossible. If she really has to force it, Kali is worried that she will be sent back to heaven by Loki and members of Loki's family like Ishtar. After all, Ishtar is a precedent, and Morningstar and Loki really dare to do this. Although she likes fighting and killing, it is done under her own safety. The lower world is so interesting, she doesn't want to go back to the boring place in heaven. So, Kali is going to go back with the members of Kali's family. However, before going back, Kali is still ready to try hard to see if she can bring Morningstar back to Tirskara. Let's go outside, we can't move freely here. Morningstar nodded, took Chun-Ji's hand and walked out. Having her hand suddenly pulled out, Chun-Ji's cheeks became even redder. This lecherous fox really has the potential to be lecherous. Let's go, I have fought for the opportunity for you, whether you can do it depends on you. Watching Morningstar walk out, Kali tilted her eyes and said to Algana and Beiji behind him. Thank you very much, Lord Kali. Algana was very excited and bowed slightly to Kali, and Beiji did the same. Then, the two of them walked out impatiently. The other Amazons of Kali's family and members of Ishtar's family also walked out of the underground hall under the leadership of Kali and Aisha. The group came to the ground. The temporary residence of the Ishtar family in the port city of Melon is near a spacious villa area. After everyone came out of the underground hall, there was a large open space. As soon as Morning Star and others came out, they met the people of Loki's family who followed the flight path of Morning Star. Morning Star. Ligia. From the Ishtar clan. After arriving here, Lavilia greeted Chenxing first after seeing Chenxing, and then saw Aisha, who led the Ishtar clan, and frowned slightly. Ishtar just now there are so many former Ishtar clan members, it seems that the Ishtar clan must have had some plans here before. However, these are all in the past tense. Even if there are any plans, with Ishtar's ascension, all of this will become a dream bubble. Callie, Algana, it's you again. Unlike Lavilia, Tioni's eyes were quickly attracted by the people of her family when she came. After seeing Callie and others, Tioni became uncontrollably angry and shouted loudly. See you again, Tioni. I was originally thinking of letting you fight to the death with Algana, but now forget it. Callie smiled and waved at Tioni, saying something that made Tioni even angrier. You. Calm down, Tioni. Seeing that Tioni looked like she was ready to fight at any time, Lavilia came over, put her hand on Tioni's shoulder, and comforted her. Lavilia's comfort was still somewhat useful, and Tioni's anger subsided a little. Number 2, little guy, how come you are colluding with the people of Ishtar's family? At this time, Loki spoke up, looking at Callie with a smile and said. Well, I might as well tell you that the jerk invited me to fight against Freya's family. In the end, the plan hasn't even started yet, and the jerk got out of hand. Speaking of which, you are really brave. You actually forced that rubbish back to heaven. Callie shrugged and told the deal between herself and Ishtar indifferently. Hee, thank you for the compliment, but Ishtar is a very courageous guy. She wants to attack Freya with her little knowledge. She is really overestimating herself. Hearing Callie's words, Loki raised his eyebrows and said proudly, and then he laughed at Ishtar's family as if he heard a joke. Aisha and others looked unhappy when they heard this, but they did not refute it. Because this is indeed the fact. They don't know what their former main god Ishtar thinks, and they also feel a little powerless. But the main god has planned this, so it's not easy for them to resist. After complaining about Ishtar, Loki looked at the Morning Star. Morning Star, what's going on now? Also, who is this person you are holding? Callie asked me to fight with Algana and Beige. As long as I defeat them, Callie will be entangled by Chio. As for Chuanji, this child is a member of the family I found for Hestia. Morning Star explained with a faint smile, CGCJ. Hearing what Morning Star said, Loki's eyes lit up immediately, ignoring Morning Star's first sentence and paying attention to Morning Star's second sentence. The family members that Morning Star specially found for the little one must have extraordinary talents. Hey, Chuanji, right? You were a member of Ishtar's family before, right? Do you want to come to me? Loki poked his hands and said to Chuanji with a cowering look like a weird uncle who kidnapped and deceived a little lowly. Ah. Thank you very much, Lord Loki, for liking me, but I have promised Lord Morning Star to go to Lady Hestia, so I can only say sorry to Lord Loki. Loki's sudden invitation made Chun-Ji a little surprised, and she quickly declined. She had already agreed to join the Hestia family, so she would not regret it. What a pity. Hearing this, Loki said with a little regret. Okay, don't waste time, my 2 children are already impatient. Morning Star, let's start. At this time, Callie on the opposite side could no longer wait and shouted. Morning Star boy, kill them. Loki had no objection to this, and waved his fist at Morning Star, saying. As for whether Morning Star could defeat the Amazons of level 6, she really had no worries about this. After all, Finn and the others had told her what happened on the 59th floor when Loki's family came back from the expedition. Morning Star defeated 2 enemies of level 7 in a row, so how could he not deal with 2 level 6? Morning Star, beat Algana up for me. Behind him, Dion, who was comforted by Lavilia, shouted loudly to Morning Star. No problem. Morning Star smiled and waved. Soon, everyone retreated to the surroundings, leaving a space for Morning Star, Algana, and Beiji. Okay, no one will disturb us now. Morning Star, let's fight. After everyone left, Algana shouted excitedly, and as soon as she finished speaking, she quickly took action and turned into a shadow and rushed towards Morning Star. Beside her, Jia did the same. The 2 sisters attacked Morning Star from the left and right. Facing the attack from the two sisters, Morning Star was not in a hurry, and her posture seemed very casual. After the two sisters got close, Morning Star raised her hands calmly and easily blocked the two people's attack like a python. The two sisters saw that their attacks were blocked, but they were not discouraged and started a new attack. The two used their hands and feet together, and Turscula's special fighting skills turned into a shadow, constantly bombarding Morning Star, without any intention of holding back. Obviously, both of them knew that Morning Star's strength was above theirs, and this time it was about whether they could take Morning Star back as a companion, so the two did not do it like before. When Tioni and Tiona fought, they also held back a little bit and went all out. However, even though they had already gone all out, they were still not good enough in front of Morning Star. They used their hands and feet together, attacking from different angles, but Morning Star only used two hands, splitting his attention and completely blocking the attacks of the two people. Well, it's better than nothing. While resisting the attacks of the two, Morning Star felt the heat coming from his back from time to time, and said silently in his heart. His normal state is already the limit of IV.6, and there are not many things that can make him exercise. He can do it in front of Algana and Barge. Morning Star, you have become stronger again. Outside the field, Lavilia looked at Morning Star and easily blocked the joint attack of Algana and Barge in his normal state, and said softly. Ah, Morning Star, you have become stronger again. Outside the field, Lavilia looked at Morning Star and easily blocked the joint attack of Algana and Barge in his normal state, and said softly. Ah, Morning Star, you have become stronger again. I really want to know how Chenxing became stronger. I'll find a chance to ask. AIC murmured in response, and then murmured silently in her heart. AIC has always been very interested in the secret of how Chenxing can become stronger so quickly, but it is not allowed to ask other people in the family about this matter, even as a friend. However, after witnessing Chenxing's initial strength from IV.3 to the current state where he can suppress two IV.6s who are not much weaker than her, AIC finally couldn't sit still. She decided to ask Chenxing and explore. As long as she could become stronger quickly, she would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. Chapter 139, Morning Star's Premonition, Callie's Decision. Morning Star, give them a good beating. No one onlooker made a sound during the entire battle. No, there was one loud voice. Dion had a real grudge against Algana, and kept shouting for Morning Star to give Algana a good beating, and also take Bargy into the mix. Diana was embarrassed and felt bad for Bargy. They are totally no match. On the other side, Callie looked at the battle between the two sides, sighed slightly, and said to herself. She was the god of killing, and she had a strong accomplishment in fighting, so she saw in just a few minutes that Algana and Bargy were no match for Morning Star. The strength of the Morning Star on the opposite side was very strong, and Algana and Bargy were completely manipulated. This guy didn't even move his feet once. Looking at Morning Star surrounded by the afterimages of Algana and Bargy on the field, Callie murmured in her heart. From the beginning of the battle, Algana and Bargy were the ones attacking. Morning Star did not even fight back, but passively defended. But even with passive defense, Algana and Bargy suffered many more injuries. The most exaggerated thing was Morning Star's position. From the beginning of the battle, Morning Star's feet were always on the ground, and they never lifted up. No matter how fierce and violent the attacks of Algana and Bargy were, Morning Star remained unmoved, and their attacks could not shake them. Not only Callie saw it, but all the melee adventurers present noticed it. As the parties involved, Algana and Bargy naturally could not fail to notice it. They noticed it, and then they became more excited and excited. Because of the excitement, the attacks of the two were even more intense than before. As for Chenxing, after feeling the increasing intervals of the heat coming from Anhui behind him, Chenxing also knew that there is not much to gain from fighting with the two. Chenxing was not going to continue to fight with the two. After seizing a tiny flaw, Chenxing directly chopped Beiji's neck with a knife. In the previous life, this move was almost impossible to knock others out, but in the world of the earth, Chenxing, who possessed extraordinary power, could do it. Beiji felt the knife fall, but had no ability to dodge. She could only be knocked unconscious by Chenxing's knife under the strong feeling of badness on the back of her neck. She fell to Chenxing while attacking. And Alga, who was also attacking after seeing this scene, Algana understood that the battle was over. She had long seen that the two sisters were no match for Morning Star, and Morning Star had been letting them go. It was precisely because the two sisters were easily blocked by Morning Star that the two sisters were so excited. Because they all longed for fighting and killing. Being able to fight such a powerful existence is their lifelong pursuit. Come on. With an excited roar, Algana's attack continued unabated and blasted towards Morning Star. Bang. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Algana, who was still screaming and exhausted the previous second, fell limply on Morning Star like Bargy the next second. Very good, beat them down. Seeing that Morning Star knocked the two people unconscious, Dion behind couldn't help but waved her fist. She didn't say anything to let Morning Star kill the two. Although she hated the two, she didn't kill them. Listening to Dion's words, Chenxing smiled slightly. Immediately, Chenxing prepared to send the unconscious Algana and Beiji to the hands of the members of Kali's family in a gentlemanly manner. However, when he looked up, Chenxing saw the burning eyes of other Amazons in Kali's family. This immediately made Chenxing pause. The next second, Chenxing threw the unconscious Al and Beiji over. Scared. The Amazons from Tirskara are really pure. They worship fighting, worship the strong, and look for strong males to mate. They are not infected by the outside world at all. As agreed, I won't bother you anymore. After Algana and Beiji were caught by two IV.4 Amazons, Kali said to Chenxing with a bloodthirsty smile. Immediately, Kali greeted the other Amazons and roared and turned around and left here, without even saying hello to Loki. The people of Kali's family left, and Loki and others also ran over. Hee, the second kid came with great momentum, but ended up returning in defeat. Standing next to Morning Star, Loki laughed, his face full of gloating. I really hope I won't see these guys again in the future. Dion still hates the people of the Kali family. Looking at the backs of the people of the Kali family who are going away, his brows furrowed fiercely. Loki, you also heard what Lord Kali said just now. Ishtar is going to cooperate with the people of the Kali family to deal with Freya. The Kali family doesn't look like they are ready to enter Orario openly. Ishtar should have a way to send Kali into Orario quietly. At this time, Lavilia spoke up and reminded with a serious look. Yeah, I heard it. Loki nodded, then turned his head to look at Aisha and others who were walking not far away. Sister Aisha, now that Ishtar's family is gone, can you tell me Ishtar's plan? Loki said to Aisha with a smile. Hearing this, Aisha frowned slightly, and then answered, I don't know much, but Master Ishtar does have a way to send those guys in. Yes, I understand. After getting the answer, Loki nodded, and didn't intend to ask more. Aisha looked like she was not someone who knew Ishtar's key plan. Continuing to ask would not have much effect. Go back and rest first, and continue investigating tomorrow. Then, Loki glanced at everyone and made arrangements loudly. Everyone had no objection to this. They slept well in the middle of the night, but were awakened by something that happened suddenly. Now they are a little sleepy. Now that everything is over, they will naturally go back to rest. As for the matter of the return of the gods, it is not their business. Everyone then started the return journey. Members of Ishtar's family also came together. Hey, Morning Star, your room has been destroyed, sleep with me tonight. On the way back, Dion held Chenxing's arm and invited Chenxing with a smile. The god's sen just now directly penetrated the ceiling of the room where Chenxing lived and the upper floor. It was impossible to continue living there before repairs. So Dion invited Chenxing to stay with her. There are other rooms in the hotel, so why not open another one? Diana, who had her hands on the back of her head, said leisurely. Shut up. Hearing her sister's words, Dion glared at her fiercely. Tione, don't forget that Tiona lives with you. At this time, Lavilia spoke, looking at Tyone with sharp eyes. Tyone's expression froze immediately, and she smiled awkwardly, and didn't mention it again. Since it's not possible, I can go over to visit later. Tyone muttered silently in her heart. Chenxing looked at the interaction of several people, smiled slightly, and didn't interrupt. Soon, everyone returned to the hotel where they stayed. The hotel at this time was a bit chaotic because of the return of the god just now, but the owner and staff of the hotel had barely dealt with the commotion and arranged new rooms for the affected guests. Chenxing also re-registered a room at the front desk and moved in. As for Chun-Ji, Chenxing first gave it to Aisha to take care of, and lived with Aisha. As soon as he returned to his room, Chenxing went directly into the bathroom in the room and washed up. Just now, he had a fight with Algana and Beige, and exercised a little. It would be more comfortable to wash before going to bed. After spending more than 10 minutes, Chenxing came out of the bathroom. After taking a shower, Chenxing prepared to update his grace to see how much improvement he had gained from the battle with Algana and Beige. *****. Morning Star. IV.4. Strength, 10170. Durability, 10163. Dexterity, 10189. Agility, 10199. Magic, I0I56. Development ability, Magic F, Luck L, Healing I. Magic. Thought Body. Son of Light. Son of Darkness. Skills. Reincarnation I. Blessing of the God of War. Flame of the Sky. Ah, the improvement is so small. Chenxing blurted out when he saw the updated ability value data. If other adventurers knew about this, Chenxing would definitely be scolded. It has only been a few days since the upgrade, and the ability value has increased so much, but Chenxing still thinks it is not enough. It is simply a Versailles game. Looking at the ability value data, Chenxing fell into deep thought. With my current strength, even if I fight in normal state, I need to fight several IV.6 adventurers at the same time to maintain the previous improvement speed, otherwise a large number of IV.5 or even 4.6 adventurers will attack me, so I can fight freely. That is to say, I have two choices now. The first is to continue to spar with AC and others, and let AC and others go together. And the second is to go to the Dragon Pod alone and fight the entire Dragon Pod alone. 0. Well, let's spar with AC and others for the time being. As for continuing to go to the Dragon Pot, put it on hold for the time being. It takes 2 or 3 days to go to the Dragon Pot even if I travel at the fastest speed, and it is impossible to stay there for only 1 or 2 days. It takes at least 10 days to go back and forth, which is too long. I have a hunch that a lot of things will happen on the ground recently. For the time being, it is better not to leave the ground for too long at one time. After thinking for a long time, Chenxing made a decision in his heart and murmured softly. On the other side, the people of Kali's family left the temporary residence of Ishtar's family and returned to the dock and returned to their ship in the port. Awake, how do you feel? Looking at Algana and Beige who had already woken up, Kali leaned on his left cheek and asked with interest. Very good, if possible, I want to continue to fight with Chenxing. Hearing Kali's question, Algana's face suddenly showed a bloodthirsty smile and said. Bayer on the side was the same. In that case, then go find that guy more often in the future. You two want to continue to improve now, there is no one else to choose. I think letting you fight with Chenxing should be able to continue. Maintain your improvement speed. Seeing the reactions of the two, Kali nodded with satisfaction, and then said. Algana and Beige were able to upgrade to 4.6 because they defeated and killed the other two LV5. Because there is no training at the same level, the speed of their improvement has slowed down. If they want the two to continue to maintain their previous improvement speed, they can only let the two sisters kill each other. Kali does not want the two sisters she trained to kill each other. Now the appearance of Morning Star just gives her a choice. Didn't Lord Kali say that he would not continue to entangle Morning Star? Hearing Kali's words, Algana was a little surprised, and then said. Bayer was also surprised. I won't continue to entangle him, but I didn't say that you can't go. Facing the surprised reactions of the two, Kali put on a playful smile on her face. Word games, she is also very good at it. She said before that she would not entangle Morning Star, but she didn't say that Algana and Beige couldn't go. Hearing this, Algana and Beige were stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up at the same time. I understand, Master Kali. *2. Well, let's get ready. After we go back, we will formally submit the documents to join Orario in written form. We are going to march into Orario. Kali nodded, then said with a serious look. Yes, Master Kali. 1000. Chapter 140, Angel Reincarnation Pond. Although Tioni complained in her heart, she did not come after everyone went to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, the guild headquarters of Orrery and the people of the guild branch of Melon came to the hotel where Chenxing and others were staying, asking what happened and why Ishtar suddenly ascended to heaven. As for why the people knew, it was because after Ishtar ascended to heaven last night, the Ishtar family was in chaos, and the Night City almost fell apart overnight. Everyone in Orrery knew about it. Now the Night City has been taken over by the guild. And early this morning, the guild president Roy sent someone to inquire. In other words, Lord Ishtar attacked you, Chenxing, so you and Lord Loki forced him to ascend to heaven together. Aina, who was sent to inquire about the reason, repeated with gritted teeth, and Loki was handed over to the branch director of Melon to inquire. Well, that guy wanted me to be her man, I refused, and she used the power of charm against me. This ability couldn't charm me, so I fought back. Morning Star said with a smile. Well done. Hearing this, Aina did not hesitate at all and praised Morning Star for doing a good job. However, although Morning Star, you did this for a reason, and it was Ishtar who committed suicide, you will still be punished by the guild. After an indignant sentence, Aina was worried about Morning Star. Morning Star directly forced a god back to heaven like this, and the guild could not sit idly by. If Morning Star relied on war games to send the god back to heaven, it would be fine, but Morning Star's situation was not allowed. After all, Ishtar was not a god of the dark faction. If you can really force a god back to heaven at will, it will be a mess. Gods only have one chance to try and fail. Once they are sent back to heaven, they cannot come down, and other gods will not allow it. Therefore, many gods cherish this opportunity to go to the lower world. Now Morning Star directly joined forces with the main god Loki to send Ishtar back to heaven. Even if there is a reason, it needs to be punished to give an explanation to the gods and deter those lawless adventurers. Don't worry, I will negotiate with the guild. Morning Star nodded and comforted, signaling Aina to be at ease and not to worry too much. Yeah. Speaking of which, Morning Star, why are you here? After asking about the situation as a routine, Aina asked about private matters. Aina was very curious about why Morning Star came to Melon. I just came out of Orario and met Loki and the others who were coming here to investigate the letter, so I was drafted. Morning Star smiled and explained. You have a really good relationship with Loki's family. Aina heard the words and smiled slightly and said. Ah, it's good. Let's go, you rarely come here, and I rarely come here, let's go shopping together. Morning Star nodded, and then extended an invitation to Aegina. Now only Loki and Morning Star were left in the hotel. The members of Ishtar's family returned to Orario early in the morning. Morning Star asked Chun-Ji to be taken back and sent to Hestia. Morning Star also talked to Hestia, and Hestia said that it was no problem and that Chun-Ji would become a member of Hestia's family. The rest of Loki's family were sent out by Loki to investigate the matter of the man-eating plant. Now that the inquiry was over, Morning Star was ready to go out for a walk. It happened that Aegina was the inquiring person, so Morning Star invited Aegina to go out for a walk together. Well, okay. It's been a long time since I went shopping with you, Morning Star. About a month. Yeah, about a month. Come to think of it, Morning Star, your upgrade speed is really fast. You actually upgraded 2 levels in 1 month. Why didn't you report the upgrade before the expedition? I forgot. Anyway, there is no rule that I must report it immediately, so I forgot. Why, does the guild want to fine you? How is that possible? Generally speaking, there is a half-month period. As long as it does not exceed this time, it will be fine. And your situation is not special. Those people in the guild are not fools. Really? That's good. Otherwise, even if they want to fine me, I won't pay it. Haha, that's right. The two of them left the hotel, talking and laughing, and began to stroll in the port city of Melon. This stroll took a whole day. While Morning Star and Aina were shopping, Orario caused a huge sensation because of 2 things. The first thing was the upgrade of Morning Star. Before, Morning Star was only IV.2, but after returning from an expedition, he was directly upgraded to 4.4. This information, as long as you are not a fool, you can know that Morning Star upgraded to 4.3 before joining the expedition of Loki's family. After all, Morning Star did not have the main god to give him the upgrade grace in the dungeon, so he could only upgrade before the expedition. As for the fact that the upgrade grace was upgraded twice in a row, the gods did not think about it at all. After returning from the expedition with Loki's family, Morning Star upgraded again. No matter what the situation is, it cannot change the fact that Nong has been promoted twice in a month. This is completely a fire bomb, a bomb made of firestone, that is enough to bomb the entire Orario. After the guild published the information about the upgrade of Morning Star on the notification board, all adventurers were shocked when they saw the information about Morning Star. As time passed, this information spread throughout Orario, and everyone knew about it, which completely set off a wave of enthusiasm in the entire Orario. In contrast, the upgrades of Angel and Alicia of the Loki family were ignored by others, and only a few people discussed this matter. Of course, if it was the matter of Morning Star in the past, it would definitely occupy a large proportion. According to the discussion of all the adventurers in Orario, but it has not occupied the entire Orario now, there is another thing that competes with the information of the upgrade of Morning Star, that is, Ishtar ascended, Ishtar clan disbanded, and Night City fell apart. You must know that Night City is the gathering place for nightlife of all adventurers in Orario. Now Night City is falling apart, and I don't know how many adventurers have been affected. Many male adventurers wailed after hearing about the dissolution of Ishtar clan and the fall apart of Night City. However, these have nothing to do with Morning Star. After playing with Aina for a whole day, Morning Star said goodbye to Aina and returned to the hotel. At this time, AIC and others have returned. Exploration. How is the investigation going? In Loki's room, Morning Star came here, looked at everyone, and asked. Found it. It seems that Njord, the mayor of the town of Melon, and the head of the guild branch teamed up to smuggle the piranha plant to help the fishermen here, and the unlucky Ishtar was also involved. It's really troublesome. I have already notified Uranus. Let Uranus handle this matter. Those guys are really cunning. The clues are broken here. Next, we can only continue to explore the entrance that appeared in the 18th floor you mentioned before. Oh, and look for another underground city entrance in the city. Loki answered without interest, and investigated for a while. She went out all day, and she investigated this thing. Njord and the others basically didn't have much information. The only useful information was from Ishtar. The information in that guy's hands was the most important. It happened that this guy was sent back to heaven by Morning Star and herself, and the members of Ishtar's family obviously didn't know about this matter since the situation last night, so the clues ended here. So, she found out that there was another entrance in Orario, and got a portrait clue of a person who might be related to this entrance from Njord, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Everyone has worked hard today, let's go to eat, and go back to rest after eating, and we will go back early tomorrow morning. After answering Chenxing's question, Loki glanced at everyone and said to them. Everyone had no objection. They had been visiting and investigating for a whole day, and they were indeed a little tired. Let's rest early. After eating dinner with everyone, Chenxing returned to her room. However, as soon as she returned to her room, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in her mind. Ding! You have a new drifting bottle, please check it. The system is active again. There was no movement for nearly a month before, and it appeared a few days ago and now it has appeared again after a few days. System, check, open. Ding! The drifting bottle has been opened, congratulations to the host for obtaining the angel reincarnation pool. Hearing this prompt, Chenxing was stunned. Angel reincarnation pool. People who enter the reincarnation pool will be reincarnated into 2 5.8 winged angels and gain the power of angels. The stronger the potential of the reincarnated person, the stronger the power they will gain. The potential will increase greatly and they can grow on their own. The highest level of reincarnated angels is the 12-winged archangel. Angel reincarnation requires energy. The greater the potential of the reincarnated person, the greater the energy consumed. The reincarnated angel will become a subordinate of the owner of the reincarnation pool. This is really related to the biblical pantheon. Looking at the introduction of the angel reincarnation pool, Chenxing was stunned and muttered. He had previously named his family Lucifer, and he had more or less this idea in his heart, but he really didn't expect that the system would actually give him such a prop that can mass-produce angels. As long as you enter the reincarnation pool, you can be reincarnated as an angel and gain the power of an angel. according to Chenxing's understanding of angels. Even the lowest two-winged angel, the strength is definitely not to be underestimated, at least it is the strength of IV.4 or LV5 in this world. This is simply a weapon for ordinary adventurers to ascend to heaven in one step. Knock, knock, knock. Just when Chenxing was surprised that he had obtained such a powerful weapon, the door was suddenly knocked. Chenxing instantly came back to his senses and looked over. Come in. Chapter 141 Heart-to-Heart Talk, The Gratitude of the Stubborn Morning Star AC. AC. It's so late, what do you want to see me for? Chenxing was a little surprised when he saw AC opening the door and walking in. He immediately motioned her to sit down and asked. Hearing Chenxing's question, AC did not speak directly. A look of hesitation appeared on her face and she did not speak for a long time. Seeing this, Chenxing said gently, "Don't worry, just tell me if you have anything." It was the first time Chenxing saw AC's reaction. Although he didn't know why AC was like this, Chenxing knew that the matter was definitely not small. Taking a deep breath, AC raised her head and looked at Chenxing with a firm look. Although it's presumptuous, Chenxing, can you tell me why you can grow up so quickly? As long as Chenxing can tell me the secret of your growth, no, just a little will do, no matter what reward you need, you can ask for it. Hearing this, Chenxing was slightly startled. Then he thought about it. The reason why he was able to grow up so quickly was entirely because of the drift bottle received from the system, and there seemed to be nothing else. Moreover, he was able to grow so fast because of his potential. Thinking of this, Chenxing was ready to answer that there was no secret, it was just because his qualifications were very strong. However, before he could say anything, Chenxing was touched by AIC's firm eyes that could even show some paranoia, and the words on his lips were immediately swallowed back. It seems that AIC will never believe what he said. Moreover, Chenxing felt that if he really said this, AIC might fall into a stubborn situation. Retracting his gaze, Chenxing thought for a moment and signed a world contract with AIC in his mind. There is no secret about my situation. If I have to say, I can only say that my potential is very strong, so strong that no one in this world can compare with me. I know you may not believe it, I will show you my favor. Morningstar looked at AIC, with a gentle expression and soft tone. After speaking, Morningstar turned around, took off his shirt, and exposed the back of his favor to AIC. Because he had just signed a world contract with AIC, Morningstar was not worried that AIC would know about his favor and it would be disadvantageous to him. He was very relieved to show his favor to AIC. Morningstar had a hunch that if AIC didn't get the answer she wanted, it would probably cause some unnecessary thoughts in her heart, making her trapped in it. For example, if she didn't get the answer, she didn't want to be perfunctory or deceived. Simply show her favor to AIC directly, AIC wouldn't think she was deceiving her. It's just a small problem that she can solve at any time and won't cause any disadvantage to herself. There's no need to hide it and cause some misunderstandings in the end. Morningstar hates this kind of procrastination the most. Many unnecessary things are caused by this situation. Seeing that Morningstar actually exposed his favor in front of her before, she showed it to a person from a different clan. AC was slightly startled, and a kind of warmth that she had never felt before unconsciously arose in her heart. AC knew very well how important the information of grace was to a person. Although she did not have the ability to understand the sacred text, Chenxing did not know whether she could understand it. In this way, she exposed her grace, to some extent, telling the other party everything about herself. She had never thought about seeing Chenxing's grace, but just wanted to know from Chenxing why she was super fast and strong. But Chenxing directly exposed her grace to herself. This trust was something AC had never encountered before. For a moment, AC did not know how to respond to Chenxing's trust, and the warmth in her heart was even greater. AC, my grace was updated a few days ago and upgraded to 4.4. After fighting with Algana and Beiji last night, I went to find the Lord God today and asked him to update my grace. The value you see now is the grace upgrade I got after fighting with Algana and Beiji. You should not understand the sacred text, but you should be able to see the numbers above. I didn't lie to you. My improvement speed is because of my talent potential. With his back to AIC, Chenxing whispered about his favor. AIC's eyes were completely on Chenxing's favor at this time, looking at the values on Chenxing's favor. It's just a battle, and it has improved so much. Your talent is really terrible. No wonder you can grow so fast. AIC reached out and gently stroked Chenxing's back, whispering. Just a few days after upgrading, the ability value has been increased by more than 200 to nearly 300. If AIC hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Ah, so you want to get a method to quickly become stronger from me, but I can't give it to you. Sorry. Chenxing nodded slightly, then put on his shirt, came back to his senses, and said gently. Sorry, please forgive my willfulness. AIC lowered her head with some disappointment, and then apologized. She mustered up the courage to cross the line and asked Chenxing for a method to quickly become stronger, but she didn't expect this result, which made her feel disappointed and guilty. Because she heard from Chenxing's words that Chenxing was worried that the answer he gave would make her feel that he was deceiving herself, so he exposed something as important as hui to herself. Regardless of whether she can understand the sacred text or not, grace cannot be exposed casually. It's okay, we are friends, aren't we? Chenxing reached out and gently stroked AIC's little head, and said soothingly. Although it was because of the existence of the world contract that Chenxing exposed grace to AIC. But this is also based on the fact that AC is his friend. Otherwise, if anyone comes to ask him, Chenxing will not be angry, but he will not reveal his favor. Yeah. AC just nodded slightly, hummed lightly, and then stopped talking. Obviously, she is still in a state of loss at this time. Looking at AC's lost look, Chenxing frowned slightly and thought of the angel reincarnation pool he had just obtained. Looking at AC, Chenxing hesitated to speak, not knowing whether he should tell AC about the reincarnation pool. Chenxing was a little entangled. If AC is reincarnated as an angel, her strength will definitely increase rapidly. Chenxing will never doubt this, because AC has great potential. Although she cannot be compared with himself, she is a very strong existence compared to others. However, once AC uses the angel reincarnation pool, AC will become his subordinate. This is not what Chenxing wants to see, because Chenxing feels that in this way, the friendship between him and AC will change irreversibly. What's wrong? AIC, who was lost, seemed to feel something and raised her head. Then she saw Chenxing's tangled look, and she was confused and asked. Hearing AIC's question, Chenxing thought for a moment, and finally decided to give the decision to AIC. AIC, I may have a way to make you stronger quickly, but there will be a price. Chenxing said hesitantly. What way? What is the price? Can I afford it? Hearing Chenxing's words, AIC's eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly came to Chenxing and asked in a hurried tone. I have the ability to improve your potential, make you stronger quickly, and even gain some powerful power, but the price will be that you become my subordinate. Chenxing nodded and briefly explained the situation. Subordinate? Does it mean that only I will become your subordinate? AIC was stunned, and then quickly reacted, looking at Chenxing and asked. Yeah. 420-inch Chenxing didn't want to deceive AIC, and nodded to confirm. Hearing this, AIC hesitated. If it was before, she would directly choose to agree. But now, after what happened just now, AIC was a little hesitant about this price. Because she also saw why Chenxing was so hesitant and tangled before he said this. Chenxing regarded herself as a friend, and even in order to maintain this friendship, he did not let himself misunderstand and expose Hui's doll. It can be seen that Chenxing values his friendship with himself. And the price of Chenxing's method is that he will become Chenxing's subordinate. In this way, are he and Chenxing still friends? Chenxing exposed his Hui for friendship. Do he really have to give up this friendship for strength? Chenxing, let me ask you, after becoming your subordinate, can we still be friends? After hesitating for a moment, AIC asked. Hearing this, Chenxing was startled and frowned slightly. As long as he still regards AIC as his friend in his heart, even if AIC is reincarnated as an angel and becomes his subordinate, it seems that there is no difference. It seems that he is a little bit obsessed. After thinking this through, Chenxing's inner entanglement disappeared. Ah, of course we are friends. AC, give me some time to prepare, and then I will help you improve your potential and let you gain powerful strength. The tangled expression disappeared, and Chenxing's face once again showed a gentle smile, and he said to AC. Well. Hearing Chenxing's words, AC smiled and nodded gently. Then, AC hesitated for a moment and slowly stretched out her hands, hugged Chenxing in Chenxing's surprised eyes, and leaned on Chenxing's arms. "Thank you, Chenxing." However, Roymond still conveyed the will of Uranus to Morningstar and Loki, asking the two clans to be more obedient recently and not to conflict with other clans, especially forcing the main gods of other clans to ascend to heaven. This is the request made by many gods to the guild and Uranus. They don't want to be the next one. If Morningstar and Loki do this again in a short period of time, and it affects them, then they will turn the table. No one wants to be forced back to heaven for no reason. Morningstar did not comment on Uranus's will. However, it still got into his mind. As long as the gods are not too excessive like Ishtar, Morningstar will not do it. After leaving the guild, Morningstar and Loki walked together for a while, and then parted ways. Loki went back to the Twilight Pavilion, while Morningstar went back to the library. As soon as he returned to the library, a person rushed towards him. "Morningstar, you are finally here." "Ah, I'm back." Morningstar nodded, stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Hestia's hair. "Morningstar." At this time, a figure came over and shouted to Morningstar in a soft tone. "Haruheim, it seems that Hestia has already carved a favor for you." Seeing Haruki appear, Chenxing understood a little, and then said, "Yes, Lord Chenxing. Haruki is now a member of Hestia's family." Haruki replied respectfully. "Hehe, Chenxing, thank you so much for sending me such a great family of Haruki." Hestia raised her head from Chenxing's arms at this time, and smiled and thanked Chenxing. God knows how fast her heart beat when she saw Haruki's magic when she converted to Haruki. This magic can increase the ability value by 1 level, which is completely strategic. Chenxing actually sent himself such a family with great potential and such practical magic. You don't have to be so polite between you and me. I remember that those Amazons said they wanted to join your family before. Did you take them all? Chenxing smiled and nodded, and then asked about the situation. There are a lot, but I didn't take them. I felt that too many would be troublesome. Besides, you also know my divine right. They are not suitable for me. Hearing this, Hestia touched her head and then shook her head. Her divine right has the right of virgin goddess, and she has a natural aversion to the existence of combat prostitutes. She herself would not care about these, but her divine right naturally has this feeling. It is too much for her to recruit so many combat prostitutes, so she refused. Well, it's okay. I guess you won't accept them. Morningstar smiled and nodded, saying indifferently. By the way, Belle and the others, are they going to the dungeon again? Then, Morningstar looked at Haruai and asked. Since Haruai is already a member of Hestia's family, why didn't she take Haruai with her? Ah, Belle and the others went to Welf's place. Welf said he would make equipment for them. Chapter 142, Decision, the Guild of Handling with Care. Does it take 100,000 energy points for AC to transform into an angel? The magic stone that can be exchanged for 10,000 Wallace can only be transformed into 10 energy points, which means that it needs Wallace worth about 100 million. It looks quite cheap. In the room, Chenxing looked at the angel reincarnation pool floating in the system space and murmured in his heart. Chenxing didn't know how much energy it would take for AC to reincarnate into an angel, so he took a drop of AC's blood and threw it into the reincarnation pool, asking the reincarnation pool to give an answer. The answer given by the reincarnation pool was 100,000 energy points, and Chenxing just took a magic stone worth 10,000 Wallace dropped by an IV.3 level monster and threw it into the reincarnation pool, and the reincarnation pool only gained 10 energy points. In other words, if you want to reincarnate AC into an angel, you need 10,000 such magic stones, which is a magic stone worth 100 million Wallace. 100 million Wallace may be a very large amount for others, but it is really nothing for Chenxing. Chenxing is now worth billions, and he has hardly used it. And it is nothing for the first-level adventurer. AI took a supporter to the lower level of the dungeon, and it would take 10 days or half a month to collect enough. Going to the deeper level would be faster, and it would only take a few days to collect it. Tell AI about this tomorrow and let AI collect magic stones. Originally, Chenxing was going to pay for this energy value himself, but after thinking about it, he was not going to treat AI as a subordinate, but a friend. So he didn't pay for this energy himself, and it would be better for AI to do it herself, which would be easier to accept. Of course, even if he didn't treat AI as his subordinate, when he became a god in the future, Chenxing would bring AI to his side. After all, she is his angel. Well, since we want to reincarnate Ace into an angel, let's ask Dion and Tsubaki. If they are willing, we can reincarnate them when we have enough magic stones. After deciding on Ace, Chenxing's mind was once again on the reincarnation pool, and then he thought. Since we have already started using the angel reincarnation pool, let's just reincarnate Dion and Tsubaki together. After all, if they are reincarnated into angels, their potential will be even stronger and they can grow faster. Of course, it depends on the willingness of Dion and Tsubaki. If they are willing, then I will go to collect magic stones in the next few days. When I have enough magic stones, just reincarnate them. Tioni and Chun are both his women, so Chenxing will naturally not ask them to collect magic stones by themselves. He will take care of the magic stones himself. He will do it if he wants to. Chenxing got up and went out to find Tioni. When he came to Tioni's room, Chenxing could vaguely hear Tioni and Tiona chatting in the room. He reached out and knocked on the door gently. Soon there was a response from inside, the whispers stopped abruptly, and then the door was opened. Brother Chenxing. Tiona opened the door. Tiona was very surprised when she saw Chenxing. Morning Star. After seeing that the person coming was Chenxing, Tioni instantly flashed from the bed on the left and appeared beside Tiona, shouting excitedly. Well, I have something to talk to Tioni about. Chenxing nodded and said. As soon as these words came out, Diona's face suddenly showed a meaningful expression, while Dion's cheeks turned slightly red, and she held her hands in front of her body. The whole person became a little twitchy. Morning Star, we are in the hotel now, and the soundproofing is not good. Can we talk about it when we return to Orario? Morning Star. What are you talking about? Who told you about this? Moreover, the soundproofing conditions on the 50th floor were even worse than this, and you didn't back down. If I hadn't used dark magic to isolate the inside and outside of the tent, it would have been heard by others. Don't make a fuss. I have something serious to discuss with you. Although he complained, Morning Star would not really say it. He looked at the two of them and explained with a smile. Ah, is that so? Okay, I'll go out with you. Hearing what Chenxing said, Dion was embarrassed and her face turned redder. This time it was embarrassing. And Dion was not interested, thinking there was a good show to watch. Then you go, Dion, remember to come back early. Dion said with a smile, waving at the two. Soon, the two left the sisters' room and came to Chenxing. Chenxing, why did you call me here so late? After entering the room, Dion asked curiously. Chenxing did not drag it out. After signing the world contract with Dion, he got straight to the point and told Dion everything. After listening to Chenxing's story, Dion's eyes lit up. That is to say, when I reincarnate as the angel you said, I will be completely bound to you, Chenxing, right? Dion, with shining eyes, stared at Chenxing and confirmed excitedly. Yes. I want, reincarnate for me. After receiving a positive answer, Dion immediately raised her hand excitedly and shouted loudly. Yeah, wait until I collect enough magic stones, then I will reincarnate you. Chenxing stretched out his hand and gently rubbed his hair, saying gently. Yeah. Dion echoed repeatedly. By the way, Morning Star, can you help Diana reincarnate as well? I hope Diana can come with us. At this time, Dion suddenly remembered something and asked Morning Star. Well, yes, as long as you want. Morning Star nodded in response. Hee, Morning Star, you are so good to me. Seeing that Morning Star agreed to her request without any hesitation, Dion couldn't help but throw herself into Morning Star's arms and muttered in Morning Star's arms. Then, Dion's cheeks flushed slightly. Morning Star. What's wrong? Hee, I'll stay here tonight. Ah, okay. On the other side, Diana waited until late at night. Looking at the ceiling and the empty bed on the other side, Dion pouted and muttered. She said she would come back to sleep. Forget it, ignore her. Sleep. The next morning, the large group began their return journey early in the morning. After returning to Orario, Morning Star and Loki went to the guild as soon as possible to deal with the matter of Ida. After all, it was Loki and himself who forced Ishtar back to heaven, so they had to go through the procedures with the guild. The guild seemed to be very dissatisfied with the Ishtar clan, but the Ishtar clan paid a lot of taxes to the guild, so the guild had always turned a blind eye. This time, the guild did not intend to investigate the matter of Morningstar and Loki forcing Ishtar back to heaven. It just symbolically fined 10 million Wallace, and then announced to the outside world that the guild had dealt with the matter and fined Lucifer and Loki's clans heavily, and the matter was left unresolved. Chapter 143, The conflict arrives as promised. After knowing that Chenxing was back, Hephaestus and Chun came to eat for free. Chenxing also took this opportunity to sign a world contract with Chun, and then told Chun about the angel reincarnation pool. The reason why the world contract was used for Dion and Chun was not because he did not trust them, but because he was worried that the words he said unintentionally would be discovered by the gods. After all, people in the lower world could not lie in front of the gods. With the world contract, Dion, Chun and others would be subtly influenced and would not say these things. Chun was very interested in the matter of reincarnating angels. Especially after hearing that it could improve potential and gain powerful strength, she couldn't wait to express her desire to reincarnate immediately. After hearing that reincarnation required magic stones, Chun patted her chest and volunteered to take on this task. Seeing that Chun was so motivated, Chenxing simply handed her his passbook and handed the matter over to her. In the next 2 days, Chenxing abandoned the Dusk Pavilion on the first day and went to compete with AC and others. As for the opportunity to spar with Morningstar, AC and others who have tasted the sweetness will naturally not refuse. Except for Lavilia and Lafia, other first-level adventurers of Loki's family have joined in. Alicia is also involved. In the morning, they spar in close combat, and in the afternoon, they exchange magic knowledge with Lavilia and Lafia. When exchanging magic with Lavilia and Lafia, the elf Lafia hesitated for a long time, and finally asked Morningstar to learn Morningstar's magic. Morningstar has a good impression of Lafia, the elf, and Morningstar can feel Lafia's thoughts about him, and he probably can't escape in the future. So when Lafia made this request, Chenxing agreed after a little thought. P.S. Not flattering, a girl who gets along well with you, has a good impression of you, and will not run away in the future makes a trivial request to you, you probably won't refuse it. After all, you are also your own in the future, and the fat water should not flow to outsiders. Chenxing's agreement made Lafia so happy that she held Chenxing's face and gave Chenxing mua. After reacting, Lafia was so shy that she even forgot to learn magic from Chenxing and ran away. It was Lavilia who saw Lafia so reckless that she forcibly pulled Lafia back. With Lafia's face red, she was forced to learn 2 magic from Chenxing. One is the barrier of light to defend against thorn magic, and the other is the rain of light, a wide area tracking magic. As for the others, these 2 are enough for Lafia to master and learn for a while, and she can't chew too much. One day passed like this. The next day, Chenxing accompanied Hestia shopping all day. The 2 of them went shopping from early morning to evening before returning to the library. However, after returning to the library, Shia panicked after seeing the situation of Belle and the other 4 in the library. Belle, what happened? How did you get hurt? Looking at Belle sitting on the chair with a bruised face, Hestia hurried over. Advertisement. I'm fine, Lord God. Although her face was bruised, Belle smiled at Hestia and said with a smile. However, this movement, Jeb, affected the injury, causing Belle to take a breath. Lord Hestia is a member of the Apollo family. Lord Bell has a conflict of popularity with the Apollo family. Lord Bell was injured by the sun's light pet emperor. Lily explained. Damn Apollo. Hearing Lily's explanation, Hestia was immediately furious. This guy often came to trouble her when he was in heaven. Now that he is in the underworld, his child has injured her Belle. It is really unforgivable. Morningstar frowned slightly when he heard this. Now many gods know the relationship between him and Hestia. I didn't expect that Apollo would dare to do this. Is he really not afraid that I will do it to them? Thinking of this, Morningstar suddenly remembered the divine will of Uranus conveyed by Royman before, asking him not to do it to other families recently, otherwise other main gods may be dissatisfied and even overturn the table. Recalling the divine will conveyed by Uranus at the beginning, Morningstar frowned deeply. Is it because of this reason? If it is really because of this reason, so you dare to act so recklessly, then you are very wrong. Even if you don't do it yourself, you have the ability to let the Hestia family defeat you, Apollo. Without further pondering, Chenxing walked over and cast a healing magic, and Ear's injuries quickly recovered. Thank you, Mr. Morningstar. After recovering from her injuries, Belle thanked Morningstar. Yeah. Morningstar nodded slightly, then turned to look at Hestia. Hestia, find an opportunity to fight back against Apollo. It would be best if you can force that guy to hold a war game and send him back to heaven. After hearing what Morningstar said, everyone present, except Hestia, was ashamed. They knew that Morningstar had previously joined forces with Loki, the main god of the Loki family, to send Ishtar, the main god of the Ishtar family, back to heaven. Haruki was from the Ishtar family before. Now Morningstar has proposed to send the gods back to heaven. Mr. Morningstar, sir, is really scary, always wanting to send the gods back to heaven. Yeah, that's right, force that disgusting guy to hold a war game and send him back to heaven. Hestia also reacted at this time, nodded repeatedly, and said, Lord God, not really, not really. They could treat Morningstar's words as a joke, but if Hestia took it seriously, it would be a big deal, and Belle quickly spoke up to stop them. It was just a conflict, it really wouldn't develop to this point. Belle, there is no intersection between you and the Apollo family, and Hestia and I have a close relationship, but the Apollo family has a conflict with you. According to the reputation and deeds of the Apollo family in the past, that guy is targeting you, so he asked the members of the family to do this. From the moment this conflict occurred, there was no room for turning back between the Hestia family and the Apollo family. Believe it or not, the next wave of offensive from the Apollo family will come soon. Morningstar looked at Belle and said with a smile. No way, with Lord Morningstar here, who dares to attack the Hestia family? Hearing what Morningstar said, Lily said with some disbelief. Before, Loki and I sent Ishtar back to heaven, which has touched the bottom line of the gods. The gods jointly protested to the god Uranus and stated that I was not allowed to attack other families casually, otherwise they would not be polite. So I am in a state where I can't interfere with this matter casually. This is also the reason why Apollo dared to do this. Morningstar explained. In this case, shouldn't we conflict with the Apollo family, right? After hearing Morningstar's explanation, everyone present was a little confused. Lily thought about it and spoke. Since they can't rely on Morningstar, the Hestia family is now very weak. In this case, shouldn't they avoid conflicts with the Apollo family? Why do they take the initiative to provoke conflicts with the Apollo family? Little Lizzie, didn't Mr. Morningstar just say that even if you don't take the initiative to launch a counterattack, the Apollo family's offensive will continue in waves? Welf said. Well, that's right, but... Lily was stunned, unable to refute. She wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. What should I do? Chun-Ji was a little panicked. She had just joined the Hestia family for a few days. She liked the atmosphere of this family very much and didn't want the family to get into trouble. Don't worry, I'm sure. Looking at Lily and Chun-Ji, who were a little panicked, Hestia reached out and patted them on the shoulders, then said with a smile. Really? Lady Hestia? Lily was still a little worried and confirmed to Hestia. Do you think Chenxing will watch the Hestia family get into trouble? Hestia replied with a smile. Okay, don't worry, I will find a way to solve this matter. I'll tell you how to solve this matter when the time comes. Hestia said so decisively that everyone didn't know how to respond for a while, and could only choose to believe Hestia. Besides, what Hestia said just now was also recognized by them. Lily and the others really didn't believe that Morningstar would just sit back and do nothing because of the will of the god Uranus. They couldn't intervene directly, but they didn't say they couldn't lend a helping hand. There are many ways to lend a helping hand. At night, in Morningstar's room, Hestia lay in Morningstar's arms and looked up at Morningstar. Hey, Morningstar, I want Xiaoguang to possess Belle at that time, is that okay? Hestia asked Morningstar. Well, although this can solve the problem. But I think it's not a bad idea to let Belle temper herself. Let Belle find a way to improve her strength as much as possible before the war game. At that time, let Belle find a way to defeat the leader of the Apollo family. In this way, the great deeds required for Belle to upgrade should be enough, and Belle can be upgraded to 4.3. Morning Star touched Hestia's soft hair and said aloud. Well, but without Xiaoguang's help, Belle and the others alone can't defeat the Apollo family, let alone create conditions for Belle to fight the leader of the Apollo family. Hearing this, Hestia frowned slightly. Haha, don't worry, I'll help you when the time comes. Chenxing heard this and said with a chuckle. Well, can't you intervene? Hestia was stunned. I'll handle it when the time comes. Okay, I believe you. Chapter 144, Invitation, Xiaoan's Message. Without any surprise, the next day, Apollo couldn't wait to hand over the invitation to the gods' assembly to the gods. This guy is really impatient. Please, Lord Morningstar, please deliver the invitation to Lucifer and Hestia. Daphne bent slightly and handed the invitation to the feast of the gods to Morningstar with both hands. Daphne said respectfully. Beside her, Cassandra, who was holding a magic wand, did the same. Many low-level adventurers are very respectful when facing first-level adventurers, just like Daphne now. Only familiar people will not. Your Lord Apollo is really good at making trouble. Daphne, are you willing to change a lord? Morningstar reached out to take it, fumbled with the luxurious invitation, and chuckled. Hearing this, Daphne was stunned and her heart beat faster. Lord Morningstar, do you want to invite me to convert to your familia? No, I want to invite you to join Hestia's familia. Morningstar smiled and said, then turned around to continue doing his own things. Only Daphne and Cassandra were left standing there in a daze. After a while, Daphne finally laughed bitterly. I thought Lord Morningstar wanted to pull me into the Lucifer familia, but I overestimated my abilities. There are many adventurers without a familia in Horario now, and adventurers with families want to join the Lucifer familia, because the prospects of the Lucifer familia are really promising. Before Morningstar participated in the expedition of the Loki familia, many people wanted to join. A few days ago, Morningstar was promoted twice in a row, and the level of the familia was directly raised to S level by the guild, which made it even more attractive. However, up to now, there is only Morningstar in the Lucifer familia, and everyone has not even seen the main god Lucifer. When Morningstar asked her if she wanted to change a clan, her heart was really quickened, thinking that Morningstar was inviting her to join the Lucifer clan. She was unconsciously happy. Unexpectedly, Morningstar was just recruiting new members for the Hestia clan. Hey, Daphne, the Hestia clan has a good relationship with Lord Morningstar. Do you think that Belle Crane was able to upgrade so quickly because of Lord Morningstar's relationship? Cassandra whispered. This is not impossible. Many adventurers who want to join the Lucifer clan also guessed this, so they flocked to the Lucifer clan. Okay, the invitation has been sent, and we will continue to go to other clans. Daphne nodded and said, then turned around and left the library, and Cassandra hurriedly followed. However, before leaving, Cassandra looked back at Morningstar, who was sorting books in front of the bookshelf deep in the library. What is a winged existence? Cassandra murmured in a low voice after looking at Morningstar, then turned around and quickly followed Daphne. In the library, Morningstar, who was sorting books, paused slightly, always feeling that some power had touched him just now, but it disappeared in an instant. Turning around, Morningstar looked at the door of the library and frowned slightly. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Ignoring the sudden power just now, Morningstar shook his head and continued to sort. Soon, Morningstar completed the classification of the books and returned to the counter. He picked up a book and started reading. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I read here. Before becoming an adventurer, I read books at the counter every day. After becoming an adventurer, I rarely sit here. Most of the time, Hestia is here to take care of it. Speaking of which, today Hestia took Belle and the others to Hephaestus, and it seems that she hopes that Hephaestus will help Belle upgrade all her equipment to prepare for the Apollo family. Time soon came to the evening. Hestia also returned to the library. Hey, Morningstar, how are you going to help then? In the kitchen outer room, Morningstar and Hestia were eating and chatting, and Hestia couldn't help asking Morningstar for his method. I have a magic that can split and change. I will let Lucifer find a way to threaten Apollo and add a condition to the war game that can apply for foreign adventurers outside the city. At that time, I will use the magic of splitting and splitting a clone to join the war game. Morningstar explained with a smile. It was just like the war game in the original book. the only difference was that Lu was replaced by himself. Although it was troublesome, Chenxing felt it was worth it to allow Hestia's only family member Belle to obtain enough great deeds to upgrade. Really? That's great. Hearing Chenxing's explanation, Hestia's eyes lit up. With Chenxing watching, what else should she worry about? She could rest assured. Speaking of which, Apollo has taken action and held a feast for the gods, and invited you and Lucifer. The time is tomorrow night. Moreover, this feast of the gods also specifically stated that a member of the family must be brought along. You are really impatient. You brought a family member with you. It seems that you have set your sights on my Belle. Wait, tomorrow I will force this guy to hold a war game with me, and kill him, and let him disgust me. Hearing that Apollo had already launched an offensive, Hestia was immediately very dissatisfied and said viciously, chewing the food in her mouth even harder. Come to think of it, I haven't met Lucifer yet, I can meet him tomorrow night. That guy is really lucky to have you join his clan. Then, Hestia seemed to think of something and chewed harder. I guess he won't go. Seeing Hestia's vicious look, Chenxing's mouth twitched, and then said. He won't go. Will you not be able to go in this case? Hestia frowned when she heard it. It's okay without the Lord God. Chenxing shrugged indifferently. Without the Lord God, I will go anyway, I have invited you. However, as soon as the voice fell, Chenxing frowned. What's wrong? Seeing Chenxing's look, Hestia asked with concern. Hestia, I have something to do, you eat first. Chenxing stood up and said to Hestia. Well, okay, you go. Hestia heard it, and nodded without asking any more questions. Well. Chenxing nodded slightly, and then left the kitchen quickly. Why did something happen so suddenly in the middle of the night? After Chenxing left, Hestia was slightly puzzled and pondered silently in her heart. On the other hand, Chenxing left the library as soon as he left the kitchen and rushed outside, toward the direction outside of Orario. Please give me flowers. Just now, he finally felt the message from Shaoan. Put Shaoan on Demeter to protect Demeter, and search for the trace of Fel Weiss for so many days. Shaoan finally got a clue. It is Fel Weiss's body, definitely the body. Advertisement. Shaoan can't take that guy down for the time being, so he dragged that guy. After getting this information, Chenxing couldn't sit still. I was attacked by you once, and attacked by you once, and both times were aimed at my life. Although this guy's experience is pitiful, this is not a reason for me to let her go. Samsara I mode, Super Death Chi mode, Death Chi Flame, Chenxing activated all his skills to increase his strength, and turned into a stream of light and flew towards Xiaoan's current location. Xiaoan's current location is in a mountain outside of Orario, which seems to be hollowed out. I don't know if it is the base of Fel Weiss and Dionysus. If it is the base, then I have a way to wipe it out. Eliminate both Fel Weiss and Dionysus together. Oh. Before, I didn't do anything to Dionysus because I was afraid of the power of God. But now it's different. Now I also have the power of God, I can check and balance the power of Dionysus and kill him. Chenxing hopes that Dionysus is near Fel Weiss, so that he can catch him in one fell swoop. With this speed, Chenxing accelerated several times, and it took only a few minutes to reach the mountain where Xiaoan was. Without any hesitation, Chenxing quickly unfolded the veins of light according to his perception of Xiaoan. The maze-like passage is densely packed. Dionysus is not here. A lot of adventurers are trapped here. Are they from Demeter's family? The veins of light sent a picture. Chenxing looked carefully and then murmured. The next second, the Vongala gloves appeared in Chenxing's hands. After putting them on, they quickly changed into the appearance of the Vongala gloves. Then, Chenxing's hands emitted huge flames. Operation X. Zbernarer. Soft flames as support, hard flames explosion, flame pressure balance, the terrifying dead flame turned into a huge energy shock wave, instantly hitting the mountain. Bang. The earth-shaking explosion sounded, the whole earth trembled, and the rocks rolled down. Even Orario felt the vibration brought by this huge shock wave, and everyone was shocked by this vibration. But these are not what Morning Star wants to care about now. And Zbernarer fell, and Morning Star directly penetrated the entire mountain and came out of the densely packed passage inside. Morning Star turned into a stream of light and flew in. Morning Star didn't have time to find the entrance, so this was the best way. At this time, in the Broken Mountain, in a huge cave, the whole cave was full of green meat, densely packed, making people feel sick. Fel Weiss and Shaoan were here. Fel Weiss had no intention of fighting, but was entangled by Shaoan using various dark magics, and could not leave here at all. Especially after the huge commotion just now, Weiss wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Chapter 145, Death of Fel Weiss. Damn, what's going on with this little thing? Where did it come from? Why does it have such terrible magic power? While dodging Shaoan's attack, Fel Weiss searched for information about Shaoan in her mind, but she didn't find any information about Shaoan. The Demeter family is just a substitute in Dionysus' plan. But now Ishtar was forced to ascend to heaven, and the Ishtar family was disbanded. So Dionysus sent Fel Weiss to find Demeter, ready to use Demeter as a backup route. Unexpectedly, after meeting Demeter, she returned to this place and was entangled by Shaoan. This guy is so small, but he has the magic firepower of IV.7, and his physique is also very strong. Although he can't threaten her, he can entangle her and can't leave at all. And now, the huge commotion here makes her have an ominous premonition. She feels that if she doesn't leave here, she will never be able to leave. In fact, Fel Weiss's premonition is indeed correct. Less than 3 minutes after the explosion, Chenxing had passed through the maze-like passage and arrived here. It's you. After seeing Chenxing, the pupils under Swayer Tsangxi's mask suddenly shrank. At the moment of seeing Chenxing, Fel Weiss's heart suddenly sank. Fel Weiss knew that Chenxing's sudden appearance here at this time must have a lot to do with Shaoan, who had been entangled with her, and there was a high probability that they were in the same group. Chenxing's strength was about the same as hers, even stronger than hers, and now there was another Shaoan. She was doomed today. Chenxing did not respond to Fel Weiss's plan. With a flash of his figure, Chenxing disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Fel Weiss quickly became alert. However, it was useless, completely useless. She could not detect Chenxing's speed at all. The next second, Fel Weiss felt a huge force coming from her left face, the mask was instantly shattered, and the fist burning with fire accurately hit her face. Bang! The terrifying force blasted Fel Weiss away and smashed heavily into the mountain. However, this was not over yet. After blasting Fel Weiss away with a punch, Chenxing waved his hand, and dense balls of light beads formed continuously around Chenxing. Under Chenxing's control, they bombed the location where Fel Weiss was. The violent roar echoed in the cave, continuously. On the other side, the movement on Chenxing's side was too loud, and everyone in Orario noticed it. Many first-level adventurers quickly rushed to the wall where the explosion occurred and came to the wall. That direction, the manor of the Demeter family is near that direction. Finn said with a frown, looking at the burning mountain in the distance. Ah, it seems so. The Demeter family must not get into trouble, otherwise it will be troublesome. Advertisement. Finn, please bring a few people with me. Shakti nodded, and then said to Finn. It's a great honor. Finn smiled and nodded, then looked behind him. Bert, Grace, you come with me. Revelia, you and Ace stay here, just in case. Finn issued orders to the family members. He did not let Ace and the others go, only Bert and Grace, 3-level SIXS were enough. As for the rest, Finn was worried that this was a trick by the enemy to lure the tiger away from the mountain, so he prepared to let others stay in Orario, just in case. Don't worry, leave it to us. Revelia nodded and took the order. Yeah. Finn nodded, and then he took Grace and Bert, followed by Shakti and several members of the Ganesha clan, jumped down from the city wall, and ran towards the direction of Morning Star. As for the other clans, they all came to see what happened, and it was not their turn to investigate the matter. They just needed to wait here for Finn and others to find out the cause of the matter. The scene returned to the side where Morning Star was. A steady stream of light balls continued to bombard the position where Fel Weiss was, dust was everywhere, and thick smoke was sealed. The power of Morning Star's current rosary is very terrifying, each of which has a power between LV5 and IV.6. This kind of powerful attack is nothing to Fel Weiss. But ants bite elephants to death, so many rosary beads are constantly bombarding, even Fel Weiss can't completely resist. The whole person is completely in a passive state, being bombarded by the rosary, and the injuries on his body are increasing and aggravating. Fel Weiss wanted to escape from the bombing range of the rosary, but she simply didn't have the ability to do so. The bombing of the rosary was too dense, and she was completely suppressed by the rosary. Not to mention escaping from this huge bombing range, being able to move her position slightly was already very good. All of this was clearly seen by Chenxing using the veins of light. Watching the increasing severity of Fel Weiss's injuries, Chenxing's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Since becoming an adventurer, the only time he felt frustrated was because of Fel Weiss. Now that he can finally take revenge, Chenxing feels happy physically and mentally. The next second, magic circles appeared one after another around Chenxing. Then, rays of light emerged from the magic circle, mixed with the rosary and continued to bombard. The combination of rosary and magic has become much more powerful, reaching the power of IV.6. Now, Fel Weiss's pressure has increased greatly, and her injuries have become more serious. However, Fel Weiss is also quite powerful. The injuries on her body are increasing, but this guy didn't say anything and carried it all the way. If it were someone else, even if they could endure it, they would scream inadvertently when facing the pain caused by the injuries on their bodies. But no, Fel Weiss didn't make any screams at all. Perhaps, the nightmare on the 27th floor 6 years ago had completely vented all the screams of Fel Weiss's life. However, even if that was true, Chenxing would not have any mercy. After all, this guy almost killed him in the dungeon before. In just 5 minutes, Fel Weiss was seriously injured. Even the monster's powerful recovery ability was useless. The whole person sat on the ground in tatters, without any power to move. Only Chenxing had the ability to do this. If it were someone else, even Oda, it would take a big battle to defeat Fel Weiss. Not to mention that Fel Weiss was severely injured like this without any resistance. Who made Chenxing's current strength too strong, not comparable to Fel Weiss at all. This time, Chenxing came only to kill Fel Weiss, so he did not deliberately fight with Fel Weiss to increase his favor. Chenxing just wanted to kill Fel Weiss in the simplest and fastest way. As for whether he could improve his grace, it didn't matter. Chenxing just wanted to vent his frustration. Waving his hand to disperse the dust, Chenxing walked over and came to Fel Weiss, who looked like a tattered doll. Speaking of which, I have always been curious. Do you know that the nightmare on the 27th floor was actually done by Dionysus? Standing in front of Fel Weiss, Chenxing looked at Fel Weiss, who was lowering her head and motionless, and asked softly. Chenxing was not afraid that Fel Weiss could suddenly explode and turn defeat into victory, so he asked the doubts in his heart. Chenxing has always been curious whether Fel Weiss knew that the nightmare on the 27th floor 6 years ago was caused by Dionysus in order to experiment with monsters. If she knew, then why didn't Fel Weiss work for Dionysus? After all, Dionysus is the culprit. When hearing what Chenxing said, Fel Weiss, who was lowering her head, suddenly had her pupils startled, and slowly raised her head. What did you say? Fel Weiss' eyes were full of disbelief. Seeing Fel Weiss like this, Chenxing knew that Fel Weiss must not know about this. No wonder Fel Weiss worked for Dionysus until her death in the original book, because she didn't know about this. It is estimated that Fel Weiss only knew that Dionysus had a deal with the monster for his own plan, and didn't know anything else. Are you telling the truth? Seeing that Chenxing didn't answer her, Fel Weiss was anxious and asked again. While speaking, a mouthful of blood came out of Fel Weiss' mouth, but Fel Weiss ignored it and stared at Chenxing with his eyes. If what this guy said was true, then what did he do all these years? It was Lord Dionysus who caused the annihilation of his companions, and he also became a monster. And I am still working for Dionysus, helping him complete his plan. Thinking of this possibility, Fel Weiss trembled in her heart and spit out blood again. Ah, the nightmare was caused by Dionysus. That guy was experimenting with monsters. In that nightmare, you, the white-haired ghost, became a monster. Looking at Fel Weiss, Chenxing's eyes flashed with pity. The next moment, the sword of Hestia appeared in Chenxing's hand, and a faint light flashed, and Fel Weiss's head flew up directly. ****. Dionysus. Morning Star, that guy is in the artificial maze Gnosis, and the entrance to the maze is on Deadless Street. Kill him for me. It must be said that Fel Weiss's vitality is really strong. After being beheaded by Chenxing's sword, this guy can still speak. However, this is the only sentence he can say. After saying this, Fel Weiss began to turn into ashes like a monster. Until his body was completely reduced to ashes, a colorful magic stone fell from it. Morningstar bent down to pick up the magic stone and said in a calm voice, "I knew that guy was there a long time ago, but I just didn't know how to get in." After all, it was an indestructible door made of mountain copper. Without the key, you can't get in at all. Chapter 146 Successful Rescue. You heard it just now, right? After picking up the magic stone, Morningstar turned around and looked at Finn and others who had just arrived here, smiling and said, "Ah, I heard it. I didn't expect it to be Dionysus." Finn smiled and nodded, and his eyes scanned the surroundings. Could it be this god? Shakti frowned. The Loki family has recently been investigating the new monsters that were transported to the ground. Recently, it was found that Ishtar had colluded with the Dark Faction, and the man-eating plant was brought into Orario by Ishtar in collusion with the Dark Faction. She also guessed that it was definitely not just Ishtar who colluded with the Dark Faction. But she didn't expect it to be Dionysus. This god is famous for his gentle temperament in Orario. However, now the evidence is conclusive. Even if she doesn't want to doubt it, it is already an established fact. After all, Fel Weiss and Dionysus are almost inseparable, and many people know this. Moreover, Fel Weiss was able to survive the fierce bombing just now, which means that she has hidden her strength very deeply, even much stronger than them. At least Shakti doesn't think that she can survive the fierce bombing just now. And this guy is only IV.3 on the surface, but he has such a powerful power in secret, and it is so hidden. This alone is very suspicious. I have been looking for the entrance to the artificial maze before, and now I can confirm it. Shakti, I will let the Loki family surround the entire Deadless Street, and I will need your assistance at that time. Finn looked at Shakti and asked Shakti. The large-scale actions of the Loki family in the city will cause panic to the residents, but if the Ganesha family, the guardian of urban order, cooperate, then the residents will not be too panicked. I understand. I will send the military police to assist you at that time. Shakti nodded and agreed. Then, the eyes of both sides fell on Morningstar. Tisk, is this guy a weirdo? Bert curled his lips as he looked at the place where Fel Weiss had just disappeared. He had met Dionysus with Loki after investigating the sewers together before, and had met this guy. At that time, there was the smell of Fel Weiss in the sewers, and Dionysus explained that they were also investigating new monsters. I didn't expect that it would be the thief crying, "Catch the thief." Morningstar, is this guy the one who appeared on the 59th floor last time? Grace looked at Morningstar and asked Morningstar. It's this guy. He ran away last time. This time, I cooperated with the god Demeter and found his trace, so I rushed here as soon as possible. So I didn't let her run away again. Morningstar nodded slightly. God Demeter. Everyone was stunned when they heard Morningstar mention Demeter. Ah, because the Demeter family can freely enter and leave Orario, they were targeted by Dionysus. Many family members were abducted and their lives were in danger. God Demeter had no choice but to be assisted by Dionysus. And my Lucifer had a conflict with Dionysus, and I was very powerful, so he came to me for help. I secretly let Shaoan possess Demeter's body, and when Demeter came into contact with this guy, he followed this guy here. The members of Demeter's family are somewhere in this mountain. You just happened to come here, so come and help send people back to Demeter Manor. Morningstar smiled and explained. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, in this matter, the Demeter family is indeed the easiest to use by you. With a huge family force, they can enter and exit Orario at will without applying for documents, and the family strength is not strong, so they can be manipulated at will. What a mistake, I should have investigated this aspect earlier. Finn sighed slightly, knocked his head, and was a little annoyed. He should have investigated this aspect earlier, and he would have found some clues earlier. The group did not hesitate, and under the leadership of Bird Star, they rushed to the place where the Demeter family was imprisoned. Since they were imprisoned, the treatment was naturally not much. Most of the members of the Demeter family were already unconscious, trapped by many green meat, and only a few members could still struggle. After seeing the arrival of Morningstar and others, these people shouted excitedly. However, perhaps because of their bodies, because they were too weak, their voices were very small and hoarse, as if their vocal cords were damaged, and they couldn't hear a complete sentence at all. Seeing this scene, Finn and others felt very heavy in their hearts, and then they acted quickly. Morning Star, how many people are there here? Looking at the members of the Demeter family trapped in the green meat, Finn asked Morning Star while rescuing them. If there are many people, then he needs to send people to Orario to get help. If there are few people, then they should be enough. There are more than 60. Morning Star replied after using the light vein to take a look. There are too many people. With our manpower, we can't bring all these people back to the Demeter family's manor at once. Finn frowned when he heard this. Indeed, and these people are in a bad condition and need to be treated as soon as possible. Shakti followed. Don't worry, just dig these people out, and leave the rest to me. Morning Star said with a smile. Hearing this, Finn remembered that Morning Star had healing magic, and it seemed that there were other auxiliary magic. Is it really possible? Finn knew about Morning Star's situation, but Shakti didn't. Hearing what Morning Star said, she spoke with some doubt. She didn't want these people to get into trouble because of the delay. Don't worry, Morning Star has very powerful healing magic, and won't let these people get into trouble. Let's dig these people out as soon as possible, and leave the rest to Morning Star. Before Morning Star answered, Finn endorsed Morning Star. Hearing this, Shakti put down his worries, didn't say anything, and continued his actions. Finn's words were still very important, and Shakti was willing to believe Finn. Soon, all the members of Demeter's family were dug out. All the members of Demeter's family were placed on the ground by the crowd, lying in rows, each with a weak breath and pale face, but not much injury. It seems that they were trapped for too long and could not get timely replenishment. Morning Star did not hesitate and directly used the gate of heaven. The holy light covered the entire cave and fell on the bodies of the members of Demeter's family. The breath of the members of Demeter's family recovered visibly, and their faces became ruddy, and they escaped from the dangerous situation one by one. Everyone was relieved when they saw this scene. However, although the members of Demeter's family recovered, they were all in a coma. Advertisement. They were in a bad mental state and needed a good rest at this time. What should we do next? Should we go to call people, or run back and forth twice? Shakti looked at the members of Demeter's family lying on the ground, then looked at Morning Star and Finn, and said. Morning Star did not speak. A magic circle reappeared behind him. Giant hands of light stretched out from behind Morning Star and grabbed the ground clan on the ground. Before everyone could react, the people of Demeter clan were caught in the palms of these giant hands and floated in the air. What a convenient magic. Looking at this scene, Shakti blinked and said. She really didn't expect that there was such magic. Right, I don't think it's strange no matter what happens to Morning Star. Finn looked at Shakti and said with a smile. He didn't think it was strange, because when they went on an expedition together, Morning Star had a lot of skills and magic moves, which made him mentally prepared for Morning Star's situation. Not only Shakti, but also several other first-level adventurers of the Nisa clan who came here. That is, Bert and Grace were like Finn, and they were not surprised. Let's go to the manor of Demeter's family. After grabbing many members of Demeter's family with the giant hand of light, Morning Star spoke to Finn and others, and then took the lead. Finn and others saw this and hurried to follow. The group moved very fast and soon left the mountain and came to the manor where Demeter's family was. Demeter had already been waiting at the gate of the manor with the remaining members of Demeter's family. After Morning Star and others arrived, other members of Demeter's family took action and took the unconscious companions from Morning Star and settled them. Thank you very much, Morning Star. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Demeter held Morning Star's hands tightly with both hands, extremely excited, and kept thanking him. He said more than a dozen words before stopping under the comfort of Morning Star. Shakti, Finn, thank you too. After thanking them, Demeter turned to look at Shakti, Finn, and others, and his tone softened a little, and he thanked everyone. Although he knew that Finn and others should not have played any role, they also came with Morning Star and should have helped, so Demeter was very grateful to Finn and others. You're welcome, we just helped a little bit, it's not worth mentioning. Finn smiled and replied. When we came here, the people of the Dark faction had been eliminated by Morning Star, and the family of God Demeter was also found by Morning Star. Thank Morning Star if you want to thank someone. Shakti also waved his hands and said. Demeter didn't say much, and nodded slightly. Then, Demeter wanted to invite everyone to go into the manor to rest for a while, so that he could express his gratitude. But Finn declined. Lord Demeter should be eager to check on the injured family members now, so we won't disturb Lord Demeter. And Aurario is still waiting for us to bring back the intelligence information here. We will go back first. I am very sorry, I will definitely treat you next time. Chapter 147, The Promise with Demeter, The Banquet of the Gods. Finn and the others left, but Morning Star did not leave, but followed Demeter into the manor. The two came to the large room where the unconscious members of Demeter's family were placed. Morning Star, how are they? Are they okay? Looking at the unconscious family members, Demeter looked at Morning Star and asked worriedly. No problem, I have cured them with healing magic. They are in a coma now, just because they have been imprisoned for too long and their bodies are too deficient. Next, they just need to eat well and they will be fine. Morning Star smiled and replied. Hearing Morning Star's answer, Demeter was a little relieved. Then, she sent a family member to Aurario to find a healer. Demeter didn't know how to feed these injured members, so it was better to leave this matter to professionals. Then, Demeter invited Morning Star to the reception room. In the reception room, Demeter and Morning Star sat opposite each other in front of the coffee table. Demeter made a cup of black tea for Chenxing and handed it to the coffee table in front of Chenxing. Thank you so much this time, Chenxing. Without your help, I really don't know what to do. Looking at Chenxing, Demeter was endlessly grateful and his face was extremely gentle. You're welcome. I also used you to get rid of my biggest worry. To some extent, I really used you. Chenxing smiled and shook his head, saying softly. This is different. I have nowhere to go, so I asked you for help. You are the benefactor of the Demeter family. Demeter shook his head repeatedly and said firmly. She also knew that Chenxing was using her this time, but she could also see the situation of the Demeter family clearly. Even if Chenxing didn't use her, she would have the ability to deal with the adventurer who threatened her. But if she didn't have Chenxing's help, the Demeter family would only fall into the abyss step by step, and there would be no possibility of turning back. She could still distinguish this nature. Morning Star, if you need any reward, just ask. I will find a way to get it no matter what it is. Then, Demeter said to Morning Star with a serious face. Hearing this, Morning Star fell into deep thought. What he said just now was of course a polite remark. This time, Demeter came to ask him to do something, and it was normal for him to get rewarded. However, after thinking about it, Morning Star seemed to have nothing else except magic stones and Wallace. Thinking of this, Morning Star looked up at Demeter. Demeter, do you have ready-made magic stones here? Morning Star asked. Magic stones. My family is an agricultural family. Few members will go to the dungeon to adventure, so there are almost no magic stones. However, if you want magic stones, I can find a way to raise them. Demeter was a little surprised when he heard this, and then he spoke. Then please. Morning Star nodded slightly and said. Well, okay, I will find a way to collect them next. How many magic stones do you need, Morning Star? Demeter agreed, and then asked the number of magic stones that Morning Star needed. 500 million. Morning Star blurted out without thinking. The fee he paid helped Demeter solve the crisis of extinction. This reward was only low, not high, but Morning Star felt that 500 million was enough. If there were more, Demeter would probably have trouble collecting them. Advertisement. Although Aurario is the production place of magic stones, the number of magic stones brought back by adventurers every day is not too many. After all, adventurers above the 7th floor of Aurario are 4.1, and the rest are high-level adventurers. And many of the magic stones exchanged by adventurers were exported and exchanged for a large amount of war supplies. In addition, Aurario itself consumes a lot of magic stones every day, so the number of magic stones that can be traded at any time in Aurario is not too many. This is also the reason why Morning Star feels that it will take several days to collect 100 million Wallace magic stones. Okay, give me 5 days, and you come to get it in 5 days. Morning Star. Demeter smiled and nodded, saying gently. Okay. After making an appointment with Demeter, Morning Star chatted with Demeter for a few more words, then stood up and said goodbye, left Demeter Manor, and returned to Orario. When he returned to the library, Hestia was still awake. Hestia had been staying in the library, and the loud noise outside did not make her leave the library. However, after Morningstar came back, Hestia asked Morningstar directly. After the huge explosion, although Hestia did not leave the library to investigate the situation, she suspected Morningstar. After all, Morningstar suddenly ran away, and not long after, the earth-shaking explosion came. It was hard for Hestia not to suspect Morningstar. Morningstar did not hide it, and told Hestia everything. After listening, Hestia was a little dazed. No wonder Demeter looked so bad before. Compared to Demeter, I am really lucky to have met you, Morningstar. After the trance, Hestia threw herself into Morningstar's arms, her head burrowing in his arms, mumbling. Hestia really felt that she was very lucky to have met Morningstar. Morningstar not only cared about her safety, but also sent a powerful being like Xiaowang to her side. He also cared about Belle, his family member, and tried every means to make Belle stronger. Who can meet such a good man? Morningstar did not answer, but just reached out and gently stroked Hestia's hair. The next morning, the guild announced the matter of Dionysus, and all the adventurers in Orario were shocked. I didn't expect that there were still dark factions active now, and they had been hiding for so many years. The whole Orario was completely lively. And the Loki family and the Ganesha family also began to conduct a carpet search of Deadless Street, just as Finn and Shakti said last night. However, no matter how lively Orario was, the Feast of the Gods was still held as usual. In the luxurious mansion under the name of the guild, a number of luxurious carriages arrived in front of the spacious and luxurious gate. Morningstar, Hestia, Belle, Mai, and Naza came here in 10 luxurious carriages. Morningstar led the way and then used the gentlemanly etiquette he learned from the book to welcome Hestia down. Mai on the side also welcomed Naza and Belle down the carriage. Let's go. Looking at the gate in front of her, Hestia lifted her luxurious and gorgeous dress, said in a heroic and proud manner, and then strode out and walked towards the gate aggressively. This time she came to trouble Apollo, so it was impossible to be low-key. Ahaha, is the Lord God too arrogant? Behind her, Belle looked at Hestia's appearance and felt a little embarrassed. Since you know that Apollo may cause trouble for you, Hestia naturally doesn't need to give a good face. Mai said with a smile. Hestia has already told Mai that Apollo may have some intentions towards Hestia. After knowing this, Mai felt that Hestia's current appearance was normal at this time. After all, others are going to cause trouble for you. If you don't fight back, you are a turtle. Morningstar nodded in agreement, and then he patted Belle on the shoulder. Belle, show the same spirit you used to kill the Minotaur, Goliath. After saying that, Morningstar took a step and chased after Hestia. Belle was stunned for a moment, and then wanted to do as Morningstar said, raising her spirit a little, preparing to catch up with Morningstar and Hestia. However, as soon as she looked up, she saw the huge, luxurious gate in front of her, and then looked at the gorgeously dressed adventurers and gods passing by. For some reason, the spirit she had just raised disappeared in an instant, and she died down. Forget it, I'd better keep a low profile. Haha, let's go, Belle. Mai and Naza on the side smiled slightly when they saw Belle's look, then patted Belle on the shoulder and asked Belle to go with them. The three quickened their pace and soon caught up with Chenxing and Tia. The four of them walked together, came to the second floor, and entered the banquet hall. At this time, many gods and adventurers had come to the banquet hall. The arrival of Chenxing and others made the gods present brighten their eyes, and their eyes shifted to Chenxing one by one. After seeing that Chenxing was alone, and Chenxing's thought body Lucifer did not come, they were all a little surprised. However, the gods did not say anything, nor did they come over, and continued to chat with the gods and adventurers around them. Morningstar and others did not care. By the way, I took a piece of cake and a glass of red wine and stood aside to chat. If it were the original book, Hestia would have been eating and drinking at the long table in the hall. Hestia now is not as poor as in the original book, and her appetite has been spoiled by Morningstar, so she ignored the food at the banquet and did not lose her image like in the original book. However, gods soon surrounded them. It was Hephaestus, Jian Yulei, and Ming. Are you here so early? Hephaestus, who came with Tsubaki, waved and greeted. Good evening, Hestia. Jian Yulei, who came side by side with Hephaestus, greeted with a smile. Hey, Hephaestus, Jian, you are here too. Hestia waved excitedly. Good evening, Hephaestus, Jian Yulei. Mai shouted with a smile. Both parties nodded, and then Hephaestus's eyes fell on Chenxing. I have received a notice from the guild. You really did a great thing quietly, Chenxing. Hephaestus looked at Chenxing and said. Well, I have been attacked by that guy twice, so I naturally want revenge. Chenxing smiled and replied. It is very beneficial for us to find out the dark faction hidden among us. Jian Yulei also said. Oh, by the way, Hestia, Chenxing, my family wants to thank you. Jian Yulei said, and then remembered something and continued. Hestia looked at Ming with a puzzled look on her face. And Chenxing knew what Jian Yulei was talking about. Haruheim has been our playmate since childhood. Thank you very much for the care of Hestia and Chenxing for taking care of Haruheim. Ming, wearing a shoulder-bearing kimono, stood up and bowed to Chenxing and Hestia with gratitude, and then said. Oh, so that's the case. But I won't give Chuanji back to you. Hestia suddenly realized, but then she became alert. Ah, no, I don't mean to snatch Chuanji away. Ming was flustered when she heard it, and waved her hands repeatedly. Hestia, don't tease her, Ming's personality is not easy to tease. Jian Yulei said with a smile. Haha, it's really not easy to tease. Hestia also smiled wickedly at the right time. Ming only reacted at this time, and her cheeks flushed slightly. And at this moment, a gentle voice came over. Hey, long time no see, Chenxing, can I enjoy it tonight? Chapter 148, Welcome Morning Star, Apollo's Action. When everyone heard this voice, they looked over and saw that Freya had appeared beside them at some point. At this moment, she was holding Morningstar's chin with one hand and looking at Morningstar with a charming look on her face. Morningstar looked at Freya helplessly. Seeing this scene, Hestia's heart skipped a beat. My house has been robbed. The next second, Hestia flashed directly to Morningstar's side and slapped Freya's hand away. Snap. Morningstar belongs to me, Freya, get out of the way. Hestia stood in front of Morningstar with her arms open, staring at Freya with a protective look on her face, and loudly declared her sovereignty. Ah, I really envy you, Hestia. It would be great if I met Morningstar first. Even though her hand was slapped away, Freya was not angry. She put one hand on her waist and touched her left face with the other hand, looking at Hestia with a charming smile. Tisk, even if you met Morningstar first, Morningstar would not be interested in you. Hestia curled her lips and said contemptuously. That's not necessarily true. Freya was still not angry, and her smile was still gentle. Ahaha, Freya, you haven't given up yet. At this time, Hephaestus on the side spoke up, with a helpless tone. The situation of Ishtar should have told Freya that the ability of charm is useless to Morningstar, and Morningstar has now grown up completely, and can even fight against opponents of level 7. It is useless for Freya to want to take down Morningstar by force. In this situation, Freya still did not give up Morningstar, which she couldn't understand. I have decided that Morningstar is my OD. It is said that these two words mean husband in the Nordic countries, and I will not give up. Even if it takes 1,000 or 10,000 years to pursue, I will pursue Morningstar. Freya replied with a smile. After saying this, Hestia's expression became more alert. And Hephaestus sighed slightly. It's up to you, as long as you don't mess around like that guy Ishtar. If you mess around, be careful of yourself, Morningstar will not show mercy. Send the gods to heaven if you say so. Don't worry, I won't mess around. Hephaestus and others talked to Freya, but Morningstar was looking at Oda. You have become stronger again. Looking at Morningstar, Oda said in a steady tone. The last time he met in the dungeon, he fought with Morningstar. That time he was able to suppress Morningstar and did not feel too much threat from Morningstar. But this time, he really felt a sense of crisis from Chenxing, and it was very strong. Want to fight? Chenxing smiled and said. It's an honor. Hearing Chenxing's words, Oda was slightly stunned, and then said seriously. Since he was promoted to IV.7, he has no opponent who can fight alone. In the past few years, he has been slowly honing his ability. If he fights with Xing, who makes him feel a sense of crisis, it will surely be of great help to him. Moreover, he had to admit that he found that Chenxing's fighting skills were very strong in the previous fight in the dungeon, so strong that he found it incredible. Fighting with Morning Star, both ability and combat skills will surely be greatly improved. Are you going to fight? At this time, Freya seemed to notice the conversation between the two, turned around and looked at the two in surprise. The others also noticed this. A fight will benefit both him and me. Morning Star nodded and said. Are you two fighting? One is the strongest in the city, and the other is also of the same level of combat power. That's really exciting. Hestia said with a flash of expectation in her eyes. The others were the same, all looking forward to it. At this time, several figures came over. Advertisement. It was Loki and Hermes, each with Ace and Yasvi. Hey, little one, see you again. As soon as Loki came over, he ignored everyone and waved to Hestia and shouted. See you again, Morningstar, Belle. Hermes also ignored the other gods and looked directly at Morningstar and Belle. Obviously, Morningstar and Belle attracted him more than other gods. Hephaestus and others looked at Loki and Hermes, who ignored them, and they rolled their eyes, were helpless, or smiled. As expected, Hestia started arguing with Loki as soon as Loki came. The two people's compatibility is really bad. Hephaestus and others watched the show on the side, and the gods around were also attracted to come over. The gods surrounded Hestia and Loki to watch the show. Morningstar and others were squeezed out. But Hermes did not go to watch the show, but stood beside Morningstar and others. Haha, they are still like this. Hermes said with a smile. Yeah. But why did you come with Loki? Morningstar nodded and asked curiously. We are investigating the entrance to the man-made maze hidden in Deadless Street. My family also helped. We met on the way here and chatted with each other. Hermes explained with a smile. I see. Morningstar nodded in understanding. Come on, Morningstar, you should come to investigate as well. I heard from Loki that your detection magic is very powerful. It will definitely be a lot easier if you join us. Hermes invited Morningstar. The key is the key. I found the entrance to the man-made maze on the 18th floor, but the door of that entrance is forged from mountain copper, and a special magic key is needed to enter. Come on, I should have told the guild to investigate what Ishtar left behind. Why didn't they find the key to the man-made maze? Morningstar shook his head and said. I heard that the members of the guild and the members of the Ganesha clan have been looking for it in the base camp of the Ishtar clan for several days, but they haven't found it. Everyone guessed that Ishtar must have taken it with her. That guy was taken away when you sent him back to heaven. Hermes touched his forehead and said helplessly. No way, that guy was dressed so revealingly, and there was no place to hide anything on his body. Hearing Hermes' words, Chenxing was stunned. With Ishtar's clothes, is there any place to hide anything? Speaking of which, when killing Fire Wheezy, no artificial maze key was found. Could it be that this thing has its own hiding ability? Morningstar, don't underestimate women. Women have many secrets. Hearing what Morningstar said, Hermes' expression became wretched, and he came to Morningstar and said with a smile. Morningstar. No, do you want to listen to what you are saying? After complaining slightly in his heart, Morningstar shook his head. In that case, you go investigate the Ikelos family. Morningstar said to Hermes. Hearing this, Hermes narrowed his eyes immediately, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. It seems that he didn't expect Morningstar to mention this family. However, since Morningstar mentioned it, he would naturally investigate it. He believed Morningstar so easily because Morningstar was very mysterious in Hermes' eyes, making Hermes unable to see through it. For the words of the existence that cannot be seen through, Hermes always believes a little. As for whether or not you will be deceived, that is secondary. As long as there is a possibility that it is true, there is no problem. I will ask Yasvi and the others to investigate tomorrow. Yes. Before the conversation between the two ended, a figure came in front of Chenxing and stretched out his hand slightly to Chenxing. Looking at the figure that appeared in front of him and Chenxing, Hermes was stunned. Not only Hermes, but also Naza and others who were near Chenxing were very surprised. because the person who appeared in front of Chenxing was none other than AC. At this time, everyone except Belle recognized the action that AC made. It was the etiquette of inviting people to dance. Chenxing, can you come back and dance with us? Your charm is really strong. You were actually invited to dance by Jianji. Hermes said frivolously and teasingly, and then left here very self-awarely, giving the venue to Chenxing and AC. Morningstar was also a little surprised, but looking at AIC who had expectations in her eyes, Morningstar stretched out his hand and put it on AIC. It was a little strange that a man like him was invited to dance by a woman, and it was in this situation. But Morningstar didn't care too much, and danced with AIC according to the dance he had learned from reading books over the years. As AIC and Morningstar started dancing, the atmosphere of the banquet changed completely. Other gods invited their dance partners and started dancing. It turned directly into a dance party. And Hestia and Loki, who were arguing, and the gods who were watching the quarrel also noticed this. Damn it, Morningstar's first dance was not with me. It's all your fault, flat-chested Loki. Hestia bit her handkerchief and looked at the two dancing on the dance floor. Her teeth were almost broken, and she glared at Loki fiercely. Freya, who was watching this scene, also twitched her eyes slightly, and then followed Hestia to glare at Loki. Hee, look at my beautiful AC, she has seduced the heart of this boy Morningstar, and then this boy will be my familiar. If AC danced with other people, Loki would definitely jump up and down, but if she danced with Morningstar, she would welcome it with both hands. She now hoped that the girls in her own familiar would get closer to Morningstar and seduce him. Everyone was speechless when they heard Loki's words. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go over there. Don't you see the kids on the other side are staring at you? If you don't go over there, it won't be your turn for the second dance. Hephaestus glanced at Hestia, who was still gritting her teeth, and urged her with a look of regret. Ah, that won't do. The second dance of Morningstar is mine. After being reminded by Hephaestus, Hestia noticed that Naza and others on the other side were looking at Morningstar, and they all looked like they were interested. She was shocked and forgot how popular her Morningstar was. She quickly ran over and blocked everyone. Then I'll go over there too. Freya walked gracefully from the side and walked towards Hestia. Then I'll go too. Seeing this, Hephaestus followed. Jian Yulei and Mai looked at each other and saw the amusement in each other's eyes, but they didn't follow them because they also saw that the two children they brought seemed to be looking forward to dancing with Chenxing, so there was no need for them to disturb them. Without any surprise, after Chenxing and Ace finished dancing, Hestia took over the next second. Followed by Freya, Hephaestus, and then Naza and others. It can be said that all the women present invited Chenxing one by one. Chenxing did not refuse, and accepted the invitations of the women again and again, and danced with them. Ah, it's really tiring. After dealing with everyone, Chenxing moved his shoulders and sighed slightly. Haha, you are really popular with Ozhong. Saiha said with a smile on the side. It's no wonder, after all, Chenxing is very good, and Chenxing is now ranked first in the list of best partners in Orario. Jian Yulei interrupted. Best partner list, what is that? A list that a woman has risked her life to investigate many women and sent out. With your current popularity in Orario, it would be strange if a girl didn't want to dance with you. Hermes also smiled and said. Thank you very much for the compliment. Chenxing smiled and replied. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from not far away, and the voice was very loud, spreading throughout the banquet hall. Everyone's eyes were unconsciously attracted to it. Apollo, wearing a white suit, a red scarf, and a wreath on his head, was standing on the stage in the middle of the banquet hall. Everyone, thank you for coming today. This time I changed the format of the banquet and asked everyone to dress up their beloved children and bring them here to attend the banquet with us. This is also a different kind of fun. I believe everyone likes it very much. I feel very happy to see many of my kind and my beloved children, and I even have a premonition. Today at this conference, I can meet a brand new encounter. Apollo said this opening speech, and his eyes looked around the venue, and finally fell on Chenxing and others. Seeing Apollo's actions, the gods' eyes suddenly lit up, and they had a premonition that they could watch a show, and everyone's eyes fell on Chenxing and others. As expected, after Apollo finished his opening speech, he secretly asked his men to act according to his plan. The lights of the entire banquet disappeared, leaving only a ray of light falling on Hestia and Bel. Seeing this scene, the gods secretly said that they were indeed more excited. Chapter 149, War Game, Confirmed. I've been eating really well lately. Some time ago, Freya and Loki fought over the existence of the demon-level Morning Star, and the adventurers of the two families fought each other. Less than a month later, a similar thing happened again. All the gods present knew the nature of Apollo. With Apollo's personality, he had a crush on Hestia's family. It was because of this that the gods were so excited. You know, Hestia's family has a very close relationship with Lucifer's family, and the relationship between the main god Hestia and Morning Star is very ambiguous. It can be said to be a couple relationship. The gods found this out when they investigated Morning Star's situation. It was because of this relationship that the gods were so interested in this conflict. Morning Star's temper is not good, and it's like a dead end to provoke him. A few days ago, in order to take Morning Star for herself, that idiot Ishtar used divine power charm, but ended up getting herself involved, and was sent back to heaven by Morning Star and Loki. Although they had protested jointly, asking Uranus to convey the divine will and not allow Morning Star to mess around again, otherwise they would not sit idly by. But this warning does not mean it is completely useful. Morning Star's personality is that if you don't provoke me, everything will go smoothly, but if you provoke me, then your head will be twisted off. A god will return it if he says so. What a ruthless person. And now, Apollo can be said to be committing a crime against the wind. Who knows if Morning Star will send Apollo away in a fit of anger. Several gods at the scene have a good relationship with Morning Star, not to mention Hestia, and Hephaestus is Hestia's good friend. Mijian will definitely help at any time. And Loki and Freya will not watch Morning Star get into trouble. The gods were all curious about what would happen next. Apollo attacked Hestia's family. Would Morning Star take action directly? Apollo, you want my bell, right? Then stop wasting time. Hold a war game. Before Apollo spoke, Hestia spoke first, with one hand on her waist and one finger pointing at Apollo. As soon as these words came out, the gods, adventurers and Apollo were all stunned. The people present obviously didn't expect Hestia to react like this. After a brief moment of shock, the gods came back to their senses, and the excitement in their eyes became more obvious. War game, this is the best pastime. I didn't expect Hestia to take the initiative to bring up this matter, and even propose to hold a war game. Hestia, you are so confident to propose a war game to me, is it because of Morning Star? Then you are totally wrong. Morning Star can't just attack other families now. Besides, Lucifer would not convert his only family to you, would he? Chenxing, where is Lucifer? Why are you the only one here, and that guy didn't come? Apollo mocked Hestia after he realized what was happening, then turned to Chenxing and asked. The gods' eyes instantly fell on Chenxing. They also wanted to know why Chenxing came, but Lucifer didn't. Him. He said that when he was with you, the air was dirty, so he didn't want to come. And I came here to see Hestia. Chenxing smiled and answered with a smile at everyone's curiosity. As soon as these words came out, Apollo's cheeks twitched, and his expression became slightly ferocious. You're really good at talking. Apollo said viciously, and then a smug smile appeared on his face again. I wanted to warn that guy. But it doesn't matter, you can convey it on my behalf. You, the Lucifer family, are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the Apollo family and the Hestia family. Once you interfere, I will regard it as a war. Uranus should have informed you. What do I mean by a war? Apollo said, and the smile on his face became more proud, and even gradually became arrogant. Why do you think I will take the initiative? Looking at the arrogant Apollo in front of him, Morning Star asked with a smile. What do you mean? Apollo's smile stopped abruptly, his brows frowned, and he looked at Morning Star fiercely. Uranus just informed me that I can't take action against gods anymore. But Uranus didn't stop the fight between gods. The smile on Morning Star's face gradually became brighter. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the gods present changed slightly, and Apollo was the same. At this moment, the gods seemed to have thought of something. Some time ago, during the gods' assembly, Lucifer, the main god of Morning Star, showed very strong strength. Even without using divine power, Lucifer, the hairy god of Morning Star, also has very strong combat power. Adventurers cannot attack gods, but gods can. Moreover, Lucifer's character is still the same as Morning Star, vindictive. He had a conflict with Dionysus before, and beat Dionysus into a pighead at the gods' assembly. Thinking of this, the gods were a little scared in their hearts, and Apollo's arrogant smile could no longer climb on his face, replaced by a slightly embarrassed expression. In short, you are not allowed to interfere in the conflict between Hestia and me. Apollo said viciously with an embarrassed look. If you want me not to interfere, then I have a condition. Looking at Apollo's appearance, Morning Star nodded with satisfaction, and then said. Hearing this, Apollo frowned fiercely. What are the conditions? Apollo asked. Hestia's family only has Bel and Haruki. If they really hold a war game, the situation can be imagined. So I hope that Hestia's family can apply for external aid. Of course, not me. Morning Star smiled and said his plan. No, even if you can't intervene, you can completely entrust people from other families to be external aid. You have such a good relationship with Loki's family. If you invite them casually, Loki's family may agree. Is it necessary to do this? Hearing what Morning Star said, Apollo almost jumped up and down, and refused without thinking. Although Morning Star can't intervene, with Morning Star's energy, he can find a first-level adventurer to help, such as Loki, who has always wanted to dig into Morning Star's corner. That guy will definitely not mind helping. Please give me flowers, 01441112 Fulu 1323111151. If this is really the case, then what else is there for him to fight for? Just one first-level adventurer is enough to wipe out his Apollo family. Don't worry, it's not the adventurers in Orario. I mean the foreign aid outside of Orario. Chenxing also knew this, so he proposed a condition that Apollo would never refuse. In the original book, Apollo did not agree that the Hestia family could apply for foreign aid. It was Freya who put pressure on him, and then Hermes proposed to ask adventurers outside of Orario to be foreign aid, and Apollo agreed. As we all know, powerful adventurers gather in Orario, because Orario has the dungeon, a holy place for leveling up, which can provide adventurers with resources to become stronger. Outside of Orario, because there are no powerful monsters, many members of the gods' family have no chance to be trained, so the adventurer level is very low. Most of them are hovering in IV.1, and IV.2 is already a strong person in the outside world. The number of IV.3 is even fewer. As for Tirskara, not many people know about this country, at least Apollo is not clear about the information of this country. 0. Q. So, after hearing Morning Star's conditions, Apollo still frowned and fell into deep thought. The crowd did not disturb Apollo, and each of them looked expectant. Okay, I can allow Hestia's family to apply for external aid, but only one can be applied for, and it must be an adventurer outside the city. This is the only condition, no other additions are allowed. Apollo said solemnly. After that, Apollo's eyes shifted to Hestia again. No problem, that's ya. Ah, just do as Morning Star said. Hestia's mouth corners slightly raised, a meaningful smile appeared on her face, and she announced loudly. Oh. Let's go to the guild now, it's still early, go directly to apply for the war game. Yes, yes, yes. Without further delay, let's set off now. A temporary meeting of the gods is going to be held. Go and call all the other guys who haven't come yet. I'm excited. The long-awaited feast is finally here again. As Hestia finished speaking, the entire banquet hall suddenly became lively. The cheers of the gods spread out from the banquet hall. The cheers here could be heard in almost the entire wealthy area, attracting many eyes. As you can see, the details of the competition will be decided at the Assembly of the Gods. As for now, we can go directly to the guild to apply for the war game. Any objections? Ignoring the cheers of the gods, Apollo raised his chin, looked down at them, and spoke in a proud tone. Ah, not at all. I hope you won't regret it when the gods meet. Hestia crossed her arms and said confidently. Looking at Hestia like this, although Apollo was confident in himself, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Then his eyes touched the smiling expression of Chenxing. He couldn't help but squeak in his heart. However, the next second, Apollo was pushed by a male god to the direction of the stairs. Hestia on the other side was also pushed by a goddess. Go, 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 go to the guild to apply for the war game now. People. Chapter 150, Conversion, Morningstar's Thoughts, Dionysus's Actions. The application for the war game is simple. The will of the gods cannot be refuted. Under the witness of the guild president Royman, the war game between the two major families of Hestia and Apollo was established. As for the form and content of the war game, it will be decided by the temporary meeting of the gods. The temporary meeting will be held tomorrow. Chenxing and others returned to the library. At this time, in addition to Chenxing and Hestia, Bel, Lily, and Haruheim, Hephaestus, Tsubaki, Mai, Naza, Takemikaze, Ming, Hermes, Yasvi, Loki and Ace were all here in the library. Hey, Morningstar, little one, what are you thinking? You actually proposed to hold a war game with Apollo, and the conditions are like this. Little one, your family only has this guy and that fox, and the foreign aid is also from outside the city, can you beat them? Except for those Amazons like Tirskara, the adventurers outside the city are all crooked. Loki crossed his arms and looked at Hestia and Morningstar with a puzzled look on his face. Indeed, Loki is right. The conditions of your family are not very good. You can't win the war game with Apollo's family. Hermes nodded in agreement and looked at Hestia in confusion. If it was before, he could barely help. After all, Lu was still in Orario before, and Lu's main, 327, god Astrea was still in the Sword City, which could be regarded as an adventurer outside the city. And no one knew Lu's identity. Now that Lu is not in Orario, he really can't find a strong adventurer who can help Hestia and Bel. The waiters in the Rich Hostess Tavern are now all registered under the name of the city god's family. Hee, this matter cannot be said, but don't worry, I won't joke with my son. It will be absolutely fine at that time. The family of Apollo is not to be feared at all. Besides, I also have a trump card. Hestia said with a smile, and did not tell anyone about the morning star. Seeing this, everyone frowned slightly and did not ask too much. If you don't say it, there is nothing you can do. Tomorrow, I will try my best to fight for a game form that is beneficial to you. Hestia looked like she didn't want to say it at all, and everyone didn't ask any more questions, so they left after leaving a word. Lord God, is this really okay? After everyone left, Bel asked Hestia with some concern. Bel didn't know what Hestia and Morningstar were planning. She only knew that she had been taught a lesson by Hyacinthus, the leader of Apollo's family, and that she could not beat him. Don't worry, in the few days before the war game starts, you just need to go to the Twilight Pavilion to find Angie for training. Just say I asked you to go, Angie won't refuse. Leave the rest to me and Hestia. Morningstar reached out and gently stroked her little head, saying gently, Okay, Master Morningstar. Bel nodded slightly after hearing this. I'm not a member of Master Hestia's family, so I can't help. At this time, Lily lowered her head and said a little disappointedly. Bel has formed a team for so long, and she also wants to be able to help a little at this critical moment. However, she is not from Hestia's family. Even if she wants to convert, she doesn't have the ability. Does Lily want to come to me? Hearing Lily's words, everyone's eyes shifted to Lily. Seeing Lily's lost look, Hestia asked gently. Well, Master Hestia and Master Morningstar, Bel is very kind to Lily, and Lily likes it very much. But Lily's situation is very complicated. Lily nodded without hiding it. She liked the Hestia family very much, and she had dreamed that she had joined the Hestia family from the beginning, and grew up with Bel under the care of Morningstar and Hestia. However, everything disappeared after waking up from the dream. As for the Lucifer family of Morningstar, she also thought about it, but she also knew that it was impossible, because the Lucifer family did not seem to plan to expand, and many adventurers came here because of their reputation, but did not get the results they wanted. That's easy. I'll take you and Morningstar to the Soma clan. I'm sure that Soma won't mind you converting to my side. Hearing Lily's words, Tia patted her chest and promised. Really? Lily was a little excited. Well, it's still early, let's go to the Soma clan. Morningstar patted Lily's head and said gently. Thank you very much, Lord Morningstar, Lord Hestia. Then the group left the library and went to the base camp of the Soma clan. As Hestia said, there was really no trouble on this trip. With Morningstar's current reputation in Orario and Morningstar's strength, the people of the Soma clan really didn't dare to show off in front of Morningstar. After hearing that Morningstar and Hestia were going to visit their main god Soma, the leader of the Soma clan, Chenxing, immediately welcomed everyone in and took Morningstar and others to Soma's office. Hestia. What are you doing here so late? Su-Mo was brewing wine. He was a little surprised to see Chenxing and Hestia, and then he spoke with a gloomy expression. Brother Su-Mo, I have something to discuss with you. Hestia said with a smile. Don't call me brother, you are not shorter than me. Su Huang said to Hestia lightly. Don't worry about these details. Brother Su-Mo, I came here to ask you for someone. Hestia choked, then waved her hand and said. Hearing this, Su-Mo frowned slightly under his bangs, then looked at Chenxing and his brows relaxed. Tell me, who do you want? Su-Mo was very sincere and didn't intend to embarrass Hestia in this matter. Anyway, they were all a group of unwanted children. Here, it's Lily. Please convert Lily's favor to me together. Hestia pulled Lily out from behind, pushed her in front of her, let her face Su-Mo, and said with a smile. I haven't seen you before. Haven't you asked me to renew your favor for a long time? Looking at Lily, Su-Mo couldn't remember that there was such a person under his command. Lily is a supporter. Lily lowered her head and said. Hearing this, Su-Mo was stunned, and then silent. Obviously Su-Mo also understood the embarrassing situation of the supporter, not to mention in his terrible family. I understand. Hestia, let's start. After a moment of silence, Somo spoke lightly. The conversion went smoothly. Somo and Hestia worked together and quickly brought Lily's family under Hestia's command. On the way back to the library after leaving Somo's family, Lily's steps were cheerful, and she was jumping on the street. I should have found a way to convert Lily a long time ago. Looking at Lily's cheerful voice, Morningstar murmured softly. Well, this matter needs her to take the initiative to propose it, and we can't interfere with her will. Hestia smiled and said. That's right, anyway, now that I've converted, I'll be a member of your family in the future. Advertisement. The past is the past, everything is just a dream. Morningstar nodded slightly and said. Hey, Hestia, I have something to discuss with you. What's the matter? I have a way to improve Belle and the others' strength, but it's a little special. Really? Then just do it. Don't you want to hear the situation first? Yeah, you tell me. Morningstar. At the same time, on the other side, in a dim cave, Dionysus stood quietly in front of a mural. Dionysus's situation at this time was not very good. Before, he had always been protected by Fel Weiss, so Dionysus could get whatever he wanted and leave everything to Fel Weiss. But now that Fel Weiss is lost, Dionysus needs to handle many things by himself. Moreover, because of the loss of Fel Weiss, a powerful subordinate, Dionysus's position in the Dark faction has become delicate. However, Dionysus is quite calm. You really caused me a lot of trouble, Morningstar. Looking at the mural in front of him, Dionysus murmured in a low voice. Without Fel Weiss, many of my plans have gone wrong. It seems that we need to take the risk and go to the deep layer. As he said this, Dionysus put on a black cloak and slowly left here. Behind him, a mural of a giant dragon flickered strangely under the light of the magic stone lamp. The next morning, Hestia went out early in the morning. The gods held a temporary meeting of the gods in the assembly hall on the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel to discuss the form and content of the war game. As a party involved, Hestia naturally needed to go there. And Morningstar, not long after Hestia left, also separated the thought body. The clone rushed towards the direction of the Tower of Babel. When Morningstar felt this place, the assembly hall was very noisy, and the gods were discussing with each other. The gods' assembly had not started. 3.0 Morningstar's thought body Lucifer came over, and the sharp-eyed gods discovered it at the first time. Oh, it's rare, Lucifer, you are here too. The god who discovered Morningstar was very excited, stood up and waved to Morningstar. There was no way, who made Morningstar's thought body Lucifer the dragon see the leader. He didn't even attend the feast of the gods last night, but he came today. Hey, Lucifer, Didn't you say that the air is dirty when you sit with Apollo? Why are you here today? Loki, who was sitting in front of a circular table, crossed his arms and said jokingly. Not far away, Apollo's face suddenly turned black, and the others also reacted and looked at Apollo jokingly. Hey, Apollo, do you want to say hello? Morningstar also smiled at this time, looking at Apollo with a dark face, and said with a smile. After these words came out, Apollo's face became darker, and he didn't dare to respond, because he was afraid that he would be beaten by Morningstar like Dionysus before. Looking at Apollo's reaction, Morningstar ignored it, found an empty seat and sat down, closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the start of the gods' assembly. Soon, other gods also came here one after another. The gods' assembly is now officially starting.
Hey, it's me, Audiobook Collection. Before we wrap up this video, I wanted to let you know about my exclusive Google Drive link. It's available for just $35 on my Patreon and Ko-fi shops. With this link, you'll get access to over 400 plus audiobook novels. If you're interested, check it out and enjoy even more amazing content.